Listening to the crowd shouting, "Finish him! Finish him!" the boy who was being tied up and led to the execution thought about how it all came to this and where I was. Raising his sword in front of him, the beastman said, "Divine punishment will overtake the insignificant man who invaded our sacred land for thousands of years. The lands of the beastmen have been isolated from the outside world, and for the first time in history, a man has gone against us." Hearing them shouting this challenge again, the man had broken the treaty and brought divine punishment upon himself. Divine punishment, the boy mentally said. "Until recently, I was in a cave." With his head down and saddened by his fate, he added, "Will I really die in this strange world?" 5 hours before the events, when he arrived at the van with his partner, the man told Tsuyoshi to eat quickly. Looking inside to his comrade, the man said, "Don't go anywhere alone. There are 2 other teams here. If you relax, you won't even get a piece of metal." Hearing the remarks from his commander, Tsuyoshi looked around and asked why so many people were going down into an ordinary C-rank cave. Sitting down next to his comrade and putting the shovel aside, the man said, "We live like this in times like these. We are not the only heroes." The next moment, a man appeared in the yard and exclaimed, "Hey, get ready, the heroes are coming!" And hearing the message, the leader said, "Well, let's go." And then he heard Tsuyoshi's instruction and finished his ramen and exclaimed, "I understand." Heading to the place of work, one of the cleaners said, "The closer I get to this cave, the more uncomfortable I feel. If the C-rank cave is like this, I'm afraid to imagine what the A rank or S rank looks like." Stopping in front of the portal to the dungeon, the man said strangely, "There were several minions of darkness here." Subsequently, the heroes came out of the dungeon portal and one of them said, "We can easily get a reward," to which the girl added, "I think so." Looking at the people who returned from the cleaning, the janitor said, "If I were a hero, I would have earned so much." And he heard the girl say, "Stop talking. You're cleaning the caves because you failed the awakening test." Hearing the remark from his friend, the man awkwardly said, "Thank you for your hard work. Now we can enter." And he heard, of course, forward. Watching the heroes while his comrades were heading to the portal, the guy mentally said, "I'm Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro," after the heroes defeat the minions of darkness in the caves. When it was his turn to go through the portal, the boy walked forward, thinking that, unrelated to the heroes, the clingers known as scavengers were coming to collect the remains. As he walked out of the portal into the dungeon, he added mentally, "We live in different worlds. I failed the awakening test because of my weakness, even though I also wanted to become a hero." Once inside, Tsuyoshi heard this C-ranked, "Cave is not that big. Great work fast, we don't have much time. The cave will close in 4 hours, we're going to gather here accepted." While clearing the dungeon, Tsuyoshi found a valuable material and suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, it's a piece of shield." Hearing his comrade's exclamation, another cleric exclaimed, "A good sign, there will be at least something worthwhile. Parents from heaven helped us." In response to his comrade's words, Tsuyoshi joyfully exclaimed, "Maybe I'll look deeper into what I heard," and said, "Don't forget to gather in 3.5 hours. Having received information about the duration of the sweep, the guy exclaimed, "Well," and then headed deeper, thinking usually something worthwhile lies at the depths. Let's see. 3.5 hours later, continuing to excavate, Tsuyoshi mentally said strangely, "There is nothing here. It would be bad to leave with one piece of the shield." The next moment, he heard his comrade behind him shouting, "Tsuyoshi, we're done." The guy exclaimed, "Well, I'm almost done." Putting the shovel aside and looking up, the guy mentally said, "That won't cover Karina's day in the hospital. I have to find something." Immediately after noticing something interesting near him, Tsuyoshi surprisingly said in his head that the well smelled like treasure. Approaching the find, the boy mentally said that the cave well had dried up, so there might be something valuable there. Looking inside to see what was there, Tsuyoshi thought to himself, "If I find a surviving object, I will close all of Karina's hospital bills." Looking closely at the shine that was at the bottom of the well, the boy joyfully exclaimed the same ring. Without hesitation, he began to go down and thought that the heroes had not noticed the remains, so may the heavens forgive me. Taking the precious find in his hands, the guy exclaimed joyfully, "I made this rare thing. A ring like this helps to improve the status. It is sold at a high price. I found a treasure." Reaching for the item, the boy mentally said, "I'll put it on," and later asked Nakazada-san to find out its level. "We have to hurry, thank you, ancestors." Putting the ring on, Tsuyoshi saw it suddenly glow and begin to dig into his finger. Bending down from the pain that began to pierce his hand, the boy suddenly screamed out that it was a ring. The next moment, you heard the infinity ring recognize you as its owner. From now on, you cannot take it off or change the owner. The infinite passage will soon open. Shifting his gaze to his hand and seeing something strange, Tsuyoshi said in surprise, "What was that voice, and what is this? Help me." Hearing the screams of his comrade near him, one of the clinchers looked back and asked what was Tsuyoshi screaming about. "Hadn't he come yet? I saw him recently." After listening to his comrade, one of the team members said he probably went to inspect another place. After which the other added that it was a pity that this guy could not become a hero. He was trying so hard, we will wait for him. We still have time. Without waiting for help, Tsuyoshi was caught in a vortex that gradually pulled him into another world. When Tsuyoshi regained consciousness, he found himself captured by the Beastmen as one of the criminals awaiting their divine punishment at the altar. Apparently, the divine punishment is understood to be a devastating lightning strike at the altar, which means that he was sent to the sacred land of the Beastmen. Sitting on his throne and waiting for all the preparations to be completed, the Beast King said you can begin. Having received permission to start the show, the executioner shouted out, "Friends, today we will try 3 criminals, one of them our brother, who sold secret information about our territory to elves and humans." Seeing the defendant, the crowd began to shout, "Shame, traitor, shame, divine punishment will come for him, divine punishment." The next moment, pushing the traitor to the altar where he was to be executed, the leader said, on the command of the Beast King, they would face divine punishment. As soon as the defendant was on the altar and lightning was heading toward him, the warrior added the hammer of the divine king surrounded by lightning strikes would wipe out all their sins, and no one had ever managed to escape from this altar of the realm of divine punishment. When the lightning struck the prisoner who was on the altar, the crowd shouted, "Punish the traitors with divine punishment." After the execution of one beastman, the beastman raised his sword and said the following, "Divine punishment will come upon the first man in history who invaded the land of the beastmen. Isolated from the outside world for 1,000 years, he has declared battle to us. Punish him. He has broken the treaty." As they began to carry him to the altar, Tsuyoshi exclaimed, "Please wait. There's been a misunderstanding. I was here by accident. Please stop. My sister is waiting for me. Please help me." Approaching the altar and intercepting the convict in a more convenient position for throwing, the beastman said enough. Once on the ground and awaiting his execution, Tsuyoshi thought, "No, I can't die. Karina needs me. I have to become a hero." How did it all turn out this way? At that very moment, not far from the altar, an angry crowd was shouting, "You miserable insects, how can any man defeat a great beast? Perish! May divine punishment befall you." The next moment, as soon as the punishment of the sinner was pronounced, the soldier threw Tsuyoshi onto the altar where he was to be judged. Once on the altar, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "No, I can't die in a city like this," and jumped to his feet and dodged a lightning strike. Frozen in place by what had just happened, the crowd and the soldiers shouted in confusion that he had dodged. Also confused by what he had just seen, the commander of the army exclaimed that he had avoided the lightning of divine punishment, which is unforgivable. At the same moment, Tsuyoshi got to his feet after avoiding a lightning strike and shouted, "I refuse to die here, you bastard!" But his self-confidence did not last long. For the very next moment, another bolt of lightning struck Tsuyoshi and fried him. Seeing this, the commander of the army burst out laughing and shouted, "Whoever said that lightning of divine punishment strikes only once?" And the next one came. Hearing their leader's instruction, the soldiers dragged the last prisoner away amid shouts of divine punishment, while the girl said, "It's a futile struggle." At that very moment, Tsuyoshi, who was losing consciousness, mentally said, "No, I can't die like this." And then the ring went off. The next moment, the guy's body began to glow dimly, and Tsuyoshi heard the divine selection system of the Infinity Ring activating. System identification complete. Beginning work on creating the perfect physical form. Noticing that the boy was still standing, the army commander was surprised to hear that he was still alive. Continuing to receive lightning strikes, Tsuyoshi was not going to fall, and in his head he heard the words, "Creation of the perfect physical form is 15% complete." Frozen in place with confusion, the warriors released the last prisoner and shouted, "What the hell?" Slowly walking forward to the voice in his head, Tsuyoshi said, "I'm calling." Approaching the giant hammer that was stuck in the ground on the altar, he said, taking on a new form, Tsuyoshi heard in his head, creating a perfect physical form, 60% complete. Applying the divine consciousness skill, applying the absolute cloning skill. Frozen in place with fear, the commander of the troops said in a trembling voice, unbelievably, no one had ever come so close to the hammer except the divine king himself. Seeing Tsuyoshi's actions, the imprisoned girl joyfully told him that she was trying to lift the divine king's hammer. As he approached the hammer, which was driven into the ground, and began to lift it, he thought to himself, "You call me, so why do you call me?" The next moment, as soon as the creation of the perfect physical form was heard, 100% applying the special status of the Chosen One, Tsuyoshi picked up the hammer. Still holding the weapon in his hands, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "Divine hammer, it is calling me. Then I will use your power." And then received a notification, "You have received the divine hammer. You have reached the 3rd level. The current strength of the divine hammer is 0%. Become stronger to unleash the full potential of the hammer." Also, the imprisoned beast woman froze in place after seeing this and said that the man was able to pick up the divine hammer. At the same time, watching from the sidelines, Ryota thought, "It's unbelievable that a mere human could do this. We can't let him touch our sacred hammer. Even the great Beast King couldn't lift it like he did. Anyone who lifts the hammer will become the leader of the Beastmen. It must be a mistake." Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi, having received the status window, was surprised to think, "For some reason, I feel like I've become stronger." The next moment, he turned his gaze to the system window and added in surprise that I had reached the 3rd level. Continuing to stare at the system window, regardless of what was happening around him, Tsuyoshi mentally added that it was a divine selection system. The next moment, Rhoda appeared behind the boy and angrily shouted, "Damn human, don't you dare touch the divine hammer with your dirty hands." Seeing Rhoda's interference in the divine punishment ceremony, the crowd began to chant, Our great General Rhoda, he will not allow this man to do as he pleases. Please help us restore the pride of the Beastmen. Continuing to stand in front of Tsuyoshi, the general shouted in a menacing tone, I have no idea how you managed to escape divine punishment and even pick up the divine hammer. Keeping his gaze on the offender, Rhoda added, However, you must return it immediately and accept your punishment. At the same moment, I saw a notification in front of me that said, the passive skill Divine Eye activated can reveal detailed information about any object with a recovery time of 0 seconds. Thinking about the skill, Tsuyoshi activated it and saw the name of the enemy, Rhoda status General Level 84th Species, Beastman Warrior Great Swordsman Weapon, Zanbato Level A. Having learned everything about his opponent Tsuyoshi, mentally said Divine Eye, I see all this about him, a feature of the system like this. Continuing his speech, Ryota shouted menacingly how a lowly human dared to confront me. Immediately after pointing his weapon at the guy, he added, Well, I'll let you die without suffering. Hearing General Tsuyoshi's offer, I stretched out my hand in front of me and exclaimed, Wait, there's been some misunderstanding. And then thought, there's no way I can defeat a level 84 warrior. At the same moment, not wanting to listen to the guy, Rhoda swung his sword and shouted, Shut up and get it. And Tsuyoshi, covering his hands, shouted, Please listen to me. Watching everything from the front rows, the imprisoned beastman thought about the fate of the man. You can't envy General Rhoda, one of the 5 great beastman generals. He is an incredibly strong opponent. He will cut a man to pieces with one swing of his sword. With a quick strike, General Rhoda hit the hammer that Tsuyoshi was holding, but was unable to destroy the boy. Having survived the general's attack, the boy felt a tremor all over his body and thought, This hammer is incredibly heavy. At the same moment, Rhoda made a face and said in his head that he had managed to block my attack with the hammer in his hands. Unable to bear this outcome, Rhoda exclaimed, You're lucky the hammer saved you, but it won't happen next time. To which Tsuyoshi exclaimed, I told you it was a mistake. Stopping for a moment in front of the enemy to explain himself again, the guy added, I'm not from this world, hear me out. But these words did not stop Ryota, who rushed at Tsuyoshi again and shouted, I'm not going to listen to you. Grabbing the boy's hand, the general sat down and mentally said, I'll launch him into the sky and kill him with an earthquake. At the same moment, Tsuyoshi received a notification. Passive skill Absolute Cloning. Activated selects an opponent's skill and copies it allows you to feel the opponent's heart. With your hand recovery time, 0 seconds, you can only get one skill from one person. Looking at the notification, Tsuyoshi reached down with thoughts of a cloning skill. So feel the opponent's heart with his hand, in other words. Reaching down to General Ryota, Tsuyoshi mentally said I must touch his chest as soon as he did. The general immediately became embarrassed and let go of the boy. Falling down and observing all the skills available to him, Ryota Tsuyoshi called out so many of them, how could I choose just one? Angry at the boy for what he had done to him, the general swung his sword and shouted, What are you doing? At the same moment, discovering the skill Shaker of the Heavens with the description of a warrior skill suitable for copying, but the degree of its power is unknown. Due to the lack of weapons Tsuyoshi mentally said should be suitable for a hammer, I'll use it perfectly. As soon as the skill was copied, the guy exclaimed, I said I can't die here, and then used the Sky Shaker. Rhoda froze in his tracks in surprise at the boy's actions and exclaimed, I can't believe you were able to use my skill. The next moment, as soon as Tsuyoshi flew down, he struck directly at the general and kicked up a large cloud of dust. Expecting that he would be finished, Rhoda waved his hands and said in surprise, It doesn't hurt at all, it's even pleasant. Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi received a system notification that said, Being at the 3rd level without a profession and weapon, you were unable to harm the opponent. Improve your skills to increase your efficiency. Realizing what had just happened, the guy dropped the hammer from his hands and said in confusion what he was doing. Noticing his opponent's confusion, Rhoda immediately got to his feet and exclaimed, You wretched man, how dare you attack me? At the same moment, the Beast King joined the conflict, jumping up from his seat and shouting, Stop it! Hearing the cry of their leader, the crowd members began to echo in surprise. The Beast King himself went to attack the Beast King he came. The Beast King landed on the altar where the battle was taking place and immediately knelt down and bowed his head. Seeing this action from their leader, all the beastmen present exclaimed in amazement that the Beast King had fallen to his knees. The next moment, as he began to rise to his feet after his spectacular appearance, the Beast King said, It seems that the divine hammer has chosen you. Rising to his feet, he walked over to Tsuyoshi and put his hands on his shoulders, adding, The gods have sent us a sign. Gently smiling into the boy's eyes, the king of the beastmen said, For hundreds of years, you are the first to be chosen by the hammer. The next moment, turning to face his subjects and spreading his arms, the Beast King exclaimed, Brothers, no one could lift the divine hammer but this man. Continuing his speech, pointing to the boy standing behind him, the Beast King confidently added that if he is indeed the future ruler of the Beastmen, we must allow him to grow. Hearing the words of their leader, the crowd members began to exclaim, But the prophecy says he is not an animal man? Interesting. At the same time, General Ryota joined in the remarks of the other Beastmen and exclaimed, But the Beast King is a human. Hearing the remark from his subject, the Beast King looked back and said, Well, what if the prophecy said that the leader must be a beastman? Are you saying that we should ignore the future hope of our people? Receiving the remark from his leader, General Ryota bowed his head down and said guiltily, "You are right, the prophecy does not say anything, but if he is not a beastman." The next moment, the Beastman King looked back at the boy who had tamed the divine hammer and asked him what your name was. When the boy answered Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, the Beast King said, "If you are ready to take on this burden, we agree, but you are too weak now." Keeping his gaze on Tsuyoshi, who stood before him, the Beast King added, "You must become stronger in a year and come back here. Then we will see if you are worthy to be our leader." Immediately after marking the boy's forehead, the Beastman leader added, "If you do not return in 1 year, I will use this mark to find and kill you." Continuing the dialogue with the person who had come to fulfill the prophecy, the Beast King said, "My people will be satisfied with this outcome, and what will be your response?" Hearing this, Tsuyoshi said thoughtfully, "Well, I am." Before he could give his answer, a woman's voice came from the crowd and shouted, "I agree." And Tsuyoshi looked back at the crowd. It was the imprisoned beast woman who had made the decision for the boy and added, "Become stronger and gain freedom." Taking the girl's words as his own, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "This girl should have been punished after I used the Divine Eye skill." Using the skill, Tsuyoshi saw name unknown status, unknown level, 72nd species Beastman warrior dagger weapon. "No!" After which the girl exclaimed, "Better be alive, don't miss the opportunity that was given by the gods." Surprised by the girl's characteristics, Tsuyoshi mentally said that she was level 72. How could she be so strong for wanting to punish her? The next moment, stretching his arm above him and waving to the girl, the boy exclaimed, "Thank you," and then mentally said she was right. "This is an opportunity I have to survive to return to my world." Having finished his thoughts, Tsuyoshi looked down and said, "I will accept your offer, but I have one condition." Hearing the words of the Chosen One, the Beast King was surprised to hear that condition, so Tsuyoshi pointed his finger at the prisoner and exclaimed, "She will come with me, I will need her." Holding his hand in the direction of the girl he wanted to take with him, he mentally said, "Now we are even." After nightfall, Tsuyoshi looked at his ring and said in his mind, "Judging by the voice I heard then, it all started because of the Infinity Ring." Keeping his gaze on the object while waiting for his partner, he mentally added, "I can't take it off, but thanks to this ring I have these strange powers, so how do I get back to my world?" At one point, Tsuyoshi's thoughts were interrupted by the girl's voice from behind him, which informed the master that the preparations were complete, and he looked back and said in surprise that the master was there. Appearing in front of the boy in a traveling uniform, the girl added, "Of course I have decided to serve you, my savior." Feeling very happy, accompanied by a sly smile, Tsuyoshi looked away and thought it was incredibly nice to hear a cute animal girl with ears call me master. After a while, Tsushoshoshi tamed his emotions and said, "You helped me a lot too from now on. Let's support each other as masters and servants." In response to her master's words, the girl said awkwardly, "You don't realize how much it means to me that you gave me a second chance." The next moment, grabbing the guy's hand, she added, "No one has ever thanked me or protected me, so please let me call you master." Looking at the beautiful animal girl who was incredibly grateful to him, Tsuyoshi said, "You have become my miracle. I want to devote my whole life to you." Feeling very excited after hearing this, Tsuyoshi looked away and said, "If you want to call me master, you can call me master," and was met with a joyful tone of voice. "Of course, well, we should be going." Moving forward to show the way to get out of the land, the beast woman said, "It's too late, watch your step." Taking a deep and heavy breath, Tsuyoshi followed his companion and said how amazing the other world was. At one point, having come to his senses, the guy said in his head about nothing at all. "I'm thinking about Karina waiting for me," after which he received a notification, "Endless passage, unavailable recovery time, 24 hours. Seeing the notification about recharging his skill, the guy suddenly exclaimed in his head, "I've just entered the Endless Passage and ended up in this world. If I get into it again, I can go back like that." After a while, seeing that his skill had recovered, Tsuyoshi exclaimed happily, looking at the ring and the endless passage that had opened, wondering if I could return. Activating the skill and starting to move to his reality, the boy mentally said, "I'm finally going home." Hearing a strange noise behind her, the beast girl looked back and, not finding her friend there, asked the master in surprise. At the same time, Tsuyoshi, moving to his world, exclaimed, "I knew it would not be the most pleasant experience." After a few seconds of traveling between the worlds, the guy found himself back in the well, looked at his hands and said in surprise, "I'm back." The next moment, he opened the system window and saw the old data and exclaimed, "Yes, the abilities I had in the other world are still there, my level is still 3rd, but why is the divine hammer still here?" Immediately after his question, Tsuyoshi received a notification explaining everything, and after rereading it, he said, "If the level is synchronized, then it is possible to increase it in both worlds. I was able to bring the divine hammer to this world because it was in the divine inventory of consciousness, so wait, it is with my current level status." Before he could complete his thoughts on it, he was told to get out before the cave closed. Hearing his friend's instruction, Tsuyoshi exclaimed in surprise, "What are you doing here? Why have you been waiting for me for hours?" Immediately after his exclamation, the boy thought to himself, "What is going on? I spent at least 5 hours in another world. Something is wrong here." After receiving the question from the boy, the group leader exclaimed, "You've been sitting here all this time. It's good that I found you. If the cave closes, you'll be trapped. Hearing the instruction from his commander, Tsuyoshi grabbed the rope and began to climb to the top, thinking that time had stopped while I was in another world. Time did not pass. It sounds like a manga story. As he continued to climb out of the well, he thought, did time in the other world also stop? And I wonder who owned the Infinity Ring. After getting out of the well and feeling his friend help him up, Tsuyoshi said to her exactly what he heard in response. Raising his head to the leader of the group, Tsuyoshi asked with a big smile on his face, the awakening test is tomorrow, right? Under a heavy downpour at the time of the dungeon breakthrough, Tsuyoshi took his sister on his back and headed to the hospital to receive medical attention. Walking along the broken roads where overturned cars were lying and other people were trying to save themselves, Tsuyoshi was heading in front of the stream. While trying to save himself, he ran into a huge monster on the road and then heard his sister's voice saying, "Brother, I can't feel my legs, mom and dad are fine." Avoiding the danger in his town, Tsuyoshi continued to run with his sister to safety. When he got to a relatively safe distance from his home, he heard the monster destroy a building and exclaimed, "This can't be happening, Mom and Dad." Not wanting to accept this reality, the boy turned around with his sister on his back and headed towards the rubble to find his parents. As the boy approached the danger, a man appeared in front of him and shouted Tsuyoshi with his hand outstretched in front of him. Stopping the boy and catching him by the shoulders, the man shouted, "You can't stop or you might die." And Nakazato's uncle said, "Mom and Dad are here." Trying to calm the boy down despite his impulses, the uncle shouted, "Don't follow them, or you and Karina might be swallowed up by the darkness." As he continued to hold Tsuyoshi, who was pulling away from him, Nakazato exclaimed, "Calm down, you can't defeat the darkness, but Mom and Dad are still out there." Continuing to hold the young man who was rushing into danger, Uncle Nakazato exclaimed at Karina's legs, "We must get her to the hospital as soon as possible." Looking at Tsuyoshi, Karina said, "Brother, are you really going to take the awakening test? You just got back from work today." Hearing the patient's words, the nurse said, "As usual, Karina, you should get more rest." The next moment, putting his hand behind his head, the guy awkwardly asked how you were feeling, if your legs still hurt. Hearing the boy's question, the nurse said, "Nerve pain occurs regularly, so you need to take your medication," to which Karina replied, "I'm fine, although I can't get up, I'm used to it." Looking down after hearing her sister's words, Tsuyoshi thought to himself, Karina, she is suffering, isn't she? Activating the Divine Eye skill and looking at Sister Tsuyoshi, he saw the condition of the body. 80% of the nerve endings in the legs were dead. Under the rubble of the destroyed building, there was no possibility of natural recovery, and the probability of resuming walking without assistance was 1%. Seeing the description of the disease and the chances of treatment, Tsuyoshi mentally said, the chance of recovery is very low. It's definitely very hard for her. Karina was supposed to live a normal life, go to school, have fun with friends, travel. As he continued to think about his sister, he added in his mind that she should have spent every day with a smile on her face. Karina is my only family. I don't want to see her suffer anymore. Leaving the hospital and heading out on business, Tsuyoshi mentally said, even if the chances are close to zero, I will definitely get her back on her feet. There are still chances. Walking towards the building where he was to undergo the second test of his strength, Tsuyoshi said in his head, there must be some way if I become a hero, I can get more information and maybe find a solution. At one point, he stopped in the middle of the street and mentally said, it's not just about Karina's illness. I want to live a decent life, so I'm going to, and then he raised his hand and shouted to become the strongest hero. After a while, Tsuyoshi arrived at the main building of the Toggeat Test of Courage Group Test of Awakening, where the results of the measurement level 3 combat strength 540 were announced. Hearing the recruits' results, one of the employees said, congratulations, you are now a hero. Holding out a card with the new hero's data, the man said, please take the hero's emblem that was created based on your test results. After receiving his emblem, the guy happily exclaimed, now I'm a hero. And the woman next to him happily exclaimed, my boy, I wish you to reach the rank of C. We'll have a big party in honor of that. When almost everyone had completed the test, the man said, let's see, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, you will retake the test after failing the previous one, right? Reaching for his glasses and starting to adjust them, the man said, when you're ready, go inside and put your hand on the measuring device. Frankly, I doubt that the results will change. Having received the remark from the man who was conducting the tests, Tsuyoshi headed for the room and said, we'll find out soon enough. Looking back at the guy who was supposed to take the test, the man said, if you fail the test once, the result will most likely be the same as before. The device measures your experience with high accuracy. Not hearing anything in response to his remark, the man added, I've seen a lot of stubborn people like you. Continuing to walk forward, Tsuyoshi mentally said to the last of them, the third level was assigned with a combat power of 3. The previous one had the same indicators. This is quite normal. The next moment, putting his hand to the measuring device, Tsuyoshi mentally said, I'm also at the 3rd level, so I should be a hero, but how high is my combat power? I need to take it seriously. Before the measurement began, Tsuyoshi received a notification that said the perfect physical form was activated, and a shiver ran through his body. A few seconds after the skill was activated, the reading device began measuring the hero's strength. At that time, standing behind the door in the corridor, the TOG employee shouted out in confusion that there was an earthquake. A few seconds after measuring the strength, the device spoke the measurement result level 3, combat strength 5,430 years old record of the strength of a third-level hero has been surpassed. You ranked first in combat strength. Among third-level heroes in second place is a hero with a combat strength of 930. Seeing his results in the strength measurement, Tsuyoshi was surprised to think 5,400 is 10 times more than that guy. The next moment, taking his hand away from the measuring device and looking at it, the guy added, "I felt a surge of strength, but I didn't expect to be that much stronger." Immediately afterwards, rejoicing in his results, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "In any case, everything goes according to plan. I will become the strongest." Not long after rejoicing in his results, Tsuyoshi suddenly thought, "By the way, I wonder what the power of the king's divine hammer is." Starting to summon the item, the guy received a notification for a number of reasons. The potential of the divine hammer of the king cannot be fully unleashed. Forced use will lead to a waste of a huge amount of energy. The duration of use is 1 second. Taking the divine item in his hands, Tsuyoshi said thoughtfully, "So, in my current state, I can only use it for 1 second, which should be enough time to measure how much my combat power has increased." Putting his hand to the measuring device with the divine hammer in his hands, Tsuyoshi exclaimed, "Let's get started," and then activated the power of the king's divine hammer. Receiving notification, "You have used the power of the king's divine hammer, duration 1 second." Tsuyoshi squirmed in exhaustion, thought, "All my energy has evaporated in an instant." Trying to hold the divine hammer in his hands for as long as possible, he shouted out, "Measure it and tell me how much my battle power has increased." At the same time, outside the building, people were feeling the tremors and shouting that an earthquake was happening. However, everything ended very quickly because the system was overloaded with energy, the measurement was impossible, and the tremors quickly subsided. At the same time, a TOG worker opened the door to the measurement room and shouted that the power had been cut off and that everyone should evacuate immediately. Seeing an exhausted guy holding his hand on the force measurement device, the TOG worker exclaimed in confusion, "Who you are?" After completing the hero test, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "I shouldn't have underestimated him. I didn't expect all my strength to disappear in just 1 second, and I shouldn't use the divine hammer until I get stronger." Despite these thoughts, however, Tsuyoshi walked forward with a big smile and added, "But at least now I'm officially a hero." After some time on the training ground, the supervisor said, "I am Guy the hero in charge of your training. Name Gaius level 9, warrior combat strength 1,200. Speaking to the cadets, the hero added, "The training will be hard, so you must give your best." Hearing their instructor's words, all the recruits in the group shouted yes. Standing behind him and looking at the characteristics of his mentor, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "Only 1,200 at the 9th level? I wonder what my fighting strength will be at the 9th level." Giving an introductory speech to the new recruits, Guy gritted his teeth and said in his head, "Instead of training these snot-nosed brats, I would rather explore D-rank dungeons." Immediately after his thoughts, Gaius shouted out, "Tomorrow you will enter the D-rank dungeon. While you are there, you will realize what kind of work suits you best. Perhaps you will be able to get a low-level item," to which the reply was that we will go down to the dungeon. Raising his hand, one of the recruits said, "But shouldn't we practice a little first? We need to learn our trade before we go down into the dungeon." Hearing the remark from his subject, Ga said in a disgruntled tone that we don't have time to train. Once you become a hero, you have to practice your skills in a real battle. Listening to the trainer shouting, "I warned you that the training would be hard. If you are not ready, then leave," Tsuyoshi thought, "I was ready for this. No questions. Just following orders." Continuing to look at the man who didn't spare the recruits, Tsuyoshi mentally added, "He's just taking out his anger on us like the rest of the heroes. They're human too." The next moment, remembering the girl he was traveling with in the other world, Tsuyoshi smiled slyly and said mentally, "But anyway, in the other world, I have a 72nd level Beastman girl waiting for me, and as soon as the endless passage opens, I will go to her." After a while, Tsuyoshi returned home and listened to the news, which reported that due to the earthquake that occurred at 7 in the evening, the power was cut off in some areas, but fortunately there were no casualties. Sitting nearby in the room and putting on the ring, the guy said, "The time is right. It's time to go to another world, where I will become stronger, choose a profession, and gather the necessary equipment to open the endless passage." Moving to the world of the Beastmen and looking at the night sky, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "Here I am again." Continuing to look around, the boy mentally said, "I look the same as before, even my clothes." Looking at himself and his appearance, he thought to himself, "It seems that once I return to this world, time and equipment remain." The next moment, when he heard something happen, Master Tsuyoshi looked up and saw a woman's bust in front of his eyes and thought, "Oh, I forgot about them." Feeling very embarrassed by the situation, he exclaimed, "It's okay, lead me forward." Hearing her master's instruction, the girl joyfully exclaimed, "I'm glad to see you so inspired, master." The next moment, recalling the training locations that were here, the girl said, "There are third-level goblins nearby. Would you like to practice a little, though their level is low? These goblins are cunning and lecherous, so you must be very careful. Hearing his companion's remark, Tsuyoshi awkwardly said in his head, if they are lecherous, then you should be more careful. The next moment he thought, goblins, I feel like I'm in a fictional world. I'm looking forward to the divine selection system showing its effects. And then exclaimed, great, the first target is goblins. Arriving at the location where the goblins were supposed to be, the Beastman girl said to her master, be careful not to wake the time, goblins. Having received a remark from the girl Tsuyoshi asked your level 72nd, you can easily defeat them. Right then thought her fighting strength is equal to 630,000, which was expected from the 72nd level. Hearing the question from her master, the girl was surprised to ask how you knew what level I was. Covering his face and looking away, Tsuyoshi said, I know it's not for nothing, master. Could you show me how high-level heroes fight? Hearing her master's request, the girl said, but if I help you, you won't earn any experience points. The difference in levels is too great. Tsuyoshi said, that's the rule in the game. I wanted to see you in action. Having learned the motives of her master, the girl was impressed and said in action, you make me embarrassed if you insist I can try it. I don't know how useful it will be, watch carefully. The next moment, she took up her dagger and rushed into the fight, exclaiming, well then, let's go. Immediately after her exclamation, the Beastman girl closed the distance with the goblin with lightning speed and cut him into 2 parts before he could even make a sound. Seeing his companion in action and her use of skills, Tsuyoshi jumped up and down and exclaimed that such moves from a 72nd level warrior were cool. Hearing the praise from her master, the girl looked back and said gently, you're so kind to me. I always give my best even with low-level opponents. I hope it helped you. After listening to his companion, Tsuyoshi punched her hand and exclaimed, can you teach me the technique you used? Receiving the question from her master, the girl was surprised to hear that it was an instantaneous strike skill for high-level warriors, so you can't learn it, and you haven't chosen the right profession yet. Hearing the answer to his question, Tsuyoshi folded his hands in front of him and said confidently, in that case, I will also become a warrior in the end. You are with me. The next moment, thinking with a 72nd level warrior, I can easily copy her skills without worrying about my own profession, but since I can't use the king's divine hammer, I have to find a replacement weapon and then change my profession to warrior. Hearing what her master had decided to become, the girl awkwardly said, you have chosen the profession of a warrior. I will try to be of service to you. Continuing to watch as the girl pulled his hand to her chest and said, I will help you level up. First, let's pick up some equipment. Tsuyoshi thought awkwardly about what this world was like. At one point, the tenderness of the 2 comrades was interrupted by the voice of the goblins who shouted, hey, it's time to change that invader. Noticing 2 goblins not far from the guards who had already been defeated, the guards went on the attack. Watching the enemies approaching them, Tsuyoshi exclaimed, it seems I'll have to deal with them alone. Taking a step forward, the boy said, can I borrow your dagger? I want to try something out. And then received a notification that a silver dagger had been received. After handing over the weapon to her leader, the girl worriedly told the master that it was a bit much to attract enemies in this way. Ignoring the remarks of his companion, Tsuyoshi took a fighting stance, and looking at the goblins mentally said, I have not yet fully experienced the shaking of the heavens. You will be my test subjects. The next moment, he jumped into the air and made a swing, and used his heaven-shaking technique. As a result of the test, Tsuyoshi was able to destroy 2 goblin guards with just 1 blow. Also, seeing what had just happened before her eyes, the Beastman girl thought that even a team of 6 heroes could defeat goblins of the same level so quickly with considerable effort. Receiving experience points after defeating the enemies, Tsuyoshi said happily, this was much easier than I thought. I'll deal with the others. And then thought, I'm starting to like the divine selection system, and reached the 4th level in just 1 night. After killing a certain number of goblins, the girl said, sorry for the inconvenience, but you can use this weapon. After refusing the girl's offer and taking the goblin club, Tsuyoshi happily said, don't worry, this club isn't that bad either, and then heard we should get basic equipment as soon as possible. Now you are practically defenseless. After receiving the remark from his companion and looking at himself, Tsuyoshi mentally said, indeed, without the proper equipment, I will be too susceptible to attacks. I need not just weapons, but armor. And by the way, I managed to learn something about the divine inventory. The divine inventory is a place that exists in a person's mind, regardless of the real world, and there are 2 slots available. When Tsuyoshi saw this notification, he thought, unlike usual, items from the divine can be used in both worlds. The next moment, he received a notification that the divine consciousness inventory grows as you increase your skills and level up. Adding slots, he thought, apparently the divine consciousness inventory will improve with my skills and level. How can I increase the slots? I can't throw away the hammer. Having only 1 is too inconvenient. Continuing to think, Tsuyoshi looked at his friend and thought in both worlds. All equipment is divided into 5 types: head, hands, torso, hips, feet. Then heard Master, I have something on my face. Starting to fantasize about other animal people in different situations, the boy thought lustfully, I can't resist the animal girls with ears. I wonder what other divas exist in this world. The next moment, realizing that he was a little carried away, Tsuyoshi said awkwardly, hey, it's okay. I just wanted to make sure you were following me. At the same moment, the girl suddenly pulled out her weapon and stood in a fighting formation and shouted to the master behind you. Tsuyoshi turned his head in the direction of the cave and saw 3 goblins coming towards them, the woman laughing and shouting. The beast woman exclaimed, "The further we go, the stronger the goblins get, so be careful." And then Tsuyoshi asked, "So the experience points we earn will also increase?" Having come to an interesting conclusion, the guy did not hesitate for a second and exclaimed, "Don't bother me, otherwise I won't get experience," and broke into the enemy. Seeing the boy's actions, one of the goblins who were heading into battle exclaimed a fool, but their remarks were unfounded, as Tsuyoshi approached the enemies, swung his club, and knocked them down in just one blow. Having dealt with the enemies, Tsuyoshi also destroyed his club, which he had previously taken from the goblins, so he repeated this procession. The next moment, shaking off the remains of the house from his hand, Tsuyoshi said, "The higher the level of the opponent, the more experience points I will earn, but the weapon is too fragile." At the same moment, standing behind the boy and watching him, the beast woman thought, "The master has incredible strength. He wields the wooden club as if his level is much higher. He defeated 3 enemies despite the level difference." The deeper the team went into the goblin's lair, the greater the levels and number of monsters, but Tsuyoshi's strength makes their numbers insignificant. Happy for her master, the beast girl calmed down and began to shout out to the master, incredibly surprised to hear that the skill is good. But the weapon is terrible, there are only 6 of them left. After destroying the last goblin in the cave, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "I didn't expect the bonus points in this world to be so high. I'm getting stronger much faster." As he continued to work on clearing out the lair, he added mentally, "When I worked as a scavenger, heroes often complained that the experience of level 3 and 4 kobolds barely reach 10, and if you rarely go into dungeons, you won't be able to increase your level. Moreover, in our world, the Hero Alliance requires a team to go down into the dungeon, and the experience is divided into equal parts." The next moment, Tsuyoshi remembered a conversation between the heroes when he was working as a clincher. "The guild takes everything for itself. Maybe we should join them. All the dungeons have already been cleared. When will we be able to level up?" After finishing these memories, the boy thought, "But in this world, I will be able to earn experience that is given for killing cheap monsters. It's incredible I will raise my level so quickly at this rate. I will have to fight the boss." Tsuyoshi didn't have much time to rejoice at the opportunity to level up until the moment he encountered the boss, after which he and his companion nervously hid behind a rock. The next moment, looking out from behind the stone at the last enemy to be defeated, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "This is the goblin boss." Observing the appearance of her master, the beast girl said, "Unfortunately, the boss is obsessed with darkness." Hearing the remark from his companion, Tsuyoshi looked back and thought that the darkness in this world is also darkness in our world. There is also darkness, and here it is the same. Hiding back behind the rock, Tsuyoshi thought, "A dark goblin. It looks exactly like the one that killed my mom and dad. Maybe it is." Then the girl said, "Enemies possessed by darkness are dangerous. This boss is level 6. But because of the darkness, its power grows exponentially." Feeling fear in stories about darkness, the girl added that darkness has not only destructive power, but its very existence is shrouded in mystery, which is why I will deal with the boss. No sooner had the beast girl made the suggestion than Tsuyoshi shouted, "No, I will deal with him with my own hands either now or in the future." Heading towards the goblin boss, the boy mentally said, "I don't know what the darkness has to do with the other worlds, but I will definitely finish them all off. Those who took my father and mother with my own hands." And then he heard his companion shouting out to the master. Rushing at his opponent with only 1 club in his hands, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "Damn the darkness," and then used the skill of the Heaven Shaker. Continuing to confidently move towards the enemy, the guy thought, "You ruined my life," and shouted, "Disappear." But this time, the boss did not die from 1 blow and attacked back. Rolling backwards after taking damage and landing on the floor, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "Oh shit." Following his opponent, the dark goblin boss released his tongue from his mouth to grab and devour the boy. Seeing this danger, the beast girl immediately jumped out of her hiding place and ran to the rescue, shouting out to the master of your weapon. Despite his injuries, Tsuyoshi staggered to his feet and wiped away the blood, thinking, "You tried to kill me. I won't let the creature that took my parents' lives kill me." Immediately after his thoughts, Tsuyoshi used the skill of absolute physical fitness, which instantly enhanced his body. Preparing to strike, he gathered all his strength in his right hand and shouted, "If I don't have a weapon, my body will become one." As a result of the direct strike, Tsuyoshi destroyed the dark goblin boss, who was the only one left in the cave. Having used up all my energy and raised the level to the 4th, Tsuyoshi said tiredly, "I will destroy all darkness." Seeing the aftermath of the battle with the enemy, the beast girl exclaimed in concern to master your hand. After the girl's exclamation, Tsuyoshi gritted his teeth in pain and said, "Oh, I used too much power." The next moment, a notification appeared saying that your arm was severely injured and was in danger of necrosis because you had concentrated your strength in your right arm, and it could not withstand the energy load, and Tsuyoshi fell down. Noticing that the boy was losing consciousness, the girl ran up to him shouting, "Master!" and catching him, she felt his arm hurt. Immediately after sitting down on the ground and putting Tsuyoshi's head on her thighs, the witch doctor said, Don't worry, I have a first aid kit. 1 hour after the incident, Tsuyoshi regained consciousness and exclaimed, "Wow, I feel much better." Looking at his healed and healthy body, he mentally said, "Recovery in this world is much slower but more effective. Perhaps the history of pharmacology in this world is quite ancient." Seeing that Tsuyoshi was full of strength and energy again, the Beast Girl happily exclaimed, "I'm glad the medicine helped you," and then heard the posing boy say, "I feel much better." Seeing that her master had completely recovered, the girl happily said, "Well then, let's go for the reward." Hearing his companion's suggestion, Tsuyoshi exclaimed happily and headed for the exit, because I had completely forgotten about it. Arriving at the reward location, Tsuyoshi received a notification that said, "You have received a reward. You have broken the record for defeating the boss of this cave, and instead of a partial reward, you will receive a full reward." The next moment, seeing the reward near her, the Beast Girl joyfully exclaimed, "A chest of treasures of darkness." Hearing the girl's exclamations, Tsuyoshi thought, "A reward of treasures of darkness." As he approached the chest and began to examine it, he thought, "This type of reward is quite rare, and even at auctions it is difficult to find it. My efforts have finally paid off." Opening the treasure box, Tsuyoshi received a notification, "You have received a Dark Goblin set." After which the Beast Woman said, "We are lucky to get a whole set. It will be very useful." The next moment, Tsuyoshi abruptly closed the treasure box and thought, "Wait a minute, I only have one place left in my inventory." After receiving a notification that he wanted to add it to his inventory, he thought, "I wonder if the set counts as one item if I put it in my inventory. It will take up one slot," and accepted the offer. After accepting the set to his inventory, Tsuyoshi received a notification. "You have added the Dark Goblin set to your inventory. You can use it at any time." And then he thought happily, "It worked." Noticing the sly smile of the guy who had just taken the reward, the Beast Girl asked the master why you were smiling so much. Having received the question from his companion, Tsuyoshi removed the smile from his face and looked back and said, "I was admiring the reward so much, by the way. You know how to sew." Immediately after the boy's question, the witch doctor pulled out a bag of supplies and said, "I've been sewing clothes since I was a kid, so I have a sewing kit with me." After leaving the cave, the pair of travelers stopped in the middle of the field to create outerwear for Tsuyoshi. After a while demonstrating her creation, the animal girl happily exclaimed to the master that everything was ready, to which he exclaimed a wonderful thank you. Putting on the t-shirt sewn by the girl, the boy joyfully exclaimed, "Wow, it turned out just fine." And she replied, "I am happy to serve you." Having completed the creation of clothes, Tsuyoshi thought, "Since I have raised the level, it's time to go back," and then said we should stop here for the night to rest, to which he heard well. After a while, having found a great place, Tsuyoshi returned home and plopped down on the bed, sighed heavily, and said, "I'm finally home." As he settled into bed, he thought back to the recent moment. "We had a hard time finding a place to sleep and had to wait until she fell asleep to return." After a bit of tossing and turning on the bed and finding a comfortable position, Tsuyoshi said, "This time I got a lot of useful things, but I can't stop time in this world. I need to sleep tomorrow. I'll go to the cave for the first time." The next day, when Tsuyoshi woke up and got out of bed, he decided to try out the Dark Goblin kit he had in his inventory. After equipping the set, the guy received a notification that you have put on a set of Dark Goblin special skills. Set Roaring Tentacles. When activating this skill, all low-level enemies emit a loud scream, freezing in place. The user's hand turns into a giant tentacle that delivers a fatal blow. Trying on a new set of armor, Tsuyoshi exclaimed joyfully, "It's just incredible. Even a special skill is here. It will be fun." Immediately after his joy, he remembered the harsh reality and said, "I can't show this suit to the other heroes. Unfortunately, the heroes are killing each other to steal the equipment." Having decided that this set is dangerous to wear, Tsuyoshi already wanted to take it off, thinking that if they see a newcomer in such a suit, they will definitely suspect something. After which he saw a notification about the effect of the set. You can disguise the equipment under the usual clothes you want to disguise. Having received a great offer, Tsuyoshi accepted it and watching the disappearance of the equipment, exclaimed, "Disguise as normal clothes is great." The next moment he got up from the bed and headed to the kitchen, saying that he would see them in a few minutes, he needed a snack, and then heard the phone ring and said that I was on the phone. Picking up the phone and saying hello, Tsuyoshi heard the frightened voice of a nurse who exclaimed, "You're Karina's brother. I'm the head nurse. Some people have broken into the hospital and want to take her away. They say she owes them money. Please come quickly." After listening to the nurse, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "I had to take out a loan to pay the hospital bills. Why did they come for her? I paid everything on time as we agreed." And then shouted, "Don't let them touch her." The next moment, hearing the woman's voice fading away, they took the landline phone away. "Please come quickly." And the beeping sound of the phone. Tsuyoshi crushed it in his hand. Angry at the situation, he said, "Damn it!" and changed his plans and headed for the exit. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Karina was trying to fight off the men, shouting, "Please wait for my brother. Stop! Please don't touch me. What do you want from me?" Showing the girl a signed piece of paper with the agreement, the man said, "There are reasons for this. Your brother owes us money and did not pay it back on time, so we are taking you away." Recalling the moment of signing the agreement, the man mentally said, "We agreed to lend him money only because the boss liked the girl on the black market. She would be expensive, and the fact that she could not walk might appeal to the rich." Continuing his recollections, the man mentally added, "I added these conditions to the contract, but the idiot didn't even notice. He's a scumbag. I'll take this girl and have as much fun with her as I want. It worked before, and it will work now." Hearing the reason for the invasion of her room, Karina screamed out in fright. "My brother would never have signed such an agreement. You tricked him." Starting to crumple the paper with the contract, the man said, "We are not interested in your brother's pitiful payments. We are interested in when you are going to pay me back the principal." The next moment, touching the girl's face, the creditor added, "Just know that if you agree to a good deal, we will pardon you." Continuing to smile ominously at the sick girl, the boss of the criminals added, "But if you refuse, then don't hold a grudge." Before the man could do anything, a loud stomping sounded from the corridor, and then the door of the ward burst open, and someone shouted out who it was. Not wanting to have any conversations with those who decided to deceive him and take advantage of his moment, Tsuyoshi angrily exclaimed, "Get ready." Also seeing Tsuyoshi on the threshold of his room, the frightened younger sister called out to her brother. The next moment, turning his gaze back, the leader of the extortionist gang exclaimed, "Just look who's here to see us." Subsequently, turning completely to the guy who had arrived in the ward, the man added, "Why are you angry at all? That was the agreement. Why do you need such a miserable sister?" Having increased the physical strength of his legs, which increased his speed, Tsuyoshi quickly closed the distance and struck the leader of the extortionists. Seeing what had just happened, one of the guards approached the victim, shouting "Boss," and the other rushed at Tsuyoshi to teach him a lesson, shouting "Bastard." However, this attack was not successful as Tsuyoshi threw his own punch, and as soon as their fists collided, the guard's arm broke. As a result, the thug fell to the ground moaning heavily and exclaiming, "My hand was holding on, trying to somehow endure the pain." The leader of the extortionists clenched his teeth and stood up with the help of an assistant and shouted, "You piece of shit, no one has ever beaten me." Taking a gun out of his pocket and firing a shot at Tsuyoshi, the man shouted, "You want to defeat the Blue Snake Gang? Take it." Seeing what had just happened in front of her, the frightened Karina shouted no with tears in her eyes. But at the same moment, something incredible happened that no one could have expected. Tsuyoshi caught the bullet with his hand. Frozen in shock, the assistant exclaimed with his boss, "He caught the bullet with his bare hands? It can't be." Despite the shouts of the criminals who opened fire on him, Tsuyoshi spoke to the others in a stern tone. "I am a hero," and then received a notification that you have increased the physical strength of your hands. Now they are not conducive to conventional weapons. Clinging to each other, the three members of the Blue Snake Gang screamed out in fright that he was a hero. Somewhere in the corridor, on her way to the patient's room where the attackers had invaded, a nurse shouted to a policeman that some men had broken into the room and began threatening the patient and her brother to leave quickly. As the nurse approached the room where all this was happening, she heard Mr. Tsuyoshi say, "Please pay the debt as soon as possible." Directly in front of her in the room, the nurse saw three beaten men heading for the exit, saying, "Otherwise our boss will not stand aside, so we have to go. Sorry for calling you." The next moment, when they came out into the corridor and saw a nurse, the men bowed their heads and said, "We're leaving." Walking away from the hospital after being beaten up, the gang member thought angrily, "He's become a hero, damn it. I need to report to the boss. Our boss is a level 10 warrior. We can easily destroy him." When the whole situation was settled, Karina looked at her brother and said in surprise, and they left, and she heard her brother pick up her bedspread. "Karina, I'm sorry I've been away so much." The next moment, after covering her sister's feet again, the boy added that the blue snake would return if we didn't pay. "I've been dealing with debts all this time, but now I'm a hero, so don't worry about what you heard. You really are a hero." Pulling out his hero card and showing it to his sister, Tsuyoshi said, "Yes, but I'm still a newbie. I'll be officially recognized when I go to the cave today." Continuing to look at his sister, the boy thought guiltily, "I borrowed $60,000 from the Blue Snake Gang for Karina's treatment. It will take a long time to earn it. Even with the job as a hero, I will have to sell all my heroic equipment." Soon after arriving at the test site, the guy mentally said, "Today the hard times will be over and I will officially become a hero." Standing in front of the portal to Gaius' dungeon, a 9th level warrior with a combat strength of 1,200 shouted out, "Already, yes." Continuing to speak to the recruits, the man added, "Today we will see if you are ready to become heroes. There are a few rules. First, you must hand over all the heroic equipment you find in the cave to me." Hearing the examiner's demand, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "I've heard of this before. It seems the Hero Alliance is just turning a blind eye to it. But I guess there's nothing of value in a low-level cave anyway." The next moment, raising his hand in front of him, Guy exclaimed, "As for the test, don't worry about it. I'll go with you. I'm a 9th level warrior. Follow my instructions and everything will be fine." Continuing his speech, the man said, "As a thank you for my work, you must pay me 20,000 yen each," understood to which he heard an uncertain yes. At the same moment, Tsuyoshi stretched out his hand in front of him and exclaimed, "Why should we pay you? You will get all the equipment from the cave, then we will have no money left." Hearing Tsuyoshi's exclamations, the guy behind him said, "Hey, don't say too much. He's from the Mad Wolves Guild." And Tsuyoshi thought, He's being backed by the guild? Now I understand why he's asking for money so brazenly. Continuing his thoughts, Tsuyoshi added, however, I still won't pay such a person for anything after hearing my rules. Feeling somewhat irritated that someone had spoken out against Guy, he added, if you don't have the money, then take the test yourself. And then thought, what an idiot, I don't care about his provocations. Hearing what awaited those who refused to pay, the crowd of newcomers began to echo that no one had ever taken the test alone, and even the strongest heroes would not go into a cave alone, because of a fool who would argue with an examiner over some 20,000. When Tsuyoshi heard the conditions of the test, he threw up his hands and said, well, in that case, I'll take the test alone. Hearing the latest news, the assistant examiner exclaimed in confusion, you must have confused something, let me check. Looking in his notebook, the man exclaimed in confusion, no one has ever taken the test alone, even though it is a C-ranked cave, but it is incredibly dangerous for beginners, to which Tsuyomi replied, thanks for the advice, I've already decided, let me go. Resigned to the boy's decision, the assistant examiner said, well, good luck, and then thought some crazy person. Once in the dungeon, Tsuyoshi received a test confirmation message. Tsuyoshi's trainee Tsukishiro sent an application to take the test, a lone cave type forest level C, recommended number of participants 5 or more, recommended strength 600 or more. Looking at the location in front of him in its original form, the guy said in surprise, I've only seen caves after clearing the heroes, so this is what they look like. The next moment, the guy felt someone's presence, and then a monster with a club attacked him and hit him on the head to disarm him. But the attacker's weapon was shattered. Looking back at the attacker Tsuyoshi with the equipment of a Dark Goblin set and a combat strength of 6,400, he said, unexpected attack on me will not work. Immediately after he said that, the guy took the rest of the monster's house from its hands, which surprised the 4th level Dark Goblin. The next moment, the guy drove a piece of the house into the neck of his opponent and said, this Dark Goblin is quite strong and dangerous. Having dealt with his first victim, Tsuyoshi added in a stern tone, but compared to my strength, he is absolutely insignificant. Rubbing his hands together after destroying the first opponent, he said, of course I knew that in this world the experience of defeating real enemies is different from the experience in another world. No wonder it takes so long for heroes to level up. The next moment, feeling that he was surrounded by the rest of the Dark Goblins, Tsuyoshi said, don't hide, attack, and then a whole bunch of monsters fell on him. Having achieved the desired, the guy revealed his equipment and shouted out the perfect, after which he used the Roaring Tentacle skill. Destroying the enemies one by one with the help of the bonus skill of the equipment, the boy shouted with each defeated enemy, come on, attack. Somewhere on the other side of the dungeon, looking at his notebook, the man said anxiously, it's been almost an hour since he was there for so long, so everything is going well. Continuing to wait for the boy's return, the assistant added, you're such a fearless rookie. No one in their right mind would take the test alone. Soon this guy will be in the papers. At one point, noticing the changes in the portal, the man said, what's going on? And then heard the results of the self-test updated. Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro passed. The next moment, a guy came out of the portal and, rubbing his neck, said, excuse me, tell me where I can take a shower. Returning from the dungeon with the rest of the newcomers, Guy exclaimed, if it weren't for me, you would have all died there. How did you become heroes without even basic skills? 20,000 is still cheap. In response to the examiner's remarks, the newcomers said guiltily, but you said not to interfere. You refused my help. Wasn't 20,000 enough? And besides, we entered the cave for the first time, and you didn't even give us any instructions. Hey, why are you mad? Be glad you passed the test at all. After listening to the whining of the newcomers, Gaius looked back and exclaimed, let me remind you that at this level you should pay me 40,000. I lowered the price to avoid listening to your whining. The next moment, activating the radio, the man put his hand to his ear and said, hello, I'm listening. I'm busy getting down to business. Hearing that he had just been informed about Guy, he exclaimed in shock that you just said he had passed the test, and that was impossible. After a while, arriving at the sink where Tsuyoshi was washing, Gaia exclaimed, hey, how did you do it? Come on, answer me. You're on the 4th level. Holding the folded things in front of him, the man added unhappily, you used high-level equipment. None of the newbies have ever passed this test on their own. Raising his head and fixing his hair, Tsuyoshi said, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. It's possible. The thing is that otherwise I would have to pay 20,000. With that, Gaia rushed at the guy and grabbed him by the collar, shouting, are you kidding me? I'm a member of the Mad Wolves Guild. Answer me. Raising his gaze to the man who threatened him, Tsuyoshi said in an indifferent tone, with a level 9 and a combat strength of 1,200, it seems your guild is not that strong. Even more outraged at the guy in front of him, Gaius swung his fist and shouted, who do you think you are? How dare you insult me? At the same moment, grabbing his attacker's arm and calming his temper a bit, Tsuyoshi asked, do you want to beat me to death with your 9-level fists? Feeling his arm being squeezed, Guy felt a certain panic and thought, his speed and strength, I can't believe he's a 4th level. The next moment, the man took a step back and shouted, you? And then hid his dagger hand behind his back. Noticing the intentions of his opponent, the guy raised his hands in front of him and shouted, hey, wait a minute. But Gaius was not going to wait and fulfill the guy's request. He immediately swung the dagger and shouted, What are you hiding? The next moment when the strike occurred, Guy's dagger smashed into Tsuyoshi's arm, and he was alerted to the protective effect of the Dark Goblin set and absolute physicality. Looking down at his broken dagger that had shattered after making contact with Tsuyoshi, Guy exclaimed, "It broke, but how?" Immediately after turning his gaze to the guy standing in front of him, the ninth level warrior exclaimed, "You're hiding some equipment, right?" "High-level armor, yes." Feeling nervous at the question, Tsuyoshi mentally said to himself, "I accidentally showed my abilities. I shouldn't reveal my secret to people from this world." Smiling ominously after discovering something interesting, Gaia said, "Hey, you have something good there. You found it in a cave or stole it." In response to the examiner's question, the boy looked away and exclaimed, "Oh, I was so scared." The next moment, reaching into his pocket for an unnecessary weapon, Tsuyoshi exclaimed, "Without this dagger, I would never have survived." Later, an employee's voice was heard near a couple of people saying, "Sorry for the wait, Tsukishiro-san. Here's your certificate. You're officially a hero now." To which he replied, "Okay, I'll be right there." Following the man who had arrived with the report, Tsuyoshi thought, "You're my savior. He's not going to make a scene in front of the staff." As he walked away, Tsuyoshi looked back and half-heartedly realized that thanks to the system, my combat power had become much higher than the average 4th level hero. But fighting high-level enemies was still difficult. Lying on his bed at home and looking out the window, Tsuyoshi thought to himself, "I think I've attracted Guy's attention in this world. There are no beasties with ears and my level is still low, so I have to be careful in the future." Meanwhile, at the entrance, the attacker arrived at the door of Tsuyoshi's apartment and asked if it was right, and he answered, "When you break the lock, use immobilization magic on it." Having received the instruction from his comrade, the 10th level Mad Wolves Guild member, a lasso mage with a combat strength of 3,500, began to act. At the same time, Gaius took out his dagger and slowly ran his fingers along the blade, saying that soon we will get the treasure he was hiding. Hearing his partner in crime make a noise, the sorcerer shouted quietly as he might hear us. Having calmed his friend down, the sorcerer sat down by the door handle and said, "First, let's break the chains with magic and use the magic of fire." Before the invaders could make a stealthy break-in, Tsuyoshi kicked the door in from the inside and appeared before the invaders with a club. Seeing the enemy who wanted to break into his house, Tsuyoshi shouted, "You fast bastard, I'll destroy you," and then used the skill of shaking the heavens. After striking the first blow at the confused enemies with the element of surprise, Tsuyoshi thought he had brought a 10th level mage with him. The level difference was too high. The next moment he saw the wizard reach for his accomplice, he mentally added combat strength, one of the indicators for assessing a hero's abilities. Mine is 6,400, but my level is too low. I could win if the difference were not so high. Continuing to think, Tsuyoshi mentally added, "My opponents can compensate for my low level of combat strength with their level. It's like a low-level warrior fighting a weak high-level boss." Gritting his teeth after realizing his situation, the boy mentally wondered if it was worth it to rush into battle relying only on skills and equipment. If I failed, I would be finished. The next moment, the wizard came to his senses and got to his feet and exclaimed, "You're trying to deceive me, but luckily I've strengthened the protection of my cloak. I'll finish you off and take everything for myself." Immediately after his loud shouting, the 10th level wizard used fire magic and directed it at Tsuyoshi. Feeling a burn on his body from his opponent's magic, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "Hot suit is impervious to physical attacks, but not to magic. It's much easier to fight a goblin." The next moment, making the best decision for himself, the guy ran away thinking, "I have to run or I'll play for time." And then he heard a sound in the distance. Jumping out of the window and heading down, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "I will concentrate on improving my legs with the Dark Goblin's protection. I will be able to land softly." As he continued to walk down, the guy used the skill and received a notification: "You have increased the physical strength of your legs. Remember that other parts of your body are now unprotected." At the same moment, another attacker appeared near Tsuyoshi and pierced his torso as he fell, and he thought he had a net. After a knee strike, the 12th level warrior from the Mad Wolves Guild folded his hands into a lock and exclaimed, "Caught me, didn't expect to see me here like this." The next moment, the man who had struck Tsuyoshi slammed him into the ground, exclaiming, "What a pity." Starting to get up slowly after the hard landing, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "It's good that I increased the physical strength of my whole body during the fall, but I got hit by a knee because I had removed it with the Dark Goblin kit beforehand, so I was able to reduce the damage." Then the man who had attacked him landed in front of him and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, you're still alive." The next moment, a sorcerer appeared behind the man and exclaimed, "What skill did you use when you attacked me? How can a beginner do that?" Slowly rising from the ground, Tsuyoshi removed the invisibility from his equipment and used the Roaring Tentacles skill. At the same time, the sorcerer used the Restriction skill on Tsuyoshi, which stops the target for a second and a half if the opponent's level is lower than the user's. Then the movements can be restricted forcibly. Realizing how powerless he was at the moment, Tsuyoshi gritted his teeth and thought, "Oh shit, he stopped me." Meanwhile, a group of attackers rushed at the guy, shouting, "Even with such a skill at this level, you have weaknesses. We will finish you off and divide the loot. You wanted it that way." The next moment, Tsuyoshi received the long-awaited notification that told him the time for the Infinity Ring to recover was now open, and he thought of escape. Just as his opponents were about to get him, Tsuyoshi seized the opportunity and traveled to another world. Heading to the world of Beastmen through the endless passage, the guy shouted, "I remember you, I will return stronger and defeat you." Finding himself in another dimension on a soft bed, Tsuyoshi thought happily, "I escaped. I have to learn our skills. I was too carried away by the equipment. Without the skills, I can't survive." Continuing his thoughts, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "Everything is in my hands," and then turned his head towards his companion and said, "Hey, to learn new skills." Before he could finish his sentence, a river of blood poured from his nose due to the excitement of the picture he saw in front of him. Looking at the beautiful beast girl sleeping next to him, he mentally said to himself, "Surely she is still sleeping." Continuing to watch the sleeping girl, Tsuyoshi mentally said the smell of cherry blossoms. She always smells like it. Feeling a surge of masculine energy, the boy mentally exclaimed, "I'm not a man if I don't do something," and then received a notification. Physical strength, adrenaline has strengthened your muscles, you have increased strength, speed, and the work of the whole body. The next moment, Tsuyoshi suddenly remembered the reason he had come to this dimension, and the shouts of his enemies who wanted to kill him, after which his excitement instantly disappeared. Sleeping on his knees and bowing his head down, the guy said disappointedly, "No, now is not the time for that. First, I have to deal with the problems in my world. I have to come up with a plan to raise my level and skills." When morning came, the animal girl woke up and stretched sweetly, saying that she had finally slept for the first time in a long time. Hearing his companion's words, Tsuyoshi said in a tired voice, "I slept well too, and you can make me another costume." After listening to the boy and going with him to the camp, the girl said, "To learn new skills, you need to get a scroll of skills, so you need to go to the martial arts academy." And so they arrived at the martial arts academy. Seeing two uninvited guests in front of him, the Beastman guard waving his hand, said, "You are the same person who attracted the attention of the Beast King to enter. You must first reach the 6th level, and then pass the test with the 4th level. It is too early for you to enter." Hearing the Beastman's remark at the checkpoint, Tsuyoshi, wearing a new t-shirt with an embroidered heart, said what it was. Interrupting the guy's discontent, his companion said guiltily, "I'm sorry, I've been training in the caves for so long that I didn't know about such rules," and said, "It's okay, I need to improve my level anyway. I'll be back later." Hearing her master's intentions, the girl said, "Yes, then you can level up in that cave," and then said, "You worthless human, the Beastmen don't recognize you, and if it weren't for the Beast King, they would tear you to pieces." While a couple of young people were choosing where to level up, the Beastman standing at the gate added, "You won't pass the exam even if you reach level 6 and you're still fighting with that mongrel, you pathetic couple." Hearing what had just been said to Tsuyoshi, the girl bowed her head down and thought it was my fault. The master had been so kind to me that I had forgotten where I belonged, and by being here, I would bring him even more trouble. The girl sadly pressed her ears and added in her head, "I don't want to disturb the master. I need to explain everything to him and say goodbye." As soon as she thought about it, she saw the boy turn around and head back with a menacing expression on his face, and she shouted out to the master. Walking up to the Beastman and grabbing his collar, Tsuyoshi shouted in a fit of anger, "You just told me to cut out your tongue, you bastard." Trying to resolve the conflict with ordinary words, Tsuyoshi, restraining his anger, shouted out, "Ask her to forgive you right now." Feeling afraid of Tsuyoshi's actions, the Beastman exclaimed, "Where am I wrong? This girl is a mix of human and beast. She's a half-beast. She doesn't even have a name. She's a disgrace to us. A half-beast, a half-breed, a beastman whose existence is denied by the beastmen who place great value on the half-beast race, who despise them regardless of their level and status, and who are not allowed to bear names, most of whom are driven out of their settlements." After learning the new information about his companion, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "So she's a half-beast man. That's why I didn't see her name that time. She didn't have one at all." The next moment, many archers appeared on the wall, aiming at Tsuyoshi, and the guard at the gate said, "Man, don't get cocky just because you're recognized by the Beast King. If you treat us with disrespect, I will destroy you." Immediately after Tsuyoshi loosened his grip, the Beastman exclaimed, "I will apologize to her if you pass the exam, but I am sure that an ordinary person is not capable of doing so." Approaching the boy who had gotten into the conflict because of her, her companion said, "Master, you shouldn't do this because of me." The next moment, the guy let go of the animal and said in a stern tone, "Remember Sakura? Her name is Sakura." Feeling embarrassed after hearing the name, the girl mentally said, "Sakura, you gave me that name, master?" Subsequently, turning his back on the Beastman and walking away, Tsuyoshi exclaimed, "Remember my words, if I pass, you will apologize to her." After the conflict with the Beastman was over, Tsuyoshi threw his arm around the girl's shoulder and said, "Let's go, Sakura." Arriving at the hunting grounds, Tsuyoshi was surprised to hear that the fox was a rare species, so let's go and deal with it. Before Tsuyoshi was about to go hunting, the girl said to the master, "Why did you call me Sakura?" When Tsuyoshi received the question from his companion, he looked back and put his hand behind his head and said guiltily, "You don't like that name." Hearing the question from her master, the girl awkwardly waved her hands and exclaimed, "No, you don't like it." Immediately after looking down and seeing Sakura's fingers waving, she added awkwardly, I'm just curious how you chose it. Receiving the question from his companion, Tsuyoshi awkwardly rubbed his cheek and said, well, it's a little embarrassing to talk about it, but you always smell like a cherry blossom, so I thought it was a good name for you, sorry. Before Tsuyoshi could finish his thought, he felt a girl jump on his back with a hug and exclaimed, thank you, master, I really like this name. Hugging her master harder and harder, the girl happily added my name Sakura, to which Tsuyoshi awkwardly replied with a trifle. Having finished talking and arrived at the cave where the hunt was to take place, Tsuyoshi asked, well, Sakura, let's get started. After handing over her weapon to Tsuyoshi, Sakura asked if my dagger would be good for you. It's not as good, but it's much stronger than the Goblin's Club, and the boy said, compared to a hammer, any weapon seems so light. Subsequently, having smelled the strangers, 3 monsters appeared in front of the pair of warriors. Fox Beastmen described as an intelligent and fast species of beastmen, with whom you need to be careful. Returning his gaze to his companion Tsuyoshi said, Sakura, we're doing everything like last time. I want to gain experience, so don't interfere. To which the girl happily exclaimed, so you called me by name. Having received a notification that said, if the difference in the levels of the strong and weak participants is more than 5 levels, then the experience and equipment will not be received according to the results of the battle. Tsuyoshi rushed at the enemies and shouted forward, I'm going to try out a new blade. Standing behind and supporting her master, Sakura shouted out, this kind of beastman is quite cunning, so don't make any sudden movements. Swinging his dagger as he confronted the enemies, Tsuyoshi said in surprise in his head, they are really fast. For 1 second, he thought about the characteristics of the enemies and saw a fox beastman with a dagger in his hand jump out in front of him. However, as a result of the attack, the boy strengthened his body with physical strength, which, when concentrated in certain parts of the body, increases physical endurance, and thanks to this skill, he was not injured. Seeing that their sudden attack was ineffective, the bald beastman froze in place in surprise, and Tsuyoshi shouted, with this level of combat strength, you can't hurt me. Watching the battle in the cave from the sidelines, Sakura mentally said that the master's defense was incredible, which was expected from a hero who had raised the divine hammer, and that low-level enemies were no match for him. Taking advantage of the moment and going to break through to the enemies, Tsuyoshi said against such enemies, speed is more important than strength, I realized. After dealing with a couple of foxes and getting experience points, the guy confidently added, in this world, leveling up is fast, so I don't need to fight for resources to get experience points. The next moment, he bowed his head down and mentally said, at this speed, these 3 have the maximum combat power, but they are only at the 12th level. Thinking of the 3 attackers from his world, Tsuyoshi mentally said, no matter how strong I am with such a level difference, it is impossible at the level I am obviously losing to them. Winning will be difficult. I have to reduce the level difference with 4 skills. Tsuyoshi was in a serious mood and said in a stern tone, we need to raise my level to the 6th time, Sakura. I'll put this stubborn beast in his place. And the girl exclaimed in confusion. After dealing with all the minions, Tsuyoshi went to the boss who was in the last room, a dark fox beastman. Seeing a beautiful weapon on the beast belt, the boy whispered to his companion, I wonder if I can get his sword. Watching the boss's weapon with a twinkle in his eye, Tsuyoshi whispered, its length and strength are perfect for me, and then Sakura asked if he wanted to take it. Going back behind the wall of the cave, Tsuyoshi said thoughtfully that no, I was just wondering if it could fall out to me, after which the girl said yes. Most items can fall out. Recalling the item drop system, Sakura said, however, the rarity of drops depends on the quality of the items. It is better to fight until you get what you want. Depending on the cave and special items, this process can speed up the probability of drops. The probability of getting an item after defeating an enemy, the higher the quality of the item's level and effects, the lower the probability of drops. After listening to the stories about getting items from bosses, Tsuyoshi mentally said, there's even a probability of dropping them just like in the game, which makes the system more understandable. The next moment, looking out from behind the wall at his enemy, he saw a Dark Fox Beastman, level 7 boss combat power, 1500 Black Sword of Cold, light probability of drop 6%, and then thought about the note written at the bottom of the boss, the probability of drop 6% is so low. Continuing to think, Tsuyoshi thought, it seems that it will not be so easy to get it, which is a pity, it would be perfect for me, and then received a notification. The exchange system is activated. You can exchange items by fulfilling certain conditions. The exchanged items will be improved depending on your level and ability. Keep in mind that items that have not been exchanged for a long time will be updated. Seeing this message, Tsuyoshi was surprised to hear the exchange system. I still have a lot to learn. Right now, only the scroll is available for exchange. Looking at the exchange shop, the guy saw a high drop probability scroll. Increases the drop probability of all items by 30%. Within 1 minute exchange conditions, defeat 30 monsters of level 5, and above current number of victories, 114 conditions met. Seeing his current results, the guy happily thought, 114, I will be able to exchange his increase of 30% for 1 minute. Seems the number of enemies defeated counts in both worlds. At one point in his thoughts, he came up with something brilliant and said, if I exchange 3 pieces at once, the probability of a drop will increase to 96. Smiling happily, Tsuyoshi thought that he would instantly get me a drop and started looking for this exchange shop. After doing a few simple steps and purchasing the necessary items, he received a notification that you have exchanged 3 scrolls and fulfilled the conditions. Now you have no items that can be exchanged. Having gotten everything he needed to keep what he wanted, Tsuyoshi headed to the boss and said to Sakura, let's go get the sword. I'll become even stronger with it. He said, yes, master. Pulling out a dagger in front of him and preparing for battle, the guy shouted out, concentrate, Sakura! What's next? The next moment, the Dark Fox Beastman pounced on the boy and made the first attack that almost hurt Tsuyoshi. Feeling a slight chill after his opponent's attack, Tsuyoshi mentally said, this sword has a cold effect. Meanwhile, standing behind him, the girl said, the Dark Fox is not only cunning but also strong, and his weapon has an effect that slows your movements and reduces your stamina. And the Dark Fox is afraid of fire, so if you add fire oil to your weapon, it will be more effective. And if you take advantage of this weakness, you will quickly end the fight. Taking his companion's advice, Tsuyoshi applied fire oil to his weapon and said, let's see, what's cooler, your cold or my fire? Fire oil is a mixture of resin and combustible ash that gives weapons their fiery properties and ignites when exposed to air. Having strengthened his weapon, Tsuyoshi rushed at his opponent and shouted, give me your sword. At that time, standing behind Sakura informed the weak points of the bald beastman were his armpits and neck. Having received the new information about the fight against the boss, Suishi again, began to close the distance and shouted, well, now I am. Shortening the distance with the help of his legs, Tsuyoshi was able to wound the dark bald beastman with a punch to the armpit. As a result of this strike, he received a notification during the attack of the enemy's weaknesses. His status changes to coward, allowing him to deal double damage. At this time, the enemy's aggression and morale decreases, making him more vulnerable for a duration of 15 seconds. Seeing the wonderful effect that opens up many possibilities for him, Tsuyoshi thought with a smile on his face that this effect meant something interesting. Again, he moved to close in on his opponent, clutching the dagger in his hand and shouted, I'm going to take advantage of this. Seeing that Tsuyoshi was doing the best, Sakura exclaimed, master, in this state it is much easier to defeat the enemy. Dodge in different directions to strike. Taking note of his companion's words, the boy exclaimed, thank you to himself, and then managed to avoid absolutely all the strikes of the Dark Fox Beastman. Continuing to avoid every attack of the cave boss, the boy mentally said, without Sakura's advice, I would have died for sure. After some time of swinging his weapon, the Dark Fox Beastman ran out of stamina and stooped down with heavy breathing from fatigue. Seeing the current situation in the battle, Tsuyoshi jumped on the monster and shouted, it's over, now it's my turn, and then heard the sound of a gunshot to the neck. Using the skill as he approached the enemy, Tsuyoshi received a notification of physical strength. 60% of his strength is concentrated in his hands, which provides 200% of the damage, and shouted out. The next moment, taking his companion's advice and hitting the monster's neck, Tsuyoshi received another notification. You hit a weakness and dealt triple damage to the enemy, severely exhausted for 15 seconds. Seeing what had just happened, Sakura exclaimed with joy, but it was too early to relax, and then thought, even though his level was low, Master made this battle exciting. Meanwhile, as Tsuyoshi continued to move around his opponent to strike the next blow, he exclaimed that it would soon be over. Once he was above the bald beastman, he drove his dagger into its head and used the skill of the Sky Shaker to shout out, get it. Seeing that the battle was finally over, the girl jumped up and down and shouted out to her master. Receiving the joyful congratulations from Sakura, Tsuyoshi, wiping the sweat from his face, mentally said, I also like this battle. The next moment, taking the recently exchanged magic scrolls from his inventory and using them, he mentally added, I almost forgot to use the scroll before I fell. After receiving the notification you have used 3 scrolls, the probability of dropping items has increased to 96%. The duration of the effect is 1 minute, Tsuyoshi said, in barely a breath. Later, he received a few more notifications that said you have earned 3,000 experience points. You defeated the 7th level Dark Fox Beastman boss. You dropped a black sword of cold light, after which he happily said 3,000 experience points in a sword. Then Sakura added you were lucky the first time a weapon rarely drops. Picking up his new weapon, Tsuyoshi mentally said, even with absolute physical strength, I remain susceptible to attacks. If I find the right weapon, I will be able to deal stronger blows. The next moment, he pulled out his sword in front of him and added, I have never seen such a strong weapon before. If I defeat this trio of mad wolves with this weapon, it will be just a little while before dawn, and I will reach the 6th level with Sakura. After finishing his thoughts and throwing the sword on his shoulder, the boy said to Sakura, where else can I level up? I want to reach the 6th level as soon as possible. After receiving the question from the master, the girl said, just use the reset scroll. The Bald Beastman Cave is considered a low-level area, so monsters appear here faster. The reset scroll reduces the time it takes for monsters to revive in caves and dungeons at higher levels and in special areas. The next moment, reaching into her purse, the girl added, I have a few that should be enough to get us to the 6th level, but maybe we should take a break first. I have some healing potions. To which Tsuyoshi replied, wow, you don't have anything. After a while, Sakura took out a reset scroll and used it and said, this should work. And then a notification appeared saying, you have used the reset scroll and the cave has been updated. Seeing this notification, Tsuyoshi confidently headed inside and said, great, I can't wait any longer. Fighting with the enemies and starting to destroy them one by one, the guy shouted out a black sword of cold light. Really incredible, it can even slow down enemies. After which Sakura added, some weapons have special effects to increase their strength. In the future, you can find even more attractive weapons. Continuing to destroy enemies with the new sword, Tsuyoshi thought about weapons in the divine inventory of consciousness. I have the king's hammer, but now I can use it for only 1 second. If I increase the time, I will become invincible. Later, it was time for the second battle with the cave boss, but this time the boss was not in the right frame of mind for the battle. His whole body was trembling with fear. Seeing the state of his last opponent who was not going to attack him, the guy said, hey, what's wrong with you? I've already defeated your relatives and reached the 5th level. After destroying the boss and several more annihilations of the Tsuyoshi cave, he arrived back at the Dark Fox's room and exclaimed, hey boss, I'm back. You missed me. After repeating his raids several times, Tsuyoshi reached the moment when, for the last time, the Dark Fox Beastman knelt down before him and offered him his sword. Seeing this gesture of goodwill from his opponent, Tsuyoshi rushed into battle and exclaimed, I'm almost done. After which he struck one last blow and leveled up. Having achieved what he wanted and finally taking a break, the guy said, wiping his sweat, I restored my stamina several times during the night. I probably already collected a full set of Fox Beastmen, and finally the 6th level of stamina restoration. When stamina runs out, the strength of attacks decreases significantly and the perception of damage increases. Filled with determination and prepared to make the guard answer, Tsuyoshi said, now I can take revenge, wait for me. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the martial arts academy sitting by the fire, the guard said he would take revenge when he reached the 6th level, you fool. Hearing the remark from his comrade, the beastman said how a person could raise the level on our land, something he was impressed with. And even if he reached the 6th level, only the strongest would be able to enter the academy. Later, not far from a couple of guards near the fire, someone shouted out, and turning his head in the direction of the sound, the guard saw someone's image in the darkness, who said, what a shame. I've already reached the 6th level. Hearing the news of the guy they had just talked about, the guard exclaimed in confusion, you can't have increased your level in just a day. Ignoring the beastman's question, Tsuyoshi confidently stepped forward and said to the examiner, I'm not going to wait until tomorrow, so prepare an apology for Sakura. Arriving at the gate, the examiner said unhappily, what's the matter? I was about to go to bed. I don't advise you to waste my time. Beastman, the academy's warden, 20th grade warrior. Hearing the warden's remarks, Tsuyoshi said, I have fulfilled the conditions. And I also want to learn new skills from the skill vault. Every martial arts academy keeps skill scrolls in a certain place, and those who have passed the test can choose any skill from there. Hearing the boy's request, the beastman in front of him said, you want a lot. Even the 6th level doesn't guarantee passing the test. And then the guard leaned over to him. After hearing what the comrade had just reported to him, the warden exclaimed in shock that you had risen from the 4th level to the 6th in a day? How is that possible? In response to the warden's exclamation, Tsuyoshi said, stop talking. If I pass the exam, you will apologize to Sakura. And the warden exclaimed, well, where did you get all that confidence from? Also, hearing the boy's demand, the warden said, I don't know how you did it, but let's try to pass the test as an ordinary person. It sounds like a joke to the beastman. The next moment, the leader of the academy joined the conversation and said, but since you have reached the 6th level, strength is one of the most important criteria for passing the test. Standing in front of the boy and the other academy staff, the leader added, after passing the test, you will be eligible to use our skill repository. Then pointing to a slab on the table, the academy leader said the test is quite simple. If you can split this stone slab with one blow, you have passed. Hearing the condition for passing the test, Tsuyoshi and Sakura looked at the slab and said, break it, and that was it. Standing behind the guard, the leader thought, even a 10th level warrior would have a hard time splitting it. Usually we use simple stones, man, so enjoy it while you can. A magic stone fell from the sky. A stone used by beastmen to measure strength. Wrapping his hands in bandages, the warden said to the beastman, you just need to split it with one blow, and I'll show you. The warden smiled slyly after his words and thought that with just a 6th level he would not be able to make even a scratch with an ordinary stone, but for such an annoying person there was no other choice. The next moment the beastman shouted, watch carefully, and then struck the stone slab, thinking that even I, being at the 20th level, should give my best. Leaving only a small chip on the stone slab, the warden put his hand to his forehead and said confidently, you see, it's easy, let's see if you can handle it. Hearing the beastman's provocation, Tsuyoshi said, okay, I'll try. And then Sakura, who was standing behind him, called out, good luck, master. Exhaling the air from his chest to concentrate, he thought to himself, thanks to my physical fitness, I can slightly exceed the strength expected at my level. Just in case, I will increase the strength of my punch and fist. As he began to concentrate the force in his hand, Tsuyoshi received a notification. Absolute physical strength activated 50%, concentrated in his right hand. At the same moment, not expecting outstanding results from Tsuyoshi, the warden said in an indifferent tone, I repeat, for beastmen it is very easy, but for weak people it is not even a scratch. As soon as he said this, he heard a noise behind him and instantly turned his head to see Tsuyoshi, smashing the stone slab into small pieces. In a moment of surprise, the beastmen turned their heads towards Tsuyoshi and felt a gust of wind rush past them. At the same time, the boy put one hand behind his head and, looking at the other, said, I think I overdid it. It was really easy. I thought it would be harder. Seeing the results of the test that her master had just passed, Sakura exclaimed happily, Now you can enter the skill vault. Meanwhile, standing with stony faces after what they had seen, the guard said to the leader, You saw it. And then the manager replied, He split the magic stone with one blow. Incredible. Interrupting the conversations of the beastmen, Tsuyoshi rubbed his hands together from the debris and dust and asked, So it turns out I did it right. Not wanting to accept the result so easily, the manager exclaimed in embarrassment, No, I didn't pass. I wasn't looking when you did it. Maybe I made that scratch, and this time it doesn't count. You failed the test by cheating. When Tsuyoshi heard that his test results were not recognized, he exclaimed in surprise that what kind of test would be held now. After receiving a question from the boy who made him nervous, the manager exclaimed, Now we move on to the iron rod test. After announcing the name, the beastman added this test of strength. The participant must bend an extremely dense iron rod, after which he mentally said even a beastman warrior would need to use explosive force. Concentrating 50% of his physical strength in each hand from his absolute physical strength skill, Tsuyoshi tied the rod into a knot and asked, Now what do you think? You didn't pass this rod. It doesn't count. Trying to think of a test in which Tsuyoshi could lose, the manager shouted out no other choice. We'll solve it with arm wrestling. If you can hold out for at least 10 seconds against our strongest warrior, then you'll pass. And then thought, now he's definitely going to lose. Concentrating 70% of his strength in his hand and instantly overpowering his opponent, Tsuyoshi said, after which the manager exclaimed in shock, he didn't even last a second. Without waiting for the recognition of his strength and enrollment, Tsuyoshi said in a stern tone, Hey, I've already passed 3 tests. Maybe it's enough. Agreeing with the boy and giving him a like, the manager said frightenedly, Yes, you passed. After which the guard added what kind of person he was. When Tsuyoshi heard that the test had finally been passed, he took his companion by the hand and approached the guard, saying, Now apologize to Sakura. Offended by the boy's demand, the guard said to himself, I'm resigned to it, and then added, Damn good the Beastman warrior keeps his word. Bowing his head to the girl, the Beastman warrior exclaimed, I'm sorry for what I said earlier. After hearing the apology, Sakura looked down and said awkwardly, I didn't think this kind of attitude was abnormal. Don't worry. After the words of his companion, Tsuyoshi joined the conversation and waved his hand and said, No, Sakura. He had to apologize to you. Just accept his apology. Following the boy's advice, Sakura said yes to the master and then looked up and said confidently, I accept your apology. After a while near the skill storage, heading towards the building, the beastman said, You can only take 1 skill scroll per visit. When Tsuyoshi learned about the restriction, he was surprised to hear that he could only take 1. What kind of nonsense is that? You think you can do whatever you want in our academy? We have strict rules. The next moment, turning his gaze to the boy, the manager added, You have only 3 minutes to find the skill scroll. If you break the seal on the scroll, it will become yours. If you fail, you will be expelled in accordance with the rules and will not be able to enter the vault for some time. He heard a temporary restriction and a seal of expulsion. What are these rules? In response to the boy's question, the manager said, The Martial Arts Academy is the face of this land. The seal of the scroll is a magical seal that cannot be removed except by breaking the restrictive barrier. A barrier that can only be removed by a powerful sorcerer, and it can close or deny passage to living beings. Continuing his story about the vault, the Beastman added that in order to protect the vault, powerful magicians had installed barriers and seals. After listening to the Beastman's story, Tsuyoshi said thoughtfully, This is harder than I thought. And then Sakura said, That's right, I heard that all honorable academies have such conditions. Opening the door to the boy, the manager said, If you understand everything, then go and don't even think about stealing the skill. The barrier will immediately expel you, he said. You only have 3 cherries. Choose one and get out. 3 minutes counted down and Tsuyoshi took off all his equipment for convenience and looked at the scrolls, saying happily, Wow, now I understand why they are protecting this place with magic, with such a large selection of things to steal. Also looking at the scrolls with the skills, Sakura said, This is the first time I've entered the scroll vault. It feels like the seal is quite easy to break. Choosing a useful skill among the massive scrolls, Tsuyoshi held one in his hands and thought, I wanted to use absolute copying, but it's not easy to find a really worthwhile skill here. The next moment, remembering the use of Tsuyoshi's skill, he added the use of absolute copying to the mix. Not sure if Sakura would understand. How to use absolute copying. Touch your hand to the opponent's heart, then select one of their skills to copy. After completing his lustful thoughts, the guy remembered the moment he left his world and said, "Let's get started. I just have to use my power correctly," and then thought about choosing a skill to deal with the trio. After applying his power to the scroll and receiving a notification, Shield Strike describes a strong shield strike on the target, causing dizziness. Suitable for warriors, Tsuyoshi exclaimed as the skill information opened. The next moment, after thinking about the description, he thoughtfully added Shield Strike, "But I don't even have it," and then heard the master, "I don't need the skill. Let me show you something." Approaching the master, the girl showed the scroll with the Assault Step skill, which moves the owner 5 steps to a selected location to dodge enemy attacks. Then he showed the Battle Cry skill. Description: helps to emit a roar that inspires your closest comrades and strengthens your attack and defense. Suitable for warriors, Sakura shouted a battle cry. This technique is quite popular among warriors. When the minute was up, Tsuyoshi shouted, "Only 2 minutes left in the queue, this skill is definitely not for me." And then Sakura shouted behind her, "Master, how about a counterattack skill?" Looking at the description where it was written for a certain period of time, when striking back at the opponent reflects status effects suitable for warriors, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "Counterattack, it can be useful." After reviewing the skill, he exclaimed, "Well, I'll keep that in mind as I get more options from Sakura." Tsuyoshi said, "Mad Throw Too Fancy Enchantment." "No way, Sakura! Why are you doing this at all? She has little wake-up time left. It's rather doubtful what kind of skill it is, having been rejected by everyone." The girl said sadly, "Master, I don't think any of them are suitable for you." With very little time left on the clock, Suishi thought to himself, "I have only a minute and I haven't chosen a skill yet. The only way to see it is by breaking the seal, so I'll have to use brute force." The next moment, Tsuyoshi looked back and asked his companion Sakura, "Do you have any energy potions left? I'll need them. Hide behind something solid, quickly." Hearing the boy's instruction, the girl said in surprise that then, hiding behind the wall, she added, "Yes, master." When the girl took a safe position, Tsuyoshi prepared to use something crazy and said, "Well." At the same time, storm clouds appeared in the sky and lightning appeared out of nowhere, and the manager shouted out in confusion at what was happening. Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi took out a sacred hammer from his inventory and shouted, "I will break all the seals at once." Peeking out from behind her master, Sakura mentally said, "Even I am amazed at the power of my master." Raising his hand up, Tsuyoshi received a notification due to the lack of experience. The power of the Divine Hammer cannot be activated. Forced use will consume a large amount of energy. The use time is 1 minute. The guy shouted, "1 second is enough for me." Watching the thunderstorm that appeared in the middle of the clear sky, the manager exclaimed in surprise at the power of man. At the same time, inside the vault, watching Tsuyoshi, Sakura mentally said, "I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes." Using his skill, Tsuyoshi received a notification that the power of the king's divine hammer was activated with a duration of 1 second, and then he shouted, "I will break all the seals in one go." Immediately after he shouted, the boy struck the floor with the hammer, and a shockwave of electricity began to spread around. Sakura continued to watch her master from the sidelines and exclaimed in surprise, and the seals on all the scrolls instantly broke. After the strike, Tsuyoshi received a new notification that the Divine King's power was deactivated, and he crouched down on the ground and said, "I was able to do it." The next moment, using his divine eye, he began to look at the information from the scrolls in front of him and mentally said, "I see the information about the scrolls." Peeking out from behind her hiding place to watch the boy, Sakura thought, "It was so much that I can barely stand. The master's brain can't handle that much information at once." Deciding to intervene to avoid any bad consequences, she called out as she walked away, "That Tsuyoshi master wait." Trying to review the information from all the scrolls, Tsuyoshi grabbed his head and thought, "My head is pounding. I've seen everything give me the strongest skill that suits me best." With 40 seconds left, the boy was at the end of his rope and shouted in his head, "That's not enough! Give me the strongest one." At one point, having noticed something interesting among the shelves, Tsuyoshi exclaimed in his head that the scroll he gives away with lightning. Seeing that there were only 30 seconds on the timer, Sakura shouted out to the master, "We don't have much time." Having chosen the desired scroll, Tsuyoshi thought that this was definitely it, and then exclaimed, "Sakura, bring me the 3rd scroll from the top shelf." Heeding the boy's request, Sakura went in the direction indicated, saying in her head, "Top shelf, 3rd scroll." Finding the right place and taking the object in her hands, the girl was surprised to hear in her head that this split scroll was a mistake. A split scroll is a description of scrolls that are split for some reason. Usually they do not have full power, and to get this skill you need to collect the remaining fragments. Arriving at the guy with the received scroll, Akura exclaimed to the master, "You are sure this is a split scroll?" Walking up to the guy and stuffing the scroll into her bust, she added, pointing to the remaining time, "We don't have much time. It's time to get out of here." Then getting to his feet, Tsuyoshi took Sakura in his arms and said, "It's too early. I'll get out of here on my own," and using absolute physical strength. "I received a message, 50% concentrated in the legs. The rest of the body is not protected. Be careful." At the same time, standing in front of the entrance to the vault, the manager said everything had calmed down. There were 5 seconds left, and he couldn't find the scroll. Expecting a grandiose collapse, the beastman began to count down, saying 3, 2, 1, but at the last moment, the gate began to open. Leaving the vault at the last second with Sakura in his arms, Tsuyoshi stepped outside and said, "I'm perfect." When it was over, the manager turned his attention to the scroll the boy was holding and said in surprise, "You brought a split scroll." Thunder Chain is a powerful skill that causes a strong electric discharge that causes damage, suitable for warriors and mages using a magic staff or weapon. The target is first attacked by a powerful lightning bolt, and then by lightning from the sky, considered the strongest force of nature, so it requires special abilities from the user. If you collect the remaining fragments, the skill can be improved. Looking at the scroll brought by Tsuyoshi, the manager said, "I've heard that no one has tried to reassemble the split scroll in the last 1,000 years, and the skill can be divided into 6 pieces, 3 of which are placed nearby." The beastman added that it was almost impossible to assemble the remaining pieces without clues, and that beastmen who had tried to master this skill in the past had died from a lightning strike, their bodies exploding probably because they could not control this power. After listening to the manager's story, Tsuyoshi asked in surprise if they wanted to master it, gathered the remaining pieces for such an ending, so no one had mastered this skill yet. At the same moment of the conversation, a leader appeared behind the manager and shouted, "No, actually there was one." Starting to tell his story, the leader added that 1,000 years ago, the strongest king of the beastmen, known as the Divine King, lived. Strangling the glorious beastman ruler, he added, he also managed to lift the king's sacred hammer, leaving behind only this divine skill. After listening to the story, Tsuyoshi indifferently asked, "So this skill belongs to the divine hammer of the king? Then what is it doing among such garbage?" To which he heard an indignant tone. "You are kidding me." After a bit of anger, the leader added that no matter how strong a skill is, if no one has mastered it, it becomes useless. Even though this skill was left by the Divine King for 1,000 years, no one has mastered it. Like the former glory of the Beastmen, it will not return. After listening to the leader of the academy's story, Tsuyoshi raised the scroll above him and exclaimed, "This is perfect for me. Let's go, Sakura." Hearing the boy's joyful exclamations, the beastman looked at the trail of the boy and his companion and said, "This is only the beginning. Whether you can find the rest of the fragments and master this skill is up to you." The next moment, turning his attention to Sakura, the leader of the academy asked, "Are you the half-animal who was punished?" Drawing the girl's attention to him, he added, "How could you do this to your people, and this person probably doesn't know who you are yet, and you're going to sacrifice them." Having been reprimanded by the leader of the Beastmen's Academy, the girl gave him a stern look and said, "None of your business." Resigned to the choice of the girl who was not very friendly to him, the beastman said, looking in his wake, "Well, let's see how far you go." After receiving the notification that his health was fully restored thanks to the healing potions, Tsuyoshi said, "Your healing potions are very effective, but they taste terrible." Removing the bandages from his arm and looking at the bottle of potion, the boy wondered what she was making them from. The next moment, Tsuyoshi looked back at the girl and said, "Sakura, you've been acting strange lately. Something's wrong." After receiving the question from her master, the girl said, "I'm just a little tired." Then Tsuyoshi decided to come in from the other side and said to Sakura, "I wonder if you should have been punished because of your past," and the girl fell into a stupor. Recalling the moment from the past, Tsuyoshi said thoughtfully, "You should have been next, right?" Trying to somehow change the topic of conversation, the girl exclaimed, "Let's not talk about the bad master. You have studied the rest of the scrolls." Receiving a question from his companion Tsuyoshi recalling the training said, "The elder beastman said that it is impossible, but I am ready and then thought Thunder Chain requires a strong body more than suits me. I would rather find the remaining fragments and see this skill in action." After finishing the conversation with the master and getting to her feet, the girl exclaimed, "Well, let's go then." Leaving the place where she was sleeping and stretching sweetly, Sakura exclaimed what a beautiful day it was for a master's level upgrade. After his companion's words, Tsuyoshi received a notification that the Infinity Ring's recovery time had passed, and the Infinity Passage was open, and then he said, "You're right, but first I have to do something." Activating the Infinite Passage, Tsuyoshi said with a smile in his head, "As soon as I master this skill, I will deal with those 3. I promised I would finish them off." Using Tsuyoshi's Endless Passage, I returned to my world, I said in my head. Finding himself back in the situation he got out of last time, the guy mentally said before attacking, "I need to knock him down to activate my skill, and luckily I have a Divine Consciousness inventory." After receiving the notification that the Divine Consciousness inventory is activated, you picked up Tsuyoshi's item and picked up your sword, and mentally said, "I'm counting on you for my new skill." Seeing that their opponent suddenly had a weapon, the sorcerer exclaimed in surprise where he got this sword. "It has a dimensional ring," to which the other added, "He is definitely hiding something. This sword is very valuable." Watching the weapon that the boy got, Guy exclaimed in a frantic voice, "I will take it for myself." To which another comrade exclaimed, "First finish him, and then we will divide the spoils." Hearing the shouts of his opponents, Tsuyoshi resigned himself to everything and raised his sword above him, and exclaimed, "Well, you started it?" Feeling the sudden pressure from the boy, the sorcerer exclaimed in confusion, "Hey, he's really a warrior. What a strong aura." As soon as the lightning appeared in the sky, Tsuyoshi directed an electric discharge that descended from above on his enemies. As a result, the Thunder Chain struck all three enemies. Thunder Chain description: using a magical weapon, you can summon a strong lightning bolt from the sky after destroying an enemy. The bolt ricochets to another target, applying a paralyzing effect. After paralyzing the enemies with his skill, Tsuyoshi wiped his sweat and heard how this bastard could have such magic. I can't move. Even though he was paralyzed, the sorcerer slowly reached into his inner pocket and thought, oh shit, we underestimated him. He's changed so much, we might have to retreat. As the battle continued, the warrior lifted his head and groaned heavily. Wait, we surrender. But Tsuyoshi was not going to listen to the attackers and at the same moment finished the man, after which he said, do you think I'm going to let you go so easily? Seeing what had just happened to his friend, Guy got to his knees and exclaimed, we are actually the Mad Wolves. Drawing attention to himself, the man added, please allow us to finish before he could say anything else as Tsuyoshi cut off his head and said, die, silently. Feeling the effect of the paralysis weakening a little, the wizard leaned on his staff. Thinking that he was so cruel, he realized that if he let us leave, we would finish him off later. The next moment, approaching the last of Tsuyoshi's attackers, he spoke in a stern tone, and the wizard trembled. As soon as the paralysis dissipated, the sorcerer suddenly exclaimed, do you really think I'm going to let you finish me off? Immediately after his exclamation, the man threw an explosive fruit at Tsuyoshi. Description: despite its small size, explosive fruits stick to the target and explode with great force. Noticing his opponent's throw, Tsuyoshi held out his sword, on which the fruit actually stuck. As soon as the explosive fruit reached its target, the wizard used magic and shouted out a bomb. When the fruits exploded, the wizard leaned on his staff and shouted, I bought these fruits for an incredible amount of money. Even a 12th level warrior can take a lot of damage to your body. They will tear your body into small pieces. As soon as the boy's sword flew out of the explosion, the wizard exclaimed confidently, you are too inexperienced. The next moment, seeing the image of the wizard heading towards him in the cloud of smoke, he exclaimed in fright that it was impossible that you had such power. Continuing to get out of the flames, Tsuyoshi, dressed in a dark goblin costume and with absolute physical form, said in a stern tone, if I hadn't been in the best shape, I would have died immediately. The next moment, jumping in the direction of the enemy and preparing to retaliate for what he had done, Tsuyoshi mentally said, I will finish him off. Having dealt with the last opponent, the guy said, do you think I'll let you go so easily? You are members of the Guild of Mad Wolves, and the reason for our battle was my low level. Picking up his sword from the ground and having already decided to leave, Tsuyoshi said, in this world, the weak are eaten alive. At one point, having noticed something interesting in one of the attackers, Tsuyoshi approached the bag and said, I wonder what it is. Throwing the contents on his hand, the guy said in surprise, ring of measurements ring, and received a notification ring of measurements description, forged from a special material assigns a storage space to the user. The size of the space depends on the level. At low level, the space is small. At high level, reaches the size of mountains. The choice of location depends on the level of the ring of material and its rarity. A lower level does not make the ring less valuable. Putting the item on his finger, Tsuyoshi exclaimed with joy that it was indeed a dimensional ring. What a find! And then received a notification to use the ring. Pour your mana into it if you want to store the item in the vault. Use the same method. The right to the ring is retained until the user dies or passes the ring on. Rejoicing at this discovery, Tsuyoshi told the simple hero that he could not find the Ring of Dimensions. It was almost impossible to get it, and the price was too high, so let's try it. Having filled the ring with mana, the guy exclaimed in surprise that it could not be that it was activated only now. This ring is completely new. After receiving a notification, you activated the Ring of Measurements. The ring synchronized with your mana. Tsuyoshi smiled slyly and said, there's nothing you can do about it. Thanks for the item. After a while, seeing the patrols at the scene of the incident, Tsuyoshi was in the crowd and thought, the security service is already there. Good thing I managed to hide. Watching the police officers at work from afar, Tsuyoshi mentally added, I was able to cover my tracks and take everything of value, so they won't be able to prove my involvement. Heaving a sigh of relief and walking away from the scene, the guy said, I'm safe now. Guy's phone is pretty good. I tied my information code to it, so now it's mine. At one point, hearing the phone ring, Tsuyoshi almost dropped it from his hands and exclaimed in confusion who was calling at this hour. Moving away from the crowd and the noise, Tsuyoshi answered the call and said hello, and heard Tsuyoshi's voice. Hello, it's your teacher. Sitting down on a bench, the boy thought, my class teacher Lily, I should have told her that I was leaving, and then asked what happened. Sitting at her desk, the woman said, you still haven't been going to school even though the winter break ended a week ago, and I understand that you stopped going for your sister to improve your financial situation, but I wouldn't want you to drop out. Hearing the words of his class teacher Tsuyoshi, remembering the past, he said, thank you, but the problem is not money. I hate school and you know why. When Lily received a question from the boy, she said, I understand, but maybe you can find a way out without dropping out. Trying to persuade the student, the teacher added, I'll try to figure out something about the tuition fee. Don't worry. Please come to class tomorrow. You can't work as a garbage man. That's always true. Hearing the question from the class teacher, Tsuyoshi said, and then I suddenly stopped talking and thought, she doesn't know that I've become a hero. Only teacher Lily always worries about me. Continuing the phone conversation, the woman added, you're a strong boy, Tsuyoshi. Please don't quit school. I'll be your support. Do it for yourself and your sister. Putting his hand behind his head, Tsuyoshi thought, I thought I would never go back to school again. I don't have any pleasant memories of it, but thanks to the words of teacher Lily, I realized. Continuing to think, the boy added that now I am a hero, not a weakling who is bullied by everyone, and those bullies will regret what they did. And then he said, thank you very much, I will come to school tomorrow. After receiving the report on the guild members, the leader said unhappily, 3 of them were killed by an unknown hero who also stole my dimensional ring. But he doesn't know that this ring has tracking magic on it. Tracking magic is magic that helps to track the approximate location of an object. It is hidden, but a high-level mage can detect it and erase all traces of it. The next moment, the guild leader jumped up and slammed his hand on the table, shouting, you will pay for stealing from the Mad Wolves. Bring me this thief. And the boss heard him. The next morning, on his way to school with his sister, Tsuyoshi asked all the good things he heard. I can walk now, but slowly, don't worry. Looking at his sister with a smile, Tsuyoshi said, you're so stubborn. Let's walk slowly. And then thought, when she heard I was going to school, she convinced me to take her with me so she wouldn't be a burden. Recalling a moment from the past, he added that it would be much harder to get to school in a wheelchair, and that it was good that I bought crutches, but even with them, she can barely walk, and even though they are expensive, there are better wheelchairs out there. Continuing to think, Tsuyoshi said in his head, I spent the money I stole from the 3 of them completely. Also remembering the item he had received, he mentally added the dimensional ring cannot be sold for me as a hero. It is very valuable. The next moment, turning his gaze to his sister who was walking beside him, Tsuyoshi mentally added, but seeing Karina's face, I realized that everything was not in vain. Arriving at the school and starting to climb the stairs, Tsuyoshi said slowly, after school, don't be late, I'll help you two. Which he heard good, then he thought, I'll take care of you. At the same moment, one of the schoolgirls noticed Karina at the doorway and said, who's that girl with the strange crutches? What about you, Karina? She lost her parents and the ability to walk because of an attack of darkness. Smiling ominously after hearing the answer, Mina said, she's so weak and a pity. After hearing about her on the news, even all the teachers know about her. Taking the candy out of her mouth, Mina said ominously that such beggars were destined to die in the thicket, and that the news channels had wasted their time on her, making the innocence of her infuriating. Hearing the girl's tone, her friend asked her what was wrong with her, and what if the school authorities found out? Having received the remark from her friend, Mina smiled slyly and said that the last time she was bullied, no one dared to open her mouth. And it will always be like that? It seems I have a new toy. The next moment, the girl went on with her business and said, let's go meet my boyfriend, to which her friend replied well. Meanwhile, in the substitute teacher's office, he said, you should thank your teacher Lily. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have let you come back. You should take your studies more seriously. You at least understand how important learning is. After hearing the reprimand, the class teacher said, I understand your concerns, but there were reasons for that. I have already had a conversation with him, and I will make sure that he pays all the loans. After he was helped back to class, Tsuyoshi put his hand behind his head and awkwardly said to the substitute teacher, thank you very much, Lily. Leaving the substitute teacher's office, the student said sorry for the inconvenience, and was told by Lily that he was on time. Watching the teacher's hips as she left his office, the substitute thought, slyly smiling, I don't care about this idiot. I'm only interested in you, Lily. I'm perfect for the role of your lover, Boogeyman. Walking down the corridor to the classroom, the teacher said, I paid your sister's tuition, don't worry, you'll manage. To which Tsuyoshi replied, I'm sorry for the trouble, I'll pay you back. Waving away the student's promise, the class teacher said, we'll discuss this later, you're in the 3rd year, so you better prepare for your exams. The next moment, paying attention to the boy's appearance, the teacher added, by the way, you look much more cheerful. Tsuyoshi is happy for you. Having received the compliment from the teacher, Tsuyoshi said that, indeed, I have been training hard lately, and I will definitely meet your expectations. Immediately after his words, Tsuyoshi looked ahead and said, I'm sorry I didn't tell you that I've become a hero. The problem with the crazy wolves is still not solved, so I have to be more careful, but now I can show you that I've become different. Having finished the dialogue with her student, Lily's teacher said, well, now go to class. You have a drawing. Following the teacher's instructions, Tsuyoshi arrived at his classroom and opened the door and went inside. Seeing the boy he had been bullying at the entrance, the bully said, I thought Tsuyoshi had been expelled, but he came back again. Hearing the boy's remark, his friend turned to him and said with a sly smile, let's put him out in the restroom after Reli's class. Having received the offer from his friend, Reli crumpled the piece of paper into a ball and said, of course, during his absence, my wallet has been noticeably emptied. The next moment, having swung and prepared to throw himself at Tsuyoshi, Reli shouted out that it was not him who needed sympathy, but me. Because of him, I was unable to sing karaoke, which Reli heard correctly. When the paper balloon flew in the direction of his classmate, Relly exclaimed in a haughty tone that I would remind him of me. But things didn't go according to plan when the balloon almost reached Tsuyoshi, who caught it with his hand in flight, and then said that he had caught it. The next moment, turning back to the offenders, Tsuyoshi said to Relly, "Let's talk in the restroom after school." Angry at Tsuyoshi's suggestion, Relly slammed his fist on the desk and said, "I didn't hear him. He called me to talk to you. He's nervous because he hasn't seen me for a long time. I'll show you something." After the lessons, one of the bully's accomplices stood at the door of the toilet and said to the visitors, "Relly is in the toilet now. Go somewhere else." Standing a few meters in front of Tsuyoshi, Relly asked in a haughty tone, "I heard that you left school and went to work as a garbage collector." Starting the old scenario, the guy added the time to pay the bills, after which the henchman added, "Give me the money otherwise." Having received threats from his former offenders, Tsuyoshi asked in a completely indifferent tone what else he could do. Shocked by the boy's question, all three bullies froze in place, after which Relly shouted, "Stop it or I'll beat you." Hearing the words of their leader, the rest of the henchmen rolled up their sleeves and said, "We're waiting for Relay's signal. You're dead." At the moment of the attack, Tsuyoshi easily grabbed both attackers by the arms and pulled them towards him, thinking, "I've become strong so quickly, I'm not afraid anymore." Starting to scan the enemies, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "I didn't have the courage to defend myself before, but now I'm different." And then he heard them say, "Let go." Listening to the shouts of the attackers repeating, "Let me go," Tsuyoshi kicked each one in the body. Seeing how his subjects had just lost in one moment, Relly froze in place and thought in shock what was happening. Looking into the eyes of the guy in front of him, he wondered why this weakling Tsuyoshi had suddenly become a completely different person. The next moment, the toilet door opened and his friend peeked in and shouted, "Relly boss is back, let's run." As the robbers began to leave the restroom in a hurry, Tsuyoshi noticed that look on Relly's face and mentally said, "I think he missed it." Continuing to stare after the defeated bullies, Tsuyoshi added in his head, "I'm glad they retreated this time. If I had used my absolute physical form, I would have just beaten them." Meanwhile, in Karina's classroom, the girl turned to her classmate and said, "I'm bringing you so many problems, but I hear that it's okay. Call me if you need anything. Here's your notebook." At the moment of handing the notebook to Karina, the girl received a blow to the head and then heard her say, "I have a conversation with her." Grabbing her head after the blow, she said, "Mina, Karina can't walk now." But before she could finish, Mina interrupted her, saying, "Say another word and I'll hit you in the face." After receiving the threat, the girl got up from her seat and gave it to Mina. Sitting down on the desk and looking at Karina with a haughty look, Mina said, "You haven't been seen in school for a long time, and I have one less slave to answer for that." Hearing the tone of the girl who had come to visit, Karina said with a tremor in her voice, "I just don't have the money." The next moment, leaning on the desk in front of the girl, Mina said in a sly tone that, "Money, but don't these crutches cost a lot of money?" Hearing Mina's demand, Karina said in a frightened tone, "No, these crutches are very important to me. My brother worked hard to buy them for me." When Mina was refused, she looked at her friend and then said in a haughty tone, "They are important. You won't be able to walk without them." After hearing Mina's words, Karina nervously said, "Yes, they are very important." But before she could finish, she was interrupted. Hitting Karina on the head, Mina exclaimed that she was a fool, which attracted the attention of the whole class, but no one stepped in. The next moment, the teacher came into the classroom and pretended not to notice and shouted, "The lesson has begun. Take your seats." Outraged by the situation, Mina and her friend walked out of the classroom and looked back at the teacher. "The teacher has come. It's the last lesson. Don't run home after school, Karina. Our conversation is not over yet." As soon as the others left the classroom, the teacher approached the blackboard and said, "So, open your notebooks." And at that moment, with her head down, Karina thought scared, "I have to run as soon as the lesson is over. I can't wait for my brother. I have to make sure he doesn't meet Mina and the others in the backyard." Tsuyoshi's class finished the lesson and Lily said, "Be careful on the way home." And then the headmaster called for everyone to stand, and everyone said thank you very much in a chorus. As everyone started to leave, the teacher looked at the student who had recently returned and said, "Tsuyoshi, can I see you for a minute?" Approaching the class teacher, the boy asked what was going on, and he heard that you had gotten used to school after your absence, so, "Can I help you today?" Smiling awkwardly after receiving the question, Tsuyoshi said, "Everything is fine, thank you." When Lily heard that her student was doing well, she said, "I'm glad to hear that so that the situation doesn't happen again. Be sure to tell me if someone starts bullying you." Having received the words of support and care from the teacher, Tsuyoshi confidently said, "Everything will be fine with me, teacher. Thank you." Saying goodbye to the student and heading for the exit, Lily said, "I think I shouldn't have bothered you. I'm glad you've settled in. Be sure to tell me if anything happens and now go home." After waving goodbye to the teacher, Tsuyoshi said goodbye and then heard Tsuyoshi's hey and looked back. Behind him, he saw one of Relly's henchmen who said nervously, "I'd like to apologize for what happened in the bathroom. Let's go somewhere to talk." Following the boy who was leading him somewhere, Tsuyoshi asked where to and was told that it was not far away. Walking ahead of Tsuyoshi, the rogue said with a sly smile, "I'd like to apologize in another place over there," and then rounded the corner behind which his friend was hiding. Continuing to walk behind the boy, Tsuyoshi noticed in his peripheral vision someone with a baton hiding behind the corner, but continued to walk on. Hearing the sounds of blows, the guy looked back and with a nervous smile exclaimed, "Really, watch out, don't overdo it." But everything went a little off plan. Activating his absolute physical strength, Tsuyoshi concentrated 30% of it in his hands and blocked the blow. Seeing that the whole guy shouted out that he couldn't, he stopped it. After ruining the attack plan and breaking the club, Tsuyoshi said, "I knew you were up to something, but I didn't think you were that slow." Immediately after he said this, Tsuyoshi used his foot to eliminate the guide who had led him to the trap. Later, the second of the gang shouted, "Get it!" and swung his stick to try to hit Tsuyoshi, but he dodged and counterattacked. After dealing with the two rivals who attacked him, the boy said in frustration, "You never learned the lesson of a loser." Swinging his bat to teach Tsuyoshi a lesson, Reli shouted, "Go to hell, you wouldn't have heard it if you weren't in school." Throwing a stern look at the attacker, Tsuyoshi added, "I would have killed you all in a heartbeat." Frozen in place after hearing that, Reli felt an irresistible fuck and thought that I could not move. Continuing to stand in the same position without the possibility of escape, he mentally added, "I'm afraid of Tsuyoshi," and then heard, "Let's go to bed." Having dealt with the last opponent with one slap, Tsuyoshi said to me, "It's time to follow my sister. The laws of the hero saved you." Continuing to look at the guy who was lying unconscious with his other henchmen, Tsuyoshi mentally added that a hero should not eliminate cheese people. Meanwhile, in the corridor leading to the backyard, Karina was hurrying to the exit, wondering if she should escape from the mine through the back gate. Continuing on, the girl mentally added that she needed to get to the main entrance through the back door without being noticed, and at one point stopped abruptly. Exhaling heavily and starting to prepare for the difficult stage, Karina mentally said to herself, still scared to go down the stairs, she needed to calm down slowly. Just as she was about to take the first step down the stairs, someone helped her by pushing her down. Flying down all the steps, the girl landed on the ground and lost all the things she had in her backpack. The next moment, there was laughter behind her, and Mina said to the fallen girl, "Did you really think you could escape from me through the back door? We knew you would." Still looking down at the girl on the ground, Mina said, "Take off your crutches." Hearing Mina's demand, Karina looked back and said, "Please don't take them off. Please don't take them off." Then Mina went downstairs and stood over Karina and said, "You realize that you can't run away from us without them, right?" Meanwhile, standing at the main entrance and looking for his sister Tsuyoshi, he thought Karina was not yet in the classroom, but was told that she had already left. At one point, he heard someone say, "Excuse me, can I see you?" And then he looked to the side. Drawing Tsuyoshi's attention, Haru said, "You're Karina's brother, right?" And he replied, "Yes, you know where she is. We agreed to go home together." Feeling the fear that was overcoming her because of this dialogue, Haru said, "I think she went out the back door. Look for her there." Heading to the backyard after the information Tsuyoshi had given him, he gathered looks and thought Karina had gone out the back door. Remembering his younger sister, the boy mentally added, "But why? For sure something happened to her." The next moment, he remembered his classmate who had told him where to find Karina, and he added that Haru was acting strangely, as if she was afraid of something. Continuing to walk forward in search of his younger sister, Tsuyoshi confidently added in his head, "I have to find Karina anyway." As he approached the stairs leading to the exit, he thought to himself, "To get to the backyard, I need to take these stairs, and would Karina be able to walk up them on her own?" As soon as he took a few steps forward, he froze in shock as he saw his younger sister sitting on the ground, covered in wounds and bruises. Later, when she looked up and saw Tsuyoshi on the mountain, she tried to stand up on her own and asked her brother what you were doing here, after which he activated the Divine Eye skill on her sister. Despite her embarrassed laughter and the fact that Karina told her brother it was my fault, I accidentally fell down the stairs, Tsuyoshi saw forehead injuries caused by fists, cheeks, injuries caused by slaps, hands injuries caused by pinching stomach, internal bleeding caused by kicks, torso injuries caused by kicks. Seeing the notification after the raid, many injuries were found on the target's body. Tsuyoshi went downstairs and said, "You must have fallen, it must have hurt a lot." After saying that, Tsuyoshi continued to walk downstairs and replayed the scenario of what had happened. Tilting her head down, the girl awkwardly said, "I'm so stupid that I couldn't even get down the stairs myself. I broke my crutch, I'm sorry." Hearing his younger sister's apology, Tsuyoshi continued to replay the events in his mind and pressed his lips together. While Tsuyoshi was packing up his sister's belongings, Karina said in a sad tone, "I didn't mean to cause you any trouble, brother, but I can't get up without my crutch." In response to his sister's apology, Tsuyoshi handed her the packed backpack and said, "We are a family. What a pain it must have been for you." And she replied, "I'm fine, don't worry." After her brother's assurances, the girl exclaimed, "Hey, what about your crutches?" And he replied, "Don't worry, everything is fine." Sighing with relief after her brother's warm words, the girl said, "I'm glad." The next moment, taking his sister on his back, Tsuyoshi said, "Well, let's go home." Walking with his sister on his back, Tsuyoshi looked up at the sky and said, "Do you remember Karina, that day I carried you like that?" Remembering the day we escaped from the darkness, Tsuyoshi said, "You've grown so much since then, it was so long ago." Looking away, the girl said, "It seems like yesterday, but we've always been together since that day." Continuing to walk forward, Tsuyoshi said, "You are my only family member since that day. I decided that I had to become stronger to protect you. I was weak then, but now I am a hero. I will not let this happen again." Hearing her brother's words, the girl said in a sad tone, You always did your best. That's why I don't want to be a burden to you. Hearing what his sister Tsuyoshi had just said, he said again, "You're a family man," and then sat the girl down on a bench and said, "Wait a little while. I'll be right back to see where you are." Going back to school, Tsuyoshi looked around and said, "I forgot something. I'll be back soon." And then Karina asked if he had forgotten. Without giving his sister an answer, Tsuyoshi straightened his tie and headed to school in a bad mood to find Karina's offenders. Somewhere in classroom 2 or 3, behind closed doors, he heard a meh and an exclamation of everything went great. She was trying so desperately to close her crutches that she was completely open to the blows. Looking at her boyfriend, Mina added in disappointment, "It's a shame we didn't get to take them back. We could have sold them for a good price. We need to finish what we started." Hearing her girlfriend Billy, Mina's boyfriend, a third-grade student folded his hands in front of him and said, "Do you really think they are that expensive? Don't worry, I'll have them back by tomorrow." The next moment, Vivian joined the conversation, looking at her lollipop and saying, "I think her older brother Tsuyoshi just came back to school. I heard he was dropping out to work as a garbage man." When she heard Karina's brother's job, Mina said haughtily, "Garbage man," meaning that this beggar and garbage man were related, and she wished they had been expelled from school sooner rather than later. After her friend's remark, Vivian remembered Karina's success and said, "Karina was quite popular before her leg injury. She liked a lot of guys in my class. She was smart, cute, and stylish." Hearing the description of the girl in question, Billy said thoughtfully, "I'd like to see her." Hearing her boyfriend's remark, Mina exclaimed indignantly, "Hey, what did you just say?" "Don't get mad, I'm just kidding." When the boyfriend leaned over her and kissed her, Mina said, "Tomorrow, take her crutches away from her and we'll talk after you sell them." Hearing his girlfriend's demand, Billy continued to write speeches. Well, with a cripple, it would be easy to do. And at that time, Tsuyoshi was standing at the door and heard everything. The next moment, when the conversation died down a bit, the boy entered the classroom and attracted everyone's attention. Hearing the extra noise and seeing Tsuyoshi in front of him, Billy shouted out, "Hey, who let you in here?" Ignoring the boy's exclamation, Tsuyoshi asked in a stern tone, "So, you beat Karina?" She said. She fell down the stairs on her own. After hearing the question from the boyfriend, Vivian exclaimed, "It's Karina's brother, but why?" And then Mina asked, "You want to take revenge on us? You came at a bad time, didn't you, Billy?" Hearing the question from his girlfriend, Billy began to flex his fists and said, "That's right, you're a third-year student. Haven't you heard of the great Billy Mina had a little fun with your sister?" After the boy's remark, Tsuyoshi tried to remain calm and said, "You decided to push the sick girl down the stairs, right?" Then Billy pointed his finger at Tsuyoshi and began to clear his ears, saying arrogantly, "Hey, garbage man, you got a problem with apologizing. Don't you want a boogie?" Grossly underestimating the guy who had come to restore justice, Mina told him to explain everything properly to Billy. After receiving the instruction from his girlfriend, Big Billy turned his gaze to Tsuyoshi and asked how some garbage man dared to waste our time. But before he could finish, he felt himself being touched. Looking down, he saw that Tsuyoshi had grabbed his finger and was poking him. The next moment, when he heard a crunch, Billy grabbed his hand and screamed loudly, "Oh, my finger, how dare you, you bastard!" Seeing what had just happened to their thug, the girls froze in an instant and exclaimed together, "What the hell?" Immediately after closing the classroom door behind him to avoid prying eyes and minds, Tsuyoshi said in a menacing tone, "I will not allow you to escape." Activating his divine eye, Tsuyoshi saw that he was facing ordinary schoolchildren, because each of them had a class written on them. No combat power, no threat. Returning his gaze to the boy who had just broken Billy Mina's finger, he exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Scattering his divine eye skill, Tsuyoshi said, "I thought you were a hero for being so confident, but it turns out you just pick on people for no reason." Holding his broken finger, Billy angrily exclaimed, "My finger, do you even know who my father is?" After that, Mina asked Billy if he was okay. While Mina was worrying about Billy's broken finger, Vivian stood up and confidently said, "That's right, Tsuyoshi. You're Karina's older brother. You're brave enough to come alone." Holding her lollipop to her mouth, the girl added in a haughty tone, "We may not be heroes, but we are definitely not to be trifled with." As soon as she said that, she was slapped in the face by Tsuyoshi, who showed her her place and calmed her down in a flash. As soon as the girl hit the wall that stopped her flight, Tsuyoshi said in a stern tone, "Did you really think I wouldn't hit a girl like that?" At the same moment, Mina looked back at her friend who had just been sent to bed and mentally called out Vivian. Also feeling a bit scared by what he saw, Billy thought, "He's so fast. Even the athletes at our school aren't that fast? What the hell is going on?" While Mina was trying to shout out to Vivian, Billy looked at Tsuyoshi and shouted, "Hey, I repeat." Continuing to ignore Billy, Tsuyoshi immediately approached Mina and said, "I don't see any girls in your room." Trying to somehow attract Tsuyoshi's attention, Billy shouted out, "Do you at least know what my father wants?" and was slapped in the face and told to shut up. "I'll deal with you later." Seeing that her boyfriend had just been hit again, Mina screamed out to Billy, "Hey, can you hear me, Billy?" At the same moment, Tsuyoshi grabbed Mina by the neck and lifted her up with an outstretched arm and pushed her against the wall. Trying to somehow loosen the guy's grip, Mina clung to his arm and exclaimed, "Wait, let me go." Interrupting the girl and putting a finger to his mouth, Tsuyoshi said, "I heard that it was you who started all the abuse of Karina, right?" Recalling the reason for what was happening here now, Tsuyoshi added in a menacing tone, "And now listen to me carefully as her brother. I will never forgive you for this." Pressing the girl's throat harder and harder, he added, "You have angered me very, very much." As soon as the girl's body began to shake, Tsuyoshi added, "From now on, stay away from Karina. I don't expect you to apologize. Just stay away from her." After explaining that the girls were wrong, Tsuyoshi added in a menacing tone, "Otherwise I will unscrew your head. You understood me?" And answered yes. Having received a promise from Mina, Tsuyoshi said goodbye and then released her and looked at Billy and asked if you were her boyfriend. The next moment, he picked up the ruler from the floor and walked over to Billy, saying, "One ruler is enough for a jerk like you to hear what you've heard." Swinging the ruler and preparing to strike, Tsuyoshi said, "I'm sick of your words. If you were a hero, I'd kill you." Hearing the threat from Tsuyoshi's mouth, Billy shouted out, "You know who I am. I'm the son of the leader of the Blue Snake Gang. Do you even know who they are? My father is a 10th level hero." Holding his hand over his head after hearing this, Tsuyoshi asked the Blue Snake Gang, "Are they loan sharks?" Remembering the moment in the hospital when he had already beaten some of them, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "They said the same thing when they came to the hospital, when they lent me money to treat Karina." Immediately after hearing that, Tsuyoshi changed his plan of action, saying, "I started meeting people I hated so much," he realized the blue kite. Seeing that Tsuyoshi's ruler was struck by lightning, Billy exclaimed in confusion, "Wow, you're a hero." Ignoring the boy's question, Tsuyoshi waved the ruler and the discharge went all over Billy's body. After which a notification came. Without using a suitable weapon, the damage will be reduced by 90%. Having dealt with all the offenders of his sister, Tsuyoshi threw the ruler out of his hands and headed for the exit, saying, "This should be enough pain for you." Grabbing his backpack on the way and throwing it over his shoulders, the boy said, "Remember, I'm giving you one last chance." Crossing the threshold of the classroom and looking back at the mess that had formed, Tsuyoshi said finally, "Hey, and sorry, you'll have to clean up the classroom." When the sounds of footsteps disappeared in the corridor, Mina said, "He's gone, Billy, you're fine. We have to go to the hospital." Hearing his girlfriend's remark, Billy, not wanting to accept this development, said angrily, "No, I just need to get some rest. I didn't know he was a hero." The next moment, pointing to his neck where the mark was left, the girl said, "You're going to take revenge on him. Look at this scar, make him answer for it. Tell your father." Grabbing his girlfriend by the collar and pulling her toward him, Billy shouted angrily, "Don't tell me what to do, he'll pay for it." Smiling ominously with bloodshot eyes, Billy said in a menacing tone, "I will make him pay for this, my father will." Looking at her boyfriend with frightened eyes, Mina exclaimed, "So tell him everything." After his girlfriend's exclamations, Billy turned his head towards the exit and shouted, "I will tell him everything, and then I will wipe him and his sister off the face of the earth." At that time, sitting on a bench waiting for her brother, Karina said, "I hope my brother is okay." The next moment, she bowed her head down and thought, "I wish I could take care of myself so I wouldn't have to worry about him. I don't want to make him worry. He's just recently become a hero." As she was discussing this, the girl heard someone say her name and was very scared that she had been heard. Drawing her sister's attention, Tsuyoshi sat down in front of her and said, "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. Let's go home. Let me carry you on my back." To which he replied, "Okay, then I'll take our bags." As he walked home with his sister, Tsuyoshi thought to himself, the leader of the Blue Snake Gang, a 10th level hero and Billy's father, must be complaining to his dad and turning him against us. Continuing to walk forward, Tsuyoshi added in his head it was time to return to the other world, Karina. I won't let them hurt you. After some time in the other world, looking at the beast flying in the sky, Tsuyoshi heard Master, "We have arrived in the north. Now I will tell you everything." Recalling the rules of the place where they arrived, the girl said in the city you can take part in an official quest for this. You need to join the Guild of Adventurers, and there is also a tavern, a forge, and a tool shop in the city. After hearing his companion's stories, Tsuyoshi stretched his arms and said, "Just what I needed. I had long wanted to gain experience in combat." Standing on the edge of the cliff in front of the Beastman's city in the north, Tsuyoshi exclaimed happily, "Let's go, I can't wait." Arriving in the northern Beastman city of Tsuyoshi, he put his hands to his sides and said, "It's incredible, there are several tribes of Beastmen." Walking behind her master, Sakura happily said, "By the way, the rarest ones have gathered here, each with its own peculiarity." At one point, seeing people near him, Tsuyoshi exclaimed, "There are adventurers," he heard. "They look like the creatures of your world, master. There are many different tribes in the big city." Looking at a couple of people standing nearby, the girl added, "There is a rule that says you should avoid fighting outside the arena with the rest of the Beastmen, and there are many tribes in this city of Beastmen." The next moment, Sakura bowed her head and added, "However, proud elves and noble Beastmen are rarely seen here." And then Tsuyoshi stepped forward and exclaimed, "It's interesting to see my comrades here for the first time. I can already feel our connection." At the same time, Sakura looked up and saw Tsuyoshi approaching a couple of people and saying hello, and nervously exclaimed, "Master, you can't do this so suddenly." Pulling out his dagger and taking a fighting stance, the man said, "Who are you?" And then the girl added, "Don't come any closer." Surprised by the actions of the people in front of him, Tsuyoshi said, "I'm sorry, there's some rule about greetings." The next moment, Sakura appeared in front of Tsuyoshi, holding out her hand and preparing for a sudden fight, saying that there was a misunderstanding. Seeing who she was, a couple of people said indignantly what the hell she was doing and then stormed off. Avoiding the danger and moving on, Sakura said, "You shouldn't play around with adventurers in the city. Most of them are wary of others, especially here," she said, "and I can understand why. There are so many rules in this world." At one point, noticing some strange attitudes and glances that were focused on them, Tsuyoshi asked why everyone was whispering about us. Shaking her head and clinging to the boyfriend, Sakura said, "I'm sorry because I'm a half animal, and the animal people hate hybrids, so let's join the Adventurers Guild." And Tsuyoshi replied, "Let them leave us alone." The next moment, he held out his hand to his companion and smiled happily and said, "Discrimination is everywhere, so don't worry about it. Let's go." After a while arriving at the guild, Tsuyoshi said, just like in games or anime, "Yo sign," after which Sakura said, "Master, without registration, we will not be able to complete any task." Arriving at the guild's reception, Sakura said, "We have arrived to join the Adventurers Guild," which was met with an interesting response from the human and half-beast team. Continuing to look at the visitors, the beastman added, "Who of you will be registering?" After receiving the question, Tsuyoshi put his hand behind his head and said awkwardly, "I'm surprised you treat us differently from the others." Handing the form to Tsuyoshi, the beast said, "I've seen a lot of adventurers, it's nothing special to me. Write your class and name here, then your form will be sent to all the adventurer guilds. Next time you can complete the task in other branches." Picking up the form and starting to reread it, Tsuyoshi said, "We're signing an official document," and Sakura pointed out that it's not the document that's important, but the registration. Otherwise, you won't be able to get the Adventurer's Badge. Hearing Sakura's words, Tsuyoshi asked about the Adventurer's Badge, and the Beastman replied that it serves as our identification item for the lowest rank is given an iron one. The higher the rank, the higher the rewards. Do everything to earn more experience. Continuing to talk about the badges, she added gold, silver, bronze, and iron. The rank of the badge starts with iron, followed by bronze, silver, and gold. But among all the guilds, there are a few seekers with gold badges. Usually they only take quests from the rich. Taking his first badge in hand, Tsuyoshi said, "A low-ranked badge is not so attractive," and then heard that when you get a badge, your level will be automatically increased, and you can also use it to hide it. Hearing some of the features of the badges, Tsuyoshi was amazed and said, "It's incredible, how does it work?" Hearing Sakura's question, she said that you can hide the level associated with your badge with the power of thought, but you should keep this in mind. Then Tsuyoshi picked up the badge and asked like this, and then thought, "Thanks to the divine selection system, it's easy to do." Seeing that Tsuyoshi's level had disappeared, the Beastman said in surprise, "Wow, usually beginners can't do this on the first try. They can't do this." The next moment, the Beastman and his team appeared at the reception desk and pushed the boy away and shouted out of the way. Having cleared the way and thrown the monster's head on the table in front of the guild registrar, the Beastman shouted, "We've come to report the completion of the task." The next moment, leaning on the table in front of the woman, the Beastman asked if there was any other task. We agreed to any conditions. Immediately after the question, leaning closer to the guild worker, the Beastman added, "If not, then let's go out for a drink. I'm buying," and was told that unfortunately, I was busy. After his refusal, the guild worker held up a scroll with a task in front of him and added, "There is one task. The reward for it is high, but the task itself is not easy. The customer is looking for an adventurer with a level above the 15th. Hearing the offer, the Beastman thoughtfully asked if there was anything for the 10th level, after which his friend said what the task was. Interested in one of the hunters, the guild worker said, "Predatory minions of darkness create problems for farmers. A team of 3 seekers took on this task, but they were all seriously injured and one of them disappeared completely. By the way, their levels were even higher than yours." Hearing the details of the mission, the Beastman said, "Predatory minions of darkness of the 10th level. There are so many of them, we will not take on this. We need at least the 20th level." Then taking the scroll from the hands of the guild worker, Tsuyoshi said, "We take this task out of the way, trash, to what I heard you just said." Stopping his comrade from rash actions, the Beastman shouted, "Stop, you at least know what happens for an attack inside the guild." Reassuring his friend, the seeker said, "Don't underestimate us, man. If you value your life, don't take on this task." And then the other added, "You just registered, so don't be afraid of monsters." To which Kuishi replied, "It's beyond your power, so keep quiet." The next moment, clenching his hand into a fist and activating his absolute physical strength, Tsuyoshi added, "Do you want to see my abilities?" And then thought, "With the help of the divine selection system, I can defeat a 9th level Beastman alone." Looking down at the guy who was making such speeches, the Beastman said, "Know your place, even with iron badges of experience. We have more than you. You got the badge a few minutes ago, so refuse the task yourself before the customer refuses you and makes a mockery of you." Also joining the conversation, the guild worker said, "I admire your courage, young man, but his words are true. At this level, the customer may refuse you." Hearing the confirmation from the woman's lips, the Beastman exclaimed, "You heard that, idiot? The task of catching a runaway dog would suit you much better than a boogeyman." Hearing the insults towards her master, Sakura joined the conversation and said, "No, we will do it." After saying this, the girl attracted everyone's attention and shocked everyone. Outraged by Sakura's statement, one of the beastmen said, "Your friend is a half-breed. How can you prove such a loud statement?" Then the girl took out her badge and said, "A golden badge will be enough." Seeing the demonstrated badge, the beastmen shouted out a golden badge in shock. Also impressed by the capabilities of his companion, Tsuyoshi thought the girl with the ears had a golden badge. Impressed by the person who came to her guild, the animal man said, "I should have told you about this earlier. I'm entrusting this task to you. I'm sure the customer will be happy as well." Seeing that the beastmen immediately headed for the exit when they saw Tsuyoshi's golden badge, they immediately ran. Then, turning to the boy, Sakura said, "This task will help you level up your mastery, so let's do it." The guild worker was surprised to hear Sakura speak to Tsuyoshi and thought, "A seeker with a golden badge calls this young man a master. Who is he? What an interesting team." Walking in the direction where they had taken the task, Sakura said, "The farm where the predatory minions of darkness operate must be around here somewhere." Tsuyoshi interrupted the story of the task and said, "I didn't know you had a gold badge," to which she replied awkwardly, "I joined the guild when I was young, and I've done many quests and tasks with other teams." Continuing her story, she added that later, after realizing that she had achieved the gold badge, she exchanged her old one. "Does it seem strange to you?" After he finished thinking about it, he said, "No, you're good, Sakura." And the girl said, "Thank you," in a very embarrassed tone. Later, arriving at the place where the farm was, the girl said, "I think we're here. Our opponents are very strong." Looking behind the gate where there were many monsters, Tsuyoshi said, "I wonder how many people they imprisoned in that building. How ugly they are." Hearing her master's remark, Sakura looked at him and said, "They are minions of darkness. They serve the darkness. They kill all living beings, driving them mad. And by gaining the power of low-level beings, they can render them insane. They are like those dark goblins that turn slimes into darkness." After listening to his companion's explanation, Tsuyoshi said that they were slimes. Now it is clear why they are so disgusting. So these predatory minions of darkness are just slimes that he heard only the thunder skill will work on them, which is why they are dangerous. Hearing his companion's remark, Tsuyoshi said happily, "So my thunder chain will work just fine." Happy that his skill was just right for this task, Tsuyoshi shouted forward, "Sakura, you can stay out of this as usual," and then thought I had a chance to level up. Before he could go into battle, Sakura caught him and told him, "Master, you shouldn't do this task alone," and then added, "This battle could cost you your life, and the place is different from the ones you fought in before. You can win a one-on-one battle, but it's very dangerous to go against several alone." The next moment, recalling the adventurers from the guild, Sakura added, "You saw the team's reaction to the conditions of this task. They understood that it was dangerous. Although danger is part of the job of an adventurer, I don't want you to risk your life to level up. Let me help you." After receiving all the explanations from his companion, Tsuyoshi put his hand behind his head and said clearly, "I have 2 questions for you." Looking to the side, the guy mentally said the first one about my level. "I want to raise it to be ready for any turn of events in my world." Seeing the look on her master's face, the girl asked what was wrong, and if I knew the answer, I would definitely help. Hearing Sakura's remark, Tsuyoshi thought, "She remembers my promise to the Beastman King in a year I will be tested," and then bowed my head and said, "I don't know how strong the Beastman King is, so tell me how strong I have to become to prove my abilities to him." After receiving the question, the girl bowed her head down and said, "I'll tell you honestly, it's impossible given your current level to pass the test in a year." Having received the answer to his question, Tsuyoshi was surprised to hear that, but why? Then remembering the past, Sakura said, "First of all, you will have to try hard to just survive until next year at least. Try to avoid the divine punishment of the Beastmen. You have heard about the rules of the level system, Master." After receiving the girl's question, Tsuyoshi put his hand to his chin and said, "Can you tell me about them?" And then thought, I know that both worlds have the same level system. Continuing his thoughts on the subject, he added mentally, "My level remains the same in both worlds, both as a hero and as an adventurer, and I know nothing else." Hearing the first question, Sakura said the maximum level of an adventurer is the 100th. The current level of the Beast King is 92. He was able to get his status due to his high level and abilities. The Beast King, Human King, and Elf King are 3 kings that symbolize the strength of their race. After hearing the explanation, Tsuyoshi, remembering his encounter with the Beast King, said in surprise, "But he did not look like the very embodiment of the Beastman's power." Hearing Tsuyoshi's remark, Sakura said, "You won't be able to pass the Beast King's test because you can't bypass the level limit. No adventurer can raise it. The higher the level, the harder it is to move to the next one, and I'm an example of that. In 20 years of being an adventurer, I've only reached the 72nd level." The next moment, looking up at the boy, she added, "I know that my level is far from low, even though I have tried to increase it many times. But that is the limit, and everyone has their own to pass the test of the Beast King. You need to reach at least level 50. Continuing to feel anxious for her master, the girl added, "I don't think you can increase your level that much in just a year. An ordinary adventurer would spend a lifetime to reach the 50th level." After listening to his companion, Tsuyoshi smiled and said, "I understand your feelings." The next moment, Sakura looked up at the boy and suddenly asked, "Are you okay, master? I will accompany you for the whole year even if you can't keep your promise to the Beast King." After his friends remarked, Tsuyoshi confidently said, "You know that I am not an ordinary adventurer, right?" Continuing his speech, the boy added, "I escaped divine punishment and picked up the divine hammer. I'm not that simple. I need to reach the 50th level in a year. It may be impossible for some, but it's definitely not for me." The next moment, Tsuyoshi looked up at the sky and said, "It's strange to admit, but I'm in this world because of the ring. I was freed from divine punishment, and in exchange for that, I received the divine selection system. I'm the chosen one. I'm not going to live a normal life, and with the divine selection system, everything will be possible." After listening to the boy's confident speech, Sakura pressed her hands to her chest and said, "Master, you will definitely become a legend. I believe in you, Master." Picking up his sword and preparing for the fight, Tsuyoshi heard you were successful and then exclaimed, "Well, go ahead." Before he started to fight, Tsuyoshi suddenly said something about the second question. Hearing the next topic, the girl said awkwardly, "Oh, I'm sure I'm talking too much." Then Tsuyoshi said, "What if I fight a 10th level warrior and dozens of others at the same time?" Raising the right topic for himself, Tsuyoshi mentioned the leader of the Blue Snake Gang and added how much I needed to improve my level. Hearing the boy's question, Sakura put her hand to her mouth and said thoughtfully, "I don't understand why you need to do this, but considering the number of enemies you have, you should be at least 2 levels higher." Having received the answer to his question, Tsuyoshi said 12. "Right, then I will reach the 12th level in a week." Stepping forward to fight the monster, Tsuyoshi said, "Count on me, Sakura." Holding the sword in front of him and preparing for the battle, the boy mentally said, "I will take full advantage of the system," and then activated the Divine Eye. After reviewing the characteristics of the predatory minion of darkness, he received a notification that the main weakness of predatory minions is in the heart. When the body is damaged, the heart begins to glow. Healing the wounds received, the radiance can help in finding it. Having learned the weaknesses of his opponents, Tsuyoshi mentally said clearly, "In addition to being vulnerable to the skills that use the element of lightning, his heart is also vulnerable. Given my level, I can win by directing a thunder chain to his torso." The next moment, rushing into battle against the enemy, the guy mentally said that he needed to find his heart first, and then Sakura shouted at him, "Touching him can destroy your body. Be careful." After receiving another warning and making the first swing of his sword, Tsuyoshi exclaimed, "I found it," and then thought with absolute form, "I can survive his attacks." Activating his absolute physical strength and cutting the monster into 2 pieces. Tsuyoshi said, "As soon as I get closer." Flying near the monster and looking at where the glow of the heart was visible, the guy was surprised to think that it was not located in the chest. Landing and only turning back, Tsuyoshi saw that the enemy had almost recovered and said, "You've managed to regenerate so quickly." The next moment, the minion of darkness used the skill of absorbing a foreign organism and tried to swallow the boy. In order to avoid defeat, Tsuyoshi put his sword in front of him, which the enemy's teeth were stuck in, and said, "If you want to eat me, you've got the wrong guy." The next moment, activating his absolute physical strength and concentrating it in his hands, he exclaimed, "You are like a moth flying blindly into the fire." Immediately after his words, Tsuyoshi shouted, "Let me tear your mouth open and split the monster into 2. Impressed by her master's abilities, Sakura, who was standing nearby, thought to herself, "His power is enormous. Maybe he's right. He can make the impossible possible." When the monster began to recover again, Tsuyoshi saw a bright source of light and said, "I finally found it. It's under your tongue." Then, taking his sword and charging it with the element of lightning, the boy shouted before striking, "Taste the taste of thunder." Using the thunder chain skill on the minion of darkness, Tsuyoshi was able to defeat it with a single blow, destroying its heart. Breathing out a sigh of relief after eliminating the enemy and looking back at Sakura, the boy said the task seemed easy enough. 30 minutes later, looking at the terrain covered with the bodies of monsters, Tsuyoshi said almost all of the predatory minions of darkness were destroyed. The next moment, he looked down and added in his mind, "Sakura was right. The higher my level, the more experience points I need to earn. So the points I get from defeating weak monsters are less significant, and the reward I get is much lower than what I got from normal monsters. I don't think I can level up with just this task." The next moment, clenching his hand into a fist, he mentally added, "I need to find another way to level up, even though I can do it faster here than in my world. But I'm still far from reaching my goal. I have to reach level 12 in less than a week and level 50 in less than a year, so I'll give it my best shot." After the battle was over, Tsuyoshi turned to his companion and asked, "By the way, do you have any ointment for burns?" He replied, "You did a good job, master," and then took out thunder oil. Handing the guy a towel to wipe away his sweat, the girl added, "I only have 4 pieces left. I bought it for 2, so you can use it as much as you want." Hearing his companion's words, Tsuyoshi exclaimed happily, "Wow, you bought thunder oil in advance. It was expensive. Let's stock up next time. I like the past." Having received Tsuyoshi's offer, Sakura said awkwardly, "Master, you don't have any money at all, right? Let me clarify our financial situation." Hearing the girl's apologies, Tsuyoshi said, "Don't worry, Sakura. How much did each one cost? I'll think of something. Please explain everything in simple terms." After his request, recalling the moments of wandering around the market, Tsuyoshi mentally said, I was fixated on leveling up and completely forgot that money also plays a role in this world. Even if I spent all her money, Sakura would definitely not tell me anything. Then, taking on the role of a teacher, Sakura said, the price depends on the item since Thunder Oil is quite rare. It costs about 30 silver coins. As for low-level quests, the reward also depends on the value of the item or thing you're looking for, and relying on your experience. The reward for a low-level quest is less than 1 gold coin, so people usually call searchers in person if they've lost something valuable. Sitting down on the ground and writing everything down carefully, Tsuyoshi exclaimed, "You know so much." After the boy's remark, Sakura added that for low-level monsters, you can get from 50 silver coins to 3 gold coins, depending on the difficulty of our task, which is related to the predatory minions of darkness. I think we will get about 300 gold coins, but again, it depends on the customer. After telling this and bowing her head, the girl added in general, now we are on the mill. As soon as we finish this task, the Adventurers Guild will give us a reward. So with 3 gold are spending and buying your oil. Hearing the detailed account of the financial situation in this world, Tsuyoshi said happily, you look like a reliable wife. The next moment, Tsuyoshi threw his sword over his shoulder and looked at the main building of the farm and said, well, the boss must be inside the house, right? Only he is left. Then we will finish as soon as possible, and good luck to you. Before the guy could go to destroy the monster, someone behind him shouted out, who allowed you to enter my farm without permission? Showing up with a group of adventurers, the owner of the farm exclaimed, I'm the owner, you adventurers, and a man and a half beast have killed a man on my land. The next moment, 2 more adventurers appeared behind the farm owner and said, I can feel the magic of thunder. You have destroyed the predatory minions of darkness. That is impossible. The man and the half-beast are too weak. It is very difficult to deal with the predatory minions as a team, and perhaps they are also looking for it. When the conversation came to their goal, the tank of the adventurer group shouted out, hey, you're also looking for Cardiolus. We've already taken on this task. It will be ours. And then the warrior added, it seems that word of Cardiolus has spread quickly. After listening to the adventurer's remarks, Tsuyoshi asked in surprise what Cardiolus was. So you are the customer? There was some misunderstanding. We took this task from the guild, and then Sakura interrupted the conversation and exclaimed, please wait. Hearing what exactly was being said, the girl exclaimed in surprise, Cardiolus falls out of victory like that. Putting his hand behind his head after the question, the customer said, yes, I sent a request to the guild, but I didn't think you would arrive so soon, so you haven't heard of Cardiolus. Hearing that Sakura and Tsuyoshi were unaware of the rare item, the archer of the adventurer group exclaimed, if you haven't heard, leave it to us, we won't let you take it. The next moment, drawing his sword and preparing to resist, Tsuyoshi said, hey Sakura, what is this Cardiolus? And said, we have to complete this task, it is a very valuable item. Cardiolus is a rare item that is given as a boss defeat after processing can be used to connect with the darkness zones. Sakura mentioned the item and said the possibility of dropping and leveling up in the darkness zones is 10 times greater than that of ordinary adventurers who want to level up should not miss this chance. After receiving the information about the Cardiolus, Tsuyoshi said in astonishment, it is so expensive we must get it at any cost, and then thought I must achieve the goal. Seeing the tension between the adventurers, the farm owner exclaimed, stop fighting, please calm down so we can resolve this misunderstanding. The next moment, pointing to the building with the boss, the farmer added, one team came from the guild, the other from me. Show your skills. Only the boss remains, and the one who defeats him will receive a reward. Hearing the conditions of the farm owner, Sakura approached him and said, let us go first, and then thought, I have to get him at any cost for the sake of the master. Also, hearing the girl's request, the tank of the adventurers group said, why would each team suddenly have only one chance to go first? We will go first because we came here at the request of the customer himself. And then the farmer said, you're right, I called you here myself, so you go first. Having received permission from the farmer to be the first to fight the boss, the tank exclaimed, let's show our human strength to the half-beast, after which the archer added, although the boss is strong, the reward is high, we have one chance to give it our best shot. Evaluating the composition of the opponents, Sakura said their team was well chosen. A mage, an archer, a warrior, a tank. Working together, they would surely defeat the boss. For sure we lost. To which Tsuyoshi replied clearly. The next moment, deciding to take his chances, the guy shouted out, wait, I have a suggestion. Let me enter first. Having attracted Tsuyoshi's attention by demonstrating my level, I added, if I lose, our team will not interfere with you. And if I win, the reward will be ours. We agree. Hearing Tsuyoshi's proposal, all the members of the adventurer group froze in place and said, level 6 in surprise. The next moment, they laughed out loud and started shouting, don't get carried away. You need to be at least level 18 to defeat the boss, level 6 alone. Some object had clouded his mind, but he didn't mind. Having obtained the agreement of the rival team, Tsuyoshi threw his sword over his shoulder and headed to the boss and said, well, in that case, he said. Also, hearing the boy's plan, Sakura said worriedly, you're right, Master Boss is a 12th level boss. Moreover, he's possessed by darkness. Even with Thunder Oil, it won't be easy to defeat him. Let me help you. After listening to his companion's worries, Tsuyoshi thumped his chest and winked and said, "Just trust me, Sakura." Hearing the words of her master, the girl felt relieved in her soul and said, "Yes, I believe in you, master." Barely holding onto his feet from laughter, the archer exclaimed, "You can believe in anyone. Go ahead," and then the tank added, "I can't wait for his merciless death at the hands of the boss of the boogeyman." Hearing what exactly was expected of him in the battle with the boss, Tsuyoshi threw his hand behind his head and happily said, "Ruthless death is good." The next moment, hiding his level and heading to the building, the guy added in a stern tone, "Let's see who will finish off who ruthlessly." Hearing the guy's words, the mage from the group of adventurers said in confusion, "And it was just me or the atmosphere changed dramatically." Entering the building where the monster was located, Tsuyoshi said menacingly, "You're the strong rival Sakura was talking about, and I'm only interested in the item called Cardiolus." At the same time, looking inside and seeing the boss, the group of adventurers exclaimed, "Wow, even a 14th level boss, don't you think that's too much to ask for? He's keeping Cardiolus, and judging by his appearance, he must be at least 23rd level." Sakura also saw who Tsuyoshi had encountered and spoke to the master in concern. Before she could say it, an archer from the adventurers group said, "Hey, get ready to take out his body. He won't last a second. He's lost his mind because of the cardiolysis." Hearing the remark from one of the group of losers who were standing nearby and only mocking Sakura gave them a murderous look and said, "Shut up." At the same time, standing in front of the monster boss, Tsuyoshi said, "You should have the same weakness as the usual minions of darkness, but I know you are several times stronger than them, so this method will not work." Continuing to look at the enemy he was about to fight, Tsuyoshi added, "If possible, I would not want to use it, but..." Keeping his gaze on the monster, he removed the cold light sword from his hands and added, "The longer the fight lasts, the more favorable it is for you." Now I understand what he meant. Changing weapons and saying, "I'll only need 1 second to finish you off?" Tsuyoshi received a notification, "You have retrieved the Divine King's Hammer from the Divine Consciousness inventory. Due to your low level, you cannot use the full potential of the 1 second usage time." Drawing the Divine Hammer above him, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "Predatory minions of darkness are weak against lightning. But first, I will increase my arm strength with absolute physical fitness. And then I will increase the effect of the Thunder Chain and Heaven Shaker skills by activating them at the last moment so I can win." Continuing to think about preparing for the strike, Tsuyoshi mentally added, "If I can't win with one strike, I will be in danger because after using it, I become very weak." Completing his preparations for the decisive moment of the battle, the boy confidently said in his head, "However, I will do this. I will get the object no matter what it takes." At the moment of full preparation, Tsuyoshi jumped into the air and used the Thunder Chain skill to charge at the monster with the hammer. Hearing the noise coming from inside the building, the wizard of the adventurer group wondered what was going on. Seeing the building shattered into small pieces before her eyes, Sakura thought he had used this power again, but it was too weak. As soon as everything died down, she headed for the epicenter of the explosion, shouting to the master while the others were confused, saying what the hell was going on. It was a bomb. And then the farmer asked, "What should I do now? What about the farm?" Climbing out of the rubble and looking for Tsuyoshi, the girl shouted out to the master, "Where are you?" and then thought a powerful explosion. The boss was definitely defeated. The next moment, a hand appeared from the rubble, followed by Tsuyoshi, who spoke heavily to Sakura about the Cardiolus you said you had. When Sakura returned to the guild with the result, she heard herself say, "You completed the task so quickly, I'm impressed with your reward." Handing the bag with the reward to the girl, the guild worker added that she had heard the team called by the customer failed. Accepting the reward for the mission, Sakura happily said thank you. "But it was not me who defeated them, but my master. I would never have defeated the final boss." Hearing the girl's words, the guild worker said awkwardly, "Stop joking like that. He could never have done it. This boss was a 14-level giant predatory minion of darkness." Turning her gaze to Tsuyoshi, who was lying on the bench behind her, she added, "No way a 6th-level rookie could handle that. And why does he look so exhausted?" Looking at the boy, Sakura said no. "My master did it alone. He used up all his moral and physical strength, which led to the depletion of his characteristics," to which she heard, "No, it just can't be possible. It's impossible." At one point, after holding the notification that the period of weakness was over, the guy felt a surge of vigor and instantly got to his feet. The next moment, heading to the guild's counter, he thought, "I didn't think that a second use of the Divine Hammer would take so long to recover from without Sakura. It would be quite dangerous," and then said, "Did you learn something about cardiolysis?" Hearing what the young man had just asked, the guild worker was surprised to hear that you had found Cardiolus, and if you put it up for auction, you could make a lot of money. Lucky you. If you want to sell it, you can do so in the square in the city center. After receiving the offer, Sakura said, "We're not going to sell it. The guild shaman is in town. I'd like to ask him to process it." After receiving a question from a visitor, the fortune teller said, "You can keep it for your personal use, but you should ask the shaman to process it to start using the cardio forest." Turning her back to the visitors to find the paper, she added their guild is in the southern part. "I will send your request in a few days. There will be an exam of shamans from May Refuse, but I will give you a letter of recommendation. Just wait for that, heard you. Thank you." While they were creating the letter, Tsuyoshi looked at Sakura and asked about the shaman's exam. Even shamans are divided into ranks. Hearing the question, the girl recalled the shaman system and said the title of shaman is honored like the title of healer and awakened elves. The title is divided into 6 ranks and is assigned based on the results of the exam. Sakura continued, adding that as well as awakened shamans, they can make certain medicines and items, and the medicines and items made by a high-ranked shaman are more effective and, of course, more expensive. Hearing this, Tsuyoshi asked how shamans are different from ordinary adventurers, and he answered that shamans, healers, and awakened ones usually do not participate in battles, but are considered noble adventurers who can make useful medicines and even affect the level of an adventurer. Hearing something interesting, Tsuyoshi asked about leveling up, and then heard there is a saying, "Fear the shaman of a high level." More than 10 high-level adventurers' medicines and items made by a skilled shaman can even affect the course of battle. Some high-quality medicines can help with leveling up, so all adventurers seek out shamans. Continuing the story, Sakura added that healers and awakened ones are also in high demand. And there is a legend that an 80-level warrior angered a silver-ranked shaman and summoned 10 adventurers above the 80th level who chased him. And of course, it ended in battle, and since then the world has realized how powerful shamans are. Later, a guild worker approached the pair and said, "Here's your letter of recommendation. With it, you can join the Shaman Guild and process the Cardiolus." And Sakura replied, "Thank you very much." After a while, the pair of young people arrived at the Shaman's Guild, where many candidates for the exam were gathered. Seeing the crowd, Tsuyoshi was surprised to hear so many shamans gathered for the exam. And Sakura replied that on exam days, representatives of prestigious families of schools and organizations gather here, and I've heard it's hard to get into their ranks. The next moment, taking the boy by the hand and pulling him along, Sakura said, "Let's go with a letter of recommendation from the guild, and we'll be able to get in." Stopping next to one of the examinees, Sakura said, "Excuse me, could you tell us where we can treat the cardiologist?" Hearing Sakura's question, the white shaman, a member of the Shaman's Guild, shrugged and said, "The half-beast man won't be able to come out today. Only shamans can enter the building on the day of the exam." The girl took out the letter she had been given in the guild and showed it to him, saying, "Excuse me, but we have a letter of recommendation from the Seekers Guild." Angry at the girl who showed him the letter, the white shaman shouted, hitting her on the arm, "You rascal, I told you that today there is an exam here, and you will not be able to enter the exam because of a letter, so go away." Indignant at the white shaman's actions, Tsuyoshi stood up in front of Sakura and shouted, "We won't leave. We have a letter of recommendation, so you have to let us in." Hearing the boy's words, the white shaman laughed irritably and exclaimed, "Where did you get the courage from? Let me make something clear. The Shaman's Guild is still in power, so no matter how many days pass, you won't be able to enter until the exam is over." Seeing Tsuyoshi's mood as he headed toward the beastman, Sakura grabbed him and whispered to the master, "Don't make him angry." At the same moment, Doug, the president of the Northern Shaman Association, a blue shaman, came out of the Shaman Guild and shouted out what was going on. Hearing the leader's voice, the white shaman bowed his head and exclaimed to President Doug, "Sorry to disturb you." The next moment, pointing his finger at the people behind him, the shaman exclaimed, "These rude people showed up on the day of the exam to process the cardiolus, and we have tried to drive them away 1,000 times." Continuing to explain the situation, the white shaman added to President Doug, "I'll deal with him." And then Tsuyoshi asked, "You're in charge here? I have a letter of recommendation. Why can't you let me in?" The white shaman exclaimed, "How dare you address the president like that?" And the shaman replied, "You shouldn't make such a fuss, warrior man. I'm ready to help you with the processing, but not today. Come back later." After hearing the instruction from the president of the association, Tsuyoshi thought, "I have little time to level up now, no matter what," and then said, "Sorry, I'm in a hurry. There is no other way out." Having received a question from the boy, Doug said there was no other way out. You can take part in the shaman exam and get the maximum score as a bonus. As the president of the Northern Shaman Association, I will arrange everything. But being a warrior, you will not be able to fulfill the requirements for passing the exam. After learning about another way to speed up the process, Tsuyoshi asked awkwardly what requirements he needed to fulfill to pass. Hearing the boy's question, the shamans laughed and then began to exclaim, "You don't even know what a shame this is." Then, rubbing his beard, the blue shaman said, "To become a shaman, you must have at least the abilities of a magician, because a magician is the true essence of shamans. The test includes the creation of a potion and an object, and after passing, you can become a white shaman," he understood. Hearing the conditions for passing the exam, Tsuyoshi stretched out his hand in front of him and said, "If I am a magician, I will pass. Then can I borrow your staff?" Having received a request from the guy to whom he had just explained the basic things, Doug asked for my staff in surprise. Later, the white shaman interrupted the conversation again and exclaimed, "How dare you ask the president for his staff so unceremoniously? Even if you take it to become a magician, you won't be able to do it at this rate. I'll have to call the guards." Ignoring all the shouts of the white shaman, Tsuyoshi continued to look at Doug and said, "Lend it to me and I will prove that I meet all the requirements." Without hesitation, the president handed over his staff and said, "I'm curious to see how this warrior will prove his point. He has no restrictions." Noticing her master's actions, Sakura approached Tsuyoshi and whispered, "What are you going to do, master?" Receiving the question from the girl, Tsuyoshi looked at her and whispered, "Just trust me." Hearing the boy's request, Sakura smiled gently and said yes, and then thought that when a master asks for trust, he always achieves his goal. Unable to contain his indignation at the situation, the white shaman exclaimed, "President Doug has lent you his staff. Prove your abilities." Hearing the white shaman's exclamation, Tsuyoshi decided not to hold back and used a clean blow, after which the target suddenly groaned. Touching his hand to the target's heart, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "If my guess is correct, then by copying the mage's skill, I will be able to use magic and this weapon." Receiving the notification that the absolute copying skill was activated and seeing all the skills of the white shaman in front of him, Tsuyoshi thought, "My choice is not limited by class. In theory, I can choose anyone at that time. I was based on personal desires." Seeing the skill that would suit him, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "Radiance, select its magic energy description, the amount of magic power in an adventurer's body, and its energy reserves. Usually mages have a lot of magic energy compared to other classes. They can increase their magic energy through meditation, training, and other practices. Magic energy is an important indicator of a mage's strength." After copying the Radiance skill, Tsuyoshi heard the white shaman exclaim in embarrassment, "What are you doing, pervert?" Without answering the rhetorical question, the guy pulled out a magic staff and said, "A mage can use magic with a staff, so if I can use magic, then I'm qualified to take the shaman's exam, right?" Seeing Tsuyoshi radiating magical energy in front of him, Doug thought, magic waves means he's not a warrior after all. When a talented magician uses magic, the energy is amplified to create magic waves. Continuing to cast the spell, Tsuyoshi looked back at the girl and said to Sakura, "Close your eyes," which he heard well. At the same moment, the president of the Shaman Association used a magic shield, a description of supportive magic that can be used without an object. It creates an imaginary shield that can protect against normal physical attacks of skills and magic with relatively weak effect. Having created the shield for himself, Doug contemplated Tsuyoshi's magic and thought, "Basic magic radiance is good enough for an ordinary adventurer, but my magic shield cannot be destroyed by magic of this level." At the moment of conjuring, Tsuyoshi received a foretaste of the detected use of magic. Want to boost your magic energy using absolute physical form? Current energy is 150. Seeing this, Tsuyoshi thought it's possible, not sure, but worth a try. After accepting the system's offer to strengthen him, he received new notifications. Magical energy increased using absolute physical form. Radiance increased current magical energy 3,500. Seeing that the light had become stronger, Doug thought the intensity of the radiance had suddenly increased, and then received a notification that the magic shield could not withstand the intense light. Having demonstrated his powers as a magician in front of everyone and proved his abilities, Tsuyoshi said to the president, "Now tell me I can take the exam." Continuing to shield his hand from the blinding light that was slowly dissipating, the president exclaimed, "Yes, I will recognize you." After a while, the other participants in the exam focused their attention on Tsuyoshi, so it turns out that people can also take the shaman exam, which is probably a joke. A person can take the healer exam, but not the shaman exam. Folding his arms in front of him and staring at the boy, the beastman added, "This is the first time this has happened." Feeling a lot of attention, Tsuyoshi said awkwardly, "It seems like everyone is looking at me as an enemy." To which Sakura replied, "The master is the first person to take the shaman exam, and they're sure you're up to something." Hearing the girl's explanation, Tsuyoshi exclaimed in surprise that I was the first person to hear that seriously. The next moment, Sakura recalled the classes of all races and added people belonging to the healer class, similar to the beastman shaman class and the awakened elf class. Mentioning each class, she added that human participation was not forbidden, but all this time the tradition had been observed that each of the three classes had their own factions, and an attempt to join them would certainly be considered a provocation. Hearing this, Tsuyoshi whispered to Sakura, "No way, I wanted to process the Cardiolus, not provoke them. I understand, but there is no ban on participation, so you can do as you wish." Later, Ilse Pig, the vice president of the Northern Shaman Association, with the title of Blue Shaman, appeared on the square and said, "Of course, I am not against President Dog's decision." Speaking to the crowd, he added, "Wouldn't such a precedent affect the honor of the Beastman Shaman faction? As vice president, I doubt that this man will be able to make potions. He doesn't even have the basic attributes." Then the president of the association joined the conversation and said, "I lent him the staff, and today's test will show whether he can or not. I'm interested to know what he can do." At the same time, trying to somehow encourage Tsuyoshi, Sakura mentally said, Maybe no one noticed, but for a moment I felt the magical waves coming from the master. Continuing to look at the person who decided to take the shaman's exam, Doug said, I've only seen such potential in the genius shaman Kevin. Hearing President Ilsa's remark, Pig laughed and exclaimed, You're kidding. This guy will never be able to match him. He wouldn't even be good enough to be a sandal-wearing servant to Kevin's new student. Hearing something interesting from the vice president, Doug said in surprise that his student was also here today, to which Il's Pig replied that she was going to take first place. So be it. Turning his gaze to Foolin, a nightcat who was waiting for the exam, the vice president added that Kevin himself said she was more brilliant than he was when he was younger. Hearing who the examinees were, the others began to talk about Kevin's new student, who was so young and probably just as brilliant. She was able to make her own potions a year ago, but because of her age and lack of experience, she couldn't pass the test. Now she will definitely take first place. She is incredibly smart. Passing the test will be incredibly lucky for us. Listening to the talk about herself, Foolin sighed in frustration and pressed her ears, saying, These losers are so noisy. Before the test began, Eel's Pig shouted out, The test is about to begin. Visitors are asked to leave the site and take their positions based on the numbers they were assigned earlier. Looking at his number on the piece of paper, Tsuyoshi said, Well, I have to go, I'm 15th. And Sakura waved her hand and said, Good luck, I'll be waiting for you outside. Starting to look for his seat by number, the guy said the numbers were painted on the floor, and that's exactly where it was. Seeing who had just stood next to her in her room, Foolin was surprised to hear that person. Hearing the question from the nightcat Tsuyoshi awkwardly said, I'm Tsuyoshi, and then mentally said what a cute animal girl, the complete opposite of Sakura. Without shifting her gaze to the boy, Foolin said haughtily, The person who decided to take part in the shaman's exam seems to want to attract attention. Offended by the beast woman's remark, Tsuyoshi added in his head, however, that her sharp tongue was a disadvantage. Later, when all the shamans had stopped, Doug said, Everyone take your positions for the shaman's exam. We will test your basic skills. You will have to make your own potions. And I am sure that by choosing this path, each of you was ready for it. The next moment, when tables began to appear from the ground in front of each participant, Tsuyoshi exclaimed in amazement at what it was. Walking over to her workstation and starting to pick up the ingredients, Foolin said that you hadn't even heard of the shaman's setup, so maybe you should go home. Having received another remark from the girl standing next to him, Tsuyoshi was offended and thought even more, Leave me alone. The next moment, looking at the installation, he mentally added, The shaman's installation seems to be made in this world using the old methods. I've seen a similar one in my world, an exact video in which this process was more automated. When all the preparations were completed, President Dan spoke up and Vice President Pig told us that he would tell you about the test in more detail. Immediately after hearing the words of the presentation, Pig slammed his staff on the ground, and the shockwave made all the sheets rise into the air, after which text appeared on them. Turning over his leaf and seeing the base potion making 3 energy potions time 1 hour, Tsuyoshi mentally said, So that's what the test is all about. Feeling nervous because of his lack of knowledge, he began to turn his head in different directions and thought, I'll make 3 basic potions in 1 hour and see what the other participants are doing. When the exam conditions were in everyone's hands, President Doug said that first of all, it was necessary to select the ingredients, most of which were placed on the shaman's installation, and that this level of knowledge was important, since most amateurs did not even know about the existence of 9 types of ingredients for making energy potions. Continuing his speech to the panicking shamans, Doug added that if you make a mistake with at least 1 potion, the participant will be expelled. Seeing the reaction of the crowd of shamans who plunged into panic, Tsuyoshi mentally said that so many participants do not know what to choose. At the same moment, Tsuyoshi heard Foolin's voice behind him, saying arrogantly, Usually a magician gathers all the ingredients in advance to make a potion. After completing the selection of ingredients, the girl confidently added, It was a shame not to remember the basic ingredients for such a simple potion. Impressed by the girl's skills and completely ignoring her remark, Tsuyoshi exclaimed in amazement at how incredibly fast she had done it. With a disgruntled huff and pulling out her staff, Foolin thought, Master Kevin told me to take first place, and I will. Observing the girl's success, the vice president exclaimed happily as expected from Kevin's student, she had already started cooking, after which Doug added that her accuracy and speed were incredible. This test was easy for her. Without paying attention to anyone and doing her job, Foolin used the magic of grinding and began to mix the potions at the same time. Meanwhile, impressed by the girl's skills, Tsuyoshi mentally said, Despite her sharp tongue, she is incredible, you need to repeat after her, and then activated the divine eye and began to analyze the actions. Carefully observing the girl's actions, Doug said, Kevin was not mistaken. Foolin uses magic wisely, to which Il's Pig replied that indeed in the future she would definitely become a great magician. Continuing to follow the process of creating the potion of the outstanding shaman's student, the president of the association added the next stage of the most important processing. Starting to rub his beard, Doug said processing is the most important step in the creation of a potion. Mixing the ingredients with magic reflects the magical abilities of the participant for fueling. It is not difficult at all, and then thought at this rate she will take first place. The next moment he turned his gaze to Tsuyoshi, who was standing next to him, and saw that he was doing nothing. He exclaimed in surprise in his head that he hadn't started yet. What was he waiting for? Completing all the processes of creating the potion, the Beast Woman cast a fusion spell and said it was ready. Waving her hand and signaling that she was done, Fulin mentally said, "The best potion is the best." Seeing that one of the participants had already certified her work, the president said, "Good, please wait until the end of the test to have your work evaluated." Hearing the remark from the president of the Northern Shaman Association, the girl cycled unhappily and said she would have to wait. At the same moment, turning her head in Tsuyoshi's direction and noticing the yogi's gaze on her, the girl exclaimed what the pervert was staring at. At that moment, Tsuyoshi received a notification, analysis complete. The divine eye analyzed the target's actions. Hearing the girl's remark, Tsuyoshi returned to the shaman's setup and said nothing to what he heard. Well, don't waste your time, although you still won't have enough. At the time of the remark, Fulin and a couple of other appraisers from the association noticed something strange happening before their eyes. Meanwhile, after completing the use of the divine eye, Tsuyoshi received a notification asking if he wanted to apply the analyzed actions and shouted out, "Apply." After confirming the system's request, he received a new notification saying that the necessary ingredients were automatically selected and automatically ground, and the potion was being processed. While the system was working for Tsuyoshi, Fulin watched the miracle and was surprised to think that he was not only selecting the ingredients and mixing them at the same time, but also processing them, not knowing that he had such power. Also amazed at what was happening before his eyes, Eel's Pig exclaimed, he had been hiding his potential all along. He was simultaneously picking, mixing, and processing the ingredients in a way that Kevin had demonstrated in his younger days. He called it simplifying the process. Without outstanding strength, it was impossible to do. Continuing to be amazed by what was happening before their eyes, the vice president added, "Can he really match Kevin's genius?" Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Shaman's Association, standing among the rest of the crowd, Sakura mentally said to herself, wondering how the master was doing. Tilting her head down and sighing heavily, she added, "Although I trust the master, I'm still worried about whether they'll find flaws in his potion." And at the same time, continuing to create the basic potion, Tsuyoshi thought with a smile, "It looks like I've done this many times before. Now I know that there is more to potion making than just processing." The shaman class is quite interesting. After receiving the notification, processing is the last and most important stage of potion making. By mixing the potion with magic, the shaman increases its effectiveness by filling it with his power, and the quality of the potion directly depends on the magical power and attributes of the shaman. At the same moment, seeing the speed of the guy she was mocking, Fulin was shocked to think that he could not have done it faster than me. I will not let some insignificant person defeat me. The next moment, remembering her master, she added in her mind that he must have used Master Kevin's technique of simplifying the process that had impressed everyone during the shaman's exam. As President Doug continued to watch Tsuyoshi's actions, he said, "Kevin made a C-ranked potion using his technique, which was similar to a white shaman's potion at the time, although I would have struggled to make a C-ranked potion myself." Potion rank. Potion descriptions are graded from D to S. The rank of a potion depends on the shaman's skill, which also affects its value. Sensing some concern in Ilsa Pig's voice, Doug heard that making a C-ranked potion was like performing a feat for an ordinary person. He could do it because of the careful selection of ingredients. So even if he concentrated all his efforts on processing the ingredients, the final product would be judged. After expressing his opinion, the vice president thought, "What a fool I am to make a C-ranked potion, provided I am not distracted by the few talents like Kevin in the area. I would be happy if I could make a D-ranked potion." Meanwhile, while creating the potion, Tsuyoshi received a notification that the potion's grade was completed. The rank of the potion processed ranged from D to S depending on the skill of the creator, and then thought there were ranks of potions not at all like the same type of capsules from my world. The next moment, after receiving another notification that said the rank of the basic energy potion was D, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "D is so low, I think it will be enough for the exam." As soon as he thought about it, he turned his head toward Fooling and mentally added, "No, I have to beat her. If she makes a C-ranked potion, I'll lose my first place. So I need to make at least a C-ranked potion to be safe." Looking back at the potion vial, the boy mentally said, "How to do this during the processing of the potion is determined, depending on the strength and attributes of the mage. If I can change the strength of my magic and attributes, the rank of the potion will also change." Looking at his energy, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "First, I'll increase my strength using the absolute physical fitness skill, which will increase my magical energy, but how do I change my attributes?" Continuing to observe the exam, Doug asked why he hadn't processed the potion. It seemed to be trying to conserve his magic. This was not good. The shaman's confidence directly affected the result. Without stable magic, he would not be able to perform the processing. Hearing President Pig's question, he laughed and exclaimed, "I told you there were no such thing as too many geniuses." He spent all his energy on selecting the ingredients. Also noticing Tsuyoshi's stagnation in the cooking process, Fulin thought, what was the matter? If you finished processing, you can start merging what he was waiting for. Seeing that Tsuyoshi was stuck in the process, one of the examinees reached out to him and said, "Hey man, you haven't processed the potion at this rate yet. Your magic is not working." Interrupting the hand of another participant who was reaching for Tsuyoshi, Fulin exclaimed, "Don't touch him. You're distracting him. You don't even know the basic rules of shamans." Meanwhile, looking at his status where it said that he had no current magical attributes, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "I only have magic to get an attribute." The next moment, remembering one of the options that could help him, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "Wait a minute. The king's divine hammer might work if I borrow its power. I can change the magic attributes. There is no other choice. I need to try." Noticing the changes in Tsuyoshi's work, Doug sighed heavily and said that his magic waves were not stable for long. "He would not last, as I heard from Ilsa Piggy. I can feel their fluctuations if he does not hold the magic. The treatment will fail as a pity." Taking out an item with a natural attribute from his inventory, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "Divine King's Hammer. Give me your power." Seeing the drastic change in Tsuyoshi's face, Fulin was shocked, with all the other participants thinking his magic power had suddenly increased. After receiving the notification of the magical energy enhancement through the absolute form, the current magical energy of 3,500 radiance improved current magical attributes, lightning duration of 6 seconds. Tsuyoshi thought a second would be enough. The next moment, drawing his magic staff above him, Tsuyoshi confidently shouted out the final fusion processing. After completing his process of creating the base potion, Tsuyoshi said the base energy potion is ready. After announcing the completion, the boy began to wipe the sweat from his face and said, "I didn't think the attribute and use of magic would be so exhausting, or that I could surpass it." Impressed by the boy's performance, the vice president exclaimed, "Despite the instability of the magic, he was able to process the potion." And then Doug added, "I wonder how he did it. I felt the presence of another element." Continuing to be amazed at the results, the president exclaimed what he had done, and meanwhile, starting to catch a lot of glances from Tsuyoshi, he looked around and said, "What's the matter?" Sometime after passing the exam, the president of the Shaman Association shouted out to stop the work, and those who continued would be disqualified. After announcing the stop, Doug said, "Now the vice president and I will evaluate your potions," after which Edith's pig said, "Let's start from here." Opening the first participant's vial and inhaling the smell, Doug said interestingly, "The smell is weak, quickly fading, and a rather simple potion that falls short of the D rank. Congratulations, you passed." Hearing the assessment for the work he had done, the candidate for the role of shaman exclaimed, "What an honor. Thank you, President." Walking over to his candidate and opening the potion, Elil's pig grimaced and said, "It smells like smoke and burns. I overdid it." The test failed. Falling to his knees after receiving the score, the participant exclaimed at nothing. The vice president said consuming such a potion will weaken all characteristics. Prepare better. After a while of testing other participants, there were a lot of emotions from successful passes to failures. When the vice president reached the favorite of the exam, he said, "Fulin, it's your turn. How is Kevin?" Having received a question from the evaluator, the girl happily said, "Thank you for the experience of the master. Everything is good," to which she heard, "Glad to hear it." Opening the potion prepared by the girl and inhaling the vapors, Il's pig said, "This alluring aroma looks promising." As he continued to inhale the aromas of the potion, fueling vice president added an expensive and persistent aroma. The purest refinement is a C-rank basic energy potion. After receiving the praise, the girl bowed her head down and smiled slyly, thinking, "I didn't let the master down. I did it." Hearing about the results, the other participants began to echo, "Wow, C-ranked, just like the genius Kevin. She is very talented," which was expected from Kevin's student. She will definitely take first place listening to the impressions Fulin thought. "Thanks to hard training, I began to process the potion faster. He is no match for me." Also impressed with the girl's results, Tsuyoshi said, "Wow, the C-ranked potion is impressive," and then heard Tsuyoshi say, "Now it's your turn." Having attracted the attention of the participant, Doug asked, "What do you think the result will be?" and heard that I did my best. Also hearing the answer from the participant next to him, the vice president said, "I think he did a D-rank potion at best." So insecure in himself. Taking note of the guy's words, the president of the association said, "You did your best. Let's check the rank." As soon as the vials with the potion were opened, storm clouds appeared in the sky, and Tsuyoshi said in surprise, "Lightning strikes are interesting." And then Doug exclaimed in shock at the supernatural phenomenon. Also amazed by what was happening, the vice president said a potion that summoned it was at least B rank. Frozen in place by the shock of what she saw, Fulin thought it was incredible that only someone whose strength was comparable to Master Kevin's could concoct a B-ranked potion. Continuing to evaluate Tsuyoshi's creation, the president of the association said, "This rich flavor is the purest of finishes, and a supernatural phenomenon. The next moment, without looking back at the vice president, Doug said, I think we were wrong. This guy is even scarier than Kevin himself. Tilting his head down and looking at his basic B-ranked energy potion, Tsuyoshi thought the processing of the potion was exhausting, after which he felt he was without a doubt ranked first in the shaman exam. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Shaman's Association, Sakura was so overwhelmed that she couldn't find a seat and was just sighing heavily. Radiating an unpleasant aura of excitement, she said to the master who hadn't left yet. At one point, Tsuyoshi appeared in the middle of the crowd and noticed the girl and raised his hand and called out Sakura. Seeing the boy nearby, she immediately ran up to him and exclaimed, Welcome back, master. I was so worried you were gone for ages. Hearing in response, I'm sorry for making you worry. The exam is over, the girl exclaimed. Really? How did it go? After receiving a question from his companion, Tsuyoshi said I did well and came back to you with the first place, to which Sakura exclaimed, attracting attention to the first place, incredibly great job, that's good. After completing the exam, returning to the organizers with Sakura and Tsuyoshi's request, he heard having such great strength, you want to process cardiolysis. Hearing a question from the president of the association, Tsuyoshi said, yes, I need it to raise my level, and he said, if you have already taken first place, I will fulfill your wish. Eel's pig also joined the conversation and asked, who taught you how to make potions? I wouldn't believe it if you said you didn't have a teacher. Tsuyoshi looked away and said, no one taught me how to make potions, I did it all by myself. Hearing that they were wrong in their guesses, the president and vice president said in surprise that you learned all this on your own? I feel pathetic. The next moment, returning to the Shaman's Guild and heading inside, Doug said, come in after the cardio woods are processed. I will hand you the shaman's robes. Meanwhile, bowing her head in defeat, Fulin said to Master Kevin, I'm sorry I lost to a miserable person. Hearing the name of a famous shaman, Sakura looked at Fulin and mentally said, Kevin, so you are Kevin's disciple. Noticing that his friend was lagging behind him, Tsuyoshi looked back and asked Sakura what was wrong. Receiving the question from her master, the girl immediately looked at him and exclaimed, oh, nothing, I was just thinking. When Tsuyoshi heard that everything was fine, he happily followed Doug, saying, let's go. After the treatment, we have another target waiting for us. Following her master's instruction to leave Fulin alone with defeat, Sakura exclaimed, well. After a while, the door to the ritual room opened, and the inside was thrown by the cardiolist directly into the magic circle on the ground. Doug followed and began to recite Mother Earth, Father, Fire Spirit, Water Breath, Wind. Guardian of the four great elements, hear my call with the words and name of the purse process. The cardiolist again make it into a fog, illuminating the stone with a bright light. Turning his gaze to the surprised boy, the vice president said, the cardiolist is filled with the power of darkness. We will need a special ritual, and you are lucky the president will process it personally. Continuing to listen to the sound of the spell, strengthen the form with the power of the earth, purify the heart with tongues of flame. Tsuyoshi asked what kind of spell was used by shamans, and Sakura replied that shamans are also magicians. The stronger the spell, the longer it takes to say it, and this ritual probably refers to a specific kind of magic. The next moment, tapping the ground with his staff, Doug shouted out, purify his spirit with the softness of water and the flow of wind. Dispel the forces of darkness, fill him with light without flaws, purify the stone in the name of the shaman. I command you to give new life to the stone. After completing the purification ritual and handing the stone to Tsuyoshi, Doug said, now only you can use this cardio forest, and he heard her say, thank you, it was an impressive ritual. After the boy thanked him, the president said that cardiolists are of low, medium, and high grades, and that seekers often die in the darkness, using low-grade cardiolus with the rest of it being part of the medium grade. Hearing the rank of his item, Tsuyoshi exclaimed happily, medium grade, lucky you. Experience points in the darkness zones will be higher than what he heard, of course. The higher the difficulty, the higher the rewards, but don't confuse dark zones with normal ones. Continuing to rub his beard, Doug added from his experience that your team will need at least 1 tank, 2 warriors, 2 mages, and 1 healer, depending on how many of you are and who will go with you. Hearing the question from the president of the association, Tsuyoshi pointed to himself and asked that the team was just the 2 of us. After which Sakura added that I didn't count because my participation would split my master's experience points in half. Hearing what Tsuyoshi had just said, the president and vice president exclaimed in unison, you were about to go to the darkness zone alone. As soon as the entrance began to open, Doug said, this is the entrance to the zone of darkness. You can enter it now and twice after each time a new dark monsters will appear in the zone. In total, you can enter 3 times after returning. The cardiolus will turn to ash and disappear. Continuing to look at the portal, Doug added that once inside, you will not be able to leave the zone. You will either have to defeat all the monsters or wait for the end of your stay, after which Eel's pig added that if you die, your body will throw something else out and there's another way to get out. Having learned something new about cardiolus, Tsuyoshi laughed awkwardly and said, you're kidding, that's not going to happen. And then Sakura added, you're right, everything will be fine. The next time she took off her purse with potions, she added, Master, take the potions with the coins I earned on our last job. I've replenished my stocks. You'll need them. Taking a small gift from Sakura, Tsuyoshi said, You're always so thoughtful. Wait for me, I'm off. Hearing that Tsuyoshi was already leaving for the dimension of darkness, Doug exclaimed, Wait, you gave me back my staff? How will you use magic if I want to? Tsuyoshi smiled at the suggestion and said, Thank you, but I won't need it, and then took out his sword and slung it over his shoulder. I'm a warrior. When Tsuyoshi stepped through the portal with one foot, the cardiologist counted the use, and Sakura exclaimed, Please be careful. Finally realizing what Tsuyoshi had just said, Ilsa Pig exclaimed, Wait, you're a warrior. And then Doug added a warrior with such a talent for magic. Continuing to follow the boy who had just entered the portal of darkness himself, the president added, I wonder what he can accomplish. I'll be looking forward to seeing. Moving to the zone of darkness and receiving a notification, the remaining time is 12 hours. If you leave the zone of your own free will, it will take 12 hours to reopen the entrance. Tsuyoshi said, So when I leave the zone, I will have to wait 12 hours before it opens. You need to defeat the monsters as quickly as possible. I don't have time to wait. After a while of wandering around the zone of darkness, Tsuyoshi came across a herd of 10th level dark wolves who were just savoring their prey. As he watched them from his hiding place, he mentally added to the herd of dark wolves, I can't let them see me and I shouldn't underestimate their speed. The next moment, jumping out of the hiding place and heading for one of the monsters, he mentally added, However, I must finish as quickly as possible. I need to increase the strength of my attacks with absolute physical form. As he approached the enemies and received the notification, absolute physical form, activated arm strength increased, Tsuyoshi exclaimed, Don't grit your teeth. Subsequently, as he approached the enemies, he mentally said, Now, Thunder Chain, and after landing, he paralyzed the monsters with a shockwave. Having received the reward for destroying one enemy, Tsuyoshi smiled happily and said, 500 experience points in my world, I received the same. For defeating an unusual monster impressively in this world, the experience points are much higher. The next moment, quickly getting to his feet and starting to eliminate the other monsters, Tsuyoshi exclaimed, Great, I can come back after raising my level. At the same moment, a notification appeared in front of the guy. The paralysis effect has expired. Its duration depends on the enemy's combat strength and level, after which the monsters rush to resist. Trying to somehow restrain the onslaught of the dark wolves, Tsuyoshi mentally said the effect of paralysis ended so quickly. The darkness was incredibly strong. They were more enduring than ordinary monsters. Holding back the enemy with the sword in its mouth, Tsuyoshi exclaimed, Incredible speed. If I had been even a little slower, they would have torn my throat out. At one point, noticing another monster behind the monster preparing to strike from the blind spot, Tsuyoshi thought he blocked the view of his comrade with his body smartly. Immediately after activating his absolute physical strength and concentrating 60% in his hands, Tsuyoshi swung his sword and sliced the monster apart, saying, In that case, I will defeat both of them with one blow. Raising his physical strength and beginning to destroy his enemies even more actively, Tsuyoshi exclaimed, At this rate, I will quickly raise the level and will be able to reach the 7th level on the first try. At the same time, standing near the portal to the zone of darkness, Doug asked Sakura if she was worried about the right thing. Trying to keep the conversation going, the president of the association added, This is the first time I've seen anyone enter the darkness zone alone unless they have exceptional strength, right? Despite everything said by the president of the Northern Association of Shamans, Sakura did not take her eyes off the portal and said, I trust the master. Later, Eel's Pig joined the conversation and said, I've seen many talented guys die because of overconfidence, but this is the first time I've met someone who went to fight the boss alone in the dark zone. Hearing the vice president add, I'll go now, I hope this young man comes to his senses. Sakura puffed out her cheeks and gave him a displeased look. Meanwhile, after defeating a few more enemies in the dark zone, Tsuyoshi said tiredly, I fought continuously. After receiving a notification, stamina and willpower reduced to 50%, Tsuyoshi added my stamina and willpower on the honey. Absolute physical strength is draining my body. The next moment, he took out the basic stamina and energy potions from the pouch and began to drink them, saying Sakura's potions were really helpful. As soon as the taste of the potion reached his taste buds, he immediately spat it out and exclaimed, I forgot how awful they taste. Despite the horrible taste, Tsuyoshi drank the potion and rubbed his lips, and was informed that his stamina and strength were restored, and then said to continue at the same pace. Meanwhile, while continuing to stand by the portal with President Dog, Sakura turned her head to him and asked, Will you be waiting, President Dog? After receiving the question from the girl standing next to him, the president of the association said, I'm worried about whether this young man will return in one piece. The next moment, recalling the last thing Tsuyoshi said before he left, Doug added a warrior who had passed the shaman's exam to process the Cardiolus and prepare a potion of the highest quality. But at one point his thoughts were interrupted by strange sounds coming from the portal, and Dan exclaimed, What the hell are those sounds? Listening to what was coming from the area of darkness, Sakura happily told him that it was the sound of a master. Receiving hope in the news that Tsuyoshi was still alive, the girl happily added, As long as we can hear them, we can be sure that he is alive. Meanwhile, in the zone of darkness, Tsuyoshi continued to hunt the dark wolves, jumping on another pack and shouted, Get it! Having dealt with the last monsters that remained in this location, the guy said, looking at their bodies, only your boss remained perfectly. Smiling happily and starting to wipe the sweat and dirt from his face, Tsuyoshi added, I'm a little tired, but I finally got to the hard part. I can reach the 7th level before the final boss. Arriving at the building behind the door of which the last opponent was supposed to be, he thoughtfully said, maybe we should take a little rest before the battle. Sitting in front of the door to the boss's hall, Tsuyoshi said, this tastes awful. I'll never get used to it. The capsules from my world tasted good, but the potions in this world are much more effective. After receiving the notification that said his strength was fully restored, Tsuyoshi threw his weapon over his shoulder and stepped forward, saying, great, I'm fully restored. Let's continue. Opening the door and stepping inside, Tsuyoshi saw a monster, presumably the boss of the location, come out to meet him. Evaluating the monster's appearance, Tsuyoshi activated his absolute physical strength by 60% and held up his sword and set its level and the level of the boss of the Minion of Darkness that I had recently defeated, which was probably the boss of the Darkness Zone. Meanwhile, right in front of Tsuyoshi was a level 14 Dark Zone boss wandering in the Dark Forest. The next moment, the enemy instantly disappeared from view and moved towards Tsuyoshi, trying to strike him unexpectedly. Putting up a block at the last moment, the guy tried to keep the pressure and thought how fast the incredible power was. Holding the enemy's attack, Tsuyoshi noticed the boar poking his nose at him, and then felt a strange effect and thought my body was shaking. It was the effect of his skill. As the enemy swung for the next strike, Tsuyoshi received a slowing tremor notification, a powerful effect for those with exceptional strength that is difficult to avoid. The spirit of the possessor frightens the opponent and slows their movements. Continuing to stand in place without the ability to move, Tsuyoshi exclaimed in his head in confusion, move, please move your body. And at the last moment before the impact, having received a notification, the effect of slowing the trembling past, Tsuyoshi blocked the attack and exclaimed, I will not give up so easily. Watching the surprised opponent, Tsuyoshi mentally added a stream of pure energy bursting out of the Infinity Ring. Was that why the effect did not last long, or was I mistaken? With a sly smile after completing his thoughts, Tsuyoshi exclaimed, I'm not going to die that easily, little boar. Then, taking his weapon away from Tsuyoshi to prepare for the next blow, the boss said, you are strong, not as easy as you look, and managed to break my slowing trembling. Hearing that the monster had just started talking to him, Tsuyoshi froze in his tracks, thinking that you could talk. I thought the darkness was a bunch of beasts that couldn't talk. In response to his opponent's remark, the boar said that darkness is a higher being and then vanished into thin air. Losing sight of his opponent and remembering what had happened to him recently, Tsuyoshi mentally recited this technique again. If I had the Dark Goblin kit, I could have used the roaring tentacles to attack his weakness, but I left him in my world. The next moment, the boar closed in on Tsuyoshi and used the bloody attack skill. After putting up a block and being able to deter the enemy's attack, Tsuyoshi received a notification that the strength of the Black Cold Light Sword had decreased by 30%. After which I thought my enemy's weapon was too strong. Immediately after seeing the tip of the sword appear almost in front of his forehead, Tsuyoshi mentally added, this attack has a vision-impairing effect. He is too fast. I was unable to block the blow. At the last moment, having avoided critical damage, Tsuyoshi felt that he began to bleed. Description of the effect that is present in some weapons if the victim is attacked by such a weapon. He suffers a bleeding wound that gradually reduces his health reserve. The effect will last until the wound heals or the target dies, can be eliminated with a special skill with a potion or magic. Touching his hand to his neck to slow the bleeding, Tsuyoshi said, he only hit me once and I've already started bleeding. I don't have any potions to stop the blood. I could die. Slowly losing health and looking at the enemy, Tsuyoshi thought, without the potion I will just die from blood loss. I have to defeat him before the bleeding gets worse. Continuing to strain and look at his opponent, Tsuyoshi mentally said, maybe I should give up my last attempts and leave the Darkness Zone, because if I stay here I won't be able to stop the blood and I'll die, but I'll do it anyway. After finishing his thoughts and rushing at his opponent, Tsuyoshi shouted, I'll finish you off, and then used a thunder chain. Having struck exactly on the target as he thought, the boy exclaimed, taste my attack. After the attack, Tsuyoshi jumped away and mentally said, I did it. Why didn't he deflect my attack? A few seconds later, when the dust cloud dissipated, Tsuyoshi saw a message that said the lightning was stuck in the ground and could not do any damage and the enemy was completely intact. Hearing the enemy say how entertaining it was, Tsuyoshi thought in confusion that the skill hadn't worked that well. The next moment, the enemy jumped up and started running at the boy, shouting, I will destroy you and I don't even need a sacrifice. Frozen in place and waiting for the enemy to strike, Tsuyoshi thought that the victim was what he was talking about, and at that moment, the boar used a strong attack skill. As he delivered a devastating blow to the guy, the boar confidently said, I'll only need a level. When the cloud of smoke cleared, the boss of the Darkness Zone noticed Tsuyoshi's sword near him and said, Seeker, you lost your weapon, it's all for nothing. The next moment, throwing the sword over his shoulder and waiting for the haze of dust to clear, he added, next time I'll finish you off. At one point, feeling an incredibly strong aura coming from near him, the boss of the Darkness Zone shouted out in confusion, What is this? Who are you? Hearing the laughter and the phrase, "Who has the victim now?" the boar exclaimed, "Why are you? What a rare skill. Who are you?" In response to the enemy's confused questions, Tsuyoshi said, "I was able to attack. I copied the victim skill you mentioned using my skill without the rash move to gain new strength. Now I can do it. I will tear your flesh apart with my bare hands." After combining the two skills and creating a physical sacrifice, Tsuyoshi received a notification. Absolute physical strength was activated. The power of the evil skill sacrifice was received. Your physical form improved 3 times, creating a great strain on your body. Frozen in place by the side of the boar, you will shout out to the person why you can use the skills of darkness. After receiving the notification, the special attribute of the Chosen One is the ability to copy and use any skill regardless of race and level. The strength of the copied skill depends on the combat strength of the owner. Tsuyoshi said it was a breeze for me. Continuing to stand there like a rock and unable to move, the boar thought his speed. The next moment, Tsuyoshi closed the distance and struck directly at his opponent's body, and then continued to strike. After taking a certain amount of damage, the boar received a notification: your weapon has been damaged and said so strong. But even if you copy the skill, you won't be able to use it with brute force. Stepping back and starting to stretch his arms after the blows, Tsuyoshi said, "I'm ready to destroy you in any way I can by using a sacrifice, so I only have one more try." Hearing Tsuyoshi's words, the boar suddenly burst out laughing and shouted, "Defeat me! Did you forget that I can also use sacrifice?" Having used the sacrifice skill on himself, the boar exclaimed haughtily, "You stupid human, your sacrifice is just a copy," and launched an attack. At the same moment, waiting for a good opportunity, Tsuyoshi said, "I haven't forgotten. I remember that you can shoot down my attacks with your weapon," and began to prepare his Thunder Chain skill. Seeing the boy's intentions, the boar looked back at the sword and wondered if he had made me throw my weapon on purpose or if his attack was deliberate. Preparing to deliver the final blow to his opponent, Tsuyoshi said, "I wanted you to donate half of your blood." Confused by the situation that occurred because of his safety, the boss of the Darkness Zone thought how he just copied her. He was an ordinary person. Why his power was so destructive? Having dealt a decisive blow to his opponent, Tsuyoshi exclaimed, "Now you are disarmed. Let's see if you can survive the Thunder Chain. Give half your blood and try absolute strength." Having been defeated in the battle and feeling his end, the boar said, "Why a man?" to which Tsuyoshi replied, "Look at your own stupidity." After completing the battle with the boss, Tsuyoshi received a notification: "You have defeated the Dark Forest boss of the Dark Zone. You have successfully passed the Dark Zone. 2 attempts left. The zone effect has expired." Returning to his usual form and starting to feel his body, Tsuyoshi said, "My whole body is breaking, as if all my insides were torn apart. A victim of a strong skill, but combined with the absolute form, overloads my body." The next moment, seeing a bright light and receiving a notification: "You have received the weapon of the boss wandering in the Dark Forest," the guy said, "Yo, boss weapon. I just lost mine." Picking up the new weapon, Tsuyoshi received a notification: "Received a weapon Bloody Miss saw description. Boss weapon roaming the Dark Forest with a blade. PL any wounds inflicted by this weapon. Do not heal passive skill. Bleeding secondary skill. Bloody attack." Then said, "Great, if I level up bloody attack, it will be useful." Tsuyoshi also received another notification that said to leave or stay. Restarting the trial will use up 1 attempt. You can return or continue exploring the Darkness Zone. 2 attempts left. Continuing the trial will give you 50% bonus experience points, and then said if I stay, I will get a bonus experience point. Without thinking twice about his decision, the guy shouted restart, after which his level increased to 7th, and some of the effects disappeared. Feeling these certain changes, he looked at his arm and said, "Through the sacrifice, now the damage received cannot be healed. I thought my physical strength would improve. It causes a lot of trouble. The pain subsided when I raised the level, but the damage from absolute physical strength still remained." The next moment, thinking of Sakura, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "A rare dark skill. Its price is quite high. Maybe I should get out and rest for a while. If I go for the second round, I will definitely have to use the sacrifice again, but will my body be able to take it?" And Sakura said that staying in the Darkness Zone without replenishing is very dangerous, but thinking of his companion again, he added mentally, "I have 6 levels to go in a week, and I must reach the 12th level. I can't miss out on the bonus experience points that will help me feel more confident in my world." Reaching out to the selection window, Tsuyoshi said, "This is the price of strength. There is no room for doubt. How can I continue the test without determination?" After receiving the notification you have chosen to stay, please enter the space and return to the entrance, Tsuyoshi said, "I'm only losing. Sorry to keep you waiting, Sakura." Meanwhile, standing at the gate to the Darkness Zone, Sakura was confused, saying in her head that he should have been back by now. Noticing the anxiety of the girl standing next to him, the president said, "Don't worry. Vig has definitely decided to continue the test, as it will help him earn bonus experience points." Immediately after his words, Doug looked at the portal and thought he had lost, but the body hadn't been thrown out. Had he really decided to continue the test without supplies? Which was almost impossible for an adventurer in the Darkness Zone, and could be fatal. Looking at the president of the Shaman Association, Sakura said worriedly, but he promised to leave after the first round. I can still hear the rolling thunder. The next moment, the voice of Ilspig came from behind the couple, and he turned and said, "Wow, I've already had a good night's sleep, and he hasn't finished the first round yet, and there's no body. Maybe he's hidden somewhere and is sitting there shaking with fear." Hearing his subject's words, Doug said to Pig, "Watch your mouth." And the president replied, "That's nonsense. You think he can overcome the zone of darkness on his own? You shouldn't have given him false hope." Continuing to express his opinion, the vice president added with a sneer, "He's lying. I've seen many of them. If he had won, he would have returned long ago. If he didn't show up after the first stage, he must have failed and decided to start over. Unfortunately, it could cost him his life. He simply doesn't have enough healing potion." Without returning her gaze to Ilsapig, Sakura said, "The master will definitely return. Please refrain from such talk. The rolling of his lightning proves that he is alive." Hearing Sakura's remark, Doug thought to himself, "She's a strong girl." Ignoring Sakura's request, the vice president laughed and exclaimed, "You're kidding. What kind of thunder will be to blame for his death because you've strengthened his self-confidence?" Hearing Ilspig continue his remarks, Sakura gave him a menacing look and said, "If you do that again." The girl's words were immediately followed by silence, and the president of the association thought it was bloodlust, and then shouted, "Be quiet, don't start a fight." Diluting the tense atmosphere, Doug tapped his staff on the ground and added, "Wait for his return in silence, Pig. You can go." Obeying the leader's order, the vice president walked away and said, "I'm just telling the truth. Let's see the look on your faces when you see his tortured body." Continuing to listen to the inappropriate remarks, Doug shouted out, "Piggy, get out of here," and then thought, how could he not notice the bloodlust? The next moment, he turned his gaze to Sakura, who already had her hand on her blade, and mentally added that the beast's abilities were limitless. At one point, sensing something strange, the president of the Northern Shaman Association asked what was going on. Frozen in place by the shock of what had happened, the girl said in fright, and the master's thunder subsided. Hearing Sakura's words, Ilsapig looked back and exclaimed, "Just look at that. It's pointless for an ordinary person to enter the zone of darkness alone." At the same moment, hearing strange sounds and noticing cracks in the portal, Doug exclaimed what kind of sounds they were, what kind of feeling of déjà vu. Pulling his staff out in front of him and pointing it at the portal, the president exclaimed, "The darkness has broken the seal. Everyone get ready. The darkness is breaking through." Hearing Doug's instruction, the vice president ran to the portal and exclaimed, "There is no way the darkness could not have broken the seal of the darkness zone." The next moment, noticing Tsuyoshi Sakura coming out of the portal, she exclaimed, "Wait!" And then the guy said, "I'm sorry for the wait, Sakura." Leaving the area of darkness in a serious condition, the guy said heavily, "I've done 3 rounds of each, got bonus experience points, and leveled up several times. Now I'm level 9. Seeing Tsuyoshi fall off his feet and start to fall, Sakura rushed over to catch him and shouted out to the master. At the same time, standing behind in complete shock, Ilspig shouted out 3 stages in one go, after which Doug added how much strength this young man had. Putting the boy on her lap in front of the president of the association and his vice president, Sakura shouted out to help him quickly. After some time of first aid, Tsuyoshi was transferred to a room where treatment continued. After doing his best, Doug said, "Your muscles and nerves are seriously damaged," and the vice president added, "You are a miracle of survival." Hearing the words of the shamans, Tsuyoshi said while warming up, "Thanks to the treatment, I feel much better." Hearing the boy's joyful tone, Sakura said, "You have acted unreasonably and failed to keep your promise." Receiving a remark from his companion, Tsuyoshi turned his head to her and said, "I'm sorry, I'll be more careful in the future. I just couldn't refuse the bonus points. Reaching the 9th level was a great reward. You know how much I need experience points, right?" With a little less resentment toward Tsuyoshi, Sakura exclaimed, "Your safety is more important to me. Promise me you'll keep your promises." The next moment, the president of the association joined the conversation and said, "You said you went 3 times, right?" Having received the answer to his question, Doug said nervously, "I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes." Immediately after his words, remembering the moment Tsuyoshi returned, Doug mentally added that when this guy left the zone, the power of evil was superior to the power of darkness. So I thought that the darkness itself had broken the barrier. Continuing his thoughts, the president thought of the great man and added that if Kevin is a genius, this man has surpassed the genius himself. The next moment, Ilspig joined in, drawing attention to himself with a cough, and bowed his head and said, "Well, I'd like to apologize for my words. I'm sorry I underestimated your strength, man." After receiving an apology from Vice President Tsuyoshi, he awkwardly said, "You helped me with my treatment. Don't worry about it." And Sakura added, "I finally got it." Immediately after the apology, Ilspig added a deflection effect, which we used as a mid-level healing skill. We healed almost all of the wounds except for the deep ones. Your body is still in critical condition. Echoing the subject's words, Doug added, "You came out of there with serious wounds all over your body, bleeding and nerve damage. If we hadn't treated you immediately, you could have died. It seems you used some kind of secret magic or skill, so don't use it in the future. Its danger may prevent you from leveling up." After listening to the shaman's advice, Tsuyoshi looked at his hand and remembered the skill of the victim and said, "I just wanted to level up," and then thought, The victim is still bothering me. Continuing his thoughts, Tsuyoshi added in his mind, I was only thinking about eliminating him and lost my mind. It's a big risk. What should I do? And then he saw a big eye in his mind. Sakura noticed that Tsuyoshi suddenly began to breathe heavily and asked the master what was wrong. Starting to wipe the sweat from his face after being asked, the boy said, Nothing, I'm just tired. And then thought, the darkness sacrifice is a special skill that damaged not only my body, but my mind. I shouldn't use it anymore. The next moment, Doug pulled out a bag of test tubes and said, I'll give you a potion. Take it once a day and meditate to speed up its absorption. Seeing what Doug had decided to give Tsuyoshi, the vice president exclaimed in shock, This is a potion, President. Are you sure? Reaching for the gift, Tsuyoshi said thank you, and Sakura said the same thing in surprise. Giving the boy the gift, the president said, Kevin's favorite potion to help you recover, I advise you to meet him in person. Recalling the outstanding shaman in question, Doug added that if he sees talent in you, he will take you as his student, and even more amazing knowledge in the field of magic. He is one of the few inhabitants of these lands who owns the legendary Law of Destruction. Hearing what Doug had just said, Sakura jumped out of her seat and exclaimed, Kevin found the legendary Law of Destruction, which is what Tsuyoshi asked. Wait! The legendary Law of Destruction, what does that mean? Hearing the question that the boy had just asked, the vice president was surprised to hear that adventurers shouldn't know about it. The next moment, he began to recall the story and said, In this world, there are laws that govern the magic of heaven and earth, and the magic used in accordance with these laws has incredible powers, called the Forbidden Spell of Destruction. Shamans seek to improve the effectiveness and quality of their potions, but the laws of heaven and earth are incredibly cruel, and some of them have a will of their own. Continuing the story, Ilspig added that there are 12 laws, each of which is located in unexplored areas, and to master them one must possess outstanding skills and abilities. The next moment, the vice president added that each of the laws has a power that can destroy the whole world. The first law was written in ancient times. Kevin was called a genius because 10 years ago, he mastered the 12th law of the Great Winds. He was able to improve his magical abilities, which helped him in the processing of potions. He increased not only efficiency and quality, but also combined them with the power of the law. After telling the full story of the 12 laws, the vice president said, He will be able to heal your deep wounds. Hearing the good news, Tsuyoshi jumped up from his seat and exclaimed joyfully that indeed, after that Sakura added the body could indeed be healed. The next moment, holding out an envelope to Tsuyoshi, Doug said, This is not the best time to meet him. I used to be his mentor. If you give him a letter of recommendation, he will meet you. Accepting the letter from President Tsuyoshi, he bowed his head and said thank you, and then said to meet him, bring some rare potions and valuable ingredients to exchange with him later. After thanking him for the gifts and advice, Tsuyoshi and Sakura moved on, after which Doug heard this guy has caught your attention so much, President Doug. Watching the pair of travelers follow, Ilspig added, You gave him a B-rank forbidden blood potion for nothing. Just gave him the potion we exchanged with Kevin, offering many of the most valuable potions and ingredients, for which I heard I wondered how high this person would go. The next moment when Doug added lending him a helping hand, Now I made an investment in the future. Peg remarked on the risky investment few geniuses were able to reach the zone of darkness alone. Few were human. After receiving the remark from the subject, Doug said, I have never heard of a person going to the zone of darkness alone, but this is not the first time in history, after which Ilspig asked if there were other brave men. Hearing the devotee's question, the president spoke. 1,000 years ago, a great being gave birth to our clan of beastmen, King Garcis, an ancient god. After a while, making his way through the thicket, Tsuyoshi asked Sakura, Do you know where to find Kevin? To which he heard the president say, Yes, I do. Walking alongside the boy, she added, We have a long way to go, but on the way we can level up. We can certainly reach our goal. But hearing this strange but in the words of his companion, Tsuyoshi looked at her and asked what was the problem. Then, seeing a large crowd of people waiting for their turn, Sakura said that to enter this dungeon, you need a command. Getting out of the bushes they had been walking through, Sakura followed Tsuyoshi and was surprised to see so many people here. Pushing aside the branches of the bushes to get out into the clearing, she added that this was a so-called checkpoint. Most adventurers gather here and after a while disperse to different areas. Paying attention to the large crowd ahead, Sakura added, This place was on our way, so I brought you here a checkpoint. A place where dungeons are randomly opened for passing, which you can get special bonuses. Usually they are intended for a certain number of participants. Hearing exactly where they had arrived, Tsuyoshi happily exclaimed, There's a place like this. It looks like a shop. Let's try it. And then thought, In this world, the choice of dungeons is much more diverse. Maybe it's worth trying out your skills here. Going to the rest of the participants, Tsuyoshi said, I went to what I heard in the wake of, Be careful, I will watch you. Soon after, a chant came from the crowd. We were looking for a level 15 warrior or tank with a combat strength of more than 6,000. Standing next to his team, the leader added, We will generously reward you with bonuses. Come on up, and we will leave as soon as we have the right number of participants. Hearing the announcement, one of the crowd said, This team has been here for 2 days. The bonuses are good. But the task is dangerous. No one is in a hurry to join them. It seems today they will go home with nothing to show for it. He heard that there was no one suitable among those present, and the captain was stubborn. Later, a team member approached the leader and said, "Captain, let's choose another dungeon. We've already spent 2 days on this. If someone wanted to join, they would have done so already. There's no need to lose even more points." Hearing the proposal, the captain exclaimed in displeasure, "You idiot, you forgot how much it cost us to find out about this dungeon. It's the 12th level, and it's the only one where you can get a blood rose, and it cost 500 silver pieces. Blood rose is a rare ingredient for a potion that significantly increases the effect of treatment due to its popularity among shamans and mages and is sold at a high price. Trying to somehow convince the commander, the comrade added that maybe someone would come along another time. But without the required number of participants, we would not be able to enter anyway. At one point, Tsuyoshi approached the group of people and asked, smiling happily, "Can I join you? I'm a warrior and my level is a little lower than the required one, but I'm confident." Seeing that the leader who wanted to join them approached, he exclaimed joyfully, "You are our savior. You are 14th level, and even 13th level will do, if we can give you 12th. Interrupting the guy in mid-sentence, Tsuyoshi put his hand behind his head and said, "Hey, I'm level 9, but you can leave me the vanguard." When the leader of the team found out who wanted to join them, he exclaimed, "You can do it at level 9. You can say that so easily. Are you kidding me? Level 9? Tsuyoshi replied awkwardly, "I'm not kidding." Soon, a notification appeared near the dungeon, saying that the passage was about to close in 10 minutes. Continuing to hold their leader, the comrade exclaimed, "Captain, if we miss this chance, we will lose another day, so decide." And then the healer added, "Why don't we take a level 9 warrior? We can handle it on our own." Also supporting his comrade, the archer added, "That's right. Otherwise, we won't be able to recoup the cost of the information we received." Offended by the team's remarks, he said, "Damn well, there's no other way out." The next moment, the commander turned his gaze to Tsuyoshi and shouted, "Listen here, I'll give you a chance, but don't you dare take liberties while you're passing. Listen to my orders. Our 4 are already strong enough for the numbers we took. You're not satisfied." Ignoring the commander's shouts, Tsuyoshi put his hand on his shoulder and exclaimed, "I'm glad to join the team for the first time," to which he heard a pleasant greeting. The next moment, heading for the entrance to the dungeon, Tsuyoshi shouted out happily, and then the team was surprised to hear him say that he had joined the team for the first time. Crossing the threshold of the portal, the team received a notification that you have entered the 16th level dungeon, and the commander shouted out the same 16th level dungeon. Gritting his teeth, the commander exclaimed, "Damn informant, if I get out of here, I'll kill him." And then his comrade scaredly exclaimed, "Captain, I'm not sure that at these levels we can get out of here alive." It's scary to imagine the dungeon boss if the first opponent was a forest rhinoceros. Hiding behind a stone with his comrades, the commander said, "Everything is fine. We are at the 15th level, and together we have passed many difficult dungeons. We are doing everything as usual. We will definitely defeat him. I'm not sure that it will work, but let's use the Horn of Return." The Horn of Return is an incredibly expensive item that can be used to leave a dungeon, and its use may be limited in special dungeons due to its rarity. The next moment, the commander turned his head and did not find all the team members around him and said, "Wait, where did that warrior go?" Also starting to look around after the question, the archer said, "He was here when we entered the dungeon, wasn't he?" Immediately after looking out from behind a rock at the forest rhinoceros they encountered, the group saw Tsuyoshi using a thunder chain. Having easily defeated the first enemy, the boy exclaimed, "Compared to the guys from the Darkness Zone, this is a breeze." Shocked by what had just happened in front of them, the whole group exclaimed that he had defeated them on his own. After defeating the enemy, Tsuyoshi made a gesture of affection to his comrades and said, "Follow me, I'm used to doing things quickly and I'm looking forward to the bonuses." Gathering courage and beginning to actively clear the dungeon, the team leader shouted, "Here is another one, and behind the tree there is another monster, deal with it." Pulling the bowstring of his bow, the wind archer exclaimed in surprise, "This 9th level warrior is incredibly strong. Did he really clear this dungeon alone?" Continuing to marvel at Tsuyoshi's skills, the archer added, "He burst in here and easily defeated all the small monsters, where he knew their weaknesses, and it was hard to believe that he was only level 9. Hearing her friend's opinion, the 15th level Priest of Light exclaimed that he didn't even need any potions. After the comrade's remarks, the thief exclaimed, "Captain, you have connections. Who is this guy with such skills? He must be famous." Having received a question from his subject, the captain exclaimed, "I know many people, but I don't remember all of them. I know those who provided us with information about this dungeon. This warrior must be in an elite guild. I've seen him somewhere, but I probably just forgot." At the same time destroying all the enemies on his way, Tsuyoshi thought, "This dungeon seems like child's play compared to the zones of darkness, which give more experience points than in my world." Stopping in front of the wooden monster, Tsuyoshi thought, "In this dungeon, the 16th level monsters are much weaker than the 11th level monsters of the darkness zones, and they are not half as strong as their relatives from there." Waiting for the enemy to strike, Tsuyoshi rushed into battle, thinking, "Now their poisonous spikes are no threat to me. The divine eye allows me to see the weaknesses of all opponents." Having dealt a crushing blow to the monster and cut it in half, he thought, For clearing this dungeon, I can get a blood rose that I can give to Kevin. Having dealt with the giant, Tsuyoshi turned his head to his comrades and shouted, "The battle with the boss will begin soon. The small monsters are getting bigger and bigger. They are afraid of fire. Your mage can attack them." Hearing Tsuyoshi's request, the squad leader shouted yes now and then thought it was my time to shine. After hearing the exclamation from his comrade, who was preparing to cast magic, Tsuyoshi exclaimed, "Beware of the vines. Their spikes are poisonous." After receiving the warning and noticing the poisonous vines near him, the commander wondered how he knew so much about these monsters. Continuing to think, the commander added, "At the 9th level, he can't have that much experience. He must be hiding his true abilities." The next moment, using the fire magic skill, the team's burning whirlpool created a wall of fire around him that burned the monsters. At the end of the battle and the onset of the evening, after taking a break, the archer said, "Mr. Warrior is incredibly strong. We will definitely clear this dungeon without any problems." To which the thief said, "You started calling him a sir." The girl also joined the conversation and said, "He's not like the other seekers of this world, he's special." At the same time, after getting to know Tsuyoshi better, Victor said, "I didn't expect to meet such a skilled warrior. Who are you?" He replied, "I'm just a new seeker." With a sly smile after receiving the answer, Victor said, "Well, let's talk about it later." To which Tsuyoshi replied awkwardly, "But it's true." The next moment, Victor handed Tsuyoshi a drink of water and said, "By the way, you know about the dungeon rankings of each region." Quenching his thirst with the water, Tsuyoshi asked about the dungeon rankings. "No, why do you ask? I don't know. I think you're lying, right?" The next moment, Victor said, "The points for completing this dungeon are different from those that disappear over time. Each region has fixed points, and their number varies, but the dungeon ranking records all the data about the clearing and the participants, and it records the first pass and the best results for each dungeon. In other words, you can get more than just bonuses and fame for completing them." Listening to Victor, who added that the ratings are sent to all the guilds of seekers and everyone can look at them, you can bring great popularity to your guild. And Team Tsuyoshi said, "I understand why you were saying this. And then I thought in my world there was a similar system, so there is one here." After receiving the question, Victor said this team was assembled by chance. "In fact, I am in the Q Guild, an elite group of 15 seekers who are better known as the Big Goat Team." Continuing to brag to Tsuyoshi, Victor added our captain, one of the founders of the guild, Shield Warrior Big Goat Harvey. After listening to the end of the story about who the person in front of him was, Tsuyoshi said in surprise, "I see what you mean." Getting down to business, Victor said that a new dungeon of the 18th level had recently opened, and that small monsters of the Darkness Zone were hiding inside it in the swamp. Continuing the story, Victor added that they are quite difficult to defeat due to the lack of information about their weaknesses, and you seem to know quite a lot about monsters and can be useful in clearing them. Hearing what exactly Victor was interested in and hearing something interesting for himself, Tsuyoshi exclaimed happily, flexing his fists, "So this dungeon with monsters of the Darkness Zone must be an incredible reward, right?" Noticing the boy's curiosity, Victor exclaimed, "If you clear it, the result of the first pass will be added to the rating, which will open up additional bonuses, so the competing teams are fighting to clear it first. If you are interested, I can arrange a meeting with our captain." Hearing the offer from Victor Tsuyoshi, he mentally said it could be a good alternative to get the attributes needed to level up. After thinking about it, he said, "Even though I am a 9th level warrior, you want me to take part in clearing a dungeon of the 18th level." And he said, "There are many different dungeons that require different abilities, so we need searchers up to the 18th level, so no problem." After receiving assurances that everything was fine, Tsuyoshi said, "I'm glad to hear it, but with 2 conditions," he said. "If they are acceptable, I'll think about additional reward, then talk." Victor smiled slyly after he spoke and thought, "It seems he trusts me. If he agrees to join us and tell us about the weaknesses of the monsters of the Darkness Zones, we will have an advantage. It will definitely count for me and I will be able to raise my status in the guild." After receiving permission, Tsuyoshi said the first condition is that you give me all the experience points for the sweep, and I will choose my own reward for the passage and you will get the rest, whatever you say. Hearing the boy's demands, Victor said in confusion, "Wow, even if I agree, the captain and the others are unlikely to approve. I have to consult with them." Hearing that the decision could not be made now, Tsuyoshi continued walking and said, "Well, we'll return to the conversation when we get out of the dungeon. It's not much further." After a while, the archer following behind shouted out, "Cleared," and then the thief added a final fire magic strike to the captain's attack that hit the boss's weak point, which was incredible. The next moment, the priest joined the conversation and, recalling the battle, added that he seemed powerless against fire magic, so everything went smoothly without Tsuyoshi. I would not have been able to correctly calculate the time to attack, because it would have taken me more than 10 seconds to aim. After listening to the emotions of his comrades, Victor added awkwardly, "He told us about the boss's weaknesses, how to defeat him, and even what to watch out for. You incredible Tsuyoshi." After receiving the gratitude from the team, Tsuyoshi pulled out a magic item in front of him and said, "I have received my share. You can divide the rest among yourselves." Hearing the guy's instruction, Victor shouted to the rest of us, "Well, split the rest of the rewards I will divide later," to which he heard, "Thank you." After saying goodbye to the rest of his comrades, Victor caught up with Tsuyoshi and said, "Do you have time? I'd like to introduce you to the captain." To which he heard, "Wait, I have to warn someone." Treating her master's wounds after the raid, Sakura said, "You've already been called to the team. Unbelievable. I had to reach level 30 to get an invitation." After completing the procedure, the girl added, "Be careful, this is a valuable experience for you. I will get information in the nearest city and report back to you as soon as I return." Hearing Sakura's plans, Tsuyoshi said, "If you can't find me, we'll meet at the Seekers Guild." And then Sakura handed Tsuyoshi a pouch and said, "Here are a few potions and some money for about 3 days." Taking the pouch of money and potions, Tsuyoshi turned to Victor and exclaimed, "Thank you, great." Then I went to hear Sakura say good luck. After saying goodbye to Tsuyoshi, Sakura immediately furrowed her brows and thought, "Great, I have time to get information about Kevin's genius, if he really has mastered the law of great winds." The next moment, she went to get information and added in her head that my plan to eliminate him would have to be adjusted. After some time in the Q Guild, Captain Harvey heard the report and said, "A level 9 warrior has set conditions, Victor. Are you seriously going to lead my elite team whose average level is 16? Hearing the commander's remarks, Victor said nervously, "But he is really incredible. Thanks to him, we easily got the Blood Rose." The next moment, Luke joined the conversation and said, "A level 9 warrior not even worthy to carry our sandals, Victor. It seems that talking to this idiot has clouded your judgment, so you won't be able to participate in the sweeps in the future, so don't waste our time." Being among his comrades who were laughing at him, Victor exclaimed, "But it's true, if you don't believe me, meet him in person." Hearing the proposal of his subject, Harvey asked him what he heard, so I brought him here. He is waiting at the entrance. After which Luke added, "I brought here someone who has lost all fear." Indignant at the vice commander's remark, Victor shouted, "Enough!" and then thought, "He's always mocking me, it's time to show who's right." Noticing the serious mood of his subject, Harvey said, "Okay, I'll meet him." And Victor happily exclaimed, "Thank you." After a while, having arrived with Victor to the Tsuyoshi Guild, I awkwardly said, "Tsuyoshi, a warrior of the 9th level. Nice to meet you." Laughing out loud and holding his thumb down, the vice commander exclaimed, "You can see the weakness in his air." Trying to lighten the mood, Victor said to the guy, "Don't pay attention to Tsuyoshi." The next moment, Commander Harvey joined the conversation and said, "Victor said that you can clear the new dungeon as long as you are confident." Having received a question from the guild leader Tsuyoshi, he confidently said, "I am 100% confident, but I have one more condition." Hearing the answer to his question and the remarks in addition, Harvey laughed and said, "I'm 100% confident, and what is your condition?" Having received permission to express his condition, Tsuyoshi put his hand to his chest and said, "Let me be your captain." Hearing Tsuyoshi's request, Harvey was surprised and said, "I want to be the captain of our elite team." After which Luke exclaimed, "I'm completely crazy. You're standing in front of the big jerk? Captain Harvey, our team of famous adventurers don't make me laugh." At the same moment, Victor, who was standing next to him, whispered in confusion, "Hey Tsuyoshi, what kind of captain is this?" To which he whispered, "It's necessary to clear the dungeon. Don't worry." The next moment, Harvey put the mug of drink on the table and said, "This time, other teams will enter the dungeon, and they, like us, have lost many times in the same place. Each attempt costs potions and items. The more people who participate, the higher the price. And we have already spent 2 gold pieces," Tsuyoshi said. "We're talking a lot of money. If you let me be captain, I promise we will clear this dungeon." Hearing Tsuyoshi's request, the vice captain exclaimed, "How dare he say that?" To which another comrade exclaimed, "Captain, let's just kick him out." Ignoring the remarks of his comrades, Captain Harvey said, "Okay, I accept all your conditions, but if your words turn out to be empty talk, don't expect any mercy." Hearing that the decision had already been made, Luke exclaimed, "You're kidding?" To which Tsuyoshi replied, "It's okay, we can easily take him out if we work as a team." Not wanting to accept this scenario, the vice captain exclaimed, "Captain, you trust this guy? What can a 9th level weakling do?" He replied, "What other options do we have without him? We'll just waste another attempt." Having received a remark from the leader, Luke exclaimed, "But making him captain, he's on the 9th level, is an obvious deception. The big jerks have been very unlucky lately, and Victor has been influenced by this little shit. He's no good for us. We have to kick him out now." Hearing another remark from the vice commander, Harvey said, "You know how many times we were ridiculed by other guilds. We couldn't achieve anything and endured the scorn from them." Recalling those faces of ridicule, the big goat commander added, "If we clear this dungeon first, our reputation will be restored. Now we have no other choice. We need to seize this opportunity." The next moment, he turned his gaze to Tsuyoshi, who had promised them success. Harvey added, "Even if it's a hoax, I'll make this guy answer for it." Before entering the dungeon, seeing a guild of goats nearby, the other adventurers began to talk. And these are not big goats today. They are going to enter the dungeon again, probably use the return horn again. Wait, today the team is not led by Harvey. Seeing Tsuyoshi walking in front of the rest of the team, one of the crowd shouted out, "Who was that strange-looking guy?" Continuing to make fun of the big goat guild, the beastman exclaimed, "Hey, aren't those big goats the ones who changed the leader? They're acting like weaklings at this rate. They won't be able to feed themselves. Spend your money wisely. Seeing the beastmen on the way, Victor whispered to Tsuyoshi, "Captain, that commander always mocked us, but to be honest, there is some truth in his words. Countless losses have led us nowhere." The next moment, turning his gaze to the rest of the depressed team, Victor added that the captain and the rest of the team were under a lot of pressure, and recently the situation had become even worse. After listening to the information about the current situation in the guild, Tsuyoshi spoke well. I understood. The next moment, he nudged the beastman who was mocking his comrades with his shoulder and said, "I'm sorry for getting in your way," and heard Harvey say, "Hey, your new leader is quite the upstart." Receiving no response, the beastman haughtily exclaimed, "Let's see how you behave when you come back with the boogeyman horn next time." After receiving the notification, the team checked into the dungeon. "Please enter." Kuishi looked around and said, "We'll see about that." The next moment, as soon as the passage opened, Tsuyoshi stepped forward and said, "Great, let's get started." Confidently stepping into the dungeon, he mentally added, "Victor said that the swamp of this dungeon is home to unexplored monsters of the Darkness Zone, but with the Divine Eye, there should be no problems. I will show the team an example of professional clearing." Before entering the dungeon, the team received a notification. "Welcome to the Swamp Shadow dungeon level, 18 entry requirements, 12-17 team members whose levels should not exceed 18. Once in the dungeon behind Tsuyoshi, Harvey asked what we were going to do, and I replied, "I have a plan." The next moment, turning to his comrades, Tsuyoshi asked, "I'm taking all the experience points for myself, right?" Hearing the question from the current commander, Harvey said, "Yes, we put the honor of the team first, so don't disappoint us. You've seen our sorry state. I've taken on a great responsibility by appointing you as leader. If we fail, prepare for the consequences." Hearing Harvey Tsuyoshi's remarks confirming that he had received all the experience points, I realized, well, let's get started. After which Harvey told the rest of us to get ready and listen to his instructions. Continuing to be indignant at the development of events, Luke mentally said, "I can't believe you gave all the experience points to this guy, we'll see." At the same time, while selecting the difficulty of the dungeon, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "Let's deal with the monsters Victor was talking about on high difficulty." After receiving the notification of the high difficulty level, each dungeon is divided into easy and high difficulty levels, and on high, all rewards are tripled, including experience points. And then Tsuyoshi mentally added rewards are tripled, including experience points, and with the tripled points of all team members, I will be able to level up 2 or even 3 level. The next moment, a system notification appeared above all team members, saying you have selected a high difficulty level, and all monsters' strength and attributes have tripled. Seeing what their leader had just done, Harvey looked back at Tsuyoshi and shouted out high difficulty in confusion. Following him, all the team members began to shout out in fright. There must be some kind of mistake, but there's something wrong here. It's a suicide mission. At the same time, approaching Tsuyoshi, Victor asked in a trembling voice, "What are you doing? You can't activate the high difficulty level unless you've explored the dungeon from top to bottom." "You're right." The next moment, the vice commander shouted indignantly, "You idiot! No one could clear even the easy level, and the high level is several times harder. You want to kill us? I told you we'd waste time and be ridiculed again when we returned." Immediately after his shouts, he heard behind him what to do. "I told you how it happened," Luke thought. "I was waiting for the right moment, and he made a mistake. This idiot chose a high level of difficulty." After thinking about it, Luke exclaimed, "It's a good thing I brought the Horn of Return with me, because of this asshole, we'll have to use the ladder to get out of here faster. This guy tricked us." After hearing all this, Tsuyoshi rushed forward and exclaimed, "If I brought you here, then I have a plan behind me," and then thought, the level of difficulty is not important with the Divine Eye, and so many people we can clear it without much effort. Hearing the exclamation, Commander Luke exclaimed, "Do you think we can handle it, having failed the easy level earlier? Don't be silly. You dragged us here. You realize that this is a threat to life, not a game. If you want to die, go alone." Moving on, despite the shouts of his friend Tsuyoshi, he received a notification that the Divine Eye was activated and thought everything was going well. Having encountered a bunch of enemies, he mentally added in the swampy area, "Weak monsters are afraid of lightning." Starting the analysis and receiving the alert, use fire and water's electrical conductivity. Lightning attacks can lead to unexpected results. Divine Eye found a weakness. Use it wisely. Tsuyoshi added mentally, "If I concentrate, I can improve the Divine Eye." Seeing Tsuyoshi's actions, the vice team leader shouted out, "Hey, that fool is going forward. There are so many crocodiles. We're finished." Hearing the exclamation of his subject, Harvey's former teammates exclaimed, "Did he really fool us?" Despite all the frightened cries of his trembling comrades, Tsuyoshi confidently shouted, "Follow me and I will lead you to the end." Approaching the crocodiles and stopping in front of them with his sword in hand, the commander shouted, "Don't just stand there, firebenders. Get ready." Receiving the command to act from the new leader, Victor exclaimed, "Damn right I'm coming. I trust you." Gathering the rest of the sorcerers and heading forward, Victor shouted, "Firebenders, follow me. If we run away, we'll be laughed at." Hearing his comrade's motivating exclamation, the other wizards following him exclaimed, "Hell, I'm ready. I can't take the ridicule anymore." And at the same time, the monsters used a group fang attack and rushed at Tsuyoshi all at once. Seeing the monster's actions and realizing the risks, Harvey shouted out, "Run away, boy! 6 toothy crocodiles have grouped together to attack with their fangs. They will tear you to pieces." At the same moment, the commander used the Thunder Chain skill and shouted, "Fire mages, concentrate all your power a meter away from me." Hearing Tsuyoshi's instruction, the subjects shouted out in acceptance and began to aim at a distance of 1 meter in front of Tsuyoshi. As soon as the fire magic hit the targeted spot, a notification appeared saying the attack was interrupted. When Victor saw the notification and the result of the battle, he exclaimed in confusion that he had defeated 6 enemies at once, but how? Hearing Tsuyoshi's question, he said, "My Thunder Chain skill imposes a paralyzing effect on enemies in this state. They cannot use skills, and any attacks in their direction cause double damage. The concentration of firepower in one point has multiplied the power of attributes, making it easier for us to do our job." And then he thought it was all thanks to the Divine Eye. After receiving the explanation, the mages were amazed and began to exclaim, "How you were able to come up with a strategy so quickly. We can really clear this dungeon," took advantage of their weakness, interrupted the attack, and dealt with them with a massive fire attack, just like in that dungeon I knew he could. At the same moment, Harvey also froze in shock. He thought, "He's at level 9 with these skills. Who is he?" Falling on his ass after what he saw, Luke exclaimed with a grudging smile, "Just lucky, that's all. In such conditions, no one could have analyzed the situation so accurately." As the vice captain remarked to him, "So he and the Incredible One saw it with their own eyes. Why are you resisting so much?" So, the next moment, appearing next to Luke, Victor said, "Why don't you shut up? You're only embarrassing us." Hearing the remark from the subject he had been mocking until recently, Luke indignantly exclaimed, "You just said that." At the same moment, turning to his comrades, Tsuyoshi exclaimed, "Enough, we don't have time to doom ourselves to someone like him. Everyone follow me, we will pass a high level of difficulty." Hearing the new leader's words, Harvey followed Tsuyoshi's lead. You heard him shout, and the others followed, leaving Luke behind. As everyone united and began to march forward together, Harvey shouted out, "Follow Captain Tsuyoshi, we are passing a high level." 30 minutes after Tsuyoshi's team entered the Shadow Dungeon. Arriving at the swamp and sitting down in a hiding place, Victor said, "It seems that all the previous teams lost at this very spot. What should we do now?" After Victor's question, Luke shouted out, "The monsters here are high-level monsters of the Darkness Zone. We have never met with such monsters before. I have no idea how you know everything, but we almost lost because of you. The team of the Great Zazel will not let it go." Hearing Luke's whining, Victor looked around and exclaimed, "Hey, thanks to his resources and analysis, we took almost no damage, right? Before it was just impossible. Don't you realize that's incredible? How can you even say that?" Having received a remark from his subject, Luke indignantly exclaimed, "Victor, don't forget I'm the vice captain. He's only the leader temporarily. I'm just taking care of our team as the vice captain." Harvey, who had the wrong impression of Tsuyoshi's concentration, intervened and shouted, "Shut up, you're distracting Captain Tsuyoshi." At the same time, receiving a notification, the Divine Eye analysis is complete. The results are impossible to get around the swamp. It is recommended to assign one team member to distract the monsters while the rest of the team moves forward. Tsuyoshi thought, "Okay, in that case it will be even easier than I thought." Receiving another notification with detailed results, the swamp area is about 300 square meters. The average depth is 84 centimeters. The depth along the route does not exceed 40 centimeters. This is the fastest and shortest way, he thought, while making a plan. What an accurate analysis. It seems the Divine Eye's capabilities depend on my combat power. I memorized the result. Time to make a plan. After these thoughts, more notifications appeared, warning on the route. 15 monsters of the Darkness Zone are hiding. Neutralize them for a safe journey. Movement through the swamp will slow down, but thanks to absolute physical fitness and leg strength, you will be able to move at a normal pace. Degree of influence, high electrical conductivity of the swamp, increases the effectiveness of the Thunder Chain. Concentrate the strength in your legs to attract monsters and lure them into the battle zone. When you receive more notifications during the battle, follow the analysis and target their weaknesses. The plan will be adjusted depending on the situation. Tsuyoshi spoke as Vice President Luke said, "Our work together is for mutual benefit. I am your interim leader. If you are not satisfied with anything, you can leave. I will not stop you." The next moment, Tsuyoshi glanced back and added, "But since I am the captain and leader here now, you must follow my instructions." Outraged at Tsuyoshi's order, Luke exclaimed, "A guy who just knows a little about monsters," as he heard Harvey say. "You can tell me everything when we get out of the dungeon. Now everyone wants to get through it as soon as possible." Hearing Harvey's instruction, Luke cycled and said, "Damn level 9 rookie." Listening to the remarks that were being hurled at him, Tsuyoshi thought, "In the past, my resolve could have been broken by someone like him." The next moment, recalling a fragment from the past, he mentally added, "There will be people who oppress the weak, and those who pose a threat. Such innate anger cannot be avoided or explained away. I was their victim like many others. The only way out of this situation is to become stronger. I am not the same person I was before." Immediately after his thoughts, Tsuyoshi got to his feet and said, "Enough idle chatter. We have to cross marshland to reach the next point." Hearing the leader's instruction, Harvey said, Once I got halfway across and saw a path leading to the entrance to the next point. To get there, we have to beware of the monsters of the Darkness Zone that always attack unexpectedly. If something goes wrong, we have to go back, and in the worst case, we could all die. After listening to his friend's story, Tsuishi said, "This area is unfamiliar to us and definitely dangerous, but we have nothing to worry about. You have a plan." After receiving a question from Harvey, Tsuyoshi looked back and said, "I'm going to distract the monsters while you lead the others forward. I'll catch up with you later." Hearing his commander's intentions, Victor exclaimed in confusion, "You're going to distract all the monsters alone. It's too dangerous." And Harvey added, "I respect your strength, but we don't even know how many there are. I can't agree to such a reckless plan." After hearing that, Luke joined the conversation and mockingly exclaimed, "I thought he had another great plan, but it turns out it's just pathetic. Anyone could have come up with it. Go, but don't think we'll rush to save you in case of danger." Then Tsuyoshi looked back at his friend and said, "Victor, there is one safe way, remember it, and lead the others to it." He said, "How do you know that?" After receiving the question from his comrade, Tsuyoshi took out his weapon and stepped forward, saying, "Distracting the monsters is only the first part of the plan. I will defeat them myself, and you go ahead, and I will catch up with you." Immediately after his instruction, he threw a disgruntled look at the vice captain and added, "I don't want to waste time. Have I ever done anything rash?" Sowing confusion among the team with his last phrase, Tsuyoshi turned to the swamp and strode forward confidently. A moment before he disappeared from the sight of his teammates, he raised his hand in the air and said, "Wait for my signal." After walking a bit through the swamp and assessing the situation, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "It's worse than I thought, but this kind of terrain is ideal for thunderous attacks." At the same time, staying in place and waiting for the signal, Luke asked, "Captain, do you really trust him how a level 9 rookie can win against a whole horde of monsters in the Darkness Zone?" To which he replied, "I don't know, I can't trust him completely, but his mood." At the same moment, Victor joined the conversation and exclaimed, "I believe him, and his level is not important here. Just follow his plan. He gave us the exact route." Meanwhile, standing in the middle of the swampy area, Tsuyoshi said to the 15 of them, "Anyone who would be surrounded by a swarm of monsters of the Darkness Zone in the swamp would freeze with fear." The moment the first monster emerged from the swamp, Tsuyoshi was alerted to a dark soul eater, a monster mired in the swamp, a monster that laid snares on prey that passed by. But do not underestimate their health, for their bite is deadly and their bodies are saturated with water, making them virtually invulnerable to fire attacks, but vulnerable to stabbing and lightning. Noticing the sudden appearance of the enemy and striking the first blow with his sword, Tsuyoshi shouted, "Sorry for the wait, come out you bastards." The next moment, preparing for further attacks, he added, "That's why nothing was known about the bottom. They are black as pitch and hide in the mud after each attack." Immediately after he said that, Tsuyoshi used the Thunder Chain skill and struck the water with it, so we wouldn't be able to find out their weak points. As a result, all of the monsters immediately jumped out of the water and headed towards Tsuyoshi, who received a notification that you had successfully distracted the monsters. With a sly smile and activating the absolute physical strength in his legs, Tsuyoshi shouted out, "Now they were all gathered." Having been able to cross the swamps with ease, the captain added mentally, "For ordinary adventurers, this situation is deadly, but with absolute physical strength, it will not be difficult." Heading across the swamp towards the combat zone, Tsuyoshi shouted to Harvey, "Take the others along the road I showed you." Hearing Tsuyoshi's instruction, the teammates began to exclaim in surprise. He was really able to distract all the monsters of the Hans of Darkness. Incredible agility. Why is he running so fast without getting stuck in the swamp with Tsuyoshi as captain? Our team will be able to clear any dungeon. He is definitely our temporary leader. After listening to his comrades' impressions of the temporary captain, Victor exclaimed joyfully, "See, I told you so. Now you believe me." Realizing what had just happened in front of his eyes, the vice commander said in embarrassment, "I really underestimated him." At the same moment, Harvey stepped forward and shouted, "Don't just stand there, let's go," while Captain Tsuyoshi distracts them. "Follow me, Victor. Lead the way." Having received instructions from the big goat, the rest of the team began to move actively through the swamp and shouted, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, continuing to run away from the pursuers, Tsuyoshi kept the message, "You have successfully distracted all the monsters, you have led them to the battle zone." Arriving at a more stable place for the battle, Tsuyoshi immediately regrouped and prepared for the battle by shouting, "This is the battle zone, I will deal with them." Swinging his sword and preparing to strike first, Tsuyoshi shouted out, "Only stabbing attacks work on them, right? Then we will combine them with thunderous attacks without leaving them a chance." Having defeated several of them and taken a defensive position, the commander confidently added, "We have already won time, so there is no need to hurry." At the same time, leaving the swamp for the land, the team members shouted in amazement, "We made it! We got out of the swamp!" Continuing to rejoice in their success, the searchers exclaimed, "We've never made it this far." And the rest of the team also exclaimed, "Thanks to Captain Tsuyoshi, we did it." And then Harvey added, "We really made it." Later, noticing the last room near him, Victor joyfully exclaimed, "The boss's lair right in front of us, and that's how we got to the boss." Hearing the report of the subject, Harvey exclaimed seriously, after which Luke added incredibly, then Victor added, yes, and this boss does not seem too difficult. Probably the swamp was the most difficult, impassable point of this dungeon. When they heard about the Boa room, the friends started shouting, we can't wait to get there, right? But didn't Captain Tsuyoshi ask us to wait? Victory is right in front of us. We won't lose anyway. Let's show the captain what we can do. And Harvey said, sure, but it's a high level of difficulty. At the same moment, the vice commander joined the conversation and said, calm down. We have to wait for Captain Tsuyoshi. Hearing what their vice commander had just said, the team members were surprised to hear Captain Tsuyoshi say that he was not there. Then, trying to hide his embarrassment, Luke said, I trust his strength. We've come this far only because of him. His strength is definitely impressive, and since we've reached the boss area, we should wait for Captain Tsuyoshi and go there together. Hearing Luke's suggestion, Harvey tapped him on the shoulder and exclaimed happily, even you finally trusted him. Well, better to be careful than sorry. We are waiting for Captain Tsuyoshi. Hearing the leader's order, Victor exclaimed the right decision. Captain, it will be safer. And then we heard a sound behind us. We were waiting for me? I had already dealt with all the monsters of the darkness zone. Approaching the group of comrades who were waiting for him, Tsuyoshi added, the boss is very close, right? We can split up here. Appearing in front of his subjects in a bad way, the captain added, let's finish this dungeon of high difficulty. Seeing Tsuyoshi's appearance, someone exclaimed that he really defeated them alone. He was incredibly strong, and then Luke added, I forgot that he was only level 9. And then Victor said, to be honest, I don't know anything about him either. Also frozen in surprise after Tsuyoshi's appearance, the big goat exclaimed, when we pass this dungeon, we should recommend it to the guildmaster. Swamp Shadow Dungeon. The boss of the Swamp Guardian has a high health that doubles at the hard level of the swamp. Haze skill for a short time creates small swamps that make it difficult to move enemies. Weakness Fire Lightning weaknesses take time to activate the skill so it can be interrupted with high-level magic. Careful preparation and the use of items that cause bleeding or poisoning can greatly facilitate the task. While analyzing, Tsuyoshi asked if there was a gate leading to the boss. Could this be possible at a high difficulty level? To which Luke replied that a high level does not guarantee the presence of these gates. Giving an example to explain everything, the vice captain added that the presence of a passage to the boss does not depend on the level of difficulty, but on its strength. So the passage can be even in a medium level dungeon. After receiving Tsuyoshi's explanation, he mentally said, I see, so only the strength of the boss is important. The big gate I saw in the darkness zone when I got the cardiolysis is definitely rare. That eye for some reason gives me an overwhelming feeling of fear. At the same moment, the vice captain grabbed his weapon and shouted, let's go to the boss, victory is right in front of us, great. Hearing the mood of his subjects, Tsuyoshi raised his hand and said, wait. Luke immediately calmed down and asked, yes, Captain Tsuyoshi. The next moment, without moving his gaze, Tsuyoshi said to Harvey, call for mages and agile team members, and the big goat replied with an understanding. Arriving at Tsuyoshi's order, Victor exclaimed happily, you have a plan, I'm so excited to hear it. So listen carefully, Harvey and Luke will lead the warriors and fight the monsters as usual. Explaining the plan of action, the captain added that the mages would pair up and, on my signal, use their strongest magic to distribute items that impose bleeding and poisoning debuffs among the agile fighters, to which he heard the debuffs. Continuing to explain the strategy, Tsuyoshi said, the boss's already high health level has doubled. Due to the increased difficulty level, using debuffs will make the battle much easier. Let them surround the boss and use them to distract his attention, and I will quickly deal with him. The next moment, looking back, the captain added, mages, follow me and get ready to interrupt this monster's attacks. Divide into teams, calculate your recovery time, and form a checkerboard pattern. Hearing how they were to act, Harvey exclaimed in surprise, how do you know all this? You scare me. And then Luke said happily, see, I told you that Captain Tsuyoshi would easily clear the dungeon. We can rely on him. After giving everyone instructions on what to do, Tsuyoshi got to his feet and said, great, let's defeat the boss as soon as possible. Meanwhile, standing at the entrance to the dungeon, the others began to talk. The big goat entered the dungeon with the young warrior at a high difficulty level. At a high level, the entrance to the dungeon lights up red, making it more visible and showing off the team's skills, so thoughtlessly activating a high difficulty level can cost not only lives but also reputations. At the same moment, seeing the red portal, the beastmen exclaimed, yes, but this time they were led by a human warrior. Apparently it was he who activated the high difficulty level. Probably this person deceived them. They could not even clear the middle level and now entered the difficult fools. Soon they will definitely use the Horn of Return. Smiling slyly after his words, the beastman thought, big goats, a strange team consisting of humans and beastmen, and now also led by a human. A human team in our territory? What an absurdity. They have long lost their honor, but now when they return I will ridicule them in front of everyone. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the members of the big goat team were actively fighting against the dungeon boss. Watching the battle against the boss, Victor asked, hey, shouldn't we be supporting them with magic? To which Tsuyoshi replied, no, I know his attacks. Just wait for my instructions. At one point, something unusual started happening to the boss and he suddenly grew in size. Seeing the unusual behavior of the dungeon boss, Tsuyoshi shouted out to the second group of mages to attack. After receiving instructions from their leader, a couple of mages used the wind invasion and strong wave skills to interrupt the boss's skill. Seeing that the boss had returned to his usual pace, Luke exclaimed in surprise that Captain Tsuyoshi had foreseen this again. And then came the sound of walking from behind. When the next boss skill was interrupted, Tsuyoshi took his sword and stepped onto the battlefield and spoke a high level of difficulty. 15 minutes later, all team members received a notification that the boss Swamp Guardian had been defeated. Seeing this, all the team members began to cheer and shout, "Wow, we won! We finally cleared this dungeon, the first clearance we cleared it first." Harvey also exclaimed, "We cleared the dungeon on the first try? Who is this Tsuyoshi? I must introduce him to our guild leader. If he officially joins us, our achievements will skyrocket." As Tsuyoshi's level rose to 10th, Luke exclaimed, "We must introduce him to the leader. He is incredibly strong and somehow able to predict the behavior of monsters. With him, we will clear anything." Clenching his hand into a fist after receiving experience points, Tsuyoshi said, "I got all the experience points from defeating the boss and finally reached the 10th level, and then I thought, I think I can reach my goal, just 2 steps away." At the same moment, a system window appeared in front of Tsuyoshi, saying that the owner of the Infinity Ring had reached the 10th level and was rewarded with a set of black armor for camouflage. After receiving another notification asking to equip it, Tsuyoshi happily said that upon reaching a certain level, a reward is given. After equipping, a notification appeared. A set of black armor for camouflage, a practical set that can only be worn by Infinity Ring holders. It cannot be sold or traded, can be transformed depending on the wishes of the owner. The cape can be used with other sets to display instead of hidden. Looking at his appearance, Tsuyoshi thought, when the Fox Beastman set is hidden, this set appears instead. It seems my body has also changed. It adapts to my needs. I'll test it next time. Also, seeing Tsuyoshi in a new outfit, Victor was impressed and said, "Wow, who is this handsome man?" and then heard me just change my outfit. Later, noticing the captain, Luke exclaimed, "If you had shown up in it from the beginning, I wouldn't have called you weak." And then Harvey added, "Hey, Tsuyoshi, I'd like to ask you a favor." Hearing that he had a favor to ask, the temporary captain looked around and asked what kind of favor. Meanwhile, standing at the entrance to the dungeon, the beastmen shouted out, "Look, here come the big goats, full of determination." At the same moment, the notifications appeared. The big goat team had cleared the Swamp Shadow dungeon at high difficulty level on the first try. The big goat team broke the record by completing the dungeon at high difficulty level in 150 minutes and 36 seconds. Gaping at the results, the beastmen exclaimed that it was true, they had cleared the high level. As soon as the search team returned from the portal, the crowd began to shout it was the man, warrior, in dark armor who did it. That big jerk appointed him a leader and they quickly cleared the dungeon. Such a young guy, from what guild is he from? Is unbelievable, it makes us look bad. Feeling the same taste of happiness, Harvey exclaimed, "It's been a long time since we have been surrounded by such attention. All thanks to Tsuyoshi. I promise to introduce him to our guild and recommend him to the leader." Approaching Tsuyoshi, Victor exclaimed happily, "Everyone is talking about you now, and it's the first time I've heard that since I came to this world, and it's a little strange." The next moment, seeing the beastman who had recently mocked them, Victor asked, "Are you still here?" "I'm sorry, but the big goats have just become the first to pass this dungeon and set a record." Unwilling to accept such an obvious remark, the beastman exclaimed that it was because you had accepted a strong man. Hearing the excuses that had just come out of the beastman's mouth, Tsuyoshi asked the strong man what you had said about me earlier. Feeling guilty after hearing that, the beastman nervously said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Would you like to join our guild? Let's work together. We will accept any conditions. How should I address you?" Immediately after his words, he smiled imperceptibly and added in his mind, "This guy is not an easy one. When the guild needs to clear a high-level dungeon, his great strength will be just right." At the same moment, everyone else in the crowd started running towards Tsuyoshi, shouting out, "Share your contacts with me. Our guild also wants to talk to you. Don't you want to join us? We'll reward you handsomely. Don't you want to join the guild? How about Venom?" The Beastman shouted out. "Make way. I was the first to ask him. Get in line." Seeing the excitement, Tsuyoshi thought, talented people are always in great demand. Even in my world, guilds fought for the strongest heroes. If you are strong, all roads are open to you wherever you go. At the same time, Harvey appeared in front of Tsuyoshi and shouted that he would join our guild. After a while, a group of searchers returned from clearing the dungeon in the northern part of the Beastman city. Looking at the group, the residents began to exclaim, "Isn't that the big goat from the Q Guild? When did Harvey manage to become a human? Who is he? I've never seen him before, neither have I, but he's definitely strong. Although his level is unknown, it's exactly equal to 19th. Are you kidding? Harvey's level is 18th, he should be at least 20th. After some time, Tsuyoshi arrived at the Adventurers Guild and said to his comrades, "Please wait." After making the request, he thought of his companion and added, "I promised Sakura that we would meet at the Adventurers Guild. I don't know where she is, but after we meet, I'll go to the Q Guild. It would be nice to go there together. I want to see her." At the same time, inside the guild, the fortune teller said, I'm on a diet, so I'm going to give up eating. And then she said, how about a drink? We've invited you so many times, and you keep refusing. The next moment, Tsuyoshi walked between the two beastmen and bumped them with his shoulders and shouted, let me through. Outraged at the treatment he had just received, the beastman shouted, hey kid, we're actually talking about punishing you. Hearing his friend's threat, the beastman exclaimed, you don't know the rules. I think I've seen you somewhere before. Also looking at the guy who had just entered the guild, the administrator said, it's the same guy, but you've changed a lot. Also recognizing Tsuyoshi, one of the beastmen said, so it was you who took our task. From whom did you steal this cape? And then another laughed and added that he must have spent all his money on it. Ignoring the questions of the beastmen standing behind him, Tsuyoshi said to the receptionist, Sakura didn't come. We were supposed to meet here. When the woman received a question from the visitor, she said, I haven't seen her today except for those two annoying guys. No one came. Hearing that, the beastman said, you heard right. No one came except for those annoying guys. The next moment, realizing what had just been said, a couple of searchers exclaimed in shock, stop! By annoying guys, you mean us. Sighing tiredly after hearing the question, the guild administrator said, I'm glad you realized. Outraged by what had just been said to them, one of the beastmen shouted out, some scoundrel dared to ridicule us. Activating his absolute strength and grabbing the screamer's arm, Tsuyoshi said, can't you see that she's not comfortable with you? Tearing his hand out of Tsuyoshi's grip and rubbing it, the beastman thought what a power this guy was and then shouted out, reckless fool. The next moment, his colleague stood up for the beastman and said to the guards inside, let's go outside. And then the first added, let's go, man, it's time to fight. Heading for the exit and throwing an indignant look back, the beastman exclaimed, don't think you can show off just because you're wearing this cape. I'll knock you out with one punch. After which Tsuyoshi said, I'm sure Sakura is still busy. Sorry to bother you. Seeing that the boy went after the two thugs, the woman exclaimed, wait, if you come out, they'll beat you up. Stay inside. The guards will protect you. After receiving warnings about his safety from the administrator, Tsuyoshi looked around and said everything was under control. Leaving the guild and looking back at Tsuyoshi, who was following them, one of the beastmen shouted, if you don't want us to cut you down right here, then come out now. After which another added, a human is setting his own rules in the land of the beastmen. How dare you? Seeing the two searchers threatening their friend, Harvey asked Captain Tsuyoshi what was going on. Hearing the big goat just address the boy, the pair of seekers froze in their tracks and spoke to the captain. Also seeing what had just happened on the street, the guild administrator looked out of the door and thought about who he was. After receiving a question from his friend, Tsuyoshi continued to walk on and said nothing. These guys plan to fight. Hearing what exactly happened, the whole group of the big goat angrily said, what did you just say? You plan to fight with our captain. Immediately kicking the slippers after what they had seen and heard, a couple of beastmen ran away, exclaiming that there was a certain misunderstanding. As soon as the brawlers disappeared from sight, Victor asked what was going on, to which Tsuyoshi replied, it doesn't matter, my companion is not here, let's go to the guild. Continuing to walk to the guild, cute Tsuyoshi remarked, by the way, we're not in the dungeon anymore, so you shouldn't call me captain. To which Harvey replied, but nothing has changed. A while later, in the Q Guild meeting room, the guild leader said congratulations on the first dungeon clearance and setting a record. Without taking his eyes off the Q subjects, the Q Guild master, a level 24 mage, added, I hope this human warrior will join us in clearing other dungeons as well. After receiving the question from the leader, Harvey exclaimed, Tsuyoshi has an exceptional talent. Thanks to him, we were able to cope with what no one else could do for a long time. So we decided to invite him to our guild to help us in clearing the dungeon of harder levels. Believe me, it's worth it. Hearing the request of his friend Red, one of the founders of the guild, Q, the swordsman of the 23rd level, said, you're kidding. You want a team of beastmen to be led by a human? A guild of beastmen led by a human? That's absurd. You don't know him at all. Maybe he's a spy from another guild. Tsuyoshi was surprised to hear the accusation against him and asked what the spy from the other guild was doing. The next moment, Luke shrugged and said, Red is right, Captain Harvey. He and the guildmaster founded our guild, so their opinion carries a lot of weight. Outraged at the guildmaster's decision, Victor exclaimed that he had always considered us worthless, only because the guildmaster belonged to the beastman race and our Captain Harvey was a human. Maybe the guildmaster was completely blind, but Red was not. Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, he added that if Captain Harvey had not been so kind to us, we would have left long ago. And then Luke closed his mouth and exclaimed, Victor, let's change the subject. The next moment, Harvey spoke again. Other teams are hunting for high-level dungeons and bounties with Tsuyoshi's help. We will have an advantage. We can vouch for him. His observation and analytical skills are amazing. Hearing Harvey's remarks, Red said, you may need another leader, but we don't need him. You're the ones who brought our guild down, and I understand why you trust him. You guys understand each other so well, so why are we having this conversation? Harvey shouted at the co-founder, what are you talking about? You're questioning my loyalty to the guild and the team. Our team has worked hard for the guild. Our abilities may not be as good as yours, but we've been fighting for the guild for a long time. After listening to Red's remarks, he said, Our Beastman Guild has become a source of controversy because of Harvey's mixed team. If other guilds find out that you chose a human as your leader, we will be ridiculed, and our reputation will be ruined, Guildmaster. You know that. So think about the future of the guild. When the conversation came to the point of choice, Harvey turned his attention to Q and asked, "What you think, Guildmaster?" Faced with a choice, Q said interestingly, "Maybe we should listen to Reedham's suggestion. We respect Harvey's opinion, but we should solve this problem on our own." Immediately after his words, the guildmaster sided with Reedham and added that we would be happy to host him. Hearing what decision their leader had made, Harvey said sadly to the guildmaster, "I understand." When Tsuyoshi heard the decision, he said, "I came here only for Captain Harvey, but I have to go." The next moment, tapping his friend on the shoulder, Tsuyoshi added, "Don't worry, you have a reliable team." Without delay, the guy immediately headed for the exit and said, "I'm leaving. It was fun fighting with you guys side by side. Maybe fate will bring us together again, but for now, I'll continue to improve my level." When Tsuyoshi left the guild, Harvey looked back and said, "Red, don't you realize he can change the future of the guild? With his help, we would have become much stronger, but we missed this opportunity." Laughing after receiving the remark from his comrade, Red said, "That's ridiculous. What a warrior he is. You were just lucky to clear that dungeon." Not wanting to listen to the co-founder's remarks, Harvey headed for the exit and said, "Let's go, just don't regret it." At the same time, leaving the guild building, cute Tsuyoshi thought about where I could level up. Maybe I should first go in search of Sakura and apologize to her for tearing her shirt that she had worked so hard on. The next moment, he heard a familiar voice exclaiming, "I finally found you." And then turning his gaze to the Beastman, he asked, "Why have you been chasing me all this time?" After receiving the question, the Beastman dog said, "Please help me. Our guild has been given a difficult task by the president, who ordered me to find a strong seeker. And you are perfect for the role, and our guild will welcome you with open arms. I couldn't forget you after seeing your power, and you can set the rewards and conditions yourself. We are counting on you." Hearing the interesting offer, Tsuyoshi thoughtfully said rewards and conditions what task, and then mentally added, "I don't mind the opportunity to earn more money." Having received the question, the dog Beastman exclaimed, "The urgent task is to rescue the kidnapped daughter of a rich merchant. Let's follow me, the guildmaster is waiting." Heading to the guild, the Beastman dog Tsuyoshi asked to rescue the kidnapped person. Does the guild accept such tasks? After receiving the question, the Beastman said that income is very important for any guild, and that such tasks are exactly what the Adventurers Guild is made of, and they fight with us for the best paying jobs in the city. Our guild, Rhythm, is quite famous, but we had to fight for this order. Hearing the Beastman's story, Tsuyoshi said thoughtfully, "Fighting for a job? I think it will pay about 5 gold pieces." And then thought about the job we had taken earlier with Sakura, which had brought us 3 gold pieces, which was pretty good. Hearing Tsuyoshi's remark, the Beastman looked around and said, "It's not that simple. They kidnapped the daughter of a very rich and well-known family in the city. And because of the urgency, the reward was increased 100-fold to 500 gold coins. We can cover all of our guild's expenses for the year if you help us. We'll give you half." Hearing the size of the reward for the mission, Tsuyoshi said in surprise that 500 gold coins, you will give me half, and then thought 250 gold Sakura would be in 7th heaven with happiness. Arriving at the Rhythm Guild, the Beastman said, "Let's go quickly. The guildmaster is waiting for us." And then one of the Beastmen standing at the entrance asked if the captain was talking about him. At the same time, sitting in the Rhythm Venton Guild, a rich merchant from the northern district exclaimed in displeasure, "3 days have passed. Tomorrow the deadline for the order will be over. What are you doing here at all? If you fail this task, I will make you pay me compensation 10 times the reward. Otherwise, the passage to the northern district will be closed for you. Do not underestimate me." Hearing the threat, the guildmaster Rhythm Pace said outrageously, "We are just working on a plan tomorrow. We will rescue your daughter." After which the vice leader of the Rhythm Guild, Hugh, said 10 times the reward is 5,000 gold coins. We can't pay you that much. When he heard what the guild that took the order was doing, Venton exclaimed angrily, "You're still working on a plan. You've been saying that since day 1. I've heard about your failures. You're making a fool of me." At the same moment, entering the guild and seeing Venton there, the Beastman dog exclaimed that the customer had already arrived, after which Tsuyoshi asked if the customer was a pumped-up guy. Looking at the customer, Tsuyoshi added that he was a rich man, and he could tell that you had already sent a rescue team to the mountain, but it was difficult to move unnoticed in the mountains. So we sent 15 people with at least level 20, and the Vice Guildmaster joined them, so we will be sure to do it. Continuing the conversation, the Beastman dog added, "But we couldn't even reach the enemy's lair. We encountered a lot of traps in unfamiliar territory. The group of intruders consists of 2 people of about 19th level, and their leader, a berserker with 25th level." The next moment, the Beastman added, "We could have won by facing them one-on-one, but we failed with the rest of them. After that, we sent 3 more rescue teams, but each of them failed." After listening to Tsuyoshi's story, he said, "It's hard to get to their lair, and with more than 10 team members, you're a visible target after the first failure. The enemy has definitely gained confidence and prepared for your arrival." Hearing Tsuyoshi's words, the Beastman dog put his hand behind his head and said later, "We realized that we had to take the enemy with our minds. not our strength. But after so many losses, time was running out. So the guildmaster urgently called you. The dog looked at Tsuyoshi with miserable eyes and added, "We have only one chance. If we fail, she could die. The guild's reputation will be completely destroyed, and we will be in debt. Please, we need your help." Hearing the plea for help, Tsuyoshi said, "Calm down," and then thought about the victim being in the mountains in the middle of a large number of traps, guarded by 19th level warriors and their leader. Immersed in thought, Tsuyoshi looked at his hand and said in his head, "But with my divine eye and the copied skill, it should work out. The victim's skill is using too much energy. I need to change it." At the same moment, continuing to put pressure on Pace, Venton shouted out, "I repeat, in case of failure, you will have to pay me compensation 10 times the reward and disband the guild. 10 times more, you understand me, 5,000 gold." Hearing the next threats coming from the customer's mouth, Tsuyoshi thought he was obsessed with money and did not say a word about his daughter. The next moment, turning his back on Pace, Vento added, "Answer me if you can't prepare 5,000 gold pieces," to which he heard that I couldn't find 5,000 gold pieces so quickly. And then Hugh added, "Please calm down. We will prepare a plan. We will definitely find your daughter." At the same moment, interrupting all the uncertain words of the Rhythm Guild members, Tsuyoshi's voice rang out and said, "We can save her." Having attracted all the attention of those present, he confidently added, "She will be saved and we will return her to you tomorrow." Hearing Tsuyoshi's promises and pointing to him, Venton asked Guildmaster Pace who was that man, and what words he was throwing around. The next moment, a beastman dog approached Pace and exclaimed, "Guildmaster, I told you about him, and he has agreed to help us." When the Guildmaster heard who was standing in front of them, he exclaimed, "Yes, it is he who recognized Venton and asked if there was a person in the Beastman's Guild." The next moment, the customer looked away and exhaled haughtily. "Let's see what you have to say tomorrow. Don't forget, failure will cost you 5,000 gold pieces." At the same moment, Tsuyoshi said to Ventone, "I'll make you a bet that if I can save your daughter, you will increase the reward to 1,000 gold coins." Hearing Tsuyoshi's proposal, the customer said, "You're crazy. You think you can deceive me," and said, "Wait until I lose." Interested in the customer's words, the guy added, "Then I'll pay you 50,000 gold pieces, 10 times more than you're asking for." Hearing the offer, Venton exclaimed, "50,000 gold pieces? You suggested it yourself. I agree. If you save her, the reward will double. If you fail, you will owe 50,000 gold pieces." Changing the contract and holding it out to the guildmaster, Venton shouted, "Sign here immediately." Hearing the customer's instruction to change the contract, Pace said with a shudder, 5,000 gold or 50,000? We still have no choice. After completing the negotiations and changing the terms of the contract, Venton said, "We'll know the result tomorrow." As soon as the customer left their guild, the vice guildmaster exclaimed in confusion, "Why did you sign this?" The next moment, looking back at Tsuyoshi, Hugh exclaimed, "Hey man, you put our guild in a no-win situation. This order is really not easy. How do you have so much confidence?" To which Tsuyoshi replied, "Who knows? Maybe I have a chance." And then Hugh added, "Who knows what other chance there is at stake? 50,000 gold pieces." Subsequently, a subject arrived at the guild leader's office and shouted out that the president of the Shaman Association had arrived, and he was told to let him in immediately. Hearing who had come to the Rhythm Guild, Tsuyoshi was surprised to hear the president of the Shaman Association say, "If I'm not mistaken," and then Hugh exclaimed, "You've finally arrived." Receiving cheers upon arrival, the president of the Northern Shaman Association said to Guildmaster Pace, "Vice Guildmaster Hugh, how do you do?" After hearing the greeting and pointing to an empty seat, Pace said, "Hey Doug, we have a problem, please sit down." And then Hugh said, "I invited you to help heal my wound. The healer of our guild is no longer able to do it. Please help." Hearing the request from the Beastman, Doug said interestingly, "I understood. I hope Vice Master Hugh is okay. I heard you led the team yourself, which is why you got this wound, which I heard is nothing." Starting to treat the wounded man, Doug asked, "Because of Venton's order, his daughter was kidnapped, right?" He replied, "That's a tough order, and at this rate the guild could suffer." He said, "My wounds are healing," which is what Doug expected. At the same moment, Tsuyoshi, who was standing aside, joined the conversation and said, "The situation is difficult, but I'm sure we'll manage, Doug." Seeing the guy who had just spoken to him, the president of the Shaman Association said in surprise that Tsuyoshi, "What are you doing here?" And hearing that the shaman had named a guy named Hugh, he asked if you knew him. After listening to the whole story over a cup of tea, the shaman said, "I see, so you've been asked to help with a difficult order, so I think you can handle it." To which Tsuyoshi replied, "Thank you, I'll do my best." At the same time, Pace turned to his subject and said, "You two seem to be pretty close. Doug doesn't get close to just anyone, so I used a lot of connections to get him here." "Who is this Tsuyoshi?" the Beastman said. "I don't know, but he seems to be much stronger than we thought." After recovering from his injuries and approaching the boy, the vice leader said to Tsuyoshi, "Let's do this together. You may need my experience as a vice guildmaster. I have to look after you." Hearing Hugh's suggestion, Tsuyoshi stood up from the table and said, "I don't mind. Most of your wounds should be healed by now." And then Doug said, "Be careful." And at that moment, he lost sight of Tsuyoshi for a moment, and Hugh called out, "What are you in such a hurry for?" As soon as the boy and the vice guildmaster left, Pace approached the shaman and asked, "Mr. President, you know Tsuyoshi, we heard he was strong, so we called the yogis to help us, but we doubted his abilities." Hearing Pace's remark, Doug looked at the boys and said, "I know him. He recently passed the white shaman exam. He is the youngest white shaman in the Northern District and the most talented I have ever seen, and he is incredibly strong, the only one in my memory to have received Cardiolus." Opening his mouth wide after hearing Pace exclaimed, the white shaman then added that the beastman dog was able to get the Cardiolus on his own. Starting to scratch his beard after the question, Doug said, "I think he's much stronger than we thought." Meanwhile, wandering around the city, Hugh asked what your plan was. "The sun will be setting soon. Don't disappoint me. We're putting everything on the line. You decided to raise the bet to 50,000 gold pieces without even consulting me. It's starting to get on my nerves. How can you be so arrogant?" Hearing his partner's words, Tsuyoshi said, "I understand your worries. Preparation is really important. You know this place well. Lead the way." Having received the order from the guy, Hugh looked at him and asked where we were going. "Do you want to replenish our supplies? We have 2 potions and 2 ordinary items, so you don't need to buy anything. The guild will not cover our expenses, I understand." Hearing the remarks from the vice guildmaster of rhythm, Tsuyoshi smiled slyly and said, "No, don't take me to the arena." And then heard the arena, "You want to watch the battle? Are you kidding?" Hugh exhaled a displeased breath and said, "But in times like these," and then headed for the arena. At the same moment, Tsuyoshi thought the warrior was not the right man for the job. Arriving at the Colosseum where there were many people, Hugh exclaimed indignantly, "We are on the spot. Let me remind you that we have little time if we fail. There will be no way back." Approaching the guard and giving him a couple of coins, Hugh asked what fights were taking place today. Hearing his friend's question, Tsuyoshi said, "I didn't come here as a spectator. I want to participate. Please register me." And then Hugh exclaimed, "You want to participate? What are you talking about? That's ridiculous." Hearing the visitor's desire, the guard pointed to the entrance and said, "If your intentions are serious, go inside, fill out the form, and pay the entrance fee." Having received the instructions for participation, Tsuyoshi thought as he walked inside, "I want to use the divine selection system to get an assassin skill. For this task, I need someone who can break through and defeat enemies. Without attracting too much attention, I will choose the most suitable assassin skill and copy it." While in the arena sparring with the one-armed Narado, the beastman said, "Damn, don't keep me waiting," and then thought, he has only one arm, but he's fast and not an easy opponent. Closing his eyes and smiling arrogantly, the assassin from the cat tribe said, "Go ahead and attack." Having bought into Narado's provocation and using a heroic roar, the beastman rushed at his opponent and shouted that the warrior had no time for heavy strategies. Having made an unsuccessful attack which Narado's one-armed man dodged, the beastman exclaimed that I could not hit him. At the same moment, the assassin launched a surprise attack. Sudden attack is a unique skill of the Assassin's Guild that is said to have been left by the legendary assassin Nightingale. The owner of this skill turns into a shadow, sneaking up on the enemy behind and delivering a fatal blow. Its effectiveness depends on the type of weapon, but daggers are preferred. After defeating his opponent in the arena and gaining another victory, the one-armed Narado said shadows cannot attack. As soon as his opponent fell to the ground, the voice of the referee was heard calling it over. Narado had won again. The healer help him. Impressed by another victory of the favorite, the spectators began to shout out Narado's sudden attack. "I heard Narado is from the east. No wonder he is so strong." Also noticing the assassin's skills, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "Wow, what an interesting skill he has." Standing next to Tsuyoshi, who had signed up for the fight, Hugh said, "You don't stand a chance against this assassin. Narado is from the east and has recently become particularly famous for his record in the arena. 21 wins and 6 losses for 3 months now, and he's been ranked first in the light class arena, and most guilds are eager to hire him." After listening to his partner, Tsuyoshi was surprised to hear that an assassin from the east was really that strong. He asked, "Haven't you heard of Eastern assassins?" The next moment, recalling the story, Hugh said, "There are many secret guilds on this continent, and the Eastern Assassin Guild is one of them. Narado came from there. They say he lost his arm and was expelled from the guild. I don't know the details, but you can't expect any mercy from him." After listening to the story from his friend Tsuyoshi, he said that the Assassin's Guild sounds mysterious, and Hugh added that it is, and you can only find out about it by becoming a member. The next moment, the voice of the announcer was heard in the arena, and he shouted out the next newcomer, "Yo, this is his first fight in the arena, Tsuyoshi," and he asked to be sparred with an assassin. Unfortunately, he will have to fight Narado, but it will be an exciting fight. When the audience heard what kind of fight was about to take place, they started shouting, "Go home and train! This man is just a clown. Even our beastmen warriors can't beat Narado. Money has paved the way for even such a weakling. Get started, I can't wait." Having learned from the host who his next opponent would be, the one-armed Narado said, "I have no experience, you're crazy." At the same moment, Tsuyoshi headed for the arena and said, "I'm done." To which Hugh exclaimed, "I can't believe you're going to fight Narado. No way. You can't beat him. You saw the last fight. The arena healer won't let you die, but it will hurt for sure." Hearing his friend's remarks, Tsuyoshi said, Experience is not important. The outcome is impossible to predict in any case. Sighing in disappointment after hearing Tsuyoshi words, Hugh said, "Stop acting so tough. Where did you get all that confidence from?" After a while, Tsuyoshi entered the arena where the one-armed Narado was waiting for him, and seeing the boy in front of him, he said, "Zero experience, yes." The one-armed Narado said, "I advise you to give up, but if you really want to fight, I won't get in the way." Having received the question from his opponent, Tsuyoshi smiled and began to stretch his fists and said, "Let's get started." Hearing that both participants were ready to start the confrontation, the host shouted out the newcomer against the one-armed Narado. "Let's begin." Immediately drawing his dagger and preparing for the battle, the one-armed Narado said, "I don't like to make fun of newcomers, so let's finish quickly." Seeing that the assassin used his usual technique, the audience began to shout forward Narado. "Finish him in a second. I want to see the next fight, Narado. Hurry up and deal with this newcomer." Evaluating the skills of his opponent who had used his skill, Tsuyoshi mentally said to himself, "He has incredible speed. Let's do as usual." The next moment, as soon as Tsuyoshi activated his absolute physical strength and increased his defense, he activated his divine eye and began to analyze the one-armed Narado froze in place. Seeing that his enemy instantly stopped circling around him, Tsuyoshi asked what was going on. Also noticing the strange behavior of the one-armed Narado, the audience began to shout out what was happening. Why did he stop? Is he mocking the newcomer? Feeling something unusual that made him retreat, the one-armed Narado thought about who he was a second ago. He seemed like a weakling, but in an instant. Looking at his opponent, who had instantly changed, the assassin added a powerful aura began to emanate from him, and his gaze became intimidating. Noticing his opponent's hesitation, Tsuyoshi smiled and asked, "What's the matter with you giving up? I'll start first." Continuing to stand still and wait for his opponent's actions, the one-armed Narado thought, "I can't read his next move. This newcomer is far from easy." At one point in the middle of the battle, Tsuyoshi received a notification that said, "The absolute copy skill has improved. Now you can copy an enemy skill during combat." When he saw this information, he thought, "My absolute copying skill has improved. Now I can copy skills in battle before I had to touch the enemy's heart," which was a bit difficult. The next moment, Tsuyoshi rushed at his opponent and mentally exclaimed, "Let's try it now. I'll show what Narado can do." Still feeling afraid of his opponent, the one-armed Narado thought in confusion why he was so inspired. He should be careful. As soon as Narado used the Z step, Tsuyoshi saw a notification describing the skill. Thieves and Assassins temporarily increases agility and allows the wearer to deflect attacks with quick steps, then thought great skill, then tried to attack. Avoiding Tsuyoshi's punch and using a surprise one-handed attack, Narado exclaimed, he was bluffing, now it was over. Turning his head in the direction where Tsuyoshi's enemy was going to strike, he said as he concentrated his absolute defense in his neck. As a result, the one-armed Narado's dagger hit the protective barrier that was formed by the concentration of absolute strength. Having failed in his surprise attack, the one-armed Narado exclaimed in confusion, "I can't believe you didn't get hurt." Also, all the spectators in the arena stood up and shouted out in amazement at what had just happened. Still in complete shock at what had happened, Narado exclaimed what was happening. He was really the strongest here. Having accessed all of Narado Tsuyoshi's skills, he received a notification. Absolute copy activated. Please select a skill to copy. He said great skills, but I'll choose. After choosing the one that suited him best, he received a new notification that said, you have copied the sudden attack skill, which can be upgraded to thunderous sudden attack depending on your weapon and attributes. Continuing to stand in place in complete confusion, the one-armed Narado exclaimed, "What did you do? Why did my dagger not leave a single scratch on you?" Hearing his opponent's question and preparing to end the fight, Tsuyoshi said, "It's a long story. Now it's my turn." The next moment, as soon as Tsuyoshi started his attack, Narado shouted that it was mine, and then he heard a thunderous sudden attack. After defeating the favorite in this arena and ending the battle, Tsuyoshi said, "Well done. I will be able to save the merchant's daughter," after which the winner was Tsuyoshi. After a while outside the arena, impressed by Tsuyoshi's battle, Hugh exclaimed, "It's incredible, you have the best equipment." Hearing the question from his comrade and receiving a notification in the assassin's characteristics, Tsuyoshi thought, "Thanks to it, my body has become more agile and fast like an assassin." The next moment, noticing that the sun was already setting, Hugh noticed that it was getting darker. Confident that we would be able to complete the order at night, it was hard to see anything in the dark. After receiving a question from his friend, Tsuyoshi adjusted his armor and confidently said, "I'll be able to see everything. Lead the way." Heading to the destination, Hugh said the fortress to which Venton's daughter was taken is further on. Peeking out from behind a tree to check the situation, Hugh said, "It's been a few days since the kidnapping. I wonder how his daughter is doing." To which Tsuyoshi replied, "Judging by the location of this fortress, I'm not surprised by the previous failures." Looking at the terrain they were about to storm, Tsuyoshi heard that no matter how many times we tried to save her, we kept failing. The terrain and traps set by the enemy made this fortress defensible and difficult to storm. The road to the entrance would be a nightmare. No local guild would stand a chance. The next moment, looking back at his comrade, Hugh added, "I've seen your skills, but even with them, This order will not be easy to carry out. How do you plan to attack them if there are only two of us? Immediately after noticing that Tsuyoshi was already gone, the Vice Guildmaster wondered where he had gone. At the same time the guards were talking, the Rhythm Guild was still trying to save her. They were not teaching her anything, and they would come tomorrow. Even for us, it was sometimes difficult to notice the traps, and for outsiders, it was deadly. The intruders would not get through easily. No one would be able to get around the traps. While the guards were talking to each other, Tsuyoshi had already climbed a tree and activated his Divine Eye. While analyzing and detecting the traps, he received a notification of the results on the way to the entrance. 9 trigger traps were placed, and 6 automatic trigger traps were illuminated. Before setting out to clear the area, Tsuyoshi mentally said it seems the Divine Eye has also improved. Now I can see all the traps ahead. Climbing down from the tree, Tsuyoshi received another notification that said a set of black camouflage armor, describing how when you sneak around the cape turns into a mask that can be turned off if necessary. Surprised by the features of his outfit, the guy said, "The divine selection system is incredibly convenient." Having bypassed all the traps and approached the guards, Tsuyoshi thought, now we need to deal with them one by one. Hearing a strange sound coming from nearby, one of the guards said, "What is that sound?" And the healer shouted, "Check if it's an intruder." Obeying the order, the guard jumped down and said, "It's probably some kind of animal. If it activated the trap, I'll finish it off and go check it out." Seeing that the beastman went to check where the strange sounds came from, another guard shouted, "Don't panic, newbie. No one will dare to attack our fortress at this time." Looking around at the newcomer, the guard said, "It's probably another deer. Last time they ruined 3 of our traps, I won't let it go." Noticing the enemy nearby, Tsuyoshi took out 1 kunai from the divine inventory of consciousness and thought, from this distance, I can use the kunai that Hugh gave me. Hiding behind a tree, Tsuyoshi waited for the right moment for the guard to leave the sight of his comrades. As soon as the guard came behind the tree, the boy grabbed him and activated his absolute physical strength to finish off the guard without making any noise. When one enemy was finished, Tsuyoshi moved forward, avoiding traps and thinking about the next one. As he approached the remaining guards at the post, Tsuyoshi heard one of them say that he hadn't returned yet and was lounging around. Rolling up his sleeves after guessing, the other sentry said, "That lazy bastard, I'll bring him back." When the next guard jumped down to find his fellow healer who remained at his post, he said, "The boss will be furious if he finds out." Closing his eyes and sighing in frustration, the healer began to hum a song called "I Dream of You on Quiet Nights," and did not notice that his friend had just been dragged into the bushes. Hearing a strange noise and noticing that his friend had disappeared, the healer exclaimed in surprise that there was no one here. Having dealt with the 2 guards that posed the greater threat, Tsuyoshi mentally said, now there is only one left. Activating the magic of light to mark himself, the healer shouted out, "Hey, come out, you're trying to scare me." The next moment, putting his hand on the lever, the healer shouted, "Come on, answer me or I'll activate the traps." Having not received an answer to his request, the healer said to me uneasily that an intruder had really gotten in. At that very moment, Tsuyoshi appeared right in front of the last guard and said in a menacing tone, "I will not allow you to activate the traps." Using a sudden thunderous attack, the guy was able to easily deal with the last guard at the first stage of the guard. When all 3 enemies were destroyed, Tsuyoshi confidently said, "The way is now clear. Are there really so many traps here?" At the same moment, seeing that Tsuyoshi had already finished with the guards, Hugh exclaimed, "He was so strong," and then heard, "I'm coming for you. Wait, beware of the traps that are left on the way." Noticing where his friend was heading, Tsuyoshi said, "Don't step on it. Crawl under the line." And Hugh exclaimed, "How do you know the placement of the traps? You've already defeated the guards." When they reached the first stronghold and saw the control panel in front of them, Hugh exclaimed, "Let's destroy the other traps while we're here." Intercepting the hand of his friend who wanted to activate the traps, Tsuyoshi said, "No, we'll need them later," and was met with a clear response. "Wow, you're really strong." The next moment, letting go of his companion's hand, Tsuyoshi said, "Follow me, let's find their boss." And his friend exclaimed, "I understand." On the way to the next point with the enemies, Hugh encountered many more traps that he barely managed to avoid. Arriving at the main building, Hugh said, "This is the farthest fortress. Venton's daughter must be inside. It seems they are strong. If they surround us, it will not end well." The next moment, looking at Tsuyoshi with tears in his eyes, Hugh added, "But without you, I would have died long ago. I trust you with my life." Immediately after he said that, the Vice Guildmaster heard I just couldn't do anything else, now distract them, and stood there in thought. Realizing what he would have to do now, Hugh bowed to Tsuyoshi sadly and said, "It seems that our paths have parted now." Seeing that his companion went to fulfill Tsuyoshi's order, he said, "You are not a pawn to me. Remember the traps we left untouched?" Hearing his comrade's encouraging words, Hugh looked around and exclaimed joyfully, "So, you decided to leave them for me. You noticed them." After his comrade's words, Tsuyoshi said yes. In a fortress like this one, there is always a strong defense. They would not have set up a base here, and then receiving a notification from the system, I thought. It's great, the Divine Eye told me the situation. Before sending his comrade off on his errand, Tsuyoshi said these traps will work great on them. They will cause them serious damage, boss. Leave me soon, dawn is coming. There is little time left. Taking the instructions from the boy, Hugh exclaimed, "Thank you for your concern for the welfare of our guild as Vice Guildmaster. I am very grateful to you." Meanwhile, one of the guards patrolling the area spoke to his comrade unusually quietly tonight, after which arrows flew into his back. Drawing the guard's attention to himself, Hugh shouted, "Hey, you big guys, tonight I'm going to destroy your fortress. Come on, attack, you cowardly bastards." Taking an arrow from his back and kneading it in his hand, the guard said that it was the archer again. The next moment, they rushed at Hugh as a group and shouted out, "How dare you speak to us like that, war cry, war roar. I will finish you with my own hands, raging harm. I will tear you to pieces, bloodthirsty rage. I will devour you." Seeing the threat coming at him, Hugh began to run toward the traps and shouted, "Come on, you ointment, you'll never catch me." Meanwhile, standing behind a tree and waiting for the territory to be cleared, Tsuyoshi said, "If they catch you, you're dead, Hugh." The next moment, as he approached the handkerchief and looked inside, Tsuyoshi thought, "First I have to make sure the girl is inside." There he saw a joyful little girl who asked if the princess had really eaten a bad apple from the Wicked Witch, and was told by the fierce leopard Ida that you would eat an apple from a stranger. Having received the question from the leopard's uncle, the girl exclaimed, "I could never get sick because of him." And then the leopard instantly looked around. The next moment, throwing a blanket over the girl, the fierce leopard Ida exclaimed, "Baby, don't look at that." And the girl exclaimed, "I don't mind if you want to play." Having closed the girl's view, the leopard instantly attacked Tsuyoshi, who, having received a blow, thought that it was expected from a beastman leopard. Striking the first blow and looking at the intruder, the fierce leopard Ida said, "It seems you are not from the Rhythm Guild. Who are you, or you will die?" After receiving a question from the kidnapper of the child, Tsuyoshi exclaimed, "You told her fairy tales. I thought you kidnapped her." Is that not so? Frozen in place in front of the enemy who attacked him, Tsuyoshi recalled what he had seen and thought that for a person who had kidnapped a child, such behavior was rather strange. At the same moment, deciding to find out something for himself, the fierce leopard Ida said to the assassin, "You silently passed all the traps and neutralized the guards is impressive." Receiving a question from his opponent, Tsuyoshi said, "I came here from the Rhythm Guild to rescue your kidnapped daughter, Venton. Give her back. I'm just following orders, so I suggest we resolve this peacefully." Hearing the demand from the boy who broke into his fortress, the fierce leopard Ida shouted out, "No, I refuse," and then attacked Tsuyoshi. Dodging the leopard's attack, Tsuyoshi thought that it was expected from a berserker. They do not tolerate idle talk. This class fights fiercely and recklessly. At one point, regrouping to begin the decisive, Tsuyoshi added in his head, "I can't waste time. If his allies return, we will have problems." The next moment, the ferocious leopard Ida applied a gathering strike. Noticing him, Tsuyoshi activated the Divine Eye motion analysis. Avoiding his opponent's blow, he used a sudden, thunderous attack by moving behind his enemy's back. But the ferocious leopard Ida managed to react and block Tsuyoshi's blow, thus minimizing the damage. After an unsuccessful attack on his opponent, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "Even with perfect Divine Eye analysis, he can respond to my attacks." At the same time, Leopard noticed a cut on his palm and thought, "His sword almost cut my hand. This man is an assassin who has considerable speed, strength, and strategy. His level is definitely not lower than mine. He is an experienced assassin. But then why does he use an ordinary sword out of all the weapons?" The next moment, seeing that Tsuyoshi was level 10 and hearing Ida's, "Let's get this over with," Ida shouted, "Attack!" At the same moment, a little girl came out of the tent and asked Uncle what you were doing. Hearing the little girl's voice, the fierce leopard Ida instantly froze in place and shouted embarrassedly, "I told you not to go out. Go back to your room." Once again, witnessing the relationship with the kidnapped girl, Tsuyoshi thought, well, he didn't kidnap her again. Why be so gentle with her? Why act as if she were very precious to him? Approaching the fierce leopard Ida and noticing a wound on his palm, the girl exclaimed, "Uncle, you hurt yourself." And the man said, "I accidentally cut myself with my sword." The next moment, the girl turned her gaze to Tsuyoshi and tearfully exclaimed, "Don't hurt your uncle, he's a good man." To which Ida replied, "You know, it's not that simple." Raising his hands in the air and feeling a bit nervous, Tsuyoshi exclaimed, "I came to save you, I'm not a bad guy." The next moment, seeing the girl as his younger sister, he mentally added, "Karina looked at me the same way when she was angry." When Ida learned the reason for Tsuyoshi's appearance, the girl exclaimed, "I don't want to be rescued. I'm happy to be with my good uncle. I don't want to go back." Hearing the desire of the girl who was kidnapped, Tsuyoshi asked, "Will you finally explain what's going on here?" Having received the request from the boy, the beastman took the girl in his arms and headed to the tent, saying, "Let's talk inside. First, I'll put her to bed. She gets scared if I don't read her bedtime stories." After a while, when Ida finally fell asleep, Tsuyoshi noticed that she was very attached to him. This was no simple kidnapping, right? Carefully covering the sleeping girl so she wouldn't wake up, the fierce leopard Ida said, "I work for Venton and his secret gang." Hearing the shocking truth from the leopard, Tsuyoshi exclaimed that you work for Venton. Then why did you kidnap her daughter? Continuing to tell everything that interested Tsuyoshi, Ida added for the sake of the money to shake out a huge compensation from other guilds. After receiving Tsuyoshi's answer, I realized that I had to pay a huge compensation, and then I thought that's why I thought it was strange. It was all set up. Sitting by the girl's bedside, Ida added, Venton hired us to be kidnappers and came up with this money-making scheme. We kidnap a child and Venton creates a high-paying rescue order. No searcher would take on a job involving a gang like us because the local guilds don't have the strength to simply enter the fortress. And Venton personally set the traps and mechanisms. After listening to Tsuyoshi's story, he understood, so he had strengthened the defenses so that no guild could fulfill the order on time. Interesting, but after the payment, everyone would be able to see the child safely return home to his parents, right? If someone knew that the child was safe. The next moment, Tsuyoshi looked up and exclaimed, "Is that what Ida said?" Venton kidnapped a newborn baby and raised it as his own for the sake of this plan, and he no longer sees any value in the used child, so he sees no reason to keep them alive. Hearing part of the truth about Venton, Tsuyoshi asked, "You mean he plans to get rid of her?" The next moment, looking at Ida again, he asked why the girl was so attached to you and was told that it was because I kidnapped her and secretly took care of her. Recalling his past, the leopard added, "As she grew up, I grew to feel guilty." Having learned some more information, Tsuyoshi asked, "If Venton achieves his goal, what fate awaits this girl? You could just run away with her, couldn't you?" Shaking his head and remembering a moment from the past, Ida said, "Before I met Venton, I was starving and homeless, and he gave me food, clothing, and the opportunity to train. And I can't betray the man who turned me into a true warrior." After listening to Ida, Tsuyoshi asked, "Do you think there is no freedom in this world? Everyone lives for a purpose, and that her so-called father, Venton, is completely indifferent to her, and you have become a real father to her? You should cut all ties with Venton and run away. It will be better for both of you." Taking Tsuyoshi's advice, Ida said, "If he hadn't saved me, I would have died long ago, but this girl is important to me." Then, heading for the exit of the tent, Tsuyoshi asked, "You have been paying him this debt for several years, right? Take her and run away and give her and yourself a new life." After hearing the boy's instructions, the fierce leopard Ida said in a sad tone that, "You understand Venton will never forgive me. He will hire goiter assassins to catch us. Do you think we can start a new life so easily?" After the leopard's words, Tsuyoshi remembered his fate and said, "Don't worry, I understand you perfectly. It's hard to take care of someone, but you have to keep believing in the best and not lose hope." Hearing Tsuyoshi's words, the fierce leopard Ida turned his gaze to the boy and said, "Venton." Leaving the tent without looking back, Tsuyoshi said, "If you can't handle it, I'll help you. I won't let a scoundrel like Venton hurt you or the girl." After a while, when Hugh noticed Tsuyoshi near him, he exclaimed happily, "There you are, I've been distracting them all this time." Recalling how he had been buying time, Hugh added, "They couldn't get past their own traps, but I could, thanks to your notes, and you should have seen their stupid faces." To which Tsuyoshi replied, "I'm glad to hear that." The next moment, Hugh noticed that Tsuyoshi was alone and exclaimed, "Wait, why are you alone? You didn't save Venton's daughter. We failed. Oh no, it's over." Leaning over to his friend and putting his hand on his shoulder, Tsuyoshi said, "No, it worked out. The girl is safe. Go back to the guild and tell the master. I'll be back when I get the reward from Venton." And Hugh exclaimed, "It's already done." Hugh happily rushed back to the guild, exclaiming that the guildmaster would be overjoyed, and he needed to tell him as soon as possible. "I'll be waiting for you in the guild. You're doing great." After sending his friend away, Koishi looked after him in a stern tone and said, "Great, now it's time to talk to Venton." Somewhere in Venton's mansion, sitting at a table and admiring the money, Venton said, "My income has decreased significantly lately, so maybe we should improve the kidnapping scheme." The next moment, hearing the words, "No, you don't need that now," Venton screamed out in fright that who was there. Once inside the building, right in front of the customer, Tsuyoshi said, "I've come to take your life." Venton jumped to his feet and pressed himself against the wall, scared, shouting, "Someone help me! Help me!" Slowly walking to the bull, Tsuyoshi said in a stern tone, "There's no point in calling for help. While you were busy counting money, I've already taken care of all your subjects." When Venton learned that his subjects were all dead, he shouted out from the Rhythm Guild, "What does this mean you killed all the guards?" Hiding behind Tsuyoshi's arm, the customer added that they were the best warriors of the 15th level, but you were able to deal with them all alone. After receiving a question from Venton, Tsuyoshi said that it had been so long since anyone had attacked this manner that they let their guard down, so I snuck in and slit their throats before they could react. Hearing what had happened to his subjects, Venton said in fright, "You useless cretins, I fed them daily, paid them, and this is how they repaid me. If you want money, just name the price, I promise it won't happen again." Having received the promise from Venton, Tsuyoshi sat down beside him and said, "First, give me the 5,000 gold pieces you owe the Rhythm Guild. And remember, our bet was actually fulfilled. Your so-called daughter is now safe." The next moment, putting his sword to Venton Tsuyoshi's throat, he said, "I heard that you raised a lot of children and made money with them. I was just curious." Trying to negotiate, Venton said, "Interesting. Yes, I can make a fortune with the scheme I've come up with. If you help us, we can make even more. I can set up another kidnapping or sell them for organs on the black market. We can split the profits in half, if you pardon me. I'll give you half of my fortune. You want to make money, right?" Not falling for the beastman's sweet promises, Tsuyoshi asked about organs you were planning to sell children and organs. But what he heard was that kidnapping was faster and safer. Still holding the sword to Venton's throat, Tsuyoshi spoke clearly. Hearing Tsuyoshi's tone, Venton asked reassuringly, Is that enough? You will live without needing anything for the rest of your life. Is that enough? Smiling after receiving the question from the beastman, Tsuyoshi said, no, it won't be enough. I want more. Continuing to break out in a cold sweat, Venton exclaimed, I'll give it to you if I can, whatever you want. Without hesitation, Tsuyoshi used his thunderous surprise attack skill and dealt a fatal blow and said, your life. The next morning, gathered near the Venton estate, people began to talk about the signs of struggle. No attack was sudden. Their throats were slit in just one night, finishing them all off. Continuing the dialogue, one of the crowd spoke. Venton was found in the bedroom in a terrible state. Who could have done this to Venton's body? There was only one fatal wound to the heart inflicted from the back that was not the best way to die. The killer must have been very angry. Standing in the crowd, Narad heard that a suicide note describing all the crimes he had committed had been found next to his body, so his death was no surprise to anyone who had forced him to write the note, which revealed all his crimes, including child abduction and other illegal activities. Following the events that took place near Narado's estate, I thought he died from a stabbing in the heart from the back. There could be no mistake. I recognized this stabbing from 1,000. Continuing to think and model the situation, Narado mentally added all the wounds, especially Venton's, reflected the nature of the attack. A surprise attack, a unique skill possessed by assassins. But according to the investigation, Venton was not threatened by any guild, so who did it? At one point, remembering Tsuyoshi, he mentally said, is that man a warrior? I clearly remember his final blow in the arena. Starting to recall the battle against Tsuyoshi, Narado mentally said, it was similar to my sudden attack, but he is not a member of the Assassin Guild. Recalling Tsuyoshi's appearance in class, Narado mentally said, he is a warrior, so who is he? At one point, feeling enlightened, the cat thought, maybe he stole this skill. If I report it to the Assassin Guild Master, then maybe I will be accepted back. The Assassin Guild never forgives traitors, especially those who steal their skills. Then I can return to the guild. Leaving the scene and heading to the former guild, Narado mentally said to himself, I need to report this to the Guild Master immediately. Somewhere in the Rhythm Guild in the meeting room, Pace saw the coin chest in front of him and exclaimed in amazement, you really did recover 5,000 gold coins. Feeling proud of himself after what happened, the Beastman dog confidently exclaimed, I knew right away that you would succeed. The next moment, the guildmaster said, I heard that Venton died right after you left, and if you hadn't taken the gold coins, we would have been left without a reward. After the leader's words, the vice guildmaster said that after his death, all the crimes surfaced, and one death would not be enough for such a person. After listening to the opinions of his comrades, Tsuyoshi adjusted his glove and said, the order was fulfilled. I was even able to raise my level. After reporting the level increase, Tsuyoshi thought, and after the massacre of Venton and his subjects, the system gave me a reward for destroying enemies, brought a large number of experience points, which brought me closer to leveling up. Hearing the good news, Pace asked, you leveled up, congratulations. You not only defended the honor of our guild, but also brought us a fortune. Let's split these 5,000 gold pieces in half. When Tsuyoshi received the offer of a large reward, he said awkwardly, I don't need 2,500 gold pieces to begin with. I was supposed to get 250, so I will donate the remaining amount to homeless children and poor families. Hearing how Tsuyoshi wanted to dispose of the considerable sum, the members of the Rhythm Guild were impressed and said, donate. Taking his share of the reward, Tsuyoshi headed for the exit and said, some people will need this money more, so I'll take 250 as we agreed. After finishing the dialogue with his comrades, Tsuyoshi waved and said, see you later. And then someone said, he can impress. Not only skillful, but also generous, and there was no doubt about giving such a large sum. When Tsuyoshi left the guild meeting room, the leader exclaimed, let's give this money to those who need it, as he wished, and it was accepted. After completing the mission, Tsuyoshi headed for the Adventurers Guild, thinking I've reached the 11th level. I'm only one step away from my goal. Sakura should be here by now. She'll be surprised to see me with a set of black camouflage armor. I look completely different. Continuing on his way, he mentally added, maybe I should wait for her at the Adventurers Guild, and then saw a large crowd of people at the entrance. Standing behind him and looking to see what the reason for the crowd was, Tsuyoshi mentally said to himself, why are there so many people here? What's going on? At the same time, somewhere in the center of the crowd, a sow shouted out indignantly, don't you know who I am? I'm the wife of the president of the trading company of the Northern Beastman City. That dirty half-breed dared to push my child. Apologize. Remembering the incident, Sakura said, I've already explained that your son ran into me. I was just standing there. Outraged even more at Sakura's words, the sow exclaimed, how dare this disgusting half-breed accuse me of lying? Why would we lie? We wouldn't stoop to your level. Half-breeds are really disgusting. Hearing his mother's screams, the boy shouted out, I would never touch a liar like her. The next moment, the city guard approached Sakura and said, listen, you accidentally pushed the young master. Just apologize for your own good. Hearing the guard's request, Sakura said no. Even if you doubt me, I will not tolerate insults in my direction. There must be at least one witness among the passersby who would have seen what really happened. Turning her gaze to the crowd around her, she saw how everyone began to hide their eyes and pretend to be busy. Realizing that no one would stand up for her, Sakura bowed her head and said, "It's clear, then no one will stand up for me." At the same moment, the sow slapped Sakura and shouted, "You nasty half-breed, apologize at last or you will be arrested." Seeing that the situation was only escalating, the guard said, "That's too bad. Don't resist. Know your place, you fool." Looking up at the sow she had just hit, Sakura said, "I'm not going to apologize for anything." Continuing to be angry with the girl, the wife of the president of the trade guild exclaimed that, "If you refuse to apologize, I can make sure you don't live to see tomorrow, you insolent half-breed." The kid, who had rejoined the conversation, haughtily exclaimed that my father was the president of the city's trading company. At the same moment, the guard saw that Sakura had taken up her dagger and shouted, "Drop your weapon! Even if you are a high-level seeker, there are rules here." Hearing the guard's order, Sakura tried to hold back and thought, "I have to be patient, I can't ruin the master's plans." Continuing to repeat in her head, "Just be patient. As always, you can't let this ruin everything." Sakura loosened her grip and noticed someone flying overhead. The next moment, Tsuyoshi, who had joined the conversation and decided to restore justice, kicked the sow in the face. Seeing what had just happened, the boy shouted out to his mother in confusion and ran to her. On the way, he ran into Tsuyoshi, who had just done the same thing to his mother, and the boy froze in fear. Not sparing anyone who dared to insult his companion, Tsuyoshi immediately slapped the kid. Seeing what had just happened, Sakura, the guard, and the rest of the crowd froze in shock. The next moment, Tsuyoshi straightened his glove, and after restoring justice, he said, "So you insulted Sakura and dared to lay a hand on her. Whoever you are, you will have to face the consequences." Walking to the place where his former guild was located, the one-armed Naruto mentally said, "Even in the daytime, this place is dark and cold." The next moment, two blades appeared at the cat's throat, and a voice from the darkness said, "Take one more step and I will finish you off." Trying to calm the assassins down, Naruto raised his hand and said, "I am Naruto. I used to be a member of the Assassin's Guild, and I came to pass on information." When one of the leaders of the Northern Assassin Guild heard who it was, he said, "Naruto, you are no longer with us. You cannot be here." The next moment, another leader of the 27th level Assassin Guild said, "It was you. The guild caught you stealing money, cut off your hand, and expelled you. And if you come to ask for your return, I will have to refuse." Having received two refusals at once, Naruto said, "That's not the point. I saw a man in the city who stole the assassin's skill, and I thought you would be interested." Hearing the information, the former level 30 assassin comrade said, "He stole a guild skill. This cannot be ignored. You're sure. Tell us more." The next moment, the 27th level assassin jumped down and added how someone like him could be in the northern city without our knowledge. Continuing to talk about Tsuyoshi, Naruto said, "Believe me, he used a surprise attack with the others. I personally fought him. I wanted to share the information. I will help you catch him. But in exchange, I would like a chance to return to the guild." Hearing what Naruto had just said, the 30th level assassin said, "You're making conditions, but it makes sense. If the information is true, I'll talk to the guild. Now tell me everything you know." Meanwhile, somewhere near the Adventurers Guild, Sakura came to her senses after what had happened, and said to the master in confusion. The guard also came to his senses and pointed a finger in Tsuyoshi's direction and exclaimed, "Are you crazy? Do you know who they are? You just hit the wife and child of the president of a trading company? They won't let it go." At that time, lying on the ground and hugging his strongman who was screaming in pain, the sow angrily exclaimed, "I will finish you both off for the first time. Someone dared to lay a hand on us. Get ready." The next moment, she turned her gaze to the beastman guard and exclaimed, "Arrest this pair immediately or my husband will have to cut the city's funding." Hearing the instruction from the sow, the guard exclaimed, "Yes, arrest them. Don't move and we won't harm you." Hearing the guard's instruction, Tsuyoshi helped Sakura to his feet and said, "They started it, right? Isn't that considered self-defense?" To which the guard replied, "Well?" After Tsuyoshi's question, the wife of the president of the trading company got to her feet and exclaimed, "When did I hit that nasty half-breed? No one will ever confirm it. I wouldn't get my hands dirty with such a creature." Casting a stern glance at the sow, Tsuyoshi said menacingly, "One more word and I'll knock out all your teeth. There are plenty of witnesses." Hearing the boy's threats, Sakura grabbed his arm and said, "Master, no one will stand up for me. Sorry for the trouble." Hearing his companion's words and turning his head to her, Tsuyoshi said, "Don't give up, Sakura." After the boy's remarks, Sakura looked down and said, "But from the beginning I also thought that I would be protected. But I am a half-animal and she is the wife of the president of a trading company. No one would risk their lives for a half-breed." At the same moment, the sow folded her arms in front of her and exclaimed haughtily, "Who would defend a human being and an insufferable half-breed? And what a stupid human being." The next moment, the voice of a large goat came from the crowd and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, it's Captain Tsuyoshi and it's really him. What's going on here?" And then Luke added, "I heard he recently completed a large order for the Rhythm Guild, which was expected." Seeing familiar faces among the strangers, Tsuyoshi happily said, "Oh no, I just did what I could." Seeing how kindly the guy was talking to the members of the Q Guild, the Sao was surprised to hear what it all meant. The next moment, Hugh and his comrades appeared nearby and exclaimed, "You're still in the northern city. I just recently donated all the money as you asked." Hearing his friend's words, Tsuyoshi said, "I was about to leave, but I accidentally got into trouble." And then Sakura asked, "Do you know them, master? They seem to be quite respected." The next moment, Luke asked if there was a problem, and then Hugh added, "Who's making a fuss here? Planning a fight with you is like planning a fight with the Rhythm Guild." Seeing many serious faces that were familiar with Tsuyoshi, the kid clung to the Sao and called out to his mother, who then said who this person was. After hearing many questions from the guild members, the guards said that they had a conflict with the wife of the president of the trading company, and they needed someone to stand up for them, and if no one could prove that the president's wife had struck first, according to the law, we would have to take them into custody. Hearing the guards' words, the guild members began to shout out to arrest Captain Tsuyoshi. "Seriously? Do you know how much money he has donated to the poor? He deserves a reward, not an arrest. I will stand up for him, so will I, and I will protest." After which Luke asked, "Is that not enough? The whole guild can stand up if necessary." Later, the administrator of the Adventurers Guild appeared in the crowd and said, "I also saw her hit the first adventurer, Sakura, with the golden badge, and I can confirm her innocence." Finding herself in a losing situation with a lot of people against her, the wife of the president of the trading company shouted out, "Fools, I am the wife of the president of the trading company." The next moment, someone in the crowd said, "I also saw her hit her." And others added, "If the majority stands up for her, I will too." Seeing that a lot of people stood up for Tsuyoshi, the guard nervously shouted out, "Get out of here, madam. Please come with us." Hearing the guard's request, Tsuyoshi said, "Maybe she should first apologize to my companion, otherwise I will not allow you to leave." After Tsuyoshi's demand, the members of the Big Goats Guild began to shout out, "Apologize, you hear? Even if you are the wife of the president of a trading company, our guild will not back down. You hear he wants an apology." Feeling the strong pressure from the society, the Sao bowed her head and exclaimed, "I'm sorry, we were wrong. Forgive us. Forgive us." Once all the demands were fulfilled and the conflict was resolved, the guard said, "Madam, now please." When the problem left the square, Tsuyoshi approached Luke and said, "Thank you for your help." And he heard the little problems of Captain Tsuyoshi's problems. Our problems. If there are problems in the city, just say you're from the Rhythm Guild. Hearing the words of support from his comrades, Tsuyoshi said well, and then looked back and said, "Let's go, Sakura," to which he heard, "Yes, master." Before following Tsuyoshi on his journey, Sakura bowed in front of his comrades and said, "Thank you very much." As she left the city and followed Tsuyoshi, she said to the master, "You've changed so much, I didn't even recognize you at first." Smiling awkwardly at the girl's remark, Tsuyoshi said, "I got a special outfit that changed my appearance. The shirt you made me got torn while clearing the dungeon. Sorry." Hearing her master's apology, Sakura exclaimed, "Don't worry about it. Not only your appearance has changed, but your aura has also grown." Tsuyoshi took out a bag of savings and said, "I helped the guild resolve a conflict, and that's how I met those guys, and I was able to level up and earn some money. So here's 250 gold pieces, you can put them away." Hearing the amount of money Tsuyoshi had earned, the girl exclaimed, "That's incredible. You can buy great armor at the auction." After the girl's advice, Tsuyoshi said, "I was planning to buy you some new equipment, but the auction sounds interesting. Let's go to the next town." Hearing what her master had planned, the girl said, "If you're interested in auctions, we should definitely go to the next town, where there is an auction house where a genius shaman named Kevin lives." Hearing the shaman's name, Tsuyoshi exclaimed, "Oh, I forgot that I was supposed to meet him." Continuing to walk through the forest with the girl, he mentally added, "After the recent battle, the blood has stagnated like a stone. It's probably a side effect of the sacrifice. I need Kevin to heal me." At one point, Tsuyoshi felt something unusual and looked up to see something flying at them, and exclaimed that it was a leaf. The next moment, Sakura quickly drew her dagger and deflected the sudden attack, shouting out to the others to watch out. When the surprise attack was repelled, someone's voice was heard saying that he was not alone and alerted the searchers. Appearing before Tsuyoshi and Sakura, one of the two leaders of the Northern Assassin Guild said, "You must be Tsuyoshi. The skill thieves deserve to die," and then added, "We're here for your head." The 30th level assassin appeared before the adventurers and said, "You don't look like a member of the Assassin Guild, unless Naruto was right. You stole our surprise attack technique." At the same moment, a 27th level assassin said with a sly laugh, "You're a pretty girl in a cloak, but judging by Naruto's stories, yours shouldn't be too high. She seems to be stronger than 20 levels, but it doesn't matter." The next moment, turning his gaze to Sakura, the 27th level assassin added that he was half animal and I like it. At the same moment, feeling something unusual from his companion, Tsuyoshi thought, "This is the first time I feel such a strong desire for destruction from Sakura." The next moment, returning her gaze to Tsuyoshi, Sara said to the master, "Please be careful. They are stronger than any opponent you have ever met." Continuing her advice, she added, "I sense their strong desire for destruction, which can only come from those who have taken many lives. And if they are indeed from the Assassin's Guild, we will have a hard time." The next moment, recalling the characteristics of these people, the girl added, The Assassin's Guild is a terrible secret guild that originates in the East, consisting only of strong assassins who are known for taking the heads and other body parts of enemies as a reward. Even the main guilds try not to anger them if they put an eye on you. You shouldn't expect anything good. After listening to Sakura's story, Tsuyoshi said, I've met a beastman who was expelled from the guild, but I'm not connected to that guild and have never met those people. The next moment, recalling the assassin's phrase, Tsuyoshi suddenly said, wait a minute. Recalling the moment he sparred with the one-armed beastman in the arena, Tsuyoshi mentally said, they said skill thief. Now I realize the surprise attack skill I copied is a unique skill of the Assassin Guild, so they targeted me. At the same moment, the 30th level assassin said to his comrade, I know your tastes, you can take on this beast, but be careful, she is quite skilled. The next moment, the 30th level assassin began to use his technique and added, I'll take care of the thief, and if I bring his head and hands, the guild will have no questions. Hearing about the division of enemies, my friend exclaimed, I love the character no matter how strong she is, she's no match for me, so it's decided. Immediately after the end of the dialogue, the assassins used the Absolute Darkness combo skill and shouted out, feel the power of the unique Assassin Guild combo skill. Seeing what their enemies had just done, Sakura shouted out, this is their unique skill, stay close so we don't get split up, and then started to do so. The next moment, deciding how to proceed, Tsuyoshi said, yes, it will be better to fight, each one alone will be more effective, I want to see how strong they really are. Approaching the pair of opponents and covering them in pitch blackness, the assassins shouted out, hey, you don't even try to run or hide. As each of them began to be separated by the Dome of Darkness, Sakura shouted out to be careful. Approaching Tsuyoshi and separating him from his companion, the 30th level assassin shouted out, how brazen of you to think you can steal our skill and run away like that. Naruto said you stole the surprise attack skill, now I'll show you what a real attack looks like. The assassin almost hit Tsuyoshi with a surprise attack, but he put up a block at the last moment, and the 30th level assassin said yes. The next moment, Tsuyoshi gave his opponent a stern look and added, you'll have to level up to beat me. Confused by the fact that he had received serious resistance, the assassin thought he had blocked my attack as he did. How did he know my level? Interrupting the sparring and stepping back for a moment, the assassin asked what level you were, and Tsuyoshi replied that I was 11th. Having received the answer to his question, the assassin exclaimed that the 11th level was unbelievable. You're kidding. You can't be the 11th level unless you're a genius. Shrugging his shoulders after his opponent's exclamations, Tsuyoshi said, it's your business to believe or not, and the first fool to hear that. The next moment, using the Snake Gate skill, the assassin said, let's see how you handle this Snake Gate skill, which confuses the opponent, activates a slippery snake gate that allows you to approach and attack the opponent at an acute angle while using it, increasing speed by 30%. After analyzing the opponent's skill, Tsuyoshi mentally said, this is an impressive skill, but the Divine Eye is not enough. The next moment, the assassin activated the Assassin's Clone skill and said, let's see what you think. Even teammates can't handle this skill. Assassin's Clone, a unique skill of the Assassin's Guild, summons several clones from the darkness to surround the enemy and attack simultaneously, and after the attack, the clones disappear. Seeing what kind of skill the enemy used this time, Tsuyoshi activated his absolute physical strength and protected his upper body. As a result, all the attacks of the lethal cloning skill were in vain and failed to harm Tsuyoshi. Confused after another failure, the assassin shouted out what a strong defense it was because of his equipment. What level you are, who are you? Having displayed his level for the opponent, Tsuyoshi said in a stern tone, I told you I was 11th. Taking the enemy by surprise and counterattacking, Tsuyoshi swung his sword and knocked the enemy back, after which he thought he was really at the 11th level. After being wounded and stepping back, the assassin exclaimed, wait a minute, strange guy. If you're really at the 11th level, every guild would want to hire you. Immediately after his words, the man added, I am the leader of the Northern Assassin Guild. Let me recommend you. Would you like to join our guild with my recommendation? The leadership will accept you and teach you everything with such a talent. You will become very popular. The opportunity to join the Assassin Guild is not available to everyone. After receiving an invitation to join the guild, Tsuyoshi told me that it was not suitable. Why should I believe a man who first wanted to kill me and now is trying to persuade me to join his guild? Having received a refusal and prepared to continue the battle, the assassin said clearly, but I will not give up. Having materialized his thirst for killing, the assassin exclaimed, be thankful that I did not use this technique earlier. Seeing what his opponent had just done in front of him, Tsuyoshi mentally said, he turned his desire for destruction into a weapon. What incredible power. The next moment, swinging the weapon of the Destruction Intent Crystal skill, the assassin shouted out receive. Using his Divine Eye to activate his absolute physical strength, Tsuyoshi received a notification of the Destruction Intent Crystal, a high-level skill of the Assassin Guild that transforms the intent to kill into a sharp weapon that can't be deflected or blocked. After being hit by the assassin's skill and injured, Tsuyoshi mentally said, oh, my right arm. Even with absolute physical strength, I can't withstand this attack. What incredible power. If this blow hit my heart, I would die. Bringing his weapon back after the demonstration, the assassin said menacingly, You shouldn't have underestimated me, boy. This is my final blow. I'm at level 30. No matter how talented you are at level 11, your skills are no match for mine against this technique. Anyone below level 30 is no match for me. The next moment, the man swung and shouted, "If you don't want to join the Assassin's Guild, then get lost. This time you won't escape. I'll finish you off and get your skill back." Realizing that his choice was not wide, Tsuyoshi thought before replacing the weapon. If conventional weapons and absolute physical strength do not work, then let's try this. Noticing the instantaneous changes in his opponent, the assassin shouted out in confusion, "What's wrong with your aura?" and quickly retreated. At the same moment you received the notification, you took the Divine Hammer of the King from the Divine Inventory of Consciousness for a number of reasons. The potential of the hammer cannot be fully revealed. Forced use will lead to the consumption of a large amount of energy action time. 1 second, Tsuyoshi exclaimed, "Let's see if you can block this." Holding his hammer in his hands and preparing to strike, Tsuyoshi mentally said to defeat such an opponent, "I must strike the decisive blow. The main thing is to do it quickly. The hammer can only be used for 1 second. But it will be enough." The assassin stood still and watched Tsuyoshi's actions and exclaimed, "What kind of weapon can contain such incredible power?" Preparing to make a decisive strike, Tsuyoshi said, "So you need my head, see if you can deflect this." The assassin laughed crazily at the boy's words and shouted, "A simple 11th level warrior wants to test my strength. Don't you dare call my bluff." The next moment, shouting out, the assassin used the evil crystal spirit skill of intent to destroy the evil crystal and intent to finish, a strong assassin guild skill, a stronger version of the intent to destroy crystal that unites the assassin's weapon and body with his intent to deliver a deadly attack. Waiting for the right moment, Tsuyoshi stretched his arm with the hammer above him and mentally said, "This is it, I only need 1 second." Meanwhile, in the other part of the darkness, Sakura, having dealt with her opponent, said the master used this power again. It seems the outcome of the battle is decided. Turning her gaze to the cut assassin she had left no chance for, she added, "I have nothing to worry about." At the same time, facing his opponent, Tsuyoshi received a system notification that said the king's divine hammer was activated with a duration of 1 second. The next moment, swinging the hammer and unleashing its full force on the enemy, Tsuyoshi threw the assassin back. The assassin landed hard after the battle with Tsuyoshi and groaned heavily, saying that he couldn't possibly be at level 11 with his incredible strength. Feeling the end approaching, the assassin heavily added to the damage at this rate and then used the skill of summoning darkness. Sending an envoy to his guild, the assassin added heavily, "If you finish me off, you will become the target of the Assassin Guild." Descending to the ground after using the Divine Hammer, Tsuyoshi received a notification that the time of using the King's Divine Hammer had come to an end, and the hammer could not release its full power. Feeling weak all over his body and starting to fall to the ground, he mentally said, "Now the hammer's energy seems stronger. Has it grown with my strength?" Receiving another notification that said your body is severely exhausted, you should heal immediately. Tsuyoshi mentally said it was time to use the healing potions. Picking up the boy as he fell and sitting down next to a tree, Sakura took out a healing potion and said, "Master, you're fine. Leave it to me to defeat the one-eyed man." Starting to drink the healing potion, Tsuyoshi grimaced at the taste and said, "It tastes terrible as always." And the girl laughed, saying, "That's why I don't drink it." After giving the boy first aid and laying him on her lap, Sakura said, "Your attack was incredibly strong, but please don't use it often. You might find yourself in a position where I'm not around." Tsuyoshi replied, "You're right, but you couldn't defeat such an opponent without giving it your all." Hearing Tsuyoshi's remark, Sakura said, "You're right, he's a high-ranking member of the Assassin Guild, and ending the fight quickly was a wise decision. Remember you told me a story about a 10th level warrior who fought dozens of enemies alone, and with your current strength, you have nothing to fear." Surprised by what the girl had just mentioned, Tsuyoshi instantly stood up and asked, "Do you remember the story I told you so long ago?" He replied, "Of course, master." The next moment, Tsuyoshi was deep in thought and said, "It's been a long time since I left this world. I've almost reached the 12th level. It seems it's time to return to my world. I'll handle everything for Karina." Thinking back to his problems in the other world, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "The last time I ran into Mina's company while dealing with Karina's bullies, Mina's boyfriend's father turned out to be the deputy boss of the Blue Snake Gang. I'll have to make my move when I return." Subsequently, Sakura discovered something interesting, demonstrating experience enhancers A-rank potions that increase experience by 45%, a rare and desirable item among seekers that is difficult to find on the market. Exclaimed the master, "These assassins had high-rank potions. They will definitely be useful to us." Looking at the description of the potion, Tsuyoshi exclaimed with joy, "Experience booster. Great, maybe I can reach level 12 before we get to Kevin." After finding the potion, Tsuyoshi thought to himself, "Great, I'll come back when I reach the 12th level. I want to see Karina." And then exclaimed, "I'm fully recovered. Let's continue on our way." On their way, Tsuyoshi and Sakura met a horde of lower monsters and encountered a large number of bosses. They also met a team that had failed to clear the dungeon, so Tsuyoshi joined them and defeated all the monsters almost single-handedly. Having destroyed one more monster, the boy finally reached the long-awaited and much-desired 12th level, after which Sakura informed us that we had almost reached the city where Kevin lives. Walking through the square and looking for a place to stay, the girl noticed a hotel and said, "Let's spend the night here." Hearing that potential visitors had arrived, the owner of the hotel happily exclaimed, "Are you looking for a room? We have one premium room available." Upon learning about the vacancy, Sakura asked if you had 2 rooms available, and Tsuyoshi added that any room would do, not necessarily a premium room. After receiving questions from the visitors, the owner said, "Unfortunately, there is only one room left. You are seekers. I assume you have arrived in Carnio for the potion-making tournament that Kevin is organizing. Now, most of our guests are seekers, so even one free room is a great blessing." Hearing the reason for the lack of rooms, Tsuyoshi asked what the potions tournament Kevin was organizing was. After hearing the boy's question, the hotel owner was surprised to ask if you seekers had heard of Kevin's tournament, as it had been held many times. Immediately after the owner's remark, Sakura said that this is a large-scale event in alchemical science, organized by a famous shaman, during which competitions and exhibitions are held here, and high-quality potions are made, so it is very popular among seekers. I did not even notice that we arrived on the first day of the tournament. We can explore the surroundings or buy the necessary potions. After learning about the event, Tsuyoshi said, "It sounds interesting. Let's see how we get settled." And then the owner asked if you would like to take a room. Hearing the question about the room, Tsuyoshi said awkwardly, "Yes, if Sakura doesn't mind." And then he said, "If you don't mind, master." The next moment, someone's voice sounded behind the 2 visitors and said, "We'll take the room." Appearing behind them with his companion Vincent, a 15th level blue shaman, said, "1 premium room, please." Seeing a famous person in front of him, the hotel owner exclaimed, "Mr. Vincent, please come in and we will prepare the best room for you." Passing by Tsuyoshi and approaching the hotel owner, Vincent said, "Lead the way." Outraged by this behavior of the fox, Tsuyoshi grabbed him by the shoulder and said, "Hey, there's a line here." Hearing the remark from the guy who stopped him, Vincent said haughtily, "It's your turn. Don't you know who I am? Don't be ridiculous. This last best room will be mine." "Right, master?" The hotel owner nervously exclaimed, "Of course, absolutely right." And then Sakura exclaimed, "But we were the first to come here. Is that fair?" Hearing Sakura and Tsuyoshi's remarks, the owner asked anxiously, "You really don't know him, do you?" Vincent is one of the disciples of the brilliant Kevin, the blue shaman in this district. He is a very influential figure. He is a talented disciple of the red shaman Kevin. Even the 30th level seekers respect his advice not to mess with him. At the same moment, the fox's companion joined the conversation and said, "You don't know Vincent. Where did you come from?" To which Vincent replied, "Don't pay attention to them. They understood exactly what I meant when they heard my master's name." Letting go of the fox's shoulder, Tsuyoshi said, "So you're one of Kevin's students, right? So what if this room is ours? Lead the way." Hearing that Tsuyoshi was completely indifferent to the status of the fox, laughed and said interestingly, "And you know who I am? I am Vincent, the blue shaman, and a student of the most brilliant Kevin. You are seriously trying to take my room. After that, the passage to Carnio will be closed for you." Ignoring the fox's threat and grabbing his shoulder again, Tsuyoshi said, "I told you so," and then threw him to the ground. Seeing what had just happened, the hotel owner exclaimed in confusion while the fox's companion crouched down to check on Vincent. Outraged at the behavior of the boy who ignored his threats, the fox angrily exclaimed, "You'll regret this. You'll never be allowed in Carnio." Ignoring another threat, Vincent Tsuyoshi adjusted his armor and said to the master, "Show us the room you heard, so you go there." Continuing to be angry at the guy who humiliated him, the fox exclaimed, "What disrespect, you will pay for this." Walking to the room to get her master, Sakura asked if he was Kevin's student, and she replied, "I treat others the way they treat me. I see no reason to respect someone who doesn't respect me." Continuing to walk confidently to his room, Tsuyoshi said, "Whether he's Kevin's student or not, it doesn't matter to me. I'm not going to grovel before anyone anymore." Hearing what her master had just said, the girl was surprised to hear him say that. After night fell and Sakura fell asleep on Tsuyoshi's bed, the Endless Passage alerted Karen, who spoke openly, "I'll be back soon." After using the Endless Passage and finding himself in his apartment, Tsuyoshi said, "Well, I'm home." Turning his head in the direction of the bed where his sister was sleeping, he thought to himself, "I don't think I woke her up." The next moment, Tsuyoshi went to his sister's bed and adjusted her blanket. At the moment of these actions, he recalled moments from the past where Karina told him, "I can't feel my legs. I won't be able to walk anymore." To which he replied, "Even if it is so, don't be sad. I won't give up because of this." To which he heard, "I don't want to be a burden to you." Recalling all these moments, Tsuyoshi turned his gaze to the crutch that was standing next to him, and noticed its repair and thought that her crutch was broken, and Karina had repaired it herself. Also remembering the moment of what had happened in that situation, he mentally added, "She was desperate to protect them." The next moment, Tsuyoshi sighed with relief and said, "You are so strong because of me. You have a hard time, but now I am stronger, and I will not let anyone have you this afternoon. Your life will not be miserable anymore." Putting his hand on the girl's head and starting to stroke it, Tsuyoshi added, I will definitely heal your legs and bring back the happy smile on your face. The next moment, lying down on the bed and receiving a notification about his items, he said, well, all these things take up only one slot without armor. Now it's strange that my equipment from this world has remained untouched. I need to improve it somehow. Continuing his thoughts on his return, the guy said, getting ready to rest, but first he had to deal with everything in this world. The next morning, while walking to school with his sister, Tsuyoshi caught Karina's eye and asked her what was wrong. And she replied, what's wrong, brother? Continuing to walk to school, the girl was surprised to add, in just one night, you have become a completely different person. When asked by his sister, Tsuyoshi said, I just cut my hair and started training. Hearing the reason for the change, Karina asked if the hairstyle had changed your appearance so much. You seem to have grown and really become taller, to which Tsuyoshi replied, no, don't worry about me. Take care of yourself. Don't go alone and wait for me in my office after class. Hearing her brother's instructions, Karina remembered Mina and Vivian and nervously said goodbye that day. A few seconds later, the two girls Karina had just mentioned crossed their paths and their attention was instantly drawn to them. As they locked eyes with the two girls, Karina sighed in concern, waiting to see what would happen next. The next moment, Vivian noticed Tsuyoshi's new style and said, isn't that Karina's brother? He looks so cool now. And Mina exclaimed, shut up, you idiot. At the same time, turning his gaze to his sister, Tsuyoshi confidently said, everything is fine, Karina. No one will dare to bully you now. Listening to Tsuyoshi's words, Karina nervously said, well, and then thought it was all because he had become a hero. Her brother had changed so much. Passing by the girls and not seeing any action from them, Kara wondered what was wrong with them. As Mina stared after Tsuyoshi and Karina, she thought, how dare they treat us like this? I'll use Billy's connections and force them to their knees. Meanwhile, in Tsuyoshi's classroom, Relly was sitting at his desk and told us that we shouldn't mess with Tsuyoshi in the future. Hearing the question from Raleigh, comrade, he shouted indignantly, shut up, you miserable losers, you overestimate him. I'm afraid of the loser who was our six until recently, and then thought, I was safe then, but next time I'll make him regret it. Later, one of Raleigh's comrades asked if our ambush had failed. We were waiting for Tsuyoshi, and I said it was because of your carelessness. The next moment, noticing the person they were talking about near the exit, the fat man shouted out to Raleigh that it was Tsuyoshi. He turned his gaze in that direction and saw Tsuyoshi, and the thin one exclaimed, and he was even more confused about what was happening. Later, the teacher came into the classroom and started writing down announcements on the blackboard, saying that soon there would be a competition for the future star, whoever wanted to participate. Returning to the classroom, the woman added that this time, several schools in the district would participate in the event. The school management encourages everyone to participate. It's our common moment of glory. Hearing the teacher's suggestion, Relly said in an indifferent tone, you're kidding. This event is for heroes. There's no point in ordinary students participating. They try every year, but no one has ever won. All the top places are taken by heroes. It's a waste of time, and it's not hard to get embarrassed. Tonki also joined the conversation and added that students from other schools would not give us a chance. Last year, Relly and I participated in a marathon, and the heroes ran to the start before we had reached the halfway point. After hearing the boys' stories, the other students started talking about whether we should participate. I don't want to go and lose. Let the heroes represent our school. We will only disgrace ourselves. When Lily heard about the lack of applicants, she said that this year's prizes were great. Even the teachers were willing to participate. The event will be organized by the Association of Heroic Schools, so famous guild leaders and association leaders will attend, and the winner will receive 10 million yen. Hearing about the reward, the class began to shout out 10 million yen. Unbelievable. The Association of Heroic Schools is part of the heroes. They provide internships for young heroes if you prove yourself. They may even invite you to join the union. Also interested in the prize, Tsuyoshi thought 10 million yen. I borrowed 600,000 at a high interest rate from the Blue Snake Gang. If I win, I can pay off the debt and move with Karina to a new apartment with an elevator. As for the Hero Schools Association, I know almost nothing about it, but if they notice me, I can get a scholarship. After some thought, Tsuyoshi smiled happily and added, money is more important than coins in this world, and Karina and I need it for a better life. I'll win 10 million yen and attract the attention of the Hero Association. Seeing the reaction of his classmates, Relly exclaimed unhappily early, you are happy this beautiful prize will still be taken by the heroes, after which he subtly added he is right. Ordinary students have nothing to look forward to. Hearing from the students, don't get our hopes up. We have no chance. We are no match for the heroes from other schools, the teacher said. But the main thing is participation. At the same moment, Tsuyoshi raised his hand and said, well, then I'll take part. When Relly heard who was willing to participate, he laughed and said, don't get cocky just because you beat us and you think you can compete with the heroes. After Relly's words, the other students added that students from other schools in Tsuyoshi would be competing with the heroes, and he was completely out of his mind. Hearing the wish of one of the students in her class, the class teacher asked Tsuyoshi, do you really want to participate? After receiving the question from the teacher, Tsuyoshi said, yes, I want to, and hearing this, the teacher exclaimed, I really do, but don't cry later. Hearing another mockery from his classmate, Tsuyoshi looked back at Relly and said, Relly, how about we make a deal? If I lose, you can do whatever you want, but if I win, you stop acting like a tough guy. Having bought into the provocation, Relly stood up from his seat and shouted, I agree, class. Let's all witness your disgrace. Turning his gaze back to the board after making the bet, Tsuyoshi said, Yes, I will. After hearing all that, Lily calmed the class down and said quietly, I will give Tsuyoshi a form to fill out tonight for the qualifying test for all participants. Having heard what was to happen before the competition, Tsuyoshi asked if the qualifying tests were good. After a while, near Karina's classroom, Tsuyoshi told her where he was going and said good luck at the test, to which he replied, Thanks, I'll come for you later, so wait in the classroom. At the same time, the sisters' classmates noticed Tsuyoshi and began to talk to him. Karina's brother had never seen him so close. He was so handsome. He used to look like a squishy kid, but now he was so cool. Let's ask Karina about him later. Maybe he's free. As soon as Karina said goodbye to Tsuyoshi and returned to her seat, she was immediately surrounded by a crowd of girls who were interested in her brother. Seeing Vivienne's return to popularity, they again surrounded Kara, to which Mina remarked that she had heard her brother was going to participate in the qualifying round of the competition, which was brave. I had already told Billy about it. Sending a message with the information to her boyfriend, Mina said great looking forward to the day. The next moment, she turned her gaze to Karina and added that when we deal with her brother, we will make the bullying even worse, so let her enjoy the attention while she can. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, looking at the deputy, the principal said, The future star is very important to us. Continuing to look at the subject with the report the headmaster added officially, it was created to strengthen the school's ties, but in reality it is an assessment of the strength of the alliance of heroes and guilds, to put it simply. Our students reflect the strength of the school and their support depends on it. Continuing to make plans, the principal added that at least one of our students needs to take at least 5th place, which guarantees us sponsorship for what he heard. All classes of heroes will participate, and ordinary students will be able to participate if they wish. Continuing his report, the subject said everything as usual. Almost none of the ordinary students signed up for the competition. Hearing this, the principal sighed heavily and said, Of course, they are not stupid. They can see the difference in strength, so it turns out that only students from the hero class will take part. That's right. The heroes from the association will also take part in today's selection. We have no room for error. Looking through the report to answer the question, the man said worriedly, Everything is almost ready, but as for the participants, one from Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro's regular class will take part. Hearing that one student from the regular class had decided to participate, the principal exclaimed in surprise that from the regular class. Somewhere in the preparation room for the qualifying stage, warming up for the test, the candidate said, I heard that this time a student from a regular class will participate. Hearing her friend's words, the girl said, He thinks he can compete with us. He wants to embarrass the school. And she replied, He still has no chance of passing the qualifying stage, and this test is organized for us, that is, semi-heroes. People with innate talent usually get into the hero class in high school, receive privileges, and compete for the honor of the school. After a few seconds of seeing the new person who had just entered the room, the boy said, I think it's him. And the girl added, He's cute. Standing behind and watching Tsuyoshi warm up, the half-hero said seriously, compared to the class of heroes, he was nothing special. Also, seeing Tsuyoshi, the teacher in charge of the test preparation said, Why would students from a regular class take this test at all? It's a waste of time. Hearing the words of the curator, the semi-hero said the same thing, that students from ordinary classes have nothing to do with it. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the screening room, the principal saw the arrival of the guest and said, Thank you for visiting our school. Trying to please the distinguished person, the principal said to Mr. Suzuki, There are students from our school's hero class, and the test will start soon. So I would like to ask you a question, to which the leader of the Hero Schools Association replied, The association hopes that your class will perform well today, and I represent their interests. Bowing his head after hearing this, the school principal said, Yes, it is an honor for us. We will try to live up to your expectations. The results will be displayed here. Enjoy. The next moment, turning his gaze to the student, the principal said, Hurry up and start the competition, and that's good to hear. Subsequently, the teacher read the message on the phone of the person responsible for the exam and thought that the deputy director had contacted me. Having received the instructions to start, the curator raised his hand and shouted, Let's start the test. The rules remain the same. Please form teams and enter the simulation. Approaching the simulation capsules, the teacher added, These are the basic level simulation machines they use for the D, E, and F grade exam. And if you consider your abilities together, the simulation is more likely to be F grade, so don't worry. Form teams in the order you were signed up in. You need to score 60 or higher to pass. At the same moment, Tsuyoshi appeared from the crowd and raised his hand and shouted to the teacher, I didn't know we were going to be divided into teams. Hearing the boy's remark, the teacher mentally said, I didn't expect to see a student from a regular class here. He wouldn't make it anyway. And then said, Well then, I'll select the team myself. Hearing the instruction from the curator, Tsuyoshi thought in private that I had already done this in another world, and then said, Well, Also, hearing that Tsuyoshi was going to take the test, the half-hero himself said that a trial test would not harm anyone, but the forces of darkness and the level of difficulty were too high. And then the girl added that even teams of half-heroes would have a hard time, and an ordinary student alone would not even know how long he would last. After a while, all the students began to enter the simulation capsules in teams to take the test. Watching this from a separate room, Suzuki thought that with the help of this competition, we must identify exceptional semi-heroes. The Association of Heroic Schools exists so that the Heroic Union has a chance to recruit geniuses before others. Now even powerful guilds are competing for promising individuals. If you do not work hard, your place will be taken by others. At that time, having received the notification, the students entered the simulation, and the half-hero exclaimed in surprise, not thinking that the simulation would be so realistic. After receiving another notification that said the difficulty level of this test corresponds to the level of the F-class dungeon, please select your class and equipment. The half-hero exclaimed, "Wow, we can even simulate basic equipment? Well, I'm ready to go." And then I heard that to pass this test, we need to score at least 60 points. A little later, after completing the test with a score of 72 points, the half-hero tiredly said to his girlfriend, "It was hard." Watching the results, Suzuki thought, most of the students scored below the F grade level. The students mostly scored between 70 and 80 points. No one seemed to be in the hero class of this school, they were still young. And the highest score in recent years was 93 in the E-grade doubles competition. Those participants were heroes. Suzuki continued to think, but despite the difference of one level between F and E, there was a big gap in strength. And if you passed E-class, you could get into any heroic school. And if you ranked higher, you might be noticed by famous guilds, but such geniuses were very rare. Could I find at least one here? Suzuki finished his thoughts and pointed to the candidates, saying that if they train harder, they will succeed. The test is over. Hearing the question of the director of the Association of Hero Schools, the substitute said awkwardly, "Well, the last student from the regular class is still preparing." Hearing what his subject had just told him, the school principal coughed in anger. When he heard about the last candidate, Suzuki said that the student from the regular class was a brave one, and since he was the last one to prepare, it was quite expected that he would fail the test. At the same time, standing near the capsule, the curator shouted, "Congratulations! You have all passed. Now let's move on to the students from the regular class. Decide quickly if you are scared. You can refuse to participate." Determined to earn money for myself and my sister Tsuyoshi, I said I was ready. Hearing this, the semi-hero standing behind me started shouting that he would shit his pants when he saw the simulated forces of darkness, and how long before he would come crawling back here in tears. Moving to the simulation of the test, Tsuyoshi received a notification. The difficulty level of this test is equal to the level of the F-class dungeon. Please select your class and equipment. Looking at the notification, the guy said that I already have the class and equipment, and then took out his own equipment. Subsequently, seeing the first level dark rabbits attacking him, Tsuyoshi said, "The first level? Now it's clear why the semi-hero exam is so easy." While in the simulation and easily defeating enemies, Tsuyoshi said, "Karina is waiting for me, so I need to finish as soon as possible." After a while, having dealt with the dark boss rabbit of the third level, Tsuyoshi said it was easy. I reached the boss in just 6 minutes, after which a notification appeared that the dungeon was cleared. Immediately after, another red one appeared that said, "System error. Your abilities exceed the difficulty level of this exam." Seeing this, Tsuyoshi said, "There is a D-class test in this cave, and I thought that it would be enough to pass the F-class test." The next moment, I received a notification. D-level dungeon is now available. Please proceed to the test. Tsuyoshi headed inside and said, "At my current level, the difference between D and F is great." Meanwhile, standing near the capsule, the semi-heroes were talking he hadn't come out yet. Had he really died of fear? Teacher tried to turn off the machine quickly and he peed himself and can't get out. Hearing the student's instructions, the teacher said, "It's been 12 minutes for an ordinary student. That's quite a long time. Maybe something really happened inside. What a troublesome boy." At the same time, standing in a separate room, Suzuki spoke. "But his endurance is impressive. When he comes out, the principal should at least reward him for his courage," which he heard, of course. We did not record his results, but we will definitely encourage him. Subsequently, the simulation machine trembled, and when the doors began to open, the test was completed. Congratulations on passing the maximum score. Team size 1 level of the exam F and D, time 12 minutes points 100. Impressed with my results and making everyone freeze, Tsuyoshi asked me if I passed the exam. Also impressed by what had happened, Suzuki exclaimed, "This guy is definitely not a hero." Trying to understand what had happened, the curator hovered over the car and exclaimed that he had 100 points, and even passed the D-class exam, so there must be some mistake. Not wanting to accept what had happened, the semi-hero exclaimed that it was definitely a mistake. No student had ever passed 2 exams in 12 minutes, and he had passed the D-class dungeon alone. It was impossible. Ignoring the other participants' squeals, Tsuyoshi said, "I passed the test. I don't care about the points. I have to follow my sister." Immediately after he said that, as he was about to follow Karina, Tsuyoshi heard someone behind him shouting, "Hey, wait!" and looked back. Catching up with Tsuyoshi, the director of the Hero School Association shouted out, "You just passed the D and F grade test," to which he heard, "Yes." Nervous after receiving the answer from the student, the vice principal said, how could the dungeon be set up for a level lower than the D-class exam? There was no way that a student could show up and pass both levels in just 12 minutes while being an ordinary student. Wondering if everything was fair, Suzuki said, "You, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, can tell me what a D-class bomb was like." When Tsuyoshi received the question, he remembered the enemy and said, "It was a level 6 Dark Wolf and he was weak, so he died from a couple of blows. I'm sorry, but I have to go to my sister." Hearing the answer about the D-ranked test boss, the headmaster nervously exclaimed, "Tsukishiro, you're not lying to us." Interrupting the principal's question, the association leader stepped forward and waved his hands and said, "Of course, go get your sister." Having received permission to leave the test room, Tsuyoshi looked back and said, "Thank you," and went on his way. When the school principal heard Suzuki's decision, he asked the leader of the school if there was something wrong with Tsuyoshi's results. Suzuki smiled nervously at the question and told the principal to let him take part in the competition, and please keep his results a secret, to which he replied, "Okay." Overjoyed at finding an outstanding student, Suzuki thought there could be no mistake. The final boss of the D-class trial was indeed a 6th-level Dark Wolf. As he said, he was fast but weak. If we hadn't personally fought this boss, I wouldn't have believed his results hidden genius. No, I found a monster. No, I found a... Continuing to think about Tsuyoshi Suzuki, he mentally added an ordinary student past the D and F class tests in 12 minutes. For the maximum score, he broke the record. Watch him. If I'm right, then we need to hire this genius to the Hero Association. After a while, the day of the Future Stars competition came, and a lot of people gathered there. Seeing quite famous people among the participants, the students were surprised to hear that they were students from Kurozu and Sawahira schools with the best academic performance. And I heard that their hero classes were already full of capable and promising people, so we have no chance of getting into the top 5 if students from these schools are in the top 5, and ours will not get there at all. Later on, the bell rang. Please make sure that all the participants of your school have registered. And at the same time, Tsuyoshi approached the registration desk. Seeing the boy in front of him, the man asked, "Are you from the hero class? So what's your name?" And Tsuyoshi replied, "I'm from the regular class of Seishin High School." When the man heard who was standing in front of him, he said, "You're from a regular class. Your courage is commendable, but don't overdo it. Students from hero classes are quite formidable opponents." At the same time, the substitute teacher approached his supervisor and said, "Principal, the leader of Suzuki has arrived." Seeing Suzuki, the principal awkwardly said, "I'm sorry we couldn't meet you," and was told that it was not necessary, as all the students from the regular classes had already registered. After receiving a question from Suzuki, the vice principal said yes, they are all in the arena now, which he thought was great. The next moment, looking at the arena and seeing many students there, the director of the association thought Tsukishiro was very serious if he had already registered. If his strength was so great, he could become a genius. If the big guilds or factions noticed him, they would immediately try to take over. I won't let that happen. Meanwhile, standing behind Suzuki, the deputy said, "The representatives of the guilds and factions have already arrived. Let's start the opening ceremony." To which the director replied, "Make sure everyone is ready to go. Everything should go smoothly." Continuing the dialogue with the director, the deputy added, "I think Leader Suzuki knows that this year the Sawahira and Kurozu schools sent their best students, and he heard that they sent the best." After receiving the question from the principal, the substitute nervously replied that it seems that this year both schools are determined to get good results. Meanwhile, our students continue to lose year after year apparently, and this year will be no different. Hearing the prospects for this year's competition, the principal said, "I know everything as usual, but we are trying our best." At one point, the organizer's announcement was heard in the arena. "The aptitude test will start soon. Please come to the arena." Having received the order for further actions, Tsuyoshi was surprised to think that the ability test would not begin now, after which he received a notification of the test rules. You must show maximum strength using a minimum of movements. Body points and strength will be displayed on the screen. The maximum number of points in each category is 100, so the competition will begin here. Starting to scroll through the scenario in his head, Tsuyoshi mentally said small movements demonstrate great potential strength. Displayed on the screen will show the true abilities of each participant, since they will be evaluated by machines. No one will be able to cheat. When a participant from Sawahira High School stepped forward, the students behind him started shouting out how many points he would get. Preparing for the test in striking, the boy received 72 points of body and 74 points of strength. Seeing his results and being pleasantly surprised by them, the boy spoke quite well. Seeing the results, the other participants began to talk about how great both categories were above 70 points. Although this is an average result, earning more than 80 can get you into the top 3. How much did you score last time? Body 76, strength 66. When I limit my movements, strength is not good. You should work on controlling your strength. Hearing the conversations of the other participants, Tsuyoshi mentally said, so, 70 points in both categories is not bad. I wonder how many I will get. After the test, the participant from the Seishin school scored 56 points in body and 62 points in strength, and the other participants mockingly exclaimed that the Seishin school's results were really so average. Continuing to mock the Seishin school, the participants added, I heard that a guy from an ordinary class is participating from this school. I'd like to see his score, but the poor guy had to fill the list with ordinary participants. Meanwhile, the representatives of the guilds and factions were thinking, it seems that Kurozu's school is taking the lead. If they train harder, they can become great heroes. We should add them to the candidates for internships. Looking away and sighing in disappointment, the headmaster said, what a pitiful score. While Suzuki thought, I wonder if we're far behind the other schools. I expected too much from Tsuyoshi. Meanwhile, in the stands of Tsuyoshi's class, the other schools were saying what a shame. After that, Reli shouted out, hey, where's Tsuyoshi? He's not going to participate. Also not watching in the arena, Tsuyoshi's younger sister nervously said to her brother. Following her, Mina from her class said, Karina, your brother is going to embarrass our school in front of everyone. And Vivian added, if he's really that strong, he can compete with students from other schools. He beat us once that day. Looking back at the couple of girls who were harassing Tsuyoshi, Karina exclaimed, I believe in my brother. Hearing the girl's exclamation, Meyer was very angry and exclaimed that, you are just idiots and I will gladly watch your brother's defeat. Meanwhile, outside the arena, Suzuki watched the competition and thought that no one had scored above 80 in the two categories. But as a rule, the truly strongest participants came out in the end. Pressing his lips together in anticipation, the director of the association wondered when it would be Tsukishiro's turn to compete against the best students of Kurozu and Sawahira. At one point in the arena, one of the participants felt himself being touched and shouted indignantly, hey, watch where you're going. The next moment, the participant looked up at the guy who had touched him and saw Vince, a student of the Sawahira High School hero class, a 4th level D-ranked hero with 580 combat power. Seeing the participant who went to take the test, a couple of participants talked to each other. Vince is the best student of Sawahira who has already passed the hero exam, and now he is going to take part in the championship. He is an absolute contender for victory. If I had known that he would also participate, I would not have even tried. Later, having reached the device for measuring strength, Vince stretched his hand to the ball and started preparing. When it was done, he swung and hit the measuring device with all his might and received 86 body points and 90 strength points. When the other participants saw the results, they were amazed and exclaimed that it was incredible to see such light movements and such destructive strength. Also impressed by the results, Suzuki thought in Sawahiri and really trained the strongest it seems this year. He will be the most capable student. Need to talk to him after the test. Meanwhile, in the arena, seeing who was next on the list, one of the participants shouted out Kuroza. Hearing the others talking, Boniface said, if you couldn't get 80, keep quiet. I'll show you what the best student of Kurozu is capable of. Boniface stepped up to the device and performed his punch, gaining 89 body points and 92 strength points. Seeing these results, the participants exclaimed in shock and a little more, and he would have scored 90 points in two categories. With a minimum of effort, the best student of Kurozu on a completely different level. It seems that this year's champion has already been determined. Impressed by the performance of another student, Suzuki thought his potential was incredible, which was expected from the best student of the Kurozu school. I will definitely talk to him after the competition. After demonstrating his strength and locking eyes with Vince, Boniface held his hand near his neck and said, you are my only rival, but I will win this competition. Before the guy could stand out much, his triumph was interrupted by Tsuyoshi, who said, I'm sorry, but it's my turn. Seeing who was going to take the test next, the other participants began to shout out Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro from a regular class at Seishin High School. I can't believe you really came, but don't disgrace the school like he dared to talk to Boniface. Continuing to walk to the apparatus to laughter and shouts of, come on, Tsuyoshi thought he just needed to minimize his movements and show maximum strength. Seeing that Tsuyoshi entered the arena, Mina said in anticipation, and here he is. It's a pity that he will only embarrass himself. The main thing is not to change his mind at the last moment. Also noticing Tsuyoshi in the arena, Karina exclaimed from the stands, brother, you will definitely succeed. Noticing the long-awaited Suzuki in the arena, he thought with a smile, and here he is. Let's see if he can handle it. If he scores 70 to 80 points, I will be impressed. After which the director said sadly, this guy is over. While preparing for the test, Tsuyoshi thought, in this case I will use absolute strength and the divine selection system. He activated absolute physical strength, and for a short period of time the protection and strength of his index finger were increased, and then he reached for the ball. Upon touching the ball, he received a notification that the divine selection system had activated 60% of his strength was concentrated on the tip of his index finger, and the strength of the other parts was significantly reduced, followed by an energy release. When the test was over, all the spectators froze in shock when they saw the results on the scoreboard. 100 points of strength, 100 points of body, and then the scores stopped displaying. Seeing what he had just done on the test, Tsuyoshi awkwardly said in his head, "I think I went too far." Launching the force measurement ball into the air to a considerable height, he added in frustration, "Bad things will have to pay for the damage they caused." Shocked by what had just happened, the spectators in the stands began to echo what it meant that the ball had flown. He had such power, it couldn't be a mistake. Maybe he was cheating. Also jumping up from their seats, the faction members began to shout out who he was and what would happen to the points if it wasn't a malfunction, which meant he was stronger than any student present. He was definitely cheating. There was no way a normal high school student could possess such strength. Confused by what had just happened, the judge exclaimed, "Let me clarify for a second," to which Tsuyoshi replied, "I'm satisfied with the results." At the same moment, also not wanting to accept the results, Boniface exclaimed that it was impossible, there was some kind of failure, or he cheated. After which Vince added, "I don't know. Let's see what the school says." Subsequently, the school principal began to make his way to the devices, repeating, "Please let us pass, we need to inspect the devices." Suzuki approached Tsuyoshi with the headmaster and said, "Tsukishiro, show us your hands." Seeing the boy's hands, the man thought at first I thought he had used some kind of trick, but his hands had no traces of fraud on them, and they were surprisingly calloused for such a young boy. The director of the Association of Heroes' schools asked him how he got so many calluses and scars. Holding his hand outstretched in front of him, Tsuyoshi said, "For 10 years I have been working to provide for myself." Having received the answer to the question about his calloused hands, the director of the association stood there for a moment in amazement. At the same moment, after completing the inspection of the device, the engineer said, "Everything is fine with the device. We restored the results." He scored 100 points in each category, to which the director shockingly exclaimed 100 points in 2 categories, Tsukishiro from Seishin High School. Hearing the results of the test, the other students began to exclaim his power broke the car, it was obviously a cheat, it couldn't be, this car belongs to Seishin High, they must have done something to it. Feeling alarmed by the participants' exclamations, the engineer asked the principal about the quality of the problem, after which he looked back at Suzuki and said to the leader, "I can't change Tsukishio's results." Having carefully considered everything and made a decision, Suzuki said on behalf of the Association of Heroic Schools, "I confirm Tsukishiro's results. I personally recognize that there is no trace of cheating." Tsukishiro from Seishin High School scored 100 points in each category. Immediately after he said that, everyone agreed and Tsuyoshi was given the points he deserved based on the test results. When Boniface and Vince heard about the decision, they were surprised to hear that he had 100 points in both categories. The next moment, remembering his friend's request before the competition, Boniface mentally said, "I didn't pay attention to Tsukishiro. Billy definitely asked me to deal with him. It seems there was some kind of mistake." As he continued to think, he added, "Billy's father is the leader of the Blue Snake Gang, and our family's business partner. I have to fulfill Billy's request. No matter what it takes, I'll deal with him in the next round." At the same time, the other participants began to shout out, "I can't believe that Suzuki, the leader of the Hero Schools Association, said that. But if he said it, then it's true. It means that Tsukishiro, an ordinary student from Seishin High School, has won the first place in terms of strength, scoring 100 points in 2 categories." The next moment, an announcement appeared on the stadium's scoreboard, and the judge announced that Tsukishiro from Seishin High School had scored 100 points in each category and was in first place. Impressed by his classmates' results, the thin one shouted out first place to the first place winner, after which Relly added 100 points in 2 categories, a record for who he is. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the stands, Karina, admiring the results, exclaimed joyfully, "You're incredible, brother." Vivienne's mouths were wide open when the results were announced, and she shouted out so many points that Karen looked around and stuck out her tongue and exclaimed, "See, my brother is the best." Even more angry after Tsuyoshi's victory, Meyer mentally said how they let him win, what they were doing, and started texting Billy. After the first test was over, Suzuki told Tsukishiro that he was the only student from Seishin High School who made it to the top 10. The top 3 would get 10, 5, and 3 points respectively, and the rest would get 1 point each. And then he thought that if Seishin High School hoped that Tsukishiro would make it to the top 3, the next round would not be easy for him, as Kurozu and Sawahira High Schools were not easy to beat. Subsequently, the arena sounded for the next round. You need to team up for the second round team competition. Second round race of destruction. All teams will enter the dungeon simulation. The team that defeats the most monsters in 10 minutes will be the winner. After hearing the conditions of the next competition, one of the participants said in the team competition, "We have a chance. We will do everything to make sure that as many of our teams as possible take high places." Meanwhile, the coach stopped near Tsuyoshi and said to Tsukishiro, "According to the rules, you have to be in a team of 3, so you will have to skip this test," which he understood well. After being dismissed from the competition, Tsuyoshi looked up at the scoreboard and thought, "Now, Seishin High School is in first place. Everything is fine, right?" Meanwhile, while preparing for the competition, Boniface mentally said in the second round, "I can't do anything. I have to put him in his place." but we still have a chance. We have to concentrate on winning the second round. As he began to warm up before heading out, he shouted to his teammates, "We've done this many times before at school. We're the strongest team in Kurozu. We've trained hard for this moment, so we're going to win first place." Noticing the mood of his opponent, Vince said, "Kurozu and Sawahiro high schools have united in the strongest teams to take first place. We are not weaker than the bottom. Each of us can win, so we will try to win." Seeing their opponents, the participants of the Seishin school said the teams of the Kurozu and Sawahiro schools are very strong. They will definitely take first and second place. We will try to earn as many points as possible to enter at least the top 10. That's how the difference in strength looks like. Our team is much weaker than them. Soon, the voice of the host was heard in the arena announcing that the round was about to begin, so the teams entered the simulation one by one. Seeing that Tsuyoshi was not participating in this competition, Reli gloated and shouted out to Tsukishiro, who stayed on the sidelines, and then subtly added that no one seemed to want to team up with him. Standing aside in the waiting room, Tsuyoshi heard himself say, "Well, you see, who would believe that an ordinary student could honestly earn so many points?" Also mocking Tsuyoshi, Mina exclaimed, "No one believes your brother, what a shame." And Vivian added, "Poor thing." Indignant at the words of her classmates and the rest of the audience, Karina exclaimed that everyone just underestimated him. Meanwhile, watching the second stage, Tsuyoshi was thinking that the best participant would be the one who got the most points, and the participant who showed the best result in the match would be awarded the title of the most valuable player. "I shouldn't rush. I have to get this title if I prove myself in single battles. I will get 1,000,001. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, all the teams from different schools were doing their best to win first place. Watching the results grow, the audience shouted, "We're halfway there. Kurozu High School is leading by a large margin. Kurozu and Sawahira are working incredibly well together." Suzuki pulled his hand to his chin and said mentally, "I was hoping that Tsuyoshi would be able to prove himself in this round, but he won't be able to participate in team battles." At one point in the simulation of Seishin High School, the time spent in the simulation ended after 6 minutes and 39 seconds, and the participants left the capsule and said, "Why everyone except me and the vice captain? We're eliminated from the game at this rate. We won't be able to get into the top 10, which the captain heard despite the fact that it was only a simulation. "We still took damage. We can't continue anymore." The next moment, looking at the scoreboard, the participant exclaimed, "Trouble! The strongest team in Kurozu has already defeated 86 enemies. How many more can they defeat in 10 minutes? To which Sawahira said, "There are only 8 monsters between us and 10th place. The next moment, turning to the judge, the participant said, "Excuse me, can we continue? I and the vice captain still have the strength to do it." And he heard that there should be 3 people on the team. The rest are too tired. Even if someone joins you, there won't be enough time. Hearing about the restrictions, the captain shouted out, "You worthless idiots, we need at least 1 person." And then the vice captain suddenly shouted out, "I know exactly who." Pointing to the one guy who could help them with recruiting, the guy shouted out Tsukishiro. Approaching the lone young man, the captain shouted out that we needed 3 people so that our results would not be cancelled. To which Tsuyoshi replied, "I don't mind." As the participants headed to the capsule, the judge shouted out, "If you have 3 people, you can continue, but I don't think it will help you. There are only 3 minutes left." Moving to the simulation, the vice commander shouted, "We have 3 minutes, Captain. Go ahead." And he said, "Good. We've already defeated 33 enemies. If we defeat 10 more, we can get into the top 10. The next moment, the captain turned to his new comrade and said, "Tsukishiro, I don't know your abilities, but if you can help me in any way, please do." Seeing a whole bunch of enemies in front of him, Tsuyoshi stepped forward and said, "Close your eyes." To which he heard that they were closed. After being asked again, Tsuyoshi said it would be better to just close them and took out a black sword of cold light from the vault. Following the boy's advice, the comrades closed their eyes and said, "Okay, but we don't have much time. We need to defeat at least 10 of them to get into the top 10. Hearing the need his comrades had, Tsuyoshi, prepared for mass genocide, said, "Leave it to me." Forcing the witnesses to close their eyes, the guy rushed into the crowd of monsters, thinking, "First I will break through them." Once in the air where he was surrounded by a large number of enemies, Tsuyoshi used the skill of absolute physical strength. Following this skill, he used the Thunder Chain, after which the enemy counter began to grow rapidly up to 330. Having destroyed a considerable number of monsters and taken the first place, Tsuyoshi went down to the ground and said that should be enough. When the permission to open his eyes was given, his comrades, learning what had happened, exclaimed in shock, "Wait a minute, you defeated 300 enemies with just 1 blow." Later, the team announcement was made in the arena, the time was up and Seishin School took the first place, and the results appeared on the scoreboard. At the end of the competition, the judge shouted out in surprise to Seishin High School, and at the same moment, Tsuyoshi and his team were walking back. Frozen in place with shock, Suzuki exclaimed that it could not be from defeating 300 monsters in the last seconds. After which the team leader nervously said, "We did not understand how it happened. Tsukishiro ordered us to close our eyes." Continuing to justify himself, the commander added that we saw bright flashes, heard thunder, and felt vibrations out of the corner of our eyes, and then Tsukishiro defeated all the monsters with 1 blow. After which the team vice added that we did nothing wrong, I swear. Hearing the words from his teammates, Tsuyoshi Suzuki thought that Tsukishiro was really hiding some kind of superpower. He was a genius who would shake up the entire community of heroes. I need to talk to him after the match. I won't let others lure him away. At the same time, the audience was talking about the three-person team. It can't be. How many times stronger is this team than the best team Kurozu? Again, this Tsukishiro. Maybe Seishin High School falsified the results to avoid the shame of using such a dirty method. Even more shameful, brazen falsification of data will not go unnoticed. Later, the principal of the Suishin school was visited by an inspection team, and the leader said, "Principal, we have come from the school judges union, and the results of the competition have raised some suspicions, so we have come to verify the information." After hearing this, the principal looked around and said awkwardly, "We are confused ourselves. Of course you can check. We have nothing to hide." Seeing who had arrived for the test, Relly joyfully exclaimed, "The school judges union will now check the results," and then added, "He definitely cheated. He can't have that kind of power." And then someone said, "If he really cheated, it will be a big scandal." At the same moment, Mina also seized the opportunity and exclaimed, "Your brother cheated, right?" Indignant at the girl who was accusing Tsuyoshi again, Karina exclaimed, "My brother would never do that." After finishing the conversation and heading to his comrades, the leader asked Ukada what the results of the inspection told us. Looking at the report, the subject said in confusion that at the end of the round the scores really suddenly rose. It's hard to believe, but there are no traces of manual tampering. Everything is clean. Upon learning of the results of the inspection, the school principal, Seishin, exclaimed that Tsuyoshi was innocent. Seishin always plays fair. At the same moment, approaching a group of judges who did not believe in his results, Tsuyoshi heard, "I've never heard of a three-person team scoring such points." Approaching the judges, the boy joined the conversation and said, "Let's make a deal. If we don't win first place in any of the next rounds, you can assume I cheated. And if we win first place everywhere, you will stop asking questions." Hearing his student's proposal, the principal nervously exclaimed to Tsukishiro to calm down and take first place in every round. Hearing the conditions of his opponent, Boniface exclaimed, "He's playing hard to get. Only a few battles left. Let's see if you can prove your point." And then Vince added, "I thought we were the only ones fighting for first place, but he put us in the shadows, so I even like fighting someone so confident." Hearing the proposal from the participant, the judge said, "Well, whatever you say, in any case, we don't force you to do anything. If you don't take first place in at least one test, we will cancel your results." Accepting the terms of the association, the judges of Tsuyoshi's school said, "Good, then we have a deal." In the long jump competition, Boniface jumped a considerable distance and thought the long jump was easy. At the same time, Tsuyoshi activated his absolute physical strength and concentrated it in his legs and easily won. The next competition was a short distance run in which Tsuyoshi also easily took first place. In the discus throwing competition, Tsuyoshi concentrated absolute physical strength in his hands and made his throw. Seeing how quickly the disc disappeared into the sky, the judge was shocked to see the record and awarded the victory to Tsuyoshi. Impressed by the boy's results, Mina exclaimed, "Is Karen's brother really that strong?" And Vivian added that at this rate he would take first place in all the tests and break all the records, while Karen joyfully shouted ahead to her brother. At the same time, feeling very stressed from everything he had seen, the thin man spoke to Relly and asked him what was wrong with him. Meanwhile, in the corridor near the entrance, Billy, having learned about the results, was texting Boniface and wondering what was going on. I don't give a damn if he was cheating or not. He wouldn't get away with it. What was Boniface doing? At the same time, feeling very tired from chasing Tsuyoshi, Boniface exclaimed, "What a shame that Seishin High School managed to raise such a monster." And then Vince added him to the mix, and he's really hard to defeat. The next moment, he heard the sound of the notification and looked at Billy's message and thought, "Billy, I understand. I want to intervene, but I can't." Taking a breath and heading to his men, Vince said, "This is the last test, the last one we have to do. We've been training for this moment. I'm going to defeat Tsukishiro." Left alone, Boniface spoke in his head. "Father Billy gave me the advantage of the mental interference plate. This item is expensive and in demand on the black market. I wanted to keep it for a last resort, but..." As he continued to think, he mentally added, "If I don't use it now, I won't have another chance to defeat Tsukiyoshi. The power of this plate is only adjusted by 10%, so I should be fine." Subsequently, the next and last competition was held in the arena, a tug-of-war which was very popular with the public. Tug-of-war participants use ropes and sheer strength to lift a platform, with a girl pre-selected from the same school as the participant. When the bell rings, the platform will stop, and the student will reveal the school's poster. Hearing about the last test, one of the teachers said to Tsuyoshi, "The principal wants you to participate. Please try to take first place." Having received the request to participate, Tsuyoshi said, "But we didn't choose a student," and then thought, "Karina has sore feet." Hearing what the only problem was, the teacher exclaimed, "I'll find someone for you, don't worry," and then took up the phone. Later, the host's voice was heard saying that high school student Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro would participate in the tug-of-war, but he had no partner, so those who wanted to come to the arena were welcome to do so. Hearing the offer, the girls looked at each other and said, I don't mind helping, but I'm not sure he won all the first places in a fair way. Tsukishiro stands out even among the student heroes. I would also help, but I'm ashamed, so it's better not to bother him. Karen, who had volunteered to help her brother, exclaimed, I'll help. But Haru grabbed her arm and exclaimed, No, you have sore feet. Seeing that there were no volunteers, Vivian said that it seemed that no one was going to go. The school would choose the participant. At that moment, Mina, who had a cunning plan, smiled and said, I have an idea. Still smiling ominously, Mina added, I'm going to go and ruin his plans myself. If we don't win first place, it'll be Tsukishiro's fault. Vivian asked, You're going to do it all by yourself. As Mina got up from her seat and walked to the arena, she said, I can't rely on Billy anymore. And her friend said, Okay, just be careful. Later, a teacher approached Tsuyoshi and said, Anyone who wants to come, please introduce yourself. The next moment, turning to the girl who wanted to help, he said to Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, Nice to meet you. As soon as he said this, he saw Mina standing in front of him, who said with a sly smile, Tsuyoshi, let me help you. After that, the teacher went off to do some business and said, Please discuss everything while I go to the inspectors before the test begins. To which Tsuyoshi replied, Yes, teacher. Left alone with the girl, Tsuyoshi asked what you were doing here, and she said that she had definitely come because she had something in mind. Hearing the accusations against her, Mina twisted her hair and said, I came because no one else agreed, so watch your language. Soon the voice of the host was heard saying to all the participants, Get ready, the final test will start soon, and everyone took their places. When they got to the platform that was to be lifted by Tsuyoshi Mina, she asked, I've seen this elevator many times, but this is the first time I'm participating in something like this. Hey, Tsukishiro, help us take first place. Not hearing a single word in response from the guy who was preparing for the competition, Mina thought insultingly, He's ignoring me, so that's his style. Meanwhile, having prepared for the competition, Vince confidently exclaimed, Let's do it when I pull you upstairs. Ring the bell and open the poster. And I heard him say, I trust you. At the same time, the girl who was on the team with Boniface said to Boniface, I will do my best. Ignoring the girl's words and clenching his teeth in anger, Boniface mentally said, Look, Tsukishiro, I won't let you win. After a while, the Cauldron host said, All players take your places. Assistants, please check the ropes. The men shouted good and got to work. As soon as the check was completed and the signal was given, the leader shouted out, and now the players got ready and started. Also taking up the rope and trying his hand at it, Tsuyoshi thought it was quite easy. My absolute physical strength in my legs helps. But if I reach too fast, there may be suspicions. So I will slowly increase my speed to take first place. After the last competition started, the chance of pulling Kuroza will take the first place. Vince and Sawahira will go ahead from the grandstand. Hearing the shouts that were supposed to motivate him, Boniface thought that first place didn't interest me anymore. Now, my only goal is to stop Tsukishiro from taking first place. Taking one hand off the rope and reaching into his pocket, he mentally said, I'd love to see you take last place. Continuing to encourage their comrades, the support group shouted, Pull harder and a little more. Feeling their strength leaving them, the participants began to push with all their might and shouted, It's getting harder, damn it, come on up. At the same time, trying to keep his pace, Vince laughed and shouted, Look at me, wimps. Watching the results, Vince's partner exclaimed, Vince, come on, we're almost in first place. At the same time, activating the absolute physical strength in his hands, Tsuyoshi thought, I'll accelerate a little bit to reach the first place with just one jerk. And somewhere on the mountain, standing on the platform and watching Tsuyoshi, Mina thought, the devil is trying to be tough, but I can't back down. Shouting out to Tsuyoshi, keep pulling with all your might, the girl began to jump on the platform and wondered, what if she added a little pressure? Feeling that the rope was twitching because of Mina's jumps, who tried to stop him, Tsuyoshi mentally said, I was right. At the same moment, noticing the unusual behavior of the participant's partner, the assistant shouted, Hey, no need to jump, it's dangerous. Somewhere in the stands, seeing Mina's actions, Billy smiled ominously and thought, My girl, good job. You volunteered to do this. Push with all your might, no matter how dangerous it is, don't let him win. After a certain number of jumps that were supposed to prevent Tsuyoshi, Mina stopped and looked down and thought, Well, how about you? But suddenly froze in shock. She locked eyes with Tsuyoshi and felt his ominous aura and heard him ask, Are you done there? Instantly calming down and stepping back, Mina scaredly said in her head, He's looking at me and he's going to finish me off. Later, the host who was watching the process shouted, There's not much time left. Try to show what you can do for yourself and the honor of the school. Boniface smiled ominously at the words of the host and turned his gaze to Tsuyoshi, thinking that the time was soon over. Keeping his gaze on the boy who had become his target, Boniface mentally added, You can call me a fraud if I can't take first place, you arrogant bastard. Reaching into his pocket to pull out the device, Boniface mentally said before the test began, I have set Tsuyoshi as the target of the plate. Once I press the button, I'd rather see him suffer than take first place. The next moment, while pressing the button, he mentally recited the active plate of mental interference description of a valuable item that affects the physical state of the opponent, causing severe headaches. This item is dangerous and therefore forbidden. As soon as the button was pressed, the signal flew throughout the arena, and all the participants of the competition felt the impact of the plate. Feeling the headache on himself, Boniface mentally exclaimed, "My head is splitting. Something is wrong with the object my father Billy gave me. It's behaving strangely." Noticing that all the participants suddenly began to behave strangely, Tsuyoshi thought it was them. The next moment, he felt a sudden headache and received a notification that a shockwave had been detected, and his mental state defense was activated. Immediately after the shockwave, almost all the participants fell to the ground, dropping the ropes, and the platforms with the students began to fall rapidly. Watching the falling girls asking for help, the audience was surprised to see what was happening. Why everyone fell, even the assistants. The girls were in danger if they fell from such a height. They would not survive. Someone helped them. Instantly jumping up from his seat, the headmaster of the school, Saishin, exclaimed, "Let's go, we have to save at least someone." After which it sounded like we would not have time to run too far. Also rapidly descending after the shockwave, Mina screamed out in fright, "Save me, help me." But at one point, the platform instantly stopped, and when she felt it, she opened her eyes and exclaimed that it had stopped. Then, rising to her feet, she wondered who had done it, and went to the sides to look down. Right below her, she saw her partner, who had managed to stay on his feet and prevented her from falling, and she thought it was Tsuyoshi. After rescuing Mina and turning his gaze back to the others, Tsuyoshi thought, "This is not going to work. I can't save the other girls." Having made a difficult decision, he summoned absolute physical strength on both legs to the maximum, and then made a quick cross-country run across the arena. Grabbing all the ropes that other participants had let go and stopping the girls from falling, he mentally said, "I will grab all the ropes at once. No one should die." Seeing what had just happened in the arena, someone from the stands exclaimed, "Oh my god!" And Tsuyoshi stopped the fall of all the platforms by himself. Holding the ropes with the platforms and the students on them in his hands, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "No one should die." Trying to somehow hold the ropes, he felt a strong pressure and thought, "It's hard. The total weight of all these platforms is too much to concentrate all my physical strength in my hands." Seeing who had saved them all, the girls from the other platforms started shouting, "Don't give up, keep going." At the same time, Mina froze in place from the shock of what she saw, and Tsuyoshi said, "He's holding everyone by himself." Somewhere in the stands, a spectator also saw the boys' actions and shouted out, "Each platform weighs about 50 kilograms, and there are more than 10 of them in total, plus the weight of the girls, the crazy strength of Tsukishiro. You can do it." Holding all the ropes with his last strength, Tsuyoshi gritted his teeth and shouted in his head hard too hard. Noticing that the boy was already at the limit of his capabilities, Suzuki shouted out to Tsukishiro and then thought he was definitely on the path to becoming a legendary hero. "I must take him to the elite team of heroes no matter what." Continuing to hurry to the arena, the director shouted to the group of people who were walking with him, "Let's go help him." As they approached the boy and began to disassemble the ropes from the boy, the men shouted, "Well done, Tsukishiro. Keep taking one at a time faster." When the last rope was left in the boy's hands, he decided not to give it back and said, "I'll hold this one myself." Hearing the boy's remark, the worker was surprised to hear you say that you are sure about this. Don't you need to rest? Then, grabbing the rope with both hands and starting to pull it up, Tsuyoshi said, "The round is not over yet." And I said I would take first place. Seeing the boy's impulses, Mina looked at Tsuyoshi and said in confusion, "He's still going on. He's exhausted. It's incredible." At the same time, Tsuyoshi thought, "I can't feel my arms. I'm going to fall down. But I have to hold on. I have to take first place." And then I received a notification that my muscle overload had reached the limit. Watching Tsuyoshi struggle with his limit, Karina, among the other participants who were shouting, "Come on, you can do it. This guy is still hanging in there," shouted out to her brother, "Hang in there." Continuing to fight with himself, Tsuyoshi, pulling up the rope, heard the grandstand cheering forward. "Tsuyoshi, you can take first place, hold on." With a final push, Tsuyoshi raised the platform to the highest point, and the bell rang. Hearing the sound of the bell, one of the spectators shouted out, and now the girl had only to open the poster. Seeing what had just happened in the arena, Billy jumped up from his seat and shouted, "Mina, don't touch it. If you do, we'll lose first place. Don't move." Faced with a difficult choice, the girl looked down and said, "I'm sorry." At the same moment, she saw Tsuyoshi trying his best to keep her at the right height to win. Then, with the rest of her resolve to help the guy who saved her despite her past, she reached for the poster. Seeing the intentions of his girlfriend, Billy was torn with rage and exclaimed Mina. Also seeing that the girl still dared to help him, Tsuyoshi smiled gently with the last of his strength. At the same moment the bow was untied, the poster opened, and the words Seishin High School appeared on it. Seeing this long-awaited event, the audience erupted from the stands, and the presenter shouted out the first place winner, Seishin High School Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi. When the host shouted out the first place winner, Tsukuyoshi Tsukishiro from Seishin High School, Relly shouted out that he had won first place. At the same moment, Vivian also heard the results of the last challenge and exclaimed in surprise. Clasping her hands to her chest and barely holding back her tears, Karina exclaimed, "You did it, brother." At the same time, the room of guild and faction observers was in chaos. Grabbing for their phones, they were shouting, "We haven't seen such a genius in a long time. We need to intercept him before anyone else does. Immediately get all the information about Tsuyoshima. We must hire him to our guild at any cost." Meanwhile, somewhere in the Blue Snake Gang, a guard turned to his leader and said, Boss, this Tsukishiro was bothering the young master. The commotion was caused by the pistol he gave to one of the members. Hearing the report from his subject, the strong serpent gang boss put his hand to his head and said, "The young gentleman has made such a genius his enemy." The next moment, getting up from his seat and walking away, the gang leader said, "Let's go home. Tsukishiro is not our opponent. I have to talk to the young master." At that time, at the competition, shaking hands with the principal of the school, Seishin heard the cheers of your school. "You were able to train such a young hero," to which he replied, "Thank you. First place in the championship of the Future Star is a historic achievement for our school." At one point, an assistant came up to the director and said, "Director, we have news." And when the director heard the subject, he asked what was wrong. And we found a mental interference plate from one of the participants. Holding the broken device in a bag, the school employee added that it seems the incident happened because of it. During the investigation, we found out that this item is very dangerous. What do you want us to do? Looking at the device, Suzuki exclaimed that it was forbidden, after which the school principal exclaimed that it did not belong to our student. "Whose is it?" When asked, the officer said, "We found it at Boniface's place in Kurozu. At first we thought we were wrong, but we detained him, leader. You will continue the investigation yourself." Hearing the question, Suzuki replied, "Why should Kurozu school? Please continue the investigation yourself. I'll contact Kurozu's leadership later." And then Principal Seishin said, "It's good that it's not our student. I was afraid our results could be cancelled." Passing by the management and noticing their eyes on him, Tsuyoshi sipped his energy drink and asked the director, "Do you need anything?" Seeing Tsuyoshi Suzuki next to him, you spoke just in time. After which the school principal grabbed the boy's hand and exclaimed, "You are the star of Seishin High School." Shaking hands with his student, but the principal added happily, "You've done an incredible job from now on. The school will fully support you if you need anything. Let us know, and we're ready to cover all your expenses, including your sister." Removing his hand from the headmaster, Tsuyoshi said, "Thank you, but I don't need special treatment." After the boy refused, Suzuki joined the conversation and said to Tsukishiro, "On behalf of the Hero School Association, I officially invite you to join our elite team of heroes. Our team has never had a high school student with such strength, so please consider my offer. In addition, as a champion of a future star, you will receive a cash reward and an apartment in the #1 Hero Mansion, located in a great neighborhood." When Tsuyoshi heard the offer from the director of the Heroic Schools Association, he was surprised to see the mansion. Hearing Suzuki's proposal, the headmaster of Seishin School thought the leader was insightful. It's hard to understand why he's doing everything he can to hire such a brilliant hero. At the same time, Mina was walking back up the steps of the stands after the competition. Suddenly, a hand appeared from behind the column and grabbed her and pulled her toward him, shouting, "Come here." And seeing her boyfriend, Mina exclaimed, "Billy, you hurt me." Ignoring the girl's exclamation, Billy looked back and angrily exclaimed, "Why did you reveal the poster? How could you let him win?" The next moment, he slammed the girl against the wall and pinned her down and added angrily, "Have you forgotten how he beat us? You promised to help me. You and Boniface are useless." Hearing the accusations being hurled at her, Ming looked up and said, "He saved my life and the lives of others, and without him, I would be in the hospital right now." Ignoring Mina's excuses, Billy became angry and shouted even more, "It doesn't matter, he stole all the attention, you useless cow." Hearing another insult in her address, the girl pushed Billy away and knocked his hand away, saying, "Billy, I'm breaking up with you, don't talk to me anymore." Hearing that he had just been rejected, the guy became angry and swung even harder to hit her, shouting, "You damn woman!" Shielding herself from Billy's punch, Mina shouted, "Go ahead and hit me. If you do, don't you dare come near me again." At the same moment, a third person intervened in the quarrel and grabbed Billy's arm, preventing him from hitting the girl. Having witnessed the fight and learned all the details of what was happening at the competition, Tsuyoshi said, "So it was you." Seeing the winner of the competition behind him, Billy screamed at Tsukishiro, "Get the fuck out of here!" And Mina looked at Tsukishiro in surprise. The next moment, Tsuyoshi pulled Billy toward him and threw him to the ground. "I didn't want to interfere, but when I found out you were behind it, I couldn't do anything else." After knocking the guy to the ground and stepping on him, Tsuyoshi added in a menacing tone, "Do you realize how many people could have been hurt if I hadn't intervened? It's not even a matter of winning, it's a matter of life and death." Hearing the menacing tone of the guy who had knocked him down, Billy shouted out in fright, "I am the son of the gang leader, the Blue Snake. If you don't let me go, you will be sorry." Receiving only a threat in response to his explanation, Tsuyoshi slapped him and knocked out one of his teeth, saying stupidity is not treated like that. Feeling a gap in his mouth after Tsuyoshi's punch that threw him a few meters, Billy exclaimed, "My tooth, you knocked it out." The next moment, Billy scrambled across the floor to the exit and shouted, "You'll regret this, I'll make you pay for it." To which Tsuyoshi replied, "I'll wait." As soon as Billy ran away, Vivian came running to the scene and exclaimed that you were okay. Billy was seething with rage and looking for you, and then noticing Tsuyoshi in front of him, he froze in place. Surprised to see the boy standing next to her friend, she asked Tsukishiro, "What are you doing here?" Ignoring Vivian's question, Tsuyoshi looked at Mina with a menacing look and said, "Don't think I'll thank you. I still haven't forgiven you for what you did to my sister." After saying all that, Tsuyoshi stormed away from the scene, after which Vivian ran up to the girl and spoke to Mina. Before he could get far away, he heard Tsukishiro following him, so he stopped in his tracks and looked back and said something else. At that moment, falling to her knees with her friend, Vivian asked Mina what was wrong with you, and then exclaimed, "I'm sorry for the way I treated your sister. I'm really sorry." The next moment, she looked up at Tsuyoshi and exclaimed again, "I'm sorry." And Vivian exclaimed in surprise, "Mina, what are you doing?" Meeting eyes with Tsuyoshi, Mina bowed her head again and exclaimed, "I swear I will never bully Karina again. I will never hurt anyone again. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me." The next moment, grabbing her friend and bending her head, Mina added, "Vivian, you apologize too," hearing the instruction and exclaimed, "Okay, I'm sorry. Please forgive me." After hearing the apologies from the girls, Tsuyoshi turned his back on them and said, "Even if you apologize, the fact that you bullied my sister and hurt her will not change the fact that a simple apology does not oblige Karina and me to forgive you." The next moment, he looked back at the girls and asked if I had hurt you, if an apology would help heal your wounds, but heard nothing in response. Immediately after that, looking at the girls, he added, "But I heard your apology, get up." After a while in the locker room, Tsuyoshi took off his damaged clothes and said he needed to change before going to get Karina. Taking out a change of clothes from his locker, Tsuyoshi was about to put them on, thinking, "Tomorrow I'll get a cash prize and an apartment in the mansion, and I have a bodice I'm sure Karina will like." Before he could finish changing, Reli's friends and he entered the locker room. Seeing the crowd that had just come to visit him, Tsuyoshi asked, "What was the reason you came to fight?" At the same moment, everyone who had come knelt down and bowed their heads to Tsuyoshi, saying, "We apologize for the way we treated you earlier." Surprised by the actions of the guests, Tsuyoshi sighed and said to himself, "It seems that today everyone has decided to apologize to me." Later, at the school gate, Reli followed Tsuyoshi and exclaimed, "You were incredible today. I respect you." And then his friend added, "Especially in the final event. I almost fell in love with that long jump. It was insane." Even Boniface turned pale as he listened to Tsuyoshi, thinking how annoying he was. When Karina saw Tsuyoshi near her, she exclaimed, "You're so popular." And then Haru exclaimed to her brother. Soon after, Mina and Vivian came running to the gate and shouted out to Tsuyoshi, "Run away, Billy's coming with his gang." Grabbing the girl who was running away from him, Billy shouted angrily, "Get out of the way, you bitch!" Vivian heard this and looked back at Mina. Billy shouted angrily at Tsuyoshi, "Don't underestimate me. Even without a father, I have plenty of allies. Fight me? Stop acting like a tough guy. I'll finish you off." Seeing who had just shown up at the school gate, Reli exclaimed in confusion, "Billy, isn't he the son of the junior boss of the Blue Snake Gang? You really decided to fight someone like him? He's on a different level." The next moment, trying to overcome his fear, the guy added with a tremor in his voice, "But you know, if I respect you, I'll cover you, so go ahead." Interrupting his friend before he committed a rash act, Tsuyoshi threw off his briefcase and said, "It's okay, don't interfere. Just look after my sister." The next moment, he began to stretch his neck and added, "After today, there's no point in hiding. It's obvious that I'm a hero." Immediately after his words, Tsuyoshi put on his equipment and prepared for the fight and said, "Now I'll show you how much we are on different levels." When one of the mercenaries saw who they had to fight, he exclaimed in fright. And then Billy shouted, "Don't panic, I'll double the pay, we have a numerical advantage." As soon as Tsuyoshi entered the fray, one of the mercenaries shouted out, "He's here to attack!" But they never got a chance to do anything. Trying to attract more people to fight against Tsuyoshi, Billy looked back and shouted, "Why don't we all get up and attack?" At the same moment, one of the mercenaries swung a piece of rebar and shouted, "Don't underestimate us, bastard." At the moment the enemy appeared behind him, Tsuyoshi activated the absolute body skill, and then the enemy struck back. He exclaimed happily that his attack had hit the target, but when he noticed the bent rebar, he confusedly said that it was an iron bar. When the man dropped his guard and looked at his weapon, Tsuyoshi swung his fist and said, "Take that for nothing." As a result of the blow, the mercenary flew into Billy, who was holding Mina, but both girls were freed at the moment of impact. Watching the incredible fight, Reli said in surprise that Tsuyoshi was really our boss, and then subtly added that at this rate he could crush all the school groups under his belt. Also watching the fight, Karina thought in surprise, her brother seemed to have become a completely different person, while Haru exclaimed in love, "Your brother is so cool, and what kind of girls does he like?" At the moment of the fight, after taking a piece of pipe from one of the enemies and being surrounded by enemies, Tsuyoshi said, "You are even more right, but now I will end it all at once." Immediately after he said that, the guy raised his hand up and used the Thunder Chain skill. At the same time, one of the leaders of the big factions was on the roof of the school, and watching the spectacle, he said this power, his accuracy, and the strength of Tsuyoshi's skill was on another level. Later, Dane joined him and said, "This may be the most talented D-rank hero we've ever seen, and we must recruit him to our guild." To which Sandor replied, "Don't even hope so, Dane. Our Angry Dragon faction hasn't fought for talent in a long time, but we won't back down this time." Continuing to watch Tsuyoshi, Sandor added, "During the awakening test, this guy had a data failure, the whole area was left without electricity. I suspect it was because of him. What an incredible talent." Hearing his colleague's words, Dane noticed that this year he made a splash by winning the Star of the Future event and preventing a major accident. Not everyone can do that, and with the Supernova tournament coming up, He is exactly the talent everyone is looking for. Continuing the dialogue with his colleague, Dane added that this year's Supernova tournament will be hotter than ever before. The ranking directly affects the allocation of resources this year. Even the Hero Alliance is sending its strongest newcomers. Such a greedy organization. Leaning on his staff, the smiling old man added, in other words, every guild and faction that is allowed to participate is looking for promising newcomers. Now that Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro's abilities have become clear, we have achieved our goal. After listening to Dane's pleading, Sandor said, "That's a sly old man. I'm going to meet Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro in person." Immediately after he said that, Sando released his wings and flew away from the scene. At the same time, while continuing to fight against the attackers, Tsuyoshi shouted at everyone to get down immediately. Immediately after his exclamation, Tsuyoshi fired a blast at all the enemies who were still standing. Seeing all of his allies lose in the blink of an eye, Billy exclaimed in fright that this was the difference between an ordinary man and a hero. Having dealt with all of Billy's henchmen, Tsuyoshi bypassed each of them and headed for their leader, who fell to the ground in fear and began to crawl away. The next moment, Tsuyoshi threw a piece of pipe and embedded it in the ground, stopping Billy's retreat. Immediately after his actions, he approached the frightened boy and looked at him with a disdainful look and said, "Get out and don't come back here," to which he received a yes. As soon as Billy started to run away from the scene, Mina approached Tsuyoshi and asked if Tsukishiro was okay. After receiving the question from the girl, Tsuyoshi said, "Thank you for warning me," to which she answered with tears in her eyes, "No thanks." When everything was over, Reli's gang approached the guy and exclaimed, "Hey, Tsuyoshi, let's create a gang. We will be invincible, so appoint me as an officer." Tsuyoshi is amazing. Hearing the proposal to form a gang, Tsuyoshi looked back and said that the gang was so good everyone went home. After dispersing the crowd, Tsuyoshi walked home with his sister and heard brother, "You've become so strong even your classmates are jealous," to which he replied that both good and bad strength attracts attention and not always pleasant. The next moment he turned his head to Karina and happily announced that since we had won, the president of the school's Hero Association was giving us a 10 million yen prize and an apartment. Hearing about the amount of the reward, Karen exclaimed in surprise that 10 million and an apartment? You're serious now. Smiling awkwardly at the question, the boy said, "I'm not kidding. This is from the president of the school's Heroes Association. If there is an elevator in the building, you won't have to climb the stairs every day." Hearing her brother's words, the girl happily said, "Brother, you always think of me, thank you." Smiling happily and then giving the girl a pinch, Tsuyoshi said, "You are my sister. Taking care of you is my duty. There's nothing to thank you for." At one point, a person who spoke to Tsukishiro appeared in the path of the pair of young people and attracted everyone's attention. The next moment, when they looked at him, Suzuki said, "Can I have your attention for a moment? I wanted to meet you earlier and discuss the upcoming Supernova tournament." Soon after arriving at Tsuyoshi's house, the boy handed his guest a drink, saying, "Leader, here's your tea," to which he replied, "Thank you." The next moment, looking around, Suzuki asked if you had been living with your sister in this room all along, and he replied, "Yes, since our parents died. I live with my younger sister Karina. She has bad legs and it's hard for her to climb the stairs, and there is an elevator in the house you mentioned earlier." Having received the question, the man put down his tea and exclaimed, "Of course there is. I just came to find out when we can move in. If so, let's move to Yakusuna tomorrow. It's a fully equipped apartment, so you don't have to worry about that. Thank you for your concern, but it will be more convenient for us to move in a little later when we get ready." Later, pointing to Karina, who was doing her homework, Suzuki whispered and asked about your sister's legs. Hearing the question from the director of the association, Tsuyoshi said, "We were attacked by Darkmen once, and our parents died at the same time. Her legs were crushed and 80% of her nerve endings were killed. And the diagnosis is that her chances of walking again are almost zero. But Karina is not giving up. She is trying her best and living a full life." After learning the reason why Tsuyoshi Suzuki's sister was injured, he said he was sorry because of the darkness of people many families suffered. Continuing the dialogue focused on the sister's problem, the director added, "But I heard that the next auction will feature the highest golden resurrection elixir, and if we get it, we might get her legs." Hearing about the possibility of saving his sister, Tsuyoshi jumped to his feet and shouted out the golden resurrection elixir, which was true, I had heard of it before. But to get there, two conditions must be met. The golden resurrection elixir is a golden-colored liquid that can restore the lost functions of body parts drops, with a very low chance when a high-level hero defeats a special darkling in a dungeon of level A and above a very rare and valuable artifact. Recalling the conditions of participation in the auction, Suzuki said the first thing is that you need to be a hero of rank C or higher. And then hearing this, Tsuyoshi exclaimed, "And then please tell me as soon as possible." Then Suzuki turned his gaze to the boy and said, "The minimum starting capital is 1 billion yen." Hearing this, Tsuyoshi froze in shock and thought 1 billion. Confirming the boy's question, the director said that's exactly what he said, that status and power are needed to participate in any auction. Continuing to talk about auctions with valuable items, Suzuki added the status of a C-rank hero can be obtained if you are among the top 3 in the Supernova tournament. If you take one of the top 3 places, you can apply for a higher rank. The next moment, holding out the cash reward, the principal added, "But as for the money, even I, the president of the school's Hero Association, won't be able to give out that much. Sorry. But it's a completely different level than the $10 million prize." Accepting the award for winning the competition, Tsuyoshi thought, money is not all powerful, but in my situation, how can I raise 1 billion yen in just a month without it? The next moment, Tsuyoshi's mind was reminded of a dialogue with Sakura, where he said that the medicine was effective but so nasty, but at least it could be mixed with a capsule, and he heard that capsule. Immediately after recalling this dialogue, Tsuyoshi came up with a plan, thinking that in this world there are convenient capsules, but the effect of the potion from another world is much stronger. If I could make medicines from another world here, then maybe I could earn 10 billion yen in just a month. Seeing the thoughtful boy smiling slyly, Suzuki asked Tsuyoshi if everything was going well, and he heard him say in an embarrassed tone that, yes, everything was fine, so if you took one of the first 3 places in the Supernova tournament, you could apply for promotion to C rank, right? After receiving the question, the director said, yes, the Supernova tournament is designed for newcomers to the C and D ranks, and it is followed by all the guilds and factions that are eligible to participate. Even our Heroic Alliance sends the most promising newcomers if they perform well. It gives them more voting rights in the distribution of dungeon resources. You know that resources are the most valuable. After listening to the director's story, Tsuyoshi put his hand on his shoulder and exclaimed, I understand. Please allow me to participate. I'll go right now. Having received a sharp request from the boy to participate, Suzuki said, you're surely not the same as school competitions. It's dangerous. Ignoring the principal's warning, Tsuyoshi grabbed his arm and pulled him along, exclaiming, no matter how dangerous it is, it won't stop me from registering. Feeling sick from the frantic speed, the director shouted out to the supreme headquarters of the Heroic Alliance, I'll give you the car in a hurry. At the same moment, feeling the wind in the room and Tsuyoshi and the guest instantly disappearing, Karina looked back and said what happened. A short time later, Tsuyoshi arrived at the Heroic Alliance headquarters and looked around and said, this is quite a building, by the way, Mr. Director. Why did you decide to help me? Throwing his hand behind his head after the question, the principal awkwardly said, it's all for mutual benefit. Even the principal of the school's Hero Association is under pressure to perform. And for a year now, I haven't been able to find a single worthy candidate. And outside factions and guilds are not only actively recruiting young people. Suzuki added, but many young heroes don't want to get involved with an association-type organization because of the bunch of rules and choose free guilds or factions. Hearing this, Tsuyoshi turned his gaze to the man and said, I'll do my best not to disappoint you. Later, when the woman arrived at the registrar, she said that Tsukishiro-kun did not meet the requirements and could not participate in the Supernova tournament. Having been denied registration, Suzuki exclaimed, but why? Because of the 3 seats, at least one should be free, which is not enough. And he heard that there is indeed 1 seat for a spare. The next moment, after adjusting her glasses, the woman added, Tsukishiro-kun does not meet the requirements, as there are no records of his achievements. Opening the database, the registrar added that in order to participate in the Supernova tournament, you need to be in the top 3 in at least 2 open tests. I just checked. Except for one time when you got into the top 10 in a test, you have no other achievements, so you do not meet the condition. When Suzuki learned the reason for the refusal to register, he exclaimed that it was a problem. The tournament was only a week away and the competition in the open trials was fierce, so it was impossible to get into the top 3 in at least 2 places in just a few days. Hearing Suzuki's tone, Tsuyoshi said, Director, calm down. These open dungeons and the top 3 are what we're talking about. Hearing the question, Suzuki sighed and said, I'm sorry, my mistake. It looks like you won't be able to participate. Recalling the conditions of participation and what he had forgotten to tell them earlier, the director said that there were 6 open dungeons, 3 C class, 2 D class, and 1 B class level. And to be eligible to participate, you had to be in the top 3 in any 2 of these dungeons. Continuing the story, Suzuki added that there are a lot of people who want to participate because there is very fierce competition at all 6 locations, and only a week of time, even to assemble a strong team. Having learned about all the conditions he needed to fulfill, Tsuyoshi confidently said, everything will be fine before the tournament starts. I will have time to take places in the top 3 in at least 2 dungeons. Hearing the boy's words, the director exclaimed in surprise, you're serious? And then the registrar said, you're talking big, but it's impossible. What a fool. Ignoring the insult from the receptionist, Tsuyoshi loosened his tie and said, I'm leaving today. Just leave me the last place. We'll see if I'm stupid in time. The next moment, activating the interdimensional portal, Tsuyoshi smiled slyly and said in his head, it's time to go to another world. Traveling to another dimension through the portal, the boy mentally added that he needed to get a recipe for medicine from another world and rise to the 15th level before returning. Subsequently, Tsuyoshi found himself in another world, the city of Carnot, where the genius Kevin lives, and thought, Level 15, I'll go through all 6 dungeons myself. At the moment of complete transfer, an important message appeared in front of the guy which read, due to the instability of the Tekok system, it is impossible to stay in another world for more than 3 days. If you do not return before the end of the period, it will be impossible to return to your home world. Seeing this, he said, damn, what a bad time. I can be here no longer than 72 hours. Lying in bed after the bad news, Tsuyoshi said, it's hard to level up from 12th to 15th in 3 days, but I may not have an easy life now. The next morning, Sakura woke up from her sleep and stretched sweetly and called out, good morning, sir. Hearing the greeting from his companion, Tsuyoshi said, good morning, Sakura. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. And the girl was surprised to hear that and asked how long, to which Tsuyoshi replied, it looks like we'll be busy soon. After receiving instructions from her lord, the girl joyfully exclaimed, yes, I will immediately begin preparing to leave. Later, leaving the hotel and going on business, Tsuyoshi was surprised to hear what a lively city this is where Kevin lives. Looking around in the crowd of people, Sakura noticed that he had recently organized a big potion-making competition, so young shamans and adventurers looking for a cure had come here. When Tsuyoshi heard about the competition, he asked if it was an alchemist tournament, right? It seems that adventurers are also looking for good potions. And what about the prizes I had checked earlier? If it was a tournament organized by the genius Kevin, the prizes were certainly luxurious. Recalling the prizes, Sakura added a recipe for a basic potion for 3rd place, an opportunity to become an apprentice and receive a recipe for a common potion, plus a formula for a leveling potion, and for 1st place the title of Kevin's personal apprentice, 1 recipe for a basic potion, and 2 formulas for leveling potion. Continuing to walk on, the girl added, even just the recipe is already very valuable for shamans. It's like a treasure. They say that for 1 assistant's recipe, you can get a lot of gold. After which Tsuyoshi shouted out the recipe prize. Turning his head to his companion, he mentally added, I have just the right recipes, and if I collect a lot of them, I can earn 10 billion yen in my home world. At the same moment, Sakura also looked at Tsuyoshi and replied, yes, the 1st place winner gets 1 recipe for a basic medicine, and 2 recipes for a level-up potion if you are interested. Hearing about the rewards of the competition, Tsuyoshi exclaimed happily, of course I'm participating in the alchemist tournament and will take the 1st place. And hearing this, Sakura exclaimed, what about the meeting with Kevin? Grabbing the girl's hand and pulling her along, Tsuyoshi said, even if we meet, I can't just ask him for the recipe for shamans. It's a treasure, I'll get it honestly. I'm applying. Hearing that Tsuyoshi had decided to participate in the tournament, Sakura thought that he had decided to participate in the tournament, so the plan was postponed again. Later, at the tournament's registration point, Fulin met Tsuyoshi and exclaimed that you are a worthless person, that you forgot that you were going to participate in the tournament organized by the teacher. At the same moment, Tsuyoshi made a surprised face and asked who you were, which made Sakura laugh a lot. After receiving the question, Fulin was very angry and waving her hands exclaimed, hey, I sat next to you at the Tokyo Shaman Academy because of you. I lost the 1st place. After which Tsuyoshi said awkwardly and jokingly, I remember you. I want to participate in the tournament. How do I apply? Fulin turned away from the boy and huffed. You don't know your place, she said. The alchemist tournament is not a normal selection. Even the senior shamans participate. Even my mentor, a talented shaman, will participate if you don't want to lose shamefully, so you should just say no. Hearing Tsuyoshi say registration is right here, let's go, Sakura Fulin exclaimed indignantly. Hey, don't ignore me. I'll show you where to go. Walking with the 2 girls to the registration area, Tsuyoshi shouted out to Fulin, hey Fulin, don't make so much noise. At one point on their way, Tsuyoshi ran into Vincent, a powerful shaman who pointed a finger at him and exclaimed, you're still here. When Fulin saw who they had come across, she looked out from behind Tsuyoshi and exclaimed in embarrassment, hey, you insignificant person, you know my senpai, he's his right hand, so you're getting carried away. To which Tsuyoshi replied, well, we know each other, so you're his student. At the same moment, Vincent, unable to contain his anger, exclaimed, I told you before that I would force you out of Carno, and you came in perfect time. The next moment, as soon as the lynx exclaimed, the beastman appeared behind him and called out, Vincent Senpai, you called us. Continuing to peek out from behind the boy, Fulin called out in embarrassment to Senpai, please stop. He's a weakling, but he's not a thief. He just wants to participate in the tournament. Not wanting to listen to Fuling, Vincent shouted angrily, shut up, Fuling. You not only failed to meet your teacher's expectations at the selection, but you also sided with this boy. Now I'll teach you both a lesson. Seeing that they were being attacked, Tsuyoshi prepared for battle and said, then it will be considered self-defense. At the check-in point surrounded by enemies, Tsuyoshi said to Sakura, don't interfere, your hands shouldn't get dirty. Hearing Tsuyoshi's order, who was surrounded by beastmen, Fulin exclaimed that you wanted to fight them all alone. Pulling out his blade, one of the beastmen smiled slyly and said, you underestimate us or you're not that strong. Just trying to show off for a girl. The next moment, Gillett appeared behind the beastman and took his friend aside and said, step aside, Vincent's enemy. Gillett's enemy? Now he will understand everything? After which the others exclaimed that Gillett himself would take care of it. Seeing who had come to the rescue, Vincent approached the bear and said, "Hey, Gillet, then we'll write off this self-confident bastard as a human being and enter the alchemist tournament. It's funny to the point of tears and this half-beast of a girl if she also wants to do what you want with her." Hearing Vincent's words, Sakura tensed up and prepared for the sudden changes in the battle. Having received an order from his senpai, Gillet said menacingly, "You're talking too low, you don't even have the desire, but this little foolin is right. Maybe she'll be fun." Hearing what the bear's intentions were, Fulin shouted indignantly from behind Tsuyoshi's back. When Fulin threatened and mentioned Kevin, Vincent said, "Don't worry about the teacher, I'll take care of it." Hearing that her threat had just been refuted, Fulin exclaimed senpai in embarrassment and then thought, "He always picks me on just because he's the teacher's favorite." Hearing that he didn't have to be afraid of anything, Gillet jumped into the fray and laughed, saying, "Well, if that's the case, girls, when we get this garbage out of the way, you won't be bored tonight." Despite all the threats of the bear that was coming at them, Tsuyoshi confidently stood on his feet and said, "Everything will be fine. This boar and his senpai are the worst of the beasts." The next moment, Tsuyoshi jumped up and started to meet the enemy, adding in a menacing tone that none of you will leave. Confused by his opponent's actions, Gillet stopped in his tracks and thought that he was coming at us. Later, there was a moment of clash of forces when Gillet felt the pressure created by Tsuyoshi and thought at a loss to understand what the force was. Continuing to put pressure on his opponent, who allowed himself to say too much, Tsuyoshi said, "I will finish this beast," and then activated his absolute body and strengthened his arms. Seeing that Tsuyoshi was taking the initiative in the battle, the other beastmen exclaimed in confusion at what was happening. Also surprised because she had just seen Fulin, she exclaimed that he was too strong. And then Sakura said, "His strength is simply unlimited." Confused by what had just happened in front of him, Vincent thought even Gillet, who had a higher level in strength, could not do anything against this man. Who was he? Trying to keep up with Tsuyoshi's onslaught, which did not give him a break, Gillet thought in confusion, "I can't go on like this. If I don't focus and give everything for the sake of victory, I will be disgraced." Immediately after his thoughts, Gillet used the skill Boldly Forward, a burning fighting spirit that shakes the neighborhood and rushes into the attack with the fury of a storm. Seeing that his mercenary had seized the initiative, Vincent joyfully exclaimed, "Good Gillet attack, finish him. I am responsible for your safety. Do not be afraid." Hearing the instruction from his senpai, Gillet rushed to attack Tsuyoshi and exclaimed, "If Vincent says so, then I will do it." When the enemy got close enough, Tsuyoshi used his assassin's skill and began to envelop the enemy in pitch blackness. Seeing that his visibility was decreasing, Gillet shouted in confusion that this was an independent space that could only be created with a high-level skill. The next moment, when the enemy let his guard down, Tsuyoshi used his sudden thunderous strike skill. Feeling the approach of Tsuyoshi's blade behind his back, Gillet was frightened, thinking that all was lost. I could neither defend nor counterattack. I would not have time to finish me off. But at the last moment, something unexpected happened. A third party intervened in the fight and ruined Tsuyoshi's attack, forcing him to defend himself. By releasing a blue flame, the third party stopped the fight and destroyed the independent space that enveloped the fighters. At the same moment, Tsuyoshi looked at his sword and mentally said, "Blue flame," and it destroyed my technique. What a terrifying energy. The next moment, behind the backs of all the observers, the tournament is starting. Don't make any noise, Vincent Fulin. Don't make a scandal at the entrance. Drawing everyone's attention to himself, the brilliant shaman, owner of the Earth and Wind Spirit Red Shaman Kit, a 36th level shaman, Kevin added, "You are disgracing all of us shamans." When Vincent saw his mentor behind him, he exclaimed in embarrassment, "Kevin-sensei, you personally asked why you were here instead of preparing for the tournament." At the same moment, heading towards Kevin in tears, Fulin exclaimed, "Sensei-senpai is insulting me." Also seeing the person she hated in front of her, Sakura said in her head, "Kevin has finally appeared." Stopping the fight and turning his attention to the shaman, Tsuyoshi thought the blue flames must have been caused by him. Trying to somehow justify himself to his mentor, Vincent said frightenedly, "I wanted to replace you as sensei and teach this rude monkey and Fulin a lesson." Hearing his student's intentions, Kevin said in a threatening tone that replacing me in such a situation and trying to teach others is like trying to teach others, but you are completely out of your mind. Bowing his head and trembling with fear, Vincent exclaimed, "No, I have no such right. Please forgive me." The next moment, Kevin turned his attention back to the mercenaries and shouted, "The rest of you, get out of here right now." Hearing the shaman's instruction, Gillet and the others started walking away, saying, "Excuse us for the noise, we'll be right out." Having dealt with everything else, Kevin looked at the student and said, "And now you are Fulin. After you failed to win the selection, what are you doing again?" The girl hung her head down and added sadly, "Nothing. I just wanted to show the man the way to the shaman who had defeated me at the selection and was going to participate in the tournament." Hearing her words, Kevin turned his gaze to Tsuyoshi and asked what it meant that the shaman who defeated you decided to participate in this tournament. At the same moment, Tsuyoshi took out a letter and handed it to Kevin, saying, "Good to see you, Kevin-san. I didn't expect to see you here. I came on the recommendation of Principal Doug, and here is a letter of recommendation. I heard that there is an alchemy tournament, and I would like to participate. When Kevin heard on whose recommendation he had come here, he asked Principal Doug. Subsequently, taking the letter and reviewing its contents, Kevin said, I see, so there is still danger in the body. If you were recommended by Mr. Doug, I can't treat you carelessly. Let's go. The next moment, turning to Vincent, Kevin said, Go and prepare the materials that will be needed for the tournament as my best student. Don't embarrass me by saying that I will take it to heart. At the same moment, Tsuyoshi looked back and didn't see his companion and wondered where Sakura had gone. After dealing with everything else, Kevin approached Tsuyoshi and said, The letter from Principal Doug said that you had contact with the Darklings and are taking a drug to suppress the symptoms, and it's amazing that you've kept your mind and physical form despite the Darklings' influence, and that you've been brewing some kind of special potion. After receiving the shaman's question, the boy said, Please call me Tsuyoshi. I have a strong body and by some miracle I avoided complete damage. I went alone to the Dark Zone and I did it without thinking. After listening to Tsuyoshi's story about the causes of his illness and asking questions, you went to the Dark Zone alone. Hearing the surprise in Kevin's voice, Tsuyoshi said awkwardly, Well, I'm actually a warrior, but I had to give something to Director Doug. And just then the shaman selection was taking place, so I decided to try. When Kevin heard how Tsuyoshi had passed the shaman test, he was amazed to hear that he had just tried and defeated Fulin and won the tournament. When he received the question, Tsuyoshi said awkwardly, I never really studied alchemy. I never had a real mentor. I just did it on my own. When Kevin heard the answer to his question, he thought to himself, Is this man really a genius who surpasses even me? The next moment, the shaman pointed to the direction they should go and said, This is how impressive Tsuyoshi is. Come with me. Walking with the boy to another place, the great shaman added in his head, I must see it with my own eyes. I will not forgive. I will not accept that someone can be more brilliant than me. Walking to his office with Tsuyoshi, Kevin said, Principal Doug sent you to me because I have the law of the earth and the wind, don't I? Asking a question, the great shaman added that the medicine I create contains the power of the law. Perhaps it can expel the danger from your body. To which Tsuyoshi replied hesitantly, Yes, please. Arriving at the door behind his office, Kevin opened the door and said, This is my alchemy lab. Stepping inside and showing off his collection, he added, I like collecting ingredients, but I love studying them even more, and I think I know more about medicinal materials than anyone else. Arriving at his workplace, Kevin heard this alchemical table is simply amazing. It increases the efficiency of potion making. When asked a question by the boy, Kevin proudly said, Well, maybe just a little bit. Immediately after his answer, Kevin smiled slyly and added, I shouldn't have worried. He can't distinguish a rare ingredient and doesn't understand the value of advanced alchemical equipment. If he only has such abilities, it's nothing special. The next moment, picking up the plate, Kevin said, But when it comes to subtle alchemy, I've never thought anyone could be better than me, especially since I mastered the law of wind and earth. Holding out a plate to his guest, the great shaman added, Put some blood in here, let's see what's inside you, and I'll see what I can smell. Following the great shaman's instruction, Tsuyoshi made a small incision in his palm and spilled some of his blood on the plate. Having received the materials for the study, Kevin began his work and began to apply various magic. Noticing an interesting sight in front of him, Tsuyoshi thought that the blue wind before was a blue flame, which was probably due to the law of the earth and wind. After conducting an experiment with the boy's blood, the great shaman mentally said that there were indeed traces of the Darkman's penetration. The next moment, he turned his gaze to Tsuyoshi and added in his mind that even though the darkness had penetrated deep into his body, he looked calm. If its traces were inside a normal adventurer, he would have lost his mind long ago. Seeing the great shaman's reaction, Tsuyoshi put his hand behind his head and asked if the condition was bad. Receiving the question from the boy, Kevin did not look away and said the condition of the injury became clear. The medicine may not be able to cure it. You need to use the power of the law to drive the darkness out of your body. Turn your back. Hearing the instruction from the great shaman, Tsuyoshi complied with his request and said, I apologize for the inconvenience. As soon as Tsuyoshi turned his back, Kevin began the process of cleansing the boy's body of darkness. When the ritual began, Tsuyoshi felt something inside him and thought it felt like something inside him started to burn a little painfully. A few seconds after the cleansing process began, Kevin was surprised to hear himself saying in his head, Interesting. The trace of darkness is much more persistent than I expected. I'll have to put more effort into it or it won't be completely removed. Before the shaman began to apply more force, he said, The inner darkness is stubbornly clinging to me. I'm intensifying the effect. It will hurt, but bear with me. To which Tsuyoshi replied, It will hurt. I understand. I'm ready. When he heard that Tsuyoshi was ready for the tide of pain that was to come, Kevin began a more serious operation. Clenching his teeth after what he was experiencing, Tsuyoshi mentally said to himself, This is nothing compared to what happened before. At the same time continuing the process, Kevin smiled and thought, I wonder if I even take a special potion before this. Otherwise I can't stand this pain, so just bear it. Consider it part of the training. And then said, If you can't take it anymore, tell me. Not wanting to give up in this situation, Tsuyoshi mentally said, No, it won't work. I'm using the absolute body, and as a result, I've protected my insides. Immediately afterwards, he sighed and thought it was much easier. Confused by the sudden change, Kevin was surprised to think that it was just an internal strange force, blocking the penetration of my law impossible. The next moment, he was alerted to this anomaly and mentally added that this person might be much more problematic than it seems, so he had to be careful. At the same moment, he decided to leave a secret technique, one of the elite methods that reduces the man's magical power and implants an enemy mark in his body. If activated in the future, the effect can accumulate and lead to death. Doing so, he thought, at the same time completed and purified. After the operation was completed, the great shaman pronounced it was done, all traces of darkness were removed as a matter of course. Hearing about the completion of the treatment, Tsuyoshi thought to himself, it is not for nothing that Kevin is called a genius among shamans. He so easily dealt with this stubborn infection. Yet the power of the law of wind and earth is amazing. The next moment, thinking about the laws, he mentally added the legendary 12th law of destruction to Kevin's list. And then what law is number 1? I wonder what its power is. After completing the health check, Tsuyoshi said, "Yes, I'm definitely feeling better, thank you. If you allow me, I'd like to pay. I have gold coins." Hearing the offer to pay for the treatment, Kevin said no need. "If you were recommended by Director Doug, it's just a matter of course from Fulin. I heard you want to participate in the alchemy tournament, still determined." After receiving the question, Tsuyoshi happily exclaimed, "Of course, can I do it right now?" He said, "If you won first place in the shaman selection, then of course you are eligible to participate in the tournament, which is about to begin. And if you don't need any special training, you can start right away." Having granted permission to participate, Kevin added, "But remember, even despite the recommendation of Director Doug, there will be no indulgences. Even for my student, the Blue Shaman Vincent, I make no exceptions." When Tsuyoshi heard about the conditions of participation, he said that the very fact that I was allowed to participate was more than enough. "I don't expect any indulgences, and I don't expect to come to my tournament without being prepared to match the one who defeated Fulin." The next moment, after throwing on his cape and heading to the arena, Kevin added, "Show yourself and this time prove your talent. Let's go, the tournament is starting." After a while, when Tsuyoshi arrived at the main arena of the tournament, he heard Fulin say, "Teacher, I've been instructed to keep an eye on you, so obey me clearly." The next moment, looking back at the boy, the girl added with a sly smile, "I've already arranged everything. You're officially registered, and that girl who was with you left you like that." Having received a question from Tsuyoshi's assistant, he said, "What do you mean, Fulin?" "If you mean Sakura, she probably has her own affairs. She wouldn't have left me," and he replied, "Hey, don't you dare call me by my name so easily." Trying to calm the noisy girl down, Tsuyoshi awkwardly said, "I understand you, Fulin." The next moment, heading to Tsuyoshi's place, Fulin said, "Only confident young talents take part in this tournament. It's not some kind of basic selection like last time among the Blue Shamans, given my senpai. There are even more gifted ones. You won't win them, but you will get good experience." To which Tsuyoshi replied, "You're not participating yourself, you're also Kevin's student and a white shaman." Having received a question from Fulin's student, the teacher answered me, saying that if I didn't take first place in the qualifiers, I would lose the right to participate in the tournament. And then Senpai would also participate if all the prizes were taken by Kevin's students. People from the outside might think badly, but that was okay. There would be a chance. When he heard why Fulin was not participating, Tsuyoshi said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you," and said, "There's no need to apologize. A loss is a loss. And you're really not easy." Arriving at her workplace, Fulin pointed to the table and said, "This is the alchemy table I prepared for you, but it's from my lab, so don't break it. Sorry, of course, after the tournament. Be sure to clean it up. I understand what you said, so I'll be careful." Continuing to talk to the boy, Fulin added that this tournament was a knockout round, and half of the participants would be eliminated in the first round. "You're a weakling, but if you use my alchemy table, don't embarrass yourself." To which Tsuyoshi replied, "I'll try." At the same moment, a shaman sounded from the stands, and such people now participate in the prestigious tournament. Maybe he just came to watch for nothing, but he took a place and definitely bribed the organizers. Noticing Tsuyoshi's reaction to Fulin's comments, she said, "Don't pay any attention to them. The very fact that a human is here is something beyond the realm of possibility." The next moment, she grabbed Tsuyoshi by the collar and pulled him close to her. She added, "The blue shamans in this tournament are the strongest, and considering my senpai, even if you're an opponent, watch them carefully, you may need it." After receiving the precious advice, Tsuyoshi looked at the girl and said, "I understand. Thank you, Fulin." At the same moment, the voice of the host was heard in the arena saying, "The alchemy tournament will now begin. All participants please prepare for the first round of ingredient selection." Hearing about the first round, the participants began to shout out the first round of ingredient selection. This is a basic shaman skill. I'm good at it. At the same time, the blue shaman Darks the Beastman said thoughtfully, "I wonder if there will be any participants who can't choose the ingredients." The next moment, deep in thought, he added in his head, This is not just a competition for gathering herbs, it's not about the herbs themselves. It's about judgment, because a great shaman needs a great sense of judgment. Afterwards, Drax shook his head and added in his mind, my real rivals this time will be a few blue shamans. Vincent being the main one, a disciple of Kevin's genius, his strongest point seems to be final alchemy. He definitely got a lot of secrets from Kevin himself. The next moment, looking at the other participants, he mentally added, all the other white shamans are just trash to me. At one point, he felt someone fly into his back and say, hey, look! Drax exclaimed angrily, I managed to bump into you in such a spacious hall. Are you even looking where you're going? Showing his number plate, Tsuyoshi awkwardly said, sorry, I was just concentrating on finding the right seat. Seeing who it was that ran into him, Drax smiled slyly and said, you're the man they're rumoring about, and by the looks of you, you're not a shaman. You're a warrior. That's ridiculous. And you'll probably get a prize for participating. The next moment, Vincent appeared next to Drax and said that he was only participating because he knew our teacher and would rather continue to destroy monsters quietly than to organize a circus. Hearing the condition of participation, Drax said in surprise that he would be ashamed to participate by acquaintance. After which Vincent added that brute force would not help in alchemy, it was not a sword fight. Having received several remarks in his direction, Tsuyoshi said in a disgruntled tone, if we weren't in a competition now, I would have already hit you. Hearing the threat from Tsuyoshi, Vincent jabbed a finger at him and shouted, don't get wild, remember where you are. After which Drax added, hey, be careful what you say, you might get banned from the tournament. Continuing to walk away from a couple of his opponents, Tsuyoshi said, well, be glad that there are such rules here. We'll see if you won't howl at the end of the tournament. Soon the first round of ingredient selection began in the arena, after which an assistant appeared and said, I'll explain the rules. Picking up a sign, the girl added, we say the name of the desired potion, you must identify the necessary ingredients and collect them in a certain time. As the assistants began to take out the ingredients, the assistant added that if you do not collect the ingredients in the set time, the participants who collected the ingredients will be disqualified depending on the quality of the materials chosen. Hearing the conditions, the audience began to shout out, saying that the tasks were made by the genius Kevin himself. It will be interesting, it will definitely be necessary, not only to quickly distinguish the ingredients, but also to assess their quality. Who will win in the first round? Meanwhile, standing near the entrance arch, Fulin mentally said, will this weakling cope with the selection? He certainly showed himself. But to compete with experienced participants, the strength of the blue shamans is real. Somewhere in the stands, sitting in the VIP area, Kante said, as expected from an alchemy tournament held by the young genius Kevin, it's good that my student Drax is also participating. Such experience will definitely not be superfluous. Hearing the flattery of his guest, Kevin replied, no, I just wanted to give a chance to those who have potential. After the interlocutor's remark, the red shaman of the 33rd level Kante said, and who is Mr. Kevin betting on? Vincent is your best student and a real talent. While enjoying his drink, the 36th level star shaman replied, Vincent does have abilities, but it's important to see if he can show them in the Drax tournament. Your student is also quite promising among the blue shamans. After exchanging pleasantries, Kante said, thank you for the praise, by the way. I heard that this time a human is participating. I've never seen a human shaman before. Kevin replied, you must be talking about Tsuyoshi, who was recommended by Principal Doug. Kevin added with a sly smile, watching the events in the arena, he was actually a warrior who had not been trained as a shaman. Being a human, he did not follow the path of a healer, but passed the selection of shamans, defeating my student and taking first place, and I was also interested in him. After hearing Tsuyoshi's short biography, Kante asked if it was true that he had won first place without training, and what if it was just a mistake by Director Doug. Leaning on his hand on the chair, Kante added that if this was true, even I wanted to watch him. At the same time, standing at his seat and listening to the rules, Tsuyoshi thought, this is how many ingredients are prepared. No wonder that in the first tournament, half of the participants will be eliminated, and each basket of ingredients contains exactly half of the number of participants, which means that half will simply receive nothing. Imagining the situation that would happen, he mentally added that to make a potion, you need several types of ingredients, so you will have to look in several baskets if you start grabbing everything in a row. You will waste time and fly out without collecting the right one. With a sly smile before the competition began, Tsuyoshi added in his head, it's interesting. This is much harder than the selection of shamans. It tests the ability to quickly and accurately select the right materials, and it's time to use the divine eye. At the same time, the assistant shouted out, I'm going to announce the task. And as soon as the sticker was removed, the presenter announced the first task in the round, selecting ingredients for a simple cold potion. Hearing what kind of potion they needed to make, all the shamans ran out from behind their tables and headed to the assistants with baskets. Watching this frantic crowd, Tsuyoshi mentally said, what a speed. No wonder they are real shamans. They have such simple recipes in their heads by heart. But I have the divine eye, so let's go. Using the analysis through the divine eye, Tsuyoshi received a notification that a simple cold medicine potion required 3 ingredients: fire herb, wooden heart, and dry leaf vine. After learning what he needed to create the potion, Tsuyoshi rushed to his assistants to get the rest and exclaimed that he had only 3 ingredients. Seeing the fierce competition for the ingredients, he thought, if I'm late, I might not be able to get through. After choosing the ingredients, Vincent returned to his desk and said with his eyes closed, I can handle this. And then Dract, who was breaking through the crowd, shouted, Get out of the Dorga, it's easy. Seeing that the high-level shamans had already gathered their ingredients, Tsuyoshi mentally said, I must admit, blue shamans are not so famous for nothing. The next moment, preparing to get the ingredients himself, Tsuyoshi thought, but I can't lose right away. Now I'll show the strength of a warrior. Finding a great place to move, he used the skill to think the first ingredient is over there. The target is the shaman in the front row. Feeling something unusual, Vincent looked back and exclaimed that it was a wave from the skill. Hey, this stupid person who decided to get violent because he was losing. Also noticing something unusual in the tournament, Kante exclaimed that he had cast the warrior skill. Waiting for further developments, the great shaman Kevin wondered what he was doing. Finding himself in pitch blackness, the shaman in the front row wondered why it was suddenly so dark. The next moment, Tsuyoshi appeared right behind him, and when the shaman looked back and saw him, he exclaimed in fright, What are you doing? The shaman fell to his feet and exclaimed what it was, and at that moment, Tsuyoshi had already cancelled the lightning net skill and thought, I didn't even have to fight my way forward with this skill. Immediately after, he went to the assistant and chose the best ingredient that was illuminated by the glitter, and Tsuyoshi said it was a wonderful fire herb. Taking the right amount of the ingredient for himself, Tsuyoshi thanked her and went on to collect the materials. Impressed by the boy's ingenuity, Kante exclaimed to use the warrior skill to instantly approach the ingredient, and then cancel it. Interesting guy. Hearing the guest's remark, Kevin was impressed, and thought that was not all. He chose the best quality fire herb. He really knows how to distinguish ingredients, or is it just luck? Using the same method, Tsuyoshi was able to collect the highest quality wood heart and the highest quality dry leaf vine. When all the sand was poured out, the assistant called out the time for the judges to come in and check the accuracy and quality of the ingredients collected by the participants. When the ingredient evaluators appeared in the arena, the host added that a simple cold potion required fire herb, wooden heart, and dry leaf vine. Approaching the first participant, the evaluator said a mistake in the choice of ingredients is disqualification. After the first one, the phrase mistake in the choice of ingredients is disqualification was repeated a number of times for different participants. After identifying the correctly selected ingredients and evaluating them, the host exclaimed, Drax, all the ingredients are correct. The total quality score is 84 out of 100, incredible quality. With a sly smile after hearing the results, Drax said the obvious, which was to be expected. Hearing Drax's assessment, Kevin said that it was not for nothing that he was a student of Kant's own quick and accurate, and he was quite right. The next moment, the presenter exclaimed Vincent, all the ingredients were chosen correctly. The overall quality score was 94 out of 100, incredible quality. And then he said that in this kind of competition, the first place could only be mine. After hearing the results, Vincent Kante turned his head to Kevin and exclaimed in amazement, Wow, a student of genius and a genius himself, as you can see. After hearing the call from the guest, Kevin happily said that with this result, Vincent would be the winner of the first round. At the same moment, standing near the entrance arch, Fulin nervously said in her head, Hey, you weakling man, you better do your best. Subsequently, the appraiser approached Tsuyoshi, after which the host exclaimed all the ingredients were chosen correctly, and the overall quality was assessed. Evaluating the guy's items, the evaluator thought it was the same person, the shaman Tsuyoshi. Damn, the ingredients are right, but I wonder what their quality level is. When the device completed the evaluation and gave the result, the ingredient evaluator exclaimed in confusion that the evaluation device was glitching. Seeing the evaluator's hesitation, Kevin stood up from his seat and exclaimed, Stop giggling and give us the results. After receiving instructions from the tournament organizer, the evaluator exclaimed, Well done, Tsuyoshi. All the ingredients are correct. Overall quality score. The next moment, raising the device for measuring the quality of the ingredients with the maximum score, the host exclaimed 100 out of 100 points. Perfect quality. Upon hearing the results of the ingredient evaluation, Tsuyoshi, Kevin, and Kante stood up and exclaimed in confusion. They were followed by the spectators in the stands, who shouted, This man can't be the one who got the maximum. Even Vincent and Drax lost to him. Closing her mouth in surprise, Fulin, who was standing near the entrance arch, exclaimed, This weakling is impressive. After completing the evaluation of the selected ingredients, Tsuyoshi looked at his hand and mentally said, It was thanks to the divine eye that I scanned everything to perfection. Now I look forward to the next stage. When the other participants saw Tsuyoshi's measurement results, they shockingly exclaimed a full score. Unbelievable to keep the maximum. Every ingredient must be of the highest quality. He changed to choose the perfect ingredients in such a situation. In spite of all the exclamations of the participants, the evaluator picked up the device and shouted out all the results of the participants are strictly measured with the analyzer, so there can be no mistake in the evaluation. Surprised by the results of the evaluation, Kante said that he seems to be terribly talented in the choice of ingredients. and I wonder how he will prove himself in other disciplines. Hearing the words of his guest, Kevin said, I'm also very interested in this. Later, when the host announced the second round of alchemy, the remaining participants returned to their alchemy tables. Now prepare a medium-level invisibility potion. We expect impressive results from you. After which the assistant raised a sign above her with the inscription Medium Cloaking Potion. Hearing the task of the second round, Fulin looked at Tsuyoshi and said, Hey, weakling, you did well last time. Round 2 is a test of spirit for shamans, and it's all about strength of mind and talent. Hearing his assistant's remarks, Tsuyoshi looked at the girl and said, That's exactly what they tested during the selection process. At the same moment, paying attention to Tsuyoshi and not finding the main attribute of a shaman, Fulin exclaimed, Hey, where's your staff? Get it out quickly. Without a staff, there is nothing to talk about. Hearing the girl's instruction, Tsuyoshi threw his hand behind his head and exclaimed in concern, I forgot about it. I gave it to Principal Doug last time. I don't have my own. Continuing to recall the events of the previous case, he mentally added, And besides, now my parameters are set to warrior. If cooking requires a lot of mana, I won't have enough. Upon learning that Tsuyoshi did not have the main attribute of a shaman, Fulin shockedly exclaimed, You don't have a staff, and how did you become a shaman in the first place? He awkwardly replied, I missed it. The next moment, looking away, the girl said, Well, what can you do about it? And then reached into her spatial storage. Taking out her staff and handing it to Tsuyoshi Fulin, she turned her head and exclaimed, Here, I'll lend you my staff, you fool. It's good that I'm around. Accepting the help from the girl, Tsuyoshi said, Thank you, Fulin. With your staff and alchemy table, I can win. Folding her arms in front of her and stepping back, the girl huffed and exclaimed, Well, go ahead and win then. The next moment, when the assistants appeared in the arena, the host shouted out, Start grinding the ingredients and brewing the potion. The ingredients are given for only one attempt. The time is 30 minutes. Hearing the conditions of the second test, the audience began to shout out only one attempt, and 30-minute strong medium-level disguise potion is difficult, even for blue shamans not always possible, means everyone has only one chance. Hearing the conditions of the second round, Kante scratched his beard and said, Limited attempts. Ingredients and time are strict. To which Kevin said, But if you want to win the alchemy tournament, these are the minimum requirements. Immediately after his remark, Kevin mentally added that he needed to succeed on the first try, wondering how this Tsuyoshi would behave, whether he was really just a lucky guy or had a really amazing talent. Later, when the host shouted out to the participants, the assistants went to each participant to bring the ingredients. After receiving his ingredients for the second stage, Tsuyoshi said thank you to his assistant. Embarrassed by the guy's politeness, the assistant nervously exclaimed, You're welcome. I'm just doing a good job. The next moment, the host shouted out, The time is limited to 30 minutes from now on. Start cooking. After which one of the participants snatched the plate with the ingredients from the assistant's hands and shouted, Come on, hurry up, you idiot. Observing the tournament, Kevin said that in such brutal conditions, the ability to remain calm and accurately control the process is manifested by those who lack the skill or fortitude to quickly fail. Having lost control of the process and failed, one of the participants mentally said, Damn it, because the ingredient was destroyed by the mana infusion too quickly. The next moment, another shaman threw a plate at the assistant and shouted, You did something when you brought it, which was answered with a nod that said, I had nothing to do with it. Drax huffed at the sight and said, Fools among shamans get into alchemy. It's a sacred thing for a shaman. Hearing his comrade's remark, Vincent joined the conversation and added, And at the same time, incredibly attractive. Immediately after his words, having completed the basic processes, Vincent said in his head, I start alchemy. Also keeping up with his opponent, Drax thought. Crushing the ingredients means grinding them with his own magic. The stronger and more precise the control of magic, the more perfect the powder. Also giving all of himself to the process of potion making, Vincent mentally said the final and most important stage of fusion, the amount of mana in the body is the key to the successful completion of alchemy. Seeing the actions of his opponent, Drax mentally mumbled that he was Kevin's student after all. It was not for nothing that he had more than 1,000 mana units with this wave of magic. Feeling Vincent's power, Kante looked at Kevin and said, This wave means that Kevin's disciple was still hiding his power. The next moment, he turned his gaze back to Vincent Kante and added that his mana really exceeded 1,000, so with such talent and skill, he could grow to be a red shaman in a couple of years. Hearing the words of his guest, Kevin confidently said that Vincent just has good natural inclinations, that's all, although his spirit and character still need to be tempered. At one point in the conversation, mentioning another person, Kante said, By the way, where is this Tsuyoshi? We hadn't noticed him. And he felt a yogic presence and the trace disappeared. After running around and noticing the guy, Kante exclaimed in surprise that he was just standing still. Surprised that the boy was not doing anything at all, Kante added that if he did not start now, he would not have time to finish. Hearing his guest's words, Kevin noted that he was probably just stalling for time. Not even a wave of mana could be felt. The next moment, turning his gaze from Vincent to Drax, Kevin mentally added that it looked like the victory would be decided between the two. At the same time, Tsuyoshi was also watching the participants and thought, so they have 880 and 1060 mana, and I only have 510. Drax is likely to be C grade, and Vincent might even be B grade. As expected from Kevin's student, a mid-level potion is a completely different level. Also noticing that Tsuyoshi was standing there idly, Fulin shouted angrily, "Hey, weakling! 20 minutes left, why are you stalling?" Hearing the girl's exclamations, the assistant came up to her and said, "Please don't distract me, it's hard to concentrate." After analyzing the capabilities of his enemies, Tsuyoshi mentally said that it was probably time with my warrior parameters, I just don't have enough magical energy. Noticing that Tsuyoshi started to act and feeling his magic, Drax thought that his mana wave was so weak, no different from an ordinary white shaman. Hearing his opponent's remark, Vincent added with a sly smile that he had surprised him in the first round. But it was probably just luck. Also feeling Tsuyoshi's mana, Kante said in surprise, "Tsuyoshi's mana waves at this level, he probably doesn't have 200 mana units. Such a talent for choosing ingredients is useless." Also feeling Tsuyoshi's power, Kevin mentally said, "I'm going to go down. I'm going to reevaluate him. There's nothing to look at seriously," and then said, although he should be commended for his courage to participate in the tournament. Also surprised by the weak waves of mana, Fulin thought that this weak guy couldn't have so much mana at the qualifiers. He was completely different. What was he doing there? At the same moment, having reached a certain point, Drax thought, well, it's time to use the same technique that my teacher taught me specifically for this tournament. By making a sacrifice, Drax temporarily increased his magical energy by 300 units, giving up half of his health in exchange. After performing this operation, Drago smiled slyly and said in his head, "Now my magic energy is higher than yours, Vincent. You probably think that my maximum potion is a C class, but this time it's different." After raising his stats, Drax shouted a fusion and continued to create his potion. Seeing something unusual during the preparation of the potion, one of the spectators exclaimed that this extraordinary phenomenon was a Class B invisibility potion. Having finished his work, Drax confidently shouted out a potion of almost flawless quality of Class B. "Anyone come out?" Seeing his student's results, Kante smiled slyly and said in his head, "It's almost perfect. Even your student can still create a B-grade potion, and it's with a lot of effort that my student will win this tournament. If he takes first place in this round, he will win on the sum of the points, Kevin. You're not the only one who can win." Without showing any emotion, Kevin thought, "This is an extreme spell that is used in exchange for health. Normal shamans or mages don't use it." Mr. Conte seems to have done a good job of getting his student to win. The next moment he smiled slyly and added in his head, however, "To win with a B-grade potion is so naive, he thought I hadn't prepared anything stupid, old man." Immediately after focusing his gaze on the student, Kevin mentally shouted out to Vincente, "Show them." Noticing the expression on his teacher's face, Vincent smiled slyly and then decided to play his trump card as well. Seeing that Vincent had started to use something unusual, Kant exclaimed in surprise that such a blue flame drawn from the law of earth and wind was so rare. Hearing his guest's remark, Kevin said, "I once gave it to Vincent and he can decide how to use it," and then thought, "It's a flame filled with the power of the law. It took me 7 days to get just this one drop, but now I can keep my honor." Continuing to do his best, Vincent mentally said, "The teacher ordered me to add this flame at the fusion stage. The power of the law will instantly increase my mana supply. I can't lose." Seeing something unusual again, the audience began to shout out this real supernatural phenomenon again. In the classroom, not with such an anomaly. After completing his work, Vincent laughed and shouted out a mid-level invisibility potion. "A grade A? Is there anyone who can make a better potion than this?" Seeing the results of both opponents, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "So both of them had a trick up their sleeves to level up quickly if they didn't use everything they had with the class potion and not cope." At the same moment, he received a system notification that said that he did not have enough mana points to use absolute physical strength to increase his magic volume. The current mana volume was 510. Without thinking, Tsuyoshi said in his head, "I will use all my absolute strength to increase the power of magic," and then received a notification that the mana volume had increased thanks to the absolute body, and the current mana volume was 9,660. As Tsuyoshi began to complete the creation of his potion, another supernatural phenomenon occurred, after which the audience began to exclaim that this was the 3rd time in a row that he had just done this. But it was not only that. This attack would be much stronger than the previous 2. Frozen in place by the shock of what she saw, Fulin shouted out magic waves much stronger than they had been before. The dynamics of the magic waves, the phenomenon around her, and how much magic power it contained. Also surprised by what he saw, Vincent mentally said, "He had average results. How did he get so much power? Maybe he used some secret technique. It's just impossible. There is no technique that can increase magic power so much." Gritting his teeth as he watched the phenomenon, Vincent mentally added his power literally provoked the violation of all the laws of nature. I've never seen anything like it in my entire life. Drax felt his body begin to tremble spontaneously and exclaimed in confusion what it was. At the same moment, the image of a dragon appeared in the sky, formed from the supernatural phenomenon caused by Tsuyoshi. Kevin's mouth dropped open at what he saw, and he exclaimed the same thing, followed by Kante's, "I can't believe it." Continuing to observe the phenomenon caused by Tsuyoshi, Kevin added that a true S-rank supernatural phenomenon resonates with heaven and earth, has a material form, but is accompanied by strong divine punishment, usually appear when preparing S-rank potions. As Tsuyoshi continued to prepare his potion, he received a notification that all the magical power to grind the material had been adjusted and the materials were crushed to a degree of 100%. When all the processes were completed, Tsuyoshi began to perform the merger and was struck by divine punishment. Seeing what was happening in the arena, Kante exclaimed in shock, "It can't be divine lightning. If we don't do anything to protect ourselves from it, we will all die." Kevin was also shocked to see what was happening and exclaimed, "The reason why S-rank potions are so rare is that, in addition to investing a lot of effort to make them, you have to endure divine punishment and risk your life for a potion. Is his life not absolutely precious to him?" At that very moment, he received a warning message warning him that a severe thunderstorm was approaching. "Do you want the hammer to take all the damage on itself?" Tsuyoshi mentally said, "I expected to take the hit on myself. I didn't know that the hammer of the god of the king could absorb the damage, but it's even better." Remembering that divine object, the boy mentally said, "The hammer of the king's god also releases lightning, so he will be fine. So let's go." The next moment, Tsuyoshi's divine hammer of the king was pulled out of his inventory and hovered in the sky, ready to take the blow. Continuing to be more and more amazed by the second by everything that was happening, Kante exclaimed, "What the hell is this hammer?" Holding the staff in front of him and waiting for the process to continue, Tsuyoshi waited until the hammer absorbed all the divine punishment, and then a notification appeared. The divine king's hammer had successfully absorbed the divine punishment. After receiving it, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "Now we can remove the hammer and then continue the fusion and complete the potion." After receiving the notification of the medium invisibility potion, successfully created rank S, Tsuyoshi said, "It looks like I succeeded in creating a medium invisibility potion of rank S." Frozen in shock after the process was completed, Kevin mentally said, "S rank. Even I, who use all the powers of the law of earth whispers with considerable effort, will be able to create something like this. Is there really someone who can surpass my genius? Unthinkable." The next moment, unwilling to accept Kant's results, he exclaimed, "Sir Kevin, forgive me, but I suppose this man is lying to us." Immediately after his exclamation, jumping over the fence and into the arena, the red shaman added, "We must see for ourselves." Using his magical flight, Kante exclaimed that it was impossible that some young man could concoct an S-rank potion without any consequences. Hearing Kante's suggestion, Vincent shouted out in a loud voice, "That's how you want to deceive us. Even a mentor can't make an S-rank potion." The rest of the participants also began to shout out cheating right at the tournament. What nerve to give him the right to participate from the very beginning was a fatal mistake. Deprive him of his limbs will know how to cheat us. Hearing the accusations that were pouring in Tsuyoshi's direction, Fulin exclaimed, "No, he didn't cheat, and I'm absolutely sure of it. I saw what he was capable of during the shaman's exam." Hearing Fulin's remarks, the assistant said awkwardly, "I think it would be right for Sir Kevin himself to find out if it was true." Tsuyoshi also began to defend his righteousness, saying that I had deceived someone. "I did the same as everyone else. I used my power if you want to test me anyway." Landing in front of the Kanto member, I exclaimed, "Did you deceive us, man, shaman named Tsuyoshi? Earlier, Sir Kevin and I saw for ourselves that your magic power was no more than 600. There is no way you could have concocted something like that." The next moment, he pulled out his staff and activated the magic power dimension and added, "Or did you deliberately underestimate your results? If so, then prove it to us." Hearing the accusation and demand, Tsuyoshi thought, "If I can't keep up the power, I'll be considered a liar. But my true power level is really insignificant, and if so, there's no point in hiding." The next moment, Tsuyoshi tapped the ground with his staff and said, "Well, if that's the case, I won't stop you." Indignant at the boy's response, Kante exclaimed, "I hope you're not fooling us or you'll be very sorry." Bringing his staff closer to Tsuyoshi's head, the red mage exclaimed, "Show us your true power." Thinking that my whole body was involved at 100% for the sake of strengthening my own magic, he smiled and said, "Let's measure it properly." At the same moment, a blindingly bright light flashed in the arena, and Kante mentally said, "I didn't expect all his magic to come out so suddenly, and if it's not all of it, how much power does he have?" Hearing Tsuyoshi speak, "I showed you everything I have," Kante thought, my staff shaking. The next moment, the staff began to crack rapidly, and in just a couple of seconds, it shattered into pieces. After the destruction of the measuring device, Tsuyoshi said, "Well, I was able to prove my abilities to you." Stepping forward after Tsuyoshi's question, Kevin said, "That's phenomenal. We apologize for daring to doubt you. We've just never met someone so young and powerful as you." The next moment, putting his hand on Tsuyoshi's shoulder, Kevin added, "Even my powers pale in comparison to your abilities. You are truly brilliant." To which Tsuyoshi replied, "It's okay. Immediately after apologizing, Kevin looked back at his friend and asked Kanto-san, "Is there a need for this tournament?" Pulling out an S-ranked potion in front of him, Kevin added, "I believe that an S-ranked potion fully proves who is truly strongest, and you are right." The next moment, Kevin turned to the others and asked if they had anything against it. "Ladies and gentlemen, and if so, come out and challenge Mr. Tsuyoshi." Hearing the great shaman's suggestion, Drax bowed his head and said no, and then Vincent added, "I admit defeat." Hearing that no one was disputing the results, Kevin pulled out an S-ranked potion and shouted, "I personally announce the winner of the tournament, Mr. Tsuyoshi." After the results of the tournament were announced, Fulin put her hands over her mouth and exclaimed in amazement that he had succeeded. Hearing the girl's exclamation, Tsuyoshi turned his head to her and whispered, "Thank you, Fuling." Feeling very embarrassed and shy, the girl stuck out her tongue and whispered with a smile, "Please do." At the same moment, Kevin gave Tsuyoshi a fearsome look and mentally said, "There is a young gift among the shamans that could impress even me." The next moment, he turned his gaze to the product created by Tsuyoshi and added, "To create such a powerful potion at such a young age is truly impressive. Did I really lose to him?" Continuing his thoughts, the great shaman walked away from the arena and thought about what heights he would reach in the future. "I will use all my money and power, but I will not let this young man leave the city alive." After the tournament was over, Fulin arrived in Tsuyoshi and brought with her the award of the Wasp and the prize for winning the tournament, recipes that any shaman would do anything for. After accepting the gift and opening it with the words, "Let's see," Tsuyoshi received a notification of a basic potion recipe, a circulatory remedy, an improved potion recipe, a tonic and general refreshment, a higher level elixir recipe, and an extra mana supply. Seeing what he got, Tsuyoshi mentally said, "With these recipes, I'll be golden in my world and get my billionth auction fee." After a while, interrupting Tsuyoshi's thoughts, Fulin asked, "Are you sure you want to become a student of Mr. Kevin's? This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance." "And you refused, given your talent. With such a mentor, you would have reached the pinnacle of skill." Putting his hand on the girl's head and stroking it, Tsuyoshi said, "I am a warrior first and foremost." Continuing to look into those innocent eyes, he added, "And if I decide to follow the path of the shaman, I want to choose my own path." Hearing this, Fulin asked, "So you're already leaving, and where will you go now?" Having received the question from the girl, Tsuyoshi said thoughtfully, "Let me think about it. I've fully recovered my strength. I think I'll meet Sakura and go to the next destination. And then I thought with these recipes, I'll return to my world and earn 1,000,000,000 yen and then come back." Hearing her companion's name again, Tsuyoshi Fulin turned her head to the side and puffed out her cheeks and said, "Sakura, who is she?" "What do you mean, who is she?" The next moment, looking up at the sky and smiling gently, Tsuyoshi said, "She is my friend and comrade. Even if she is not here now, we will definitely meet again." Having received the answer to her question, Fulin said, "That's what it means as a friend. Before you go, I have something to tell you. I have something for you." Hearing the girl's words, Tsuyoshi was surprised to hear her ask, "Why can't you tell me about it now?" And she replied that she heard because... Getting angry with Tsuyoshi and his question, Fulin exclaimed, "The time will come and then you will understand everything." Looking after the girl who stomped off in anger, Tsuyoshi wondered why she was so angry. Later, in the hotel room, sitting on the bed, Tsuyoshi mentally said the infinity ring. "I had no time to study it." Continuing to look at the object on his finger, the boy added, "And since I got it, so many things have happened to me." The next moment, 2 notifications appeared saying that, due to unstable debugging, staying in another world cannot exceed 3 days. If you stay longer than that, you will not be able to return to your world after returning to the outside world. 3 days must pass before you can reopen the interdimensional portal. Seeing these warnings, Tsuyoshi said, "That is, I can stay in both worlds for only 3 days. Interesting. From now on, I will have to plan my actions more carefully, but what a debug." Tsuyoshi stopped inspecting his ring and said, "Okay, I don't have time to find out what it is right now," and then placed the box in the spatial storage. When the main item moved to the inventory, Tsuyoshi activated the interdimensional portal with a smile on his face and said, "I can't wait. With these 3 potions, I will earn 1,000,000,000 yen." After some time, Suzuki arrived at his new place of residence and said, "This apartment is not as luxurious as the Villa of the Heroes, but it is the best apartment in the whole complex." Seeing the new place of residence, Tsuyoshi said, "Thank you, this is an apartment that one can only dream of." After which Karina exclaimed, "This is just a great apartment. I can't believe we will live here." Smiling happily at the children's reaction, Suzuki put his hand on Tsuyoshi's shoulder and said, "The Alliance of Heroes is not a cheapskate. You're a real investment. I think your sister and you will enjoy living here. If you need anything else, just ask." Hearing about Tsuyoshi's needs, he said awkwardly, "Well, if it's fashionable, could you convert one of the rooms into a mini laboratory? I'd like to try making potions at home." When Suzuki received the boy's request, he was surprised to hear that making potions required certain knowledge and skills. Immediately after his remark, the man added, "But if you are so sure of this, then why not rooms in your apartment, one of which can be converted into a mini oratory by noon, and it will already be at your disposal?" To which he replied, "Thank you." Having achieved what he wanted, Tsuyoshi looked up at the ceiling and mentally said, "I'll get off to a great start tonight." Later, taking his suitcase in hand, Tsuyoshi arrived at the Blue Snake Gang, where he was met at the entrance by two guards who exclaimed, "Hey, you know what you're doing? You're going to get yourself caught, don't you?" Hearing the threats from the guards, Tsuyoshi said, "This is the territory of the Blue Snake. I know the boss is on the spot. I want to talk about covering the debt." Hearing the reason for the visit, one of the guards exclaimed that he had come to cover the debt and you were acting like an arrogant asshole, whatever your name is. When asked by the gang's guard, the visitor said Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro. Subsequently, other members of the gang appeared from inside the building and removed the guards and shouted, "Tsukishio-san Heide Anu, get out of the way of the little shit." Appearing before the distinguished guest, the gang member nervously added, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Tsukishiro-san. The boss, please ask me to escort you personally." When he saw who was standing in front of him and remembered the old days, he said, "You're the one who thought that there was such a quick change in attitude." As the gang member walked the boy to the boss's room, he repeatedly said, "Please follow me." After a short period of time, arriving at the leader's room and looking inside, the man said to the boss, "I brought Tsukishiro-san." Hearing that the guest had finally arrived, the god of the Blue Snake group exclaimed, "It's good to see you, Tsukishiro. Please come in." Entering the room and putting the suitcase with the debt on the table, the guy said, "It's quite busy here. Here's the principal amount of the debt, 600,000 yen plus interest." Getting up from his seat and walking over to the boy, the gang leader said coldly, "How could she not repay a miserable 600,000 yen debt if you are that person?" Pointing at the people in the room, the boss said, "This is our tank, the junior of the 10th level group team, and this is Comrade Warrior, the 21st level leader of the Rabid Wolves." Activating his divine eye and looking at the characteristics of each person, Tsuyoshi said, 14,000, 102,000, 311,000, 200. And what is the reason for such strong people gathering in one room? Hearing the characteristics of each person present, the Blue Snake boss thought in shock. He immediately saw the power of each of us, but how could he do it with a unique item? But such items cost a lot of money. I'm not sure he could have something like that. What a mysterious guy. The next moment, the boss said, "Well, since everyone is here, let me get right to the point. You took care of us in the Dire Wolves." Immediately after taking his seat at the table, the Blue Snake boss added, "How about we forget what happened between us and make a friendship?" Hearing the proposal from the leader, Tsuyoshi was surprised to hear that, after which one of the leaders stood up and said, "First, let me personally apologize for my son's behavior." Smiling nervously at the moment of apology, the man added, "I have sent this undersized boy to another city to think about his behavior, and I apologize for causing you so much trouble." The next moment, the leader of the Dire Wolves stood up and added, "My subjects have also disrespected you, though I did not order it, but I want to apologize to you as the one responsible for them." Hearing about the ring, Tsuyoshi looked at it and thought, on reflection, the three attackers were indeed Dire Wolves, and the space ring I took from the mage had a tracking magic on it. How short-sighted of me not to check it. Immediately after thinking about it, Tsuyoshi said the problems between Billy and I were resolved back in school, so I don't care about it anymore. 3 of the crazy wolves that attacked me were destroyed, and you know it, so consider us even. Hearing that all the problems had been resolved, the leader of the Blue Snake said, "Well, that's great, and you can take the money." Having been instructed to take the money, Tsuyoshi said, "I didn't think twice about it. I borrowed it and paid it back with all the interest, but I have no intention of joining any groups or guilds." Hearing Tsuyoshi's question, the boss said, "Rumors of your exploits on the Star of the Future have spread everywhere. There is no one who hasn't heard the name of the brilliant hero Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro. Everyone is predicting a brilliant future for you. Everyone wants a piece of your fame. And it seems that the leaders of every guild in the area are trying to contact you." The leader of the Dire Wolves added, "The smaller groups are afraid to even breathe in the direction of a genius like you." And then Billy's father added, "That's right, but we're friends, so we wouldn't even think of that." When I heard the reason for Tsuyoshi's attitude, I didn't know that I had become so famous, and then I thought, if people only know about me in this neighborhood, I don't care, as long as I don't stand out too much. After a while saying goodbye to the guy, the boss exclaimed, "Tsuyoshi, come visit us, and it was nice to talk to you." To which he replied, "I'll try, but I can't promise." Leaving the Blue Snake Gang building and taking the case out of his inventory, Tsuyoshi thought, now that I have some free time, I'll go shopping for ingredients. Somewhere in a potion ingredient store, while looking at a notebook, a salesman said this ingredient is not just something you should buy from a supplier these days, and it would be nice to have it. The next moment, Tsuyoshi approached the counter and said, "Excuse me, I'd like to buy some specific ingredients." Hearing the visitor's request, the seller said, "Take as many boxes as you need and come to the cash register," and then thought, I didn't need to waste my time with some snotty little guy. Hearing the man's remark, Tsuyoshi said, "I don't think you keep such ingredients in the public domain. I've heard you have the largest assortment of materials in the city." The next moment, holding out the list, Tsuyoshi added, "Here's the entire list of 15 ingredients I will need, as I heard you say." Taking the list in his hands and looking at it, the man exclaimed, "You're not kidding, you really came to buy them." Hearing the question, Tsuyoshi said, "Of course," and then opened a suitcase with 9 million yen and said, "I think this is enough, and I would like to arrange for the supply of these ingredients in the future." Hearing Tsuyoshi's words, the seller exclaimed, "You're not kidding, you really came to buy them." And then staring at the money, he thought, if that's the case, I can make a tidy sum from this guy. Seeing the interest of the herbalist, Tsuyoshi thought, after I paid the blue snake, I have about 9 million yen left in my hand, and the Heavenly Eye has calculated everything so that I still have money for the ingredients to make the potion. But I have more serious plans. The next moment, the seller threw his arm around the guy's shoulder and exclaimed, please come in, dear customer. We will have tea and discuss our long-term fruitful cooperation. And in the meantime, my assistant will take your order. Immediately after turning his gaze to the employee and handing her the list, the man exclaimed quickly, bring everything that is written on this list, to which he heard all 15 say yes. It will take some time. After a while in his office, after treating Tsuyoshi to tea, the store owner asked if he would like to repeat the purchase next month. The ingredients are delivered to our store every week, and as for the cost, how do you want to pay for the order? Hearing the question from the shopkeeper, Tsuyoshi said, how much will it cost for my ingredients today? Reaching for the price tags, the man said, if you want to buy everything now, it will cost a little over 6 million yen. But the order is large, so with all the discounts, the final amount will be 6 million yen. To which Tsuyoshi replied, I will pay you 9 million, and the rest will go as part of the amount for next month's delivery, and I will bring the rest of the amount by the end of the month. The next moment, Tsuyoshi took out some papers and added, if you feel more comfortable, I can provide you with all the necessary documents to prove your identity, but on this condition, you will not give away my identity and how much I paid you. It is a prerequisite. Taking the information about the buyer in hand, the store owner said, I have nothing against it, and we will also take this into account, and don't worry, these 15 ingredients will not rise in price. We have been on the market for many years, so we don't deal with such price hikes. Hearing the seller's words, Tsuyoshi said, well, that's very encouraging, thank you, and then thought, after receiving the ingredients tonight, I'll be able to start brewing the potion, and it's likely that in the future the prices of the ingredients will rise, so it's worth signing a contract with this store. Later, returning to the apartment and finding it renovated, Tsuyoshi said in amazement, wow, they really managed to equip the room into a laboratory. Hearing her brother, Karina said, Leader Suzuki paid a lot of money out of his own pocket to set up the lab in a day. You should thank him. But I didn't know you were into potions. Why do you need this lab? Receiving the question from his sister, Tsuyoshi sat down next to her and said, I will definitely thank the leader for his help with the lab. The next moment, looking at his sister's feet and remembering her smile from the past, the boy added, because I promised to give you a happy smile back. Unable to understand what Tsuyoshi had just said, Karina asked her brother, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Hearing his sister's question, Tsuyoshi got to his feet and awkwardly said, it's okay, you go rest and I'll join you when I'm done. Leaving the room unwillingly and hearing the door close behind her, Karina called out, wait, brother, to which she heard, I'll start sooner, finish sooner. Left alone in his laboratory, Tsuyoshi said, let's get started, and took out a chest from the spatial vault and a package of ingredients. Starting the process of creating the potion, Tsuyoshi heated the test tube and said the potion to improve blood circulation required 3 ingredients and the other 2 required 6 ingredients each. Sitting back down and opening the recipe, Tsuyoshi said the Heavenly Eye is still a useful thing. It can automatically analyze the most suitable ingredients in this world and even predict how to mix them. Opening the recipe scroll, the guy said, so mix ant grass and green vine concentrate in a ratio of 1:3. After reviewing the first point of the potion, Tsuyoshi took 2 test tubes and started mixing and said 1:3. The next moment, placing the liquid in the furnace to heat it, he added, now heat the mixture even though this is primitive equipment. It will suffice for the present situation. Waiting for the process to be completed, Tsuyoshi said, normally at this point the mixing is complete, at least in our world. But once the heating is complete, we can test the effect. But during the heating process, a chemical reaction can occur and the mixing can fail, and the stability of the formula leaves much to be desired. The next moment, taking out the shaman's staff, Tsuyoshi added, however, I will use the shaman's technique to speed up the fusion and inject magical energy, which will not only increase the chances of successful mixing, but also enhance the effect of the potion, while the ordinary staff I bought before returning will not. Raising it above him, he said, I had to leave the hammer of the king's god at the hotel in the other world to make sure there was enough room for it. But for now, it won't be needed for the fusion. I'm the only one in this world who knows this method of alchemical synthesis. Looking at the heating furnace and the notices that described the fusion process, Tsuyoshi thought magic and science had come together to create something incredible. The next moment, when the warning message appeared, the fusion was complete, and the furnace turned off. Tsuyoshi exclaimed that the first batch of the potion was ready. Taking the potion out of the oven and stirring it again, Tsuyoshi said, better circulation, let's try it, and then tipped the vial. Receiving notification fusion rate, 100% complete circulation potion, increases health and stamina recovery rate, and 45%, and also destroys attack damage taken by 12% duration. 10 minutes. Tsuyoshi exclaimed, wow effect. Clenching his hand into a fist after his triumph, he exclaimed, in this world there is definitely no such effective potion recipes from the other world are just incredibly strong. Later, after tasting it, he added disappointedly, but the taste certainly leaves much to be desired, although the effect of the potion is important first and foremost. The next moment, turning his gaze to the table with the supplies, Tsuyoshi said two worlds and so many possibilities. Immediately after grabbing his staff again, he exclaimed, "Well, let's make a couple more of the same potion. If the market takes it well, I'll follow the plan." The next day, at the entrance to the dungeon, looking at the entrance, the hero said, "There are a lot of treasures hidden in this C-rank dungeon, but it's too big to explore at once, and because of the spatial effect pills, we're moving too slowly, which is annoying." Soon Tsuyoshi approached the portal wearing a camouflage cloak that completely hides facial features, making a person completely invisible even if you try to look directly into the eyes of a common object to hide identity. Continuing to walk forward, he confidently added, "Near this dungeon there are the most people here and I will open up." Seeing a guy near him who had dragged a cart with him, one of the heroes exclaimed, "Look, he's going to open a shop like this? How pathetic he looks." Also, seeing the guy's intention, the other heroes exclaimed that the production of pills is carried out by three top corporations. It is safer to buy from their pharmacy than from some suspicious guy. To which they said, "Yes, you are right." Ignoring the shouts of the heroes, Tsuyoshi took out one pill and shouted, "Come if you are not satisfied with the effect of current drugs. Try the enhancing pill right now. The first buyers are given the opportunity to try one pill for free." Hearing the announcement, one of the heroes shouted out a new product from a top corporation, to which the other replied, "No, I have been following their products for years. They have not announced anything like this. Perhaps it was one of their factory workers who brought a new development." Later, one brave man approached Tsuyoshi and picked up the box and said, "You hear, these are necessary items for heroes. No one will buy them from you. What's the point of laughing if the three top corporations can offer a much more reliable product, at least how much they cost and what the effect is?" After receiving the question, Tsuyoshi opened one box and said, "The circulatory stimulation pill helps restore health and stamina and reduces the damage done. All the information about the drug is in the package insert. Each package contains 6 pills and costs 24,000 yen a day, and I can sell a maximum of 10 packages to one person." Hearing the price and the effects, the hero exclaimed, "A 6-pack of pills costs 24,000 yen? And you're laughing, but the same box from top corporations costs 20,000 and contains 10 pills." Immediately afterwards, the man slammed his hands on the table and shouted, "You're taking the heroes for idiots, you fucking charlatan." The next moment, the other heroes also became active, shouting out, "Who you are trying to deceive, you bastard? And you even broke the price by 4,000? Your lip is not stupid. We will now teach you what happens to fraudsters." Hearing the threat, Tsuyoshi laughed and said, "I have a sample here that you can try. If you don't like the effect, you can destroy my store. But if you like it, buy a package." Outraged by the guy's words, the hero exclaimed, "I'll try it, but if it turns out to be shit, I'll personally pull your eyes out of your ass." Hearing his friend's remark, the other hero said how desperate he was to get into this argument, and he said, "Well, let's see personally how he will fail if he hadn't paid such a high price. Maybe some fool would have bought these pills from him." At that very moment, the tester exclaimed, "Well, let's go," and then threw the pill into his mouth, and as soon as he felt the effect, he exclaimed the same thing. Seeing the hero's reaction, Tsuyoshi said, "It increases the rate of health and stamina recovery by 45% and also reduces the damage taken during an attack by 12%. The effect is active for 10 minutes, so what are these pills worth at such an inflated price?" The next moment, a friend ran up to the tester and exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, he's not lying to us." I froze in my tracks while I heard the words behind me. If it's true, these pills are much better than the ones sold by the 3 top corporations. Ordinary pills increase health recovery by 10% and stamina by only 12%, and in addition to accelerated recovery, they also reduce damage. The next moment, leaning against Tsuyoshi, the tester held out his hand and nervously whispered, "Can I buy 1 pack, or what's there to hide? I can buy 10 in one day, so I'll buy 10 at a time." Picking up the card and swiping it through the terminal, Tsuyoshi said, "The total cost of the purchase is 240,000 yen. Thank you for your purchase, hero." Hearing Tsuyoshi's words, the hero whispered, hiding the pills in his bag, "Yes, thank you, and tomorrow you will also come. But you won't say what time." The next moment, having completed the purchase and turned to the rest of the heroes, he stood still for a moment, while everyone looked at him carefully. Immediately afterwards, everyone else rushed to Tsuyoshi to buy the drugs, exclaiming, "You still have a free sample. Let me try it. I'll try it too. It can't be true. I want to test it too." Hearing the heroes' questions, Tsuyoshi said that there were only 5 free samples left. Taking one in each of their mouths, the 5 heroes swallowed them simultaneously, and after a burst of strength, one of them exclaimed, "It really works." Hearing that everything really works, the heroes began to make their way to Tsuyoshi, shouting 10 packs and "me too." So you can pay through the heroes sign and "me too." Seeing the excitement at the shop, the others also began to rush to buy pills and shouted, "Hey, don't push me, I'll buy one. But to hell with it. I'll take 10 packs too." With a sly smile after seeing the furor, Tsuyoshi said, "Everyone get in line and remember 10 packs per person in one day." Later, the heroes began to call their friend, exclaiming, "You can't imagine what a crazy effect this is, so expensive and so little, but you have to try it. The quantity is limited. Quickly. While he's still here, call all the group members here. We'll buy as much as we can and resell it for a fabulous price. Continuing to smile slyly at the furor, Tsuyoshi thought, as I expected. But with these sales, I won't even raise 1,000,000,000 yen. But the first goal is met. The effect of the restriction on purchases is incredible. At this rate, I will have regular customers who will do anything to buy at least one pill. Continuing to sell the drugs in front of a huge line of people, he added mentally, and then the 3 top corporations will come to me. Subsequently, somewhere in a pharmaceutical company, one of the top 3 companies in the pharmaceutical market is shedding a red tear. The production development department was presenting a market report showing statistics, and the manager said that this week, including our company, the prices of these products have plummeted in sales to half of last year's profits. The next moment, after adjusting his glasses, the man added, as you've probably heard, this happened because of the appearance of shadow pills on the market. Subsequently, the production engineer took the floor and said, we are currently establishing that this product is not produced by the other 2 companies on the market. Immediately after putting the suitcase on the table and opening its contents, the man added that 3 types of capsules are particularly popular among the heroes: blood circulation improving, toning and strengthening, and giving an additional supply. The next moment, the engineer added that after a thorough analysis of their effectiveness, the laboratory concluded that they could have been created by a high-tech organization. It was simply impossible for someone unknown to create such a product, and that these 3 types of pills were definitely made by the same group of people, and their sales method and high efficiency were very similar. Later, someone in the room said that it was good that this was not a competitor's product. Otherwise, a monopoly on these products would quickly be established on the market, even when analyzing the technology and components contained in the pills. Who made them and why no one knows anything about such geniuses? The next moment, the door to the office opened and a woman walked in and said that if this pill was made by a group of amateurs, our products could be considered an economic failure. Hearing the woman's words, all those present bowed their heads and began to repeat the president. Passing by her subjects, the company director added, you have already found the group who prepared these pills, and I am sure 2 other companies have also started looking for him. The next moment, the president of the pharmaceutical company, a red tear Misa, took his seat in the hall and said that delays were unacceptable. Having received the president's remarks, the manager said, we have not found out their identity, and they sell pills in different places every day, which makes it difficult to catch them. And then the engineer added, however, we have already started a full-scale investigation and will provide you with a detailed report soon. After hearing the report, the girl said, we can't wait any longer. Our company is on the verge of collapse, so prepare my car. And Tommy the butler replied, yes, sir. Meanwhile, near the dungeon, fighting for the remains, the heroes exclaimed, I'm ready to pay 10 times more. Give me these last 3 packages out of the way. I'll pay 20 times more. Fall over both of you. I have money. Unlike you, I pay 30 times the current value. Watching this excitement, the hero said, you're crazy. People are willing to pay 30 times the original price for the last pack of pills. Who the hell is this man? What the hell did he hear? But I know one thing for sure. He knows alchemy. His pills are not comparable to any other on the market. Even I was lucky enough to snatch a pack today. Continuing to sell drugs, Tsuyoshi thought, it's only been a week and things are going very well. The bait is ready. Just wait until the golden fish bite. At one point, somewhere behind the crowd, I will pay 100 times the original price for these pills. And the heroes shouted 100 times. Attracting everyone's attention, Misa added, I also want to buy 10 minutes of your precious time. What do you think? Hearing the offer, Tsuyoshi smiled slyly and said, well, here's my goldfish. A short time later, once in the car with Tsuyoshi, Misa said, thank you for your time. Let me first introduce myself. I am the president of the Red Tier Pharmaceutical Company, Misa. When he heard who he was dealing with, Tsuyoshi said he was glad to meet him. Immediately after looking up at the person in front of him, he mentally said, who would have thought that the president of the Red Tier of one of the top 3 pharmaceutical companies would be a young girl? At the same moment, Misa thought, what a young voice. Even though he hides his face, I expected to meet a middle-aged man who is hiding under this hood. And then she said, I'll be brief. I want to buy 3 prescriptions for your 3 types of pills. Hearing the girl's request, Tsuyoshi raised his hands in front of him and said 10 billion yen. Hearing the price, Mira said, 10 billion yen is a little out of our budget, so I suggest you discuss this price with your colleagues. The next moment, putting down her wine glass, the girl added a red tear. Redeem the minutes of your precious time by showing sincere interest in your products. Continuing the dialogue with Tsuyoshi, Miss added, we can offer you a maximum of 3 billion. Even for such a unique composition, this is quite a generous offer. Immediately after her words, the girl mentally said 10 billion more, and for that kind of money you can buy 50 such recipes. Should I really bargain with him? Having received a refusal, Tsuyoshi said no 10 billion, and that's the end of it. And there are no colleagues in the authorship and production of pills, only I am alone. The next moment, casting a stern look at the girl, Tsuyoshi added, you're not a stupid woman, and you know perfectly well that with these recipes you will dominate the pharmaceutical market. As far as I can tell, the Red Tier is now in a critical situation. After the guy's words, Misa thought in shock, there are no colleagues. If he is not bluffing, then I am talking to the genius of alchemy right now, and then exclaimed, I don't understand why you decided that. Then Tsuyoshi pulled out a phone with statistics and said, the three largest pharmaceutical companies, Red Tier, Big Mountain, and the third pharmaceutical company, control the market for hero drugs. But according to the statistics I have obtained, Red Tier's share has slipped from a peak of 26% to 12% over the past 3 years. Hearing this, Misa thought how well he had prepared himself. Or maybe he knew I was coming to him. But he was absolutely right. The company is going through a crisis. We are losing more than we are gaining. And then she said, so what? After the question, Tsuyoshi said, you feel the market's needs very well and understand that these three formulas meet the needs of customers. And with my recipes, you can become a new monopolist, lifting the company off its knees, and I'm sure Big Pharma and the third pharmaceutical company will want these recipes as much as you do. Or do you still think that 10 billion is an unacceptable price to pay for market dominance? Taking a sip of wine, she thought, market analysis, masterful blackmail? He cornered me without even giving me a chance. If he's really young, judging by his voice, I'm dealing not just with a young genius, but a real monster. The next moment, putting down her glass, she said, okay, I'm willing to pay you 10 billion, but only if we have a fair deal. You tell me your real name and take off your cloak. Hearing the conditions Tsuyoshi had set for him, he reached for his hood and thought it was not advisable to give out personal information about himself at this early stage. But if only she knew, I would have no problem with it. And then said no problem, as long as my identity remained between us. Taking off his hood and extending his hand to Misa, the guy added, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro is pleased to meet you, Miss Misa. Seeing who was in front of her, the girl was surprised to see the young man and then shook his hand in return. After leaving the car, Tommy handed Tsuyoshi a bank card and said, this card has 10 billion yen on it. It's linked to your data so you can use it safely. After accepting the payment for the information and walking away, Tsuyoshi said, thank you. As soon as the guy walked away, Tommy said, are you sure about this, ma'am? 10 billion yen is not a small amount. Having received the question from the subject, Misa confidently answered, no doubt it was a lot of money, but seeing his eyes, I was convinced that this would be our best investment in this young man. An amazing talent in creating medicines. Just imagine what he would be capable of in the future for such a genius. No matter what the cost, he might be the savior of the Red Tier. Hearing the girl's remark, Tommy said, I fully trust your decision, ma'am. The next moment, the butler turned his gaze to Misa and added, from a young age you have been distinguished by your intelligence, cleverness, and determination, which is why the master has given you the management of the company. Hearing the flattery from her subject, the woman happily said, come on, Tommy, come on. Immediately after returning to the car, the woman said, recipes, now we have to go back. Write to absolutely all managers, let them prepare for a big meeting today. We will decide the vector of our future development, to which she heard obeyed the lady. Meanwhile, in the coffee shop, Tsuyoshi Suzuki heard the news and exclaimed, what do you mean you collected an entrance fee of 10 billion yen in a week? Hearing the man's exclamation, Tsuyoshi awkwardly said, Director Suzuki, please be a little quieter. Hearing Tsuyoshi's request, Suzuki looked around and saw everyone looking at them and shouting, 10 billion? This kid has 10 billion. The next moment, holding out the card to Suzuki, Tsuyoshi said, I had a couple of recipes that I sold and I made a good deal. So with this card, 10 billion yen, you can get everything done. Hearing Tsuyoshi's success, Suzuki exclaimed in confusion, next time you'll also involve me in another lucrative deal, you mysterious guy. Without answering, Tsuyoshi raised his hand and said, now that I have fulfilled one of the conditions, the last one left is to be a C-rank hero. If I am among the top 3 winners of the Shooting Star tournament, I can apply for a C-rank promotion, yes. Hearing Suzuki's question, he said, I thought you had given up on this idea, but to participate in the tournament, you need to finish in the top 3 in at least 2 dungeons. It's incredibly difficult, and, unfortunately, applications for the tournament are accepted only until tomorrow. I don't think you'll have time to finish in the top 3 and 2 dungeons in such a short time. Hearing the terms of the application, Tsuyoshi picked up a cup of coffee and said with a smile, that's enough, and one day take me to the available dungeons tomorrow morning. After the sunset, Tsuyoshi returned to his new apartment, allocated to him by the director of the Heroic Schools Association. As she settled into her new place, Karina happily exclaimed, good night, brother. Don't stay up late either. The bed is so soft. Hearing his younger sister's advice, Tsuyoshi said good night to Karina and then closed the door. Later, when he arrived at his room, he said, tomorrow morning I'm going to the cave with the principal, but I need to get a good workout before we go. The next moment, he sat down on his bed and said, I'm stuck on the 12th level. I can only stay there so long. And then he received a notification that an interdimensional portal had been opened. Preparing to travel to another world to raise his level, Tsuyoshi confidently said, when I return, I must get Karina the golden elixir of rebirth. Raising his head up and starting to move to another dimension, Tsuyoshi said that Karina could finally walk. Once in the other world, in a room with no one else in it, Tsuyoshi said that once Saku was back, they should plan a 3-day training program. After announcing his plans, Tsuyoshi froze for a moment and then said, without Sakura, I'm like a man without hands in this world. The next moment, he walked to the window and looked out and said, I'm sure she's already heard that I won the shaman tournament and should be back at dawn. As he continued to look up at the stars, Tsuyoshi noticed a flock of birds in the sky and said, now that I think about it, where could she have gone for so long? At one point, one of the crows turned its head in Tsuyoshi's direction, and a magic spell flew at it. Shielding himself from the brunt of the sudden attack, Tsuyoshi thought, sudden magical attack, but who could it be? The next moment, a bright glow appeared among the pack, followed by a voice that said, interesting, I thought I finished you off with one blow. Immediately afterward, a 32nd level mage of the Nightbird tribe appeared in the same place and said, I admit I underestimated you, but I think the fight will probably take a little longer. Instantly taking out his weapon from his inventory, Tsuyoshi said in his head what was going on. She wants to finish me off. Is she from that assassin guild? Meanwhile, the woman put her hand to his lips and blew him a kiss, saying, what a beautiful look, what a pity. The next moment, a shout of, you're coming with us, came from behind Tsuyoshi, and when he heard it, he looked back and saw a 30th level assassin and thought that there was another one. Blocking the enemy's attack with the activation of the absolute body, Tsuyoshi thought, a level 30 assassin with a combat strength of 30,000? If not for this skill, he would have died immediately. Seeing that Tsuyoshi had managed to survive 2 sudden attacks from her and her companion, the female sorceress exclaimed in surprise. The next moment, Tsuyoshi deflected the enemy's attack and flew down, thinking that it was not fair to fight 2 opponents who were stronger than me in a narrow space. Immediately after, the guy activated his absolute body and strengthened both legs to land softly after the fall. Having made a good landing and looking up at the enemies Tsuyoshi thought she said, come with us, it turns out they were hired by someone. There is no hiding from such strong opponents, you have to fight. Realizing that he had no other choice, Tsuyoshi pulled out his sword and pointed it at his opponents, saying, I don't remember ordering this kind of service to my room. After receiving Tsuyoshi's remark, the woman said, oh dear, we are not hotel employees, we are mercenaries. It's your bad luck to meet us, dear. After the woman's remark, the assassin joined the conversation and said, now, young man, how did you dodge my blow? I never miss. You are an ordinary 12th level warrior, but your movements and stamina are far beyond your level. Putting her hand to her face again, the sorceress exclaimed, and indeed he was able to survive even after my attack, but we don't care. We just need to get him where we need to go. After the last line, the pair of mercenaries simultaneously rushed at Tsuyoshi using their skills. But at the moment of the collision, having suffered another failure, the attackers thought in confusion again, blocked he dodged again. Taking a fighting stance and preparing for defense, Tsuyoshi said, you didn't think I would give up without a fight, right? And then activated the Thunder Chain skill. At the moment of the attack, the sorceress put up an energy shield that blocked the blow, and the assassin said, if your level was a little higher, we would have been screwed. As Tsuyoshi's attack dissipated, the assassin charged again, shouting, you're only a miserable 12th level, you can crawl out of your skin, but you can't beat us. As he approached Tsuyoshi, the enemy used a shower of attacks that forced Tsuyoshi to defend himself. At the same moment, the sorceress appeared behind him and, preparing to attack, said, don't forget about me. Having suffered damage from the joint attack of his opponents, Tsuyoshi thought that they were right, that it was impossible to stand alone against such strong opponents. Continuing to strike, which Tsuyoshi even deflected, the assassin exclaimed, it's amazing how long you've been holding out at level 12. And then the mage added, better stack your weapons, dear. Hearing his opponent's instructions, Tsuyoshi shouted out in displeasure, and then thought that there was no other way out but to use the Blade of the God King. Seeing the blinding light after the activation of the Blade of the God of the King, the mercenaries closed their eyes and exclaimed what kind of power it was, and it continued to grow with each passing second. With his last hope, Tsuyoshi charged towards his opponents to deal with them with just one blow. At the same moment, Kevin appeared in the sky and shouted out to Tsuyoshi, you've been hiding something from us. Activate the secret technique. Hearing the voice above him and thinking about it, Tsuyoshi felt his body suddenly pierced by something, and then he looked up and spoke to Kevin. Kevin said, when I was removing the poison of darkness from your body, I used a secret technique and I was right. The incredible energy coming from you is truly incredible, Tsuyoshi. Hearing the great shaman's remark, Tsuyoshi exclaimed, holding his wound, so your good attitude towards me was a lie from the very beginning. Receiving the question from the boy, Kevin looked at him with a disdainful look and said, good attitude. How naive can you be to expect a stranger to be warmly welcomed? Also seeing the shaman in front of her, the woman exclaimed in surprise that she did not expect Mr. Kevin himself to honor us with his presence, to which he replied with such wounds he would not run away again. Thank you for your work. The next moment, Kevin bowed his head and added, as promised, tomorrow you will receive a potion that removes the restrictions, but you will find the materials yourself, to which he replied, of course we already have the materials, we will send them later. Hearing the joy in the mercenaries' voices, Kevin thought, if I promise to create a rare potion, any mercenary is ready to become my obedient pawn. And then he said to Tsuyoshi, I don't advise you to do anything stupid while you're wearing the technique. I can finish you off at any time. After receiving the shaman's advice, Tsuyoshi looked up and said, I don't understand why you're doing this to me. The next moment, leaning over Tsuyoshi, Kevin said in an ominous tone, and it was obvious, Immediately after smiling ominously, he whispered, "Your talent in alchemy is a threat to me, and I'm simply removing it. If you want to blame anyone for this, it's only yourself for being so weak and unable to defend yourself." Having received the answer to his question, Tsuyoshi laughed through the pain and said that it was very funny. Big Kevin and a frightened man. A pathetic coward, that's what you are. Hearing Tsuyoshi's words, Kevin became seriously angry and shouted out, "You little shit! I'm going to turn you into minced meat right now." At the same moment, Fulin appeared behind Kevin and ran to him shouting, "Teacher, please stop!" Hearing the voice of his student and looking back, Kevin exclaimed in surprise that Fulin, "How long have you been here?" Frozen in place and looking at the shaman with eyes full of tears, the girl asked the teacher why such a great alchemist wastes time on someone like this. "If he did something wrong, I will make it up to him. I just pray for mercy." Hearing the girl's plea, Kevin looked at her and said, "I'm impressed that you have developed feelings for this human, Fulin, but you are too young to understand my actions. Go away, or you will be punished for what you have heard." Angry at the student who disobeyed his order, Kevin hit her and shouted, "I told you to get out of here." After dealing with Fulin, Kevin pointed his staff at the boy and shouted, "Tsuyoshi, no matter who comes to your aid today, you will die by my hand." Seeing that Kevin was about to use mind destruction on the boy, Fulin screamed out to Tsuyoshi, "No!" Also standing aside and watching the process, the assassin said, "Mind destruction, poor guy. What did this guy do to anger Mr. Kevin so much that now he will face a silent and painful death?" To which the woman added, "It's not our business if he dared to anger Mr. Kevin, then he asked for it." Hearing the threat from the great shaman Tsuyoshi, he did not raise his head and said, "That's what it means." The next moment, when Kevin was preparing to finish off Tsuyoshi, he received a notification that the upgrade of the Divine Choice system was 10% complete, and that the user's body was beginning to absorb the surrounding energy and recover, after which the shaman's attack dissipated. Having failed at the final stage, Kevin closed his hands against the flow of energy and thought, "What if he absorbed all my energy?" Instantly rising into the sky after the sudden change of circumstances, the sorceress exclaimed that he had survived. Also hearing the noise and noticing that the boy had survived Fulin's deadly attack, Tsuyoshi exclaimed in confusion. At the same moment, putting his hand to the wound, Tsuyoshi said, "It's all thanks to you, Fulinta, you bought me some time." Thanking the girl, Tsuyoshi mentally said at the moment of impact, Fulin appeared, and at the same second, I received a notification from the system. "Attention, a threat to the user's life has been detected. It is necessary to install a system update to repair the damage." Of course, I updated everything, so I was able to partially restore my body, but continuing to recall what had happened, Tsuyoshi mentally added during the system update, "The body must continuously absorb energy from the outside. Stopping the absorption will cause the system to crash, and my body will return to its original state." Imagining the consequences Tsuyoshi would expect, he mentally added, "I will turn into a black burnt mess with a body that has crushed the wrath of the gods." Immediately after that, taking out the last trump card from his inventory, Tsuyoshi said, in other words, "There is no choice, either I or you." Raising the hammer of the God King above him, the guy said, "No matter how much pain I have to feel, no matter how much my body is destroyed, I will finish you all." Taking up the divine hammer, Tsuyoshi received a notification that the current level and user parameters are insufficient to unlock the true potential of the hammer of the God King. Forced activation will lead to a catastrophic waste of energy and cause serious damage due to the renewal of the body's recovery system. After using the hammer will continue, the muscles will enter a cycle of regeneration and destruction, creating excruciating pain for the user. Confused by what was happening in front of him, Kevin thought his body and mind were literally being torn apart by a strong stream of mana, but his body was continuously regenerating this power. Although it was unstable, its strength was high as such, and this hammer was what? The next moment, the mercenaries arrived at Kevin's side and exclaimed, "Mr. Kevin, this young man is up to something incredible. Let's attack him together. His mana is bending the magic waves themselves. We need to finish him off before it's too late." At the same moment, Tsuyoshi received a notification. 10% of the energy of the Hammer of the God King has been released, data update, damage, recalculation complete, and then said, "What an interesting paradox, my body is being destroyed by the system, but the system is also restoring me." After receiving another notification that said the duration of the process was not set, Tsuyoshi exclaimed, "Let's go." Seeing Tsuyoshi's intentions, Kevin and the sorceress activated the shields that Tsuyoshi hit, and then the assassin shouted, "You idiot, no matter how strong you are now, you can't break through your energy shield." The next moment, after breaking through the opponent's defense and delivering his own blow, Tsuyoshi said, "Whoever said I wouldn't." Somewhere nearby in the forest, a wounded beastman fleeing from pursuit shouted out, "Please have mercy on me. I'm sorry. I beg you. Let me escape." Hearing the fugitive's request, Sakura threw off her hood and said that by letting you go, you did not give my father a chance to do the same. Continuing to save his life, the beastman screamed out in fright, "I wasn't in charge. I always thought you were." Looking back at the girl who was hunting for his head, the beastman screamed out in fright, and the lady left this world with the former beastman lord. At the same moment, Sakura took out her notebook and said, "You may not be the leader, but you are an accomplice. and I will kill everyone who is responsible for my father's death. Stopping in his tracks and turning to the girl, the beastman exclaimed, "Please understand, I was threatened. I had no choice but to obey. The father of the current beastman king was to blame. He threatened to take my life if I didn't do what he wanted." Sakura huffed at the fugitive's exclamation and pulled out her weapon, saying, "Don't worry, everyone who is responsible for this will follow you." Realizing that he would not escape so easily, the beastman pulled out his sword and pointed it at the girl, shouting, "If you want to finish me off, I won't hold back either," and then thought, "She's seriously wounded me, but I'm not going to give up without a fight." At the same moment, Sakura used the Flower Storm skill and dealt with the enemy, saying, "Don't you dare call me lady with your filthy mouth." Falling to the ground after an unconditional defeat in the battle against the girl, the beastman said the same skill of your father's Flower Storm and died. Having dealt with another person involved in her father's death, Sakura crossed his name off her notebook and said there was not much left. The next moment, she walked over to the beastman's body and began to take his belongings and said, "In the process of planning Kevin's destruction, I happened to run into him earlier. He was a guard who opened the gate for the conspirators to enter the castle and escape." Immediately after she said this, Sakura felt a strong surge of energy and turned her head in his direction and shouted out what was going on. The next moment, she dropped everything she was doing and ran to the epicenter of the battle and mentally added, "Mr. Danger." Meanwhile, continuing to fight against the attackers, Tsuyoshi mentally said it hurts just incredibly painful. As he continued to endure the pain, he added in his mind, "It's like my bones are melting from the inside and then recovering. What kind of power does the hammer of the king's god actually carry, and will the system be able to fully restore me when the physical damage reaches 100%? My body will simply disappear." Seeing what was happening to Tsuyoshi, the assassin screamed out in fright to Mr. Kevin what was happening to this young man, after which the sorceress added his strength, which did not correspond to his level, what he was. Hearing the mercenary's questions, Kevin exclaimed, "Don't let him fool you, it's just a skill, and don't forget that he is still under the influence of my technique. Don't be afraid of him and attack him, I will finish him off anyway." Having received the instruction from the great shaman, the mercenaries exclaimed, well after which the assassin rushed at Tsuyoshi and shouted, "I will cut your throat with one blow, young man." Hearing the threat from the attacker, Tsuyoshi only turned his head at him and interrupted the attack. The assassin felt that his body was not responding to his orders and thought in confusion, "Why can't I move?" At the same moment, Tsuyoshi received an intimidation notification of steel iron used to create the weapon of the god. King is considered a sacred artifact that controls lightning, and its owner is able to release strong, silent, and fast electric current charges into the atmosphere if an enemy tries to approach the owner of the hammer. If he is not immune to lightning, the enemy will be paralyzed. Having received a great opportunity for himself and attacking the attacker, the guy shouted out, "You are so stretching to death if you decide to come closer to me." Having defeated the assassin, he received a notification. "The enemy is defeated. Do you want to absorb the magical energy of the dead enemy to upgrade the system?" and said yes, after which a new notification appeared. "The enemy's magical energy has been absorbed, updated 48%. Physical damage has reached 60%. Seeing that one of his mercenaries had just been killed, Kevin shouted to the woman to stay away from him. Watching Tsuyoshi from afar, Kevin added that his body was shrouded in an aura that paralyzed anyone who came too close to him, and the sorceress exclaimed in fright, "He finished the assassin with one blow. This guy is not level 12. I don't need any reward, I refuse this order." Overhearing his opponent's conversations, Tsuyoshi jumped to them and said, "What's going on? You seem to want to finish me off, but you managed to escape." Instantly finding himself right in front of the sorceress who was hanging in the sky, Tsuyoshi added, "I won't let you." Seeing the enemy who instantly appeared in front of her, the sorceress thought he was fast as lightning and received a blow to the body. After defeating another enemy, Tsuyoshi received a notification that the enemy's magical energy was absorbed, updated to 63%, and physical damage reached 76%. Seeing that both of his mercenaries were already dead, Kevin thought, "Useless subjects. I was planning to use them to delay Tsuyoshi and then attack, but his secret power is sweeping away everything in its path." The next moment, Kevin laughed and exclaimed, but then he used the Earth and Wind Energy Principle skill, Rule Power, and shouted, "Let's see what you can do, young genius, against the Rule Power. You're useless." Seeing the magical circle of the skill in front of him, Tsuyoshi thought, "The principle of Earth and Wind Energy is the power of order in its highest form, a destructive force for those who go against the rules." The next moment, using the Earth and Wind Principle skill, the Hurricane Kevin shouted, "I've used the power of the rules. You can be proud of yourself, Tsuyoshi." After breaking the hurricane that had been directed at him, the great shaman Tsuyoshi exclaimed, "So you decided to show me the Su rules like this?" In the next moment, using all the power he had, Tsuyoshi shouted, "I will sacrifice everything so that you can see the power of the hammer and receive the message, the power of the hammer of the god. King has been released by 30%, physical damage has reached 93%. Within 30 seconds, it will reach 100% upgrade, is 63% complete." Seeing what was happening outside, the young beastman exclaimed to his grandfather, "We need to get out of the house now." Hearing his grandson's exclamation, the old beastman said, "The lightning of the king's god has come down from heaven. I have heard of this lightning from my great-grandfather." At the same time, as he continued to fight Tsuyoshi, Kevin thought that he could fight me even though he was at level 12, and that if I activated the technique, it would be over. The next moment, with a sly smile, he exclaimed, "Being under the influence of a secret technique, you think you can resist the power of the rules? Look at you. There is nothing left of you. You have the honor of dying from my strongest technique. Be proud of yourself." Meanwhile, as the battle was winding down, Fulin was caught in the middle of the hurricane and began to rise in the vortex, screaming in fear. Seeing his student caught in his spell, Kevin shouted, "Fulin, it's your own fault for not running away when I warned you," and then thought, "I'm not going to reverse the spell. I just have to finish him off here and now." The next moment, the great shaman sent a whirlwind of air at the guy he was fighting with and shouted, "Get lost, Tsuyoshi!" Not wanting to sit idly by, Tsuyoshi rushed to Fulin's rescue and grabbed her hand, warning her to beware. Sensing the danger, Tsuyoshi hugged the girl and prepared to take the blow, and received a notification physical damage has reached 95%. Within 21 seconds, they will reach 100%. As soon as the skill struck Tsuyoshi, Kevin exclaimed. He was already on the verge of collapse, but after such a blow, it was all over for him. Meanwhile, Fulin opened his eyes after the sound of the collision, and said in surprise that I was still alive. Continuing to hold Fulin in his arms to protect Tsuyoshi, received a notification the physical damage had reached 95%. Within 18 seconds, it would reach 100% as long as his spirit fought against the law. Seeing that his attack had failed and not destroyed the boy, Kevin exclaimed in frustration that his resistance to the power of the rules had increased. As he continued to watch his skill being overcome, the great shaman added that it was complete nonsense how a 12th level person could resist the power of the rules, and then thought why this secret energy makes me want to break the power of the rule itself. When Fulin woke up after being rescued, she looked at her savior and scaredly exclaimed to Tsuyoshi, "You are." At the same moment, Tsuyoshi received a notification that his physical damage had reached 96%, and within 16 seconds, it would reach 100%. He turned his gaze to Kevin. Seeing that he was running out of time in the location of his opponent, Tsuyoshi instantly rushed in his direction. Seeing the frantic speed at which his enemy was approaching him, Kevin wondered how he could move after such an attack, his body already on the verge of collapse. Approaching the shaman, Tsuyoshi used his disarmament skill and cast a nasty spell in combat, which can destroy or neutralize the opponent's weapons, depending on the strength of the adventurer and the right moment in the battle. Noticing Tsuyoshi's intentions, Kevin shouted out, "Wait!" and then thought, "I won't have time to dodge," and caught a blow to the body. Having made a hard landing and suffered considerable damage, the shaman thought, biding his time, "He took my staff and sent me down in such a desperate battle. He kept his cool and what he is." Having lowered the enemy to the ground, Tsuyoshi said, "Whether you are a shaman or a mage in close combat, you will not defeat a warrior so eager to die. I am ready to sacrifice my life, but I will tear your flesh to pieces." The next moment, swinging the king's divine hammer and charging at Kevin Tsuyoshi, he shouted, "Not even your rules will save you." Seeing his opponent approaching him, the shaman shouted in confusion, "You want to kill the great genius? You've gone completely mad, even without the staff? The power of the law is within my control." Immediately after his shout, Kevin activated the Twin Dragon's Law of Wind and Earth skill and shouted, "Disappear." Also using his powers, Tsuyoshi directed the electric dragon at the law dragons Kevin had summoned. As he continued to approach his opponent, hammer in hand. To finish the fight, the boy shouted, "These pitiful dragons cannot withstand the lightning of the God King himself." Seeing his laws crumble under Tsuyoshi's influence, Kevin looked up and said in fright, "I have lost." After the collision and the shockwave of considerable force, Fulin covered her arms with her hands and shouted to her teacher. Having dealt a decisive blow to his enemy and gained victory, Tsuyoshi fell off his feet, thinking my body was on the verge of collapse. Once on the ground, Tsuyoshi received a notification. "Attention, physical damage has reached 100%, upgrade is 80% complete. Enemy defeated. Wish to absorb the magical energy of the fallen enemy to upgrade the system." Feeling his body collapsing, Tsuyoshi said yes with the last of his strength, and then mentally added, "I can't die like this." Continuing to lie on the ground, Tsuyoshi received a notification that the user was close to death. The next moment, something beeped and notifications appeared. Divine Choice System Upgrade, complete reboot system to improve functionality. Detected abnormal energy, absorbed earth and wind. Principal power rules absorbed 100% of energy to upgrade system. Thanks to absorbed energy, your body has fully recovered. Level raised from 12 to 18. When morning came after a long and difficult night for everyone, Fulin woke up and teacher Tsuyoshi spoke. Hearing the girl speak, Sakura turned her gaze to her and said, "You're awake." Seeing Sakura in front of her, Fulin quickly stood up and exclaimed in confusion, "You're the girl who was with Tsuyoshi. Where am I? Where's the teacher? Where's Tsuyoshi?" Receiving a question from the great shaman's student, Sakura asked in a stern tone, "Are you talking about Kevin now? He's dead." Hearing what had happened to her mentor, Fulin exclaimed, "The teacher is dead." And then Sakura said, When I arrived, I saw only the gentleman and a pile of ashes who was once your teacher. Sakura continued to tell what she had seen on the spot, and added whether Kevin was jealous of his strength, and whether he had probably organized this attack in order to kill the master and take the secret power from his body. But he failed and paid for his dare. After listening to the story of how it all happened and how it ended, Fulin said in fright that the teacher was dead. The next moment, turning her gaze to Sakura, Fulin screamed in fright and Tsuyoshi's body almost collapsed. Sakura got to her feet and stormed out of the room. This has nothing to do with you. If it wasn't for the kindness and help you showed my master, I would have killed you even then. And I don't trust you personally. If you're awake, get out. The next moment, Sakura's voice came from the courtyard somewhere. Sakura won't hurt us. Hearing the familiar voice, Fulin quickly jumped out of bed and headed outside, calling out to Tsuyoshi, "Are you okay?" When she got outside, she saw Tsuyoshi using the principle of earth and wind energy to rule. Frozen with shock, Fulin shouted the same spell from her teacher. The principle of earth and wind energy? The power of rules? But how? Receiving the question, Tsuyoshi said, "When I came to, I was already like this, and then I thought, there is no bad without good. And thanks to the principle of earth and wind energy, the power of rules, I was able to not only upgrade the system but also bring back the dead." Continuing to consider his new power, he mentally added, "And the remaining energy was enough to immediately upgrade me by 6 levels. Kevin was still a strong opponent. I also changed the copied skill to the power of the rules and even felt the strength grow in my body." The next moment, turning his gaze to the girl, Tsuyoshi asked Fulin, "Why did you come to the hotel last night?" The girl bowed her head down and said, "Now you don't trust me because of the teacher." Hearing Fulin's question, Sakura said in displeasure, "I learned that Kevin had ordered his subjects to stay away from the hotel, probably to get rid of prying eyes, so why did his student disobey the order?" Ignoring Sakura's question, Fulin used wind magic to create a sphere and headed for Tsuyoshi. Seeing the girl's actions, Sakura jumped in front of Tsuyoshi and exclaimed, "What are you up to?" After which Fulin took the item from her storage. Taking the scarf out of the vault and holding it out, Fulin said, "I wanted to give you this before I left." Sakura looked at the object in her hand and said in surprise that it was a scarf. Accepting the gift from the girl, Tsuyoshi remembered the moment from the competition and thought that she had acted strangely during the last meeting. Bowing her head in embarrassment and shedding tears, Fulin said, "I came so late at night, assuming that the next morning I wouldn't find you in town. But I wanted to say goodbye to you so badly, I don't really know how to knit. So I knitted the scarf with magic, so if you don't want it, you can just throw it away." Hearing the words of the girl who had given him the gift, Tsuyoshi said to Fulin, who didn't need to hear it. Starting to shed tears and trying to wipe them away, Fulin added, "I don't know why my teacher did that, but I was raised by him from an early age, and he taught me everything he knows, and I will carry that kindness in my heart for the rest of my life. You finished him off, and you can't fix it, so we should part ways and pretend we've never met." After receiving Fulin's offer, Tsuyoshi turned his gaze to the sky and said, "Thank you and goodbye," without hesitation. As soon as Fulin went on her way, Sakura looked after her and thought, Kevin was a sod for thinking he could beat the master. The next moment, she thought back to the moment she arrived and added, "When I found his body, the master was recovering at an inhuman rate. I have no idea how he managed to defeat Kevin at level 12. At one point in her thoughts, she heard Tsuyoshi say Sakura's name, and she looked back at the boy and said yes. Without moving his gaze, Tsuyoshi said, "Last night, Kevin, who had been so kind to me and healed my wounds, almost killed me, driven by anger and envy. That situation taught me not to trust everyone." Recalling the moment of their first meeting, Tsuyoshi added, "I don't know what you've been doing all this time, but I want to believe you even when it seemed like there was no hope. You made me move forward and live. And I believe you were sincere then." The next moment, looking at the girl with a smile, Tsuyoshi added, "Maybe you have a past you don't want to talk about, but if the day comes when you want to open up to me, I'll be happy to be there." Hearing the warm words from the boy she was accompanying, Sakura bowed her head down and said yes. The next moment, Tsuyoshi, who was already on his way to find more adventures, said, "Well, let's go." Walking forward to his goal, Tsuyoshi took the scarf that Fulin had knitted and felt how hard she had worked on it. Without hesitation, he put on the girl's gift, appreciating the bond that they had, even if it was only for a short time. At the same time, Sakura, walking behind him, took out a notebook from her bag and crossed Kevin's name off the list and said, "Thank you, sir." After a while, a large number of teams of heroes gathered at the application center near the dungeon. Catching up with Suzuki, Tsuyoshi exclaimed, "Are you sure you want to go into the dungeon alone? Once you apply, there's no turning back. And look around you, your rivals are teams of 3 or more." Hearing the man's exclamations, Tsuyoshi used his skill of the principle of earth and wind energy, the power of rules, and took the application from Suzuki's hands and said, "Don't worry, I'm strong with the rest of them."